Chapter 91 Crisis in the Dark Night. Ding! Kill a human who has entered the 7th level of the Extraordinary, and you will get 100 evolution points. When Lin Ning bamboo root gently drilled out of the ground and crawled to the side of the jeep in the dim air, a trace of poison gas was released in the air. After killing the Extraordinary, who was left alone in the jeep, Lin Ning heard the prompt sound of the system, and for a moment, he couldn't believe it. What's going on? After killing a human, there will be evolution points. Lin Ning originally just wanted to kill this Extraordinary with a strange aura color first, just in case, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. But he was also a little confused when he killed the 2 humans who were also Extraordinary in the Linshao Peak Spirit Realm before. The system seemed to ring twice, but he forgot whether it rang at the time. After all, he was focused on how to get Xiaoyi and the others out of trouble. And then he kept sensing the battle between humans and Xiaoyi and the others, and thinking about the countermeasures afterwards. This matter just passed. Speaking of which, at the beginning, when he killed 4 bounty hunters, there really was no evolutionary points, and the system didn't sound at all. Lin Ning remembered this incident more clearly. That was when he lacked evolutionary points the most. If the system sounded, he would definitely not forget it. So, only by killing extraordinary people can you get evolutionary points? Recalling carefully, he really only killed these 6 people. And with the one just now, there were only 7. So, try again to prove it? Anyway, this night raid has not started yet. Let's deal with a few threatening ones first. No, Lin Ning did not randomly select a lucky audience. In order to be unnoticed, he had to specifically look for those who were alone, in the corner, or in a mess nearby. Although his bamboo root can be reduced to a diameter of 1 centimeter, there will still be some movement before it drills out of the ground. In order to survive to the end, Lin Ning is also very harsh on himself. However, the opponent's extraordinary people have come more than 2,000, and they are currently in chaos because of this person's sudden death. Lin Ning breath perception ability is now extremely powerful. This ability can create a virtual embodiment of any creature within the recognition range in his mind. It also allows him to synchronize every action of these humans. And of course, the content of their conversations can also be sensed. Among these extraordinary people, Lin Ning found a poor guy with a very special aura color, and was smoking next to a troop carrier and killed him. Ding! Kill a human 6th level extraordinary person. You get 85 evolution points. Oh! As expected, the experiment was over, and the result made Lin Ning very satisfied. He withdrew the thin roots hidden in the holes under the wheels without leaving a trace. At this time, the extraordinary people fell into a panic after 2 people died in a row. Lin Ning felt that it was still a little bit worse, and continued to use bamboo roots to create new death scenes. After more than a dozen selected extraordinary people died at the same time, this group of people could no longer remain stable. Now they started to panic and shouted loudly. But Lin Ning found that among these people, the human named Jia Yu did not seem to be panicked at all. Through the perception of breath, he learned that this person was the leader who led this group of extraordinary people to attack the Wanjusi spirit realm where he was. And he was also the most powerful one among all of them. Level 5 of the first stage. Much stronger than the previous Captain Zheng. In addition, Lin Ning still had no information about this person's ability. Uncertain factors. Should I take a risk and kill him directly to eliminate future troubles? Lin Ning used the bamboo roots and was about to drill out from under Jia Yu's feet, but suddenly sensed that Jia Yu suddenly jumped up and floated in the air. Floating? What kind of ability is this? This is the first time that Lin Ning has encountered an extraordinary person with this ability. It is almost like flying. Now, it seems that I can't suddenly use the bamboo roots to act. But this doesn't hinder anything. The subordinates have arrived outside the abandoned county town, and they are eager to try. Let them try how powerful this extraordinary person is. Before, Lin Ning used Qi Ying and his subordinates to report the movements of the humans who had assembled into an army every 10 minutes, and judge their direction of travel. After sensing their moving convoy, he judged from the information revealed by those extraordinary people during their chat that the place where these people were stationed today was the completely abandoned county town. If the human convoy is moving at the speed, they will probably arrive there before sunset to start repairs. In that case, it will destroy the night attack tactics that Lin Ning had come up with. According to Lin Ning's idea, he let his subordinates gather outside the county town as soon as possible, and then wait for the night to fall to launch a surprise attack, so that the humans who are quite dependent on light unable to adapt to night combat, and have not yet made defensive measures, will fall into a desperate situation. Thus, the result of defeating a huge army of extraordinary people with subordinates, who were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, was achieved. The humans marched too fast, and their convoy could move forward quickly even if the road was muddy, and the subordinates had limited speed, and it would take time to reach the ruins of the county town from the Wantohai spirit realm. So, in order to achieve the goal, Lin Ming asked Xiao, Shower and Sanson to use wind blades to cut the road to slow down the marching speed of those humans to the maximum extent. The effect was remarkable. Although there were Earth-type extraordinary people among the humans, it still delayed them for a long time. When the humans arrived at the ruins of the county town and just started to repair, the subordinates had almost all arrived outside the county town and were ready. And Lin Ming took advantage of the fact that it was not completely dark yet, and the group began to build defense measures and use bamboo roots to release poison gas to kill more than 10 people. The evolution points obtained from this were a pleasant surprise. At this time, the last ray of light left by the sun had disappeared, and hundreds of searchlights in the huge camp were turned on slowly. In this moonless night, both the extraordinary and the warriors felt the dangerous smell floating in the air, and the extraordinary who just died with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and even some festering skin made them panic again. Although the searchlight can illuminate the nearby area as bright as day, in the dark night outside the white light of this searchlight, everyone knows that there may be some unexpected crisis coming. Be prepared for battle. Jia Yu floated in the air, and the light of the white searchlights in the sky stretched a shadow on the ground very long, like a black giant python. Yes, Earth-type extraordinary. Ho Sin, Sun Wei and Chu Ku, you guys should prepare the Earth-type defense immediately. The barrier group, prepare the barrier. Yes. At this time, the roar of wild beasts and the long howling sound suddenly sounded around them. The enemy is attacking. Be prepared for battle. Jia Yu raised his right arm high, and suddenly a purple-red flame rose from behind him. Chapter 92, All is Fair in War. The cold mountain wind was biting, and the last ray of light was swallowed up by the darkness. The pale searchlight shone into the sky and into the corners of this ruined city, the huge black shadows flying in the sky from time to time, from far to near. The heart-shaking howling and roaring of the beasts deeply stimulated every nerve of these humans. Build fortifications and open the barrier. Use the triple barrier. Jia Yu floated in the air, with a strong purple-red flame burning behind him. Holding a strange halberd emitting purple light, he commanded in the sky above the center of the human position. Howitzer vehicles equipped with armor-piercing and incendiary bombs are ready. Flamethrowers. Mortar Special Forces soldiers come to the front. The extraordinary people guard the 8 positions and use spiritual energy to protect the vital points. Those who can control elements are ready to attack at the front. Anti-aircraft guns are ready. If those broken birds fly over again, splash them in the face. After the various orders were issued, the extraordinary people and the army, who were originally in a bit of chaos, calmed down a lot in an instant. Although there were endless complaints from the extraordinary people, the soldiers still had a much higher evaluation of this extraordinary person floating in the air. In a very short time, the 3 layers of green, khaki and blue translucent light curtains instantly completely covered the large army of more than 30,000 people. In this vast area, those Earth-type extraordinary people also used the ruined buildings to quickly build trenches and fortresses. The howitzer vehicles aimed their barrels in all directions, and the shells were loaded. The flamethrowers and mortar soldiers also stood at the forefront. Several anti-aircraft guns also completely covered the air area. The advantage of numbers was greatly magnified at this moment, and the one who commanded them was Jia Yu, who was standing in the sky and had the clearest understanding of the situation. Humph! Even if it is a group of sea-level demons, there is no need to be afraid. With this kind of defense, how can they break through? What's more, I still have that thing. Jia Yu glanced at the 2 large boxes containing that thing in the air, and knew that it was a last resort. If it is not necessary, it must not be used easily. After all, this is not the Wantohai spirit realm. It was unknown what kind of monsters these people who attacked in the dark were. However, why didn't the other party attack yet? Weren't they very active just now? Jia Yu looked around. It was pitch black outside the searchlight. Above the center of this abandoned city, all he could hear was the howling of the cold wind. What's wrong? Strange. It was quite lively just now. Were they scared away by us? After nearly 20 minutes, Those mutant creatures that seemed to be about to attack suddenly stopped moving. The extraordinary people murmured in a low voice. Everyone's heart, which had just been tense, was still hanging. As time went by, this huge army became more relaxed. Pay attention to me. Don't relax. Sense the perception system. Don't just stand there. Jia Yu yelled. It has been proven countless times that the most relaxed time is when something bad is going to happen. But the quality of these extraordinary people is uneven. And the strength is the same. Jia Yu said that he had a good understanding of the abilities of these people. But he still felt that he was a little overwhelmed. If his father showed up to command, these people would not dare to say a word. Right? As expected. After he yelled a few words, the voices of those extraordinary people who did not obey him at all were even louder than before. TSK. Jia Yu gradually became impatient. What's wrong? Why haven't they appeared yet? Before he knew it, more than 20 minutes had passed, and the sky became increasingly darker. Under the starry sky, in this desolate city ruins, only behind these three barriers, the extremely crowded human beings gradually made more and louder noises. Although the searchlight has a wide range of illumination, it does not show any effect in the center of this messy abandoned city with many abandoned buildings. Everyone stared around with wide eyes, and only saw a piece of round pale light column. Perception system. Are you dumb? Did you sense anything? Jia Yu gradually became impatient, and he couldn't help shouting again. Nothing. Can't you fly and see for yourself? A superhuman of the perception system was also very angry. Jia Yu always acted like a boss and gave orders. Who do you think you are? You just have a good father. Jia Yu opened his mouth to refute, but closed it again. If he could fly and see, why would he need to look for these rubbish superhumans? At most, the attacks on the ground could be made ineffective in the air. But there were some mutant birds in the air that looked like fighter jets. If he wasn't in these 3 layers of protective shields, he might have become a corpse and fallen down at any time. If he were a B-class extraordinary person, he would not be afraid of this disadvantage in the air. Unfortunately, he was only a C-class peak. Time passed slowly, and everyone began to get impatient. 1 person affected 2. 2 people affected 4. The more such a time, the easier it was for the impatient mood to spread. Compared with this ragtag army, the Tang soldiers who followed were quite combat literate. Many of these soldiers also participated in the last battle in the Lingxiao Peak incident. Although their experience in fighting mutants was very limited, they also understood that if they could not concentrate at this moment, they would definitely pay a painful price for it. They unloaded the howitzers and self-propelled artillery from the car as quickly as possible, pointed the vehicle-mounted howitzers in every direction, and asked the flamethrowers and mortar special forces to prepare at the outermost layer of this huge formation. Facing mutants, there was no room for carelessness. But the soldiers were also surprised at why these extraordinary people did not seem to be experienced in battle and had combat qualities. In fact, these people seemed quite dissatisfied with Jia Yu, who made the correct judgment quickly. Why? This huge army, covered by 3 layers of protective shields, was about to fall apart in the center of this abandoned city before the enemy attacked. Just as everyone was gradually becoming more relaxed, the outermost green light curtain suddenly flashed and then suddenly disappeared, before Jia Yu had time to be surprised. The second layer of khaki light curtain also went out in an instant. What are you doing? The barrier group. Are you not full? He yelled. Pop! The last layer of light blue, which is also the strongest defensive light curtain, also suddenly disappeared at this time. Dong Wei. Dong Wei is dead. Sheng Yu. Who did it? Several extraordinary people in the barrier group fell in the fortress built by the Earth-type extraordinary people, and each of them was bleeding from all 7 orifices. And their death was horrible. However, before they even had time to spread this panic, the howling of mutant creatures suddenly sounded all around, and their figures, under the light of the searchlights in the distance, gradually rushed towards their originally solid but now riddled with holes. Under the gazes of everyone, their hideous faces gradually magnified to the maximum. Chapter 93 Collapse. What? What? Jia Yu took a breath. He was holding a strange long halberd with purple light floating in the sky, and was stunned by the scene before his eyes. Tactics? This is a tactic. What is the origin of this group of mutant creatures? Sea-level demon spirits? Even if it is a sea-level demon spirit, it is impossible to think of such a tactic. Aren't sea-level demon spirits only basic intelligence? However, he was still in a daze, and suddenly felt several violent winds coming at him. Dang! The long halberd in his hand swung subconsciously, and after colliding with the oncoming black giant shadow, it made a huge noise, shaking Jiayu's arm. My arm is about to break. Jiayu, who had just woken up from a dream, lowered his altitude instantly, and the anti-aircraft guns below blasted at the same time, with huge flames constantly rushing out of the barrels. Thousands of rectangular light spots immediately poured out their anger on the black shadows that flashed by. However, the anti-aircraft guns did not hit the target even once. But the mutant creatures rushing from all directions took the opportunity to rush to the position. Giant wolf! Wait! This green one is Pudu! Before a giant blue wolf rushed into the position. Several half-moon-shaped green wind blades easily penetrated the layers of fortresses, harvesting the lives of several unlucky guys. Fire! The soldiers controlled the howitzers and had already locked the target. After a loud bang, one of the armor-piercing shells instantly hit the giant wolf. However, the expected scream did not appear. The giant wolf rushed out of the smoke unscathed, showing its terrifying fangs and leaping into the position to kill the extraordinary people. Then, the second and third wolves also rushed into the formation. This originally extremely solid formation was immediately disrupted by these three attacks. Immediately afterwards, a huge running sound came, and a wolf as big as an elephant, the figure of a giant beast, suddenly appeared. TSK 1 or 2. Jiayu held a halberd and activated his ability instantly. The purple light suddenly disappeared, and the halberd in his hand suddenly expanded several times. A moment later, a figure suddenly flashed, and he caught up with the speed of the wolf and swung the strange weapon in his hand heavily. Bang! So tough. This was the first time that Jiayu encountered a mutant creature that could withstand his attack. Even if this was obviously a sea-level demon wolf, it shouldn't be like this. A few more green wind blades flew by, and after Jiayu barely dodged them, he suddenly found that something strange had happened. The three wolves suddenly rushed out of the extremely chaotic position and disappeared into the darkness again. The huge figure that withstood dozens of shells and remained unharmed was now approaching the position. Concentrate the attack! Concentrate the attack! The howitzer was constantly loading ammunition. But no matter whether it was armor-piercing shells, incendiary bombs, grenades, or armor-breaking shells, none of them could hurt this behemoth. What was even more terrifying was that under the white light of the searchlight in another direction, a huge black shadow with a height of 7 or 8 meters was gradually approaching them. Sea-level demon army? Jiayu was in midair and dodged the impact of the giant mutant birds again. But then he found that they were just faking a shot, folding their wings, and rushing straight towards the extraordinary people who were still stunned. With a loud and long roar, they harvested lives crazily. What kind of tactics is this? What are they? Jiayu, who was in the sky, felt his scalp tingling. He found that behind the two behemoths, there were a large group of mutant creatures, giant wolves with electric light all over their bodies, spraying fireballs and venom. Pandas that stood like humans, but were unusually burly and ferocious, crawling creatures that shone with silver light, looked like snakes but were not snakes. There was a walking creature, and there was a golden python beside it. Beside the pure white monster, there were two horse-sized fang monsters roaring. There were spots of light scattered all over its body, and it was unknown what kind of monster it was. In the distance, there were three gray wolves, leading a black mass of mutant creatures, rushing towards this direction. Elements. Elemental spirits? C-grade? All C-grade? The weapons of the extraordinary people scratched the body of the monster. But then the white light flashed around the other monster, and its wound healed instantly. The strange panda waved its huge fist like a storm, smashing the heads and bodies of dozens of besieged superhumans into pieces. The white snake kept spewing venom, causing several superhumans nearby to rot and become a pile of bones. The golden python suddenly enlarged its tail several times, gently swept over a row of superhumans, and crushed them into meat paste. The three extremely fast beasts cooperated with each other, constantly flashing on the battlefield, tearing the throats of several superhumans, and then flashing behind several superhumans to repeat the killing. The searchlights were swept by two giant birds, and exploded with a loud bang. The other two giant. The birds sometimes swooped down from low altitudes, and sometimes used their wings to turn into sharp blades, chopping the extraordinary people in half. An extraordinary person finally released a barrier to trap the wolves, and the alien beast that had recovered from its injuries before appeared again to break the barrier. As a result, it was hit by a howitzer, and another alien beast rushed towards the howitzer formation like crazy, carrying them on its back and throwing them all dozens of meters away to become a pile of scrap metal. More than 100 mutant wolves relied on their numerical advantage to continuously harvest the lives of the extraordinary people in the completely chaotic enemy army. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing. The feeling of powerlessness and despair instantly extinguished Xia Yu's high-spirited and confident aura, and also gradually collapsed his worldview. He had never thought that before reaching the Wantuhai's spirit realm, the army he led would encounter such a powerful opponent. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xia Yu screamed, and his face gradually twisted. It's all over. All over. What status? What prestige? All shattered. If this goes on, he will not be able to surpass Zheng Guodong, and he will lose everything. Floating in the air, he has no way out. He rushed straight to the two big boxes. Take out the ball shining with strange light. And Dai Yu rushed to the extraordinary people who were lucky enough not to be killed and gathered together in the corner. This is something more powerful than the Spirit Stone. Soul Pill. If you want to survive, absorb the spiritual energy inside. Absorb it. Absorb it. Absorb it. He roared and ordered crazily. Those extraordinary people who were on the verge of despair, without a moment's hesitation, absorbed all the majestic spiritual energy in these soul pills into their bodies. However, after the spiritual energy entered their bodies in large quantities, those extraordinary people were horrified to find that their consciousness was almost completely devoured in an instant. They opened their mouths in pain. The pupils in their eyes disappeared, and their twitching bodies expanded like balloons at a very fast speed. From time to time, behind Xia Yu, waving huge halberds and laughing wildly, a large group of terrifying creatures as big as black hills suddenly appeared. With a deafening roar, the battle has been reversed. Ha ha ha! Xia Yu flew high in the sky, roaring, B-level artificial demon spirits are born. Ha ha ha! All of you die. All of you die. Demon spirits, taste the power of this ultimate weapon. Chapter 94. The One Who Knows Everything. More than 100 extremely powerful spiritual energies rose into the sky. Lin Ming, who was 100 kilometers away, also instantly sensed these extremely terrifying spiritual energies. Is this the waiting? His breath perception had completely materialized the entire battle situation in his mind. At the beginning, he was still a little uncomfortable with this ability, but after a lot of practice in a short period of time, he also mastered this ability with some bugs. Lin Ming sensed that his subordinates had used the strategy of Fatty Panda to almost completely defeat the enemy, who had originally had all the advantages and solid defense. But what he didn't expect was that this extraordinary person of Xia Yu actually had a backup plan. Soul Pill. This thing can actually turn extraordinary people into monsters? After Xia Yu let those extraordinary people absorb the spiritual energy in it, the spiritual energy index of the extraordinary people rose wildly. And finally they turned into monsters with B-level spiritual energy. In his perception, those monsters have begun to kill everything they can see around them. But fortunately, Panda De Pang has commanded all his subordinates to retreat quickly. Fortunately, this guy is here. After De Pang realm reached the first level, his already strong spiritual intelligence was further improved. Lin Ming felt that he could be trained as his own military advisor. De Pang's reaction was very quick. If it was Xiao Yi, he would definitely lead the wolves to fight against this group of monsters, just like they did with the Silver Poison Dragon last time. Moreover, it can also be quite familiar with the abilities of each companion, and combine their abilities to exert the greatest strength. Just like this time in the battle, it even proposed to Lin Ming that he should solve the 3 layers of barriers before launching a surprise attack. When humans finished their defense, it did not rush to attack directly, but waited patiently until humans began to show impatience before launching an attack. Let Xioi and the others fight guerrilla warfare first, and then use the huge bodies of Xiaoxi and the giant bear Manhua as meat shields to resist the direct fire of humans. Then let the other companions play their roles and inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Quite a good tactic. At this moment, under the command of Big Fatty, the Soro carried the heavy Xiaowu and the giant bear Manhua with a bunch of companions on top. The 4 giant birds grabbed some of the other slow ones and left the battlefield first, while the remaining companions, led by Big Fatty, evacuated to a safe area. This guy has fully considered everything. He even took into account that Lin Ming did not want to take the initiative to stay behind the scenes, and did not let him use bamboo roots to save the situation. It was perfect. At this time, in that battlefield, the only ones left were the extraordinary people who survived by chance. Nearly 30,000 soldiers, who had almost no casualties. Jia Yu floating in the air. And the more than 100 monsters. Lin Ming discovered that those monsters, which were 7 or 8 meters tall, were originally human beings. Their strength and speed had greatly increased compared to before, and they also had an absolute advantage in numbers, which was indeed quite difficult to deal with. Just think about it. That was equivalent to more than 100 B-level monsters. More than 100 B-level monsters had incredible destructive power. And Lin Ming also discovered that these guys didn't seem to have any intention of attacking each other, but instead poured all their madness on the living humans. Monsters of the B-level could kill ordinary humans, and those extraordinary people whose strength was not very strong. Even if any one of them was picked out, those opponents, who were too weak for them, would be instantly destroyed. These B-level monsters did exactly what Lin Ming thought, and almost instantly killed all the living people present, except for Jia Yu. What should happen next? Lin Ming sensed the positions of all his subordinates, and estimated their speed. Thousands of bamboo roots rushed out from their paths, and grabbed them one after another. These bamboo roots moved them towards the Wantuhai spirit realm at a very fast speed. There was a reason for this. It was not that he was afraid of these B-level monsters. No matter how fast or powerful they were just using bamboo roots to fill their mouths, and bean sprouts to break their heads, one after another. Now that he was at the 3rd level, he could even strategically despise these B-level monsters that were only more numerous. At the same time, Lin Ming also controlled the bamboo roots, and created a huge underground space of tens of thousands of square meters under the underground rock layer 1,000 meters below him. The subordinates, who were quickly tied up by his bamboo roots and returned from 100 kilometers away, were sent from the ground to the huge underground space by Lin Ming. Of course, he also prepared a lot of food and threw them all in. After doing all this, facing the monsters, and Jia Yu, who had already started to march towards the Wantuhai area from their original location, Lin Ming also had some sighs. He felt that this Jia Yu was a bit stupid. Yes, not stupid, but foolish. Although he was in a desperate situation at that time, he had rashly created a monster as powerful as a B-level demon spirit. This person obviously did not estimate the consequences. Moreover, he created so many at one time. More than 100. Isn't this looking for a nuclear bomb? How stupid. Lin Ming sighed, as he urged thousands of bamboo roots to burst out from under the ground 100 kilometers away almost instantly. The dragon-like bamboo roots suddenly tied up all the B-level monsters and Jia Yu. What is this? Jia Yu stared with bloodshot eyes, not daring to believe his eyes. What is this thing that suddenly emerged from the ground at such a fast speed? Even if he burst out all his spiritual energy, he couldn't break free from this thing that looked like a plant root. Let me go! Let me go! What kind of monster is this? Jia Yu yelled madly. His voice became even more shrill in this city that had completely become a ruin. He turned his head desperately to look at the monsters he had created, whose abilities were comparable to those of B-level demons, and found that even as powerful as they were, they could not get rid of this root system at all. Break out of ordinary things. Wait, this root system, is it stronger than the B-level? Jia Yu mind instantly remembered the B-level monster spirit in Lingxiao Peak, which disappeared inexplicably in Wantuhai spirit realm. Could it be that? Is there an A-level monster king in Wantuhai spirit realm? He got goosebumps all over his body. Yes. 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 He looked at the root system that seemed to have life that tied him up, and suddenly laughed wildly again. The A-level monster king is still a fucking plant. A plant. A monster that can control roots even 100 kilometers away. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who guessed it. However, his laughter stopped abruptly after the thing that could be seen with the naked eye at night, dragging flames from the horizon to this side. That is, the firelight of the black shadow approaching at a very fast speed has illuminated him, and the B-level monsters, who were tied up like dumplings. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I am the only one who knows this secret that no one can guess. A mushroom cloud rises from the ruins of the old Tang County. Chapter 95. Use whatever means necessary. Mushroom cloud. After seeing the iconic smoke and dust shape produced by the explosion, Lin Ning instantly cut off nearly 70 to 80 kilometers of bamboo roots on that side. Then, he used another bamboo root to turn his body facing that direction, and used extremely strong bamboo roots to build nearly 10 layers of barriers. This barrier even extends from the exit of the valley to Lin Ning's body. Lin Ning was also prepared to continue to create more barriers in a short period of time if the first 5 bamboo root barriers were destroyed by the shock wave. The mutant creatures in the Wantohai spirit realm also sensed the danger, and they fled madly in the opposite direction. For a while, the valley was boiling, but after the huge tremor reached the Wantohai spirit realm, the shock wave that Lin Ning had expected did not come. He observed. The nuclear bomb only turned the creatures within a few kilometers around into nothingness, and everything within a few kilometers was shattered and destroyed by the bombardment of the explosion shock wave. He was hundreds of kilometers away, but he did not feel any impact and damage caused by the nuclear bomb explosion at all. Wait! Could it be a small yield one? Lin Ning suddenly remembered this term. It is not the kind of nuclear bomb with extremely powerful impression. The lethality of a small yield nuclear bomb is much weaker than the impression. It is basically used in situations where the effective killing range is not large, or in extremely solid fortresses, even if there is smoke and shock waves from the explosion, or radiation. It is estimated that there will not be much left when it reaches the Wantohai spirit realm on the high mountains. No wonder the mushroom cloud does not seem to be as huge as imagined. So, is the shock wave also much smaller? After waiting for a long time, until the night came and the tremor completely disappeared, Lin Ning gradually felt relieved. Looking at the extremely deep underground space, the subordinates were very calm. They also knew that the place where they were should be the safest. Small-yield nuclear bomb. Lin Ning once again felt the power of humans in this aspect. The reason why they used this kind of thing against the Wantohai spirit realm and the Lingxiao Peak spirit realm was because in the impression of humans, mutant creatures were all active and could not be attacked as precise targets. Moreover, the chaotic magnetic field of the spiritual realm would also disrupt the accuracy of precise attacks. Moreover, most of the spiritual realms are now connected, and the active mutant creatures can quickly move from the original attack location to other locations. This was the case with the Silver Poison Dragon of Lingxiao Peak before. If a large-yield nuclear bomb attack is used, although it may be able to solve the problem in one shot, the impact on other aspects is too great, so the human side will only consider it as the last resort. After all, this place is not far from the center of Shu province. Now, they used a small-yield nuclear bomb to accurately strike this group of monsters that reached the level of B-level demon spirits in a short period of time. Lin Ning felt that they should have come prepared. Or, ordinary people in the human world seem to have expected this to happen. They should have deployed this weapon very close, so they were able to accurately strike the target in such a short time. Every move and thought of the extraordinary people seemed to be in the hands of ordinary people. Lin Ning fully felt the sharp contradiction between ordinary people and extraordinary people from the conversations of so many people, and it was estimated that the situation above was not much better. In particular, this time, Jia Yu seemed to be the son of the president of the so-called Extraordinary Association. This time, the human side should be in chaos for a while. The spiritual energy has revived, but they still don't work together. Intrigue and create conflicts. They have already lagged far behind the mutants in this era of spiritual energy revivification. Putting away his size, Lin Ning also re-examined the most critical point in this incident. The human extraordinary people mutated after absorbing the huge amount of spiritual energy of the soul pill. Although he could not see it directly, from the descriptions of his subordinates and his own ability to perceive materialization, Lin Ning roughly understood the general appearance of this monster. 7 or 8 meters tall, with extremely strong muscles all over his body. A lot of blood flows on his skin, which is light purple in color. His head is like a human, but very small, without intelligence, and can only destroy and kill. He is extremely powerful and fast. He is definitely a monster. A man-made monster. And it is a monster that can instantly increase its strength to that of a B-level demon spirit. The reason why Lin Ning thinks so now is because he later discovered a strange thing. It is almost the same as the result of the fish pond experiment he did at that time. In order to fix these monsters that have not yet started to move, Lin Ning wanted to use bamboo roots to trap their movements. At first, he thought he would use the ability of extreme regeneration to allow those extremely powerful monsters to regenerate immediately after their roots were torn off. As a result, he found that the monsters had no ability to tear off his roots at all. Lin Ming knew that it was not because his roots, which had reached the A level, were indestructible, but that the concentration of spiritual energy on these monsters was decreasing at a very fast rate. In just less than a few minutes, the concentration of spiritual energy on these monsters, which had once reached the B-level demon spirit, dropped to the C level, and it was still decreasing. This was exactly like the time when he dropped 10 drops of spiritual liquid into the fish pond at once in order to cultivate the underwater troops. And the fish pond exploded. At that time, after the fish grew rapidly in size, the concentration of spiritual energy on their bodies had reached the level of the second level of the entry level, which made Lin Ming happy for a few seconds. But not long after that, the concentration of spiritual energy on their bodies returned to its original state, and they turned back into just a bunch of stupid and big fish. Lin Ming didn't care too much at that time, but felt that he was forcing things. His spiritual fluid was too rich in spiritual energy, which led to this kind of thing. Now that I think about it, the spiritual energy concentration of the soul pill is actually very similar to the spiritual fluid in my body. They both have extremely strong and rich spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy concentration of my spiritual fluid obviously did not reach the level of the soul pill that concentrated all the essence. So when my subordinates drank my spiritual liquid, there was not much change in their bodies. But after absorbing the spiritual energy of the soul pill of even a C-level monster, the concentration of their spiritual energy increased a lot. And on my side, didn't I also absorb the soul pill of the B-level monster, the silver poison sky dragon, and even attain an unimaginable degree of spiritual energy at once, and successfully upgraded from the second level 7 to the third level? Now think about it. The conclusion should be like this. The soul pill was taken from the mutant creature that was about to become a monster, and then Jai used it to create a monster that became a B-level monster in a short period of time. But he didn't seem to think too much about the fact that the concentration of spiritual energy in these monsters would decrease rapidly over time. Maybe Jai also considered it. But the series of blows at that time shattered his worldview, and his spirit fell into madness and collapse. Moreover, at that time, he really had no other way to turn the tide. Soul pills contain a lot of spiritual energy, but they can also make those humans develop like mutants, lose their minds, and only kill in their eyes. It is indeed very effective in a short period of time, creating a group of B-level monsters to destroy the target. But unfortunately, humans seem to have gone completely astray in this regard. Humans will do anything to achieve their goals, in order to regain the dominant position in this era of spiritual energy recovery. They will do everything possible. Lin Ming felt that Jia was just a pawn, and became the one who was abandoned in this operation. Chapter 96 Critical Point. The warm sun of early winter once again slowly rises from the eastern mountain. The mist in the mountains gradually rises. It floats among the lush trees. Like a fairyland, the transparent dew gradually condenses into a ball between the bamboo leaves, and then gently drips from the sky. In the Wantohai Valley, everything is the same. The hustle and bustle of last night seem to have never happened, and those mutant creatures gradually return to their original habitats. Lin Ming looked into the distance. A huge mushroom-like smoke rose last night from the place 100 kilometers away. That represents destruction, and represents the ultimate weapon. This is the first time Lin Ming has seen it up close. Now, he can't sense the existence of any life in that extremely large area even if he activates his breath perception. Although the equivalent is small, it is enough to completely dissipate the creatures within a radius of several kilometers. Human weapons are still one of the most terrifying things on this planet. Once, Lin Ming believed that humans would not dare to drop a nuclear bomb to deal with demons at will. But now it is seen that they are not afraid. But they choose to launch at what time? Especially this kind of small-yield nuclear bomb against mutant creatures in a certain area can achieve the best effect in the shortest time. If more and stronger demons appear, and even the harm is to a degree that cannot be ignored. Lin Ming believes that a large-yield nuclear bomb can make many people see mushroom clouds. The human side? After this time, I am afraid that it will not come here again for a long time. The reason is very simple. First, the pollution caused by this nuclear bomb after it is dropped will make them afraid for a while. Even if it is a strategic nuclear weapon that has little pollution to the environment, it will take several months to eliminate the radiation pollution level through natural rainfall and waste landfill. According to Lin Ming's judgment, they should not drop dirty bombs or something like that. After all, there is no meaning. Effectively killing the enemy does not mean permanent destruction. so there is no need. Second, it is because of that Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu identity and ability are very special. As the son of the president of the Extraordinary Association, Xiaoyu served as the vanguard in this operation. According to the information obtained by Lin Ning breath perception, Xiaoyu seemed to be used by the ordinary people as a discarded chess piece. He dutifully led his troops to the vicinity of the Wan Tohai spirit realm, and after being attacked and falling into a desperate situation, he used the soul pill to create a monster. Then he was baptized by a nuclear bomb. To be honest, Lin Ning also thought this move was very clever. After testing the strength of the monsters transformed by the extraordinary after using the soul pill, and the power of a small-yield nuclear bomb, killing two birds with one stone. Think about it. How timely and clever the nuclear bomb came. It was deployed nearby long ago, waiting for the extraordinary to appear as a monster. And then it came immediately. The accuracy is amazing. If you say that ordinary people don't know what the soul pill can do, Lin Ning will never believe it. The ordinary people may have been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time. If it weren't for Lin Ning's accidental promotion to the 3rd level and the aura detection satellite, ordinary people might have to wait for their chance. Using the Wan Tohai spirit realm as an excuse, Xiaoyu led the army to come. If they really arrived at the Wan Tohai spirit realm and encountered unimaginable danger, Xiaoyu used the soul pill. Monsters appeared, and the nuclear bomb would be aimed at the Wan Tohai spirit realm. If they really didn't encounter danger, then I'm afraid the ordinary people would definitely not lose out. Just wait for the next opportunity. And by the way, they could also publicize to the outside world that they had wiped out a spiritual realm. But they probably didn't expect that this huge army had only walked more than half of the way, and the incident had already happened. They were attacked. And Xiaoyu, who was eager to establish merit and prove himself, was forced to have no way to retreat and use the soul pill. By this, Lin Ning felt that the Extraordinary Association on the human side would probably have a hard time. Although the B-level monster created by the soul pill was only B-level for a moment, the ordinary people would definitely use this matter to make the Extraordinary Association absolutely embarrassed. The son of the president of the Association of Extraordinary People died, and he was bewitched by ordinary people and eventually died. The association probably won't swallow its anger. The conflict between them is expected to explode directly at this critical point. The conflict between ordinary people and extraordinary people will explode completely sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. The attacks and intrigues between humans make Lin Ning feel very interesting. Wouldn't it be better to use this energy to improve your own strength? In this era of spiritual energy revival, you have fallen from the dominant position. How can you still have time to play this? If humans finally perish, Lin Ning thinks the reason must be their own. Although this step has not yet arrived, it is estimated that if it continues like this, with the deepening of the recovery of spiritual energy, it may suddenly come one day. Never mind this. Lin Ning actually cares more about another point. Xiaoyu ability. Xiaoyu has multiple abilities. Lin Ning did not sense how many there are, and it seems that this group of people do not know. And Xiaoyu himself did not tell it. He only knows that the son of the chairman was a superhuman in the world before. At the peak of sea level, level 5 of the first stage, after breaking through the bottleneck of the realm, Xiaoyu ability is also quite powerful. However, from the observation of Xiaoyu in this short period of time, Lin Ning is not without speculation. First of all, this guy can fly, which Lin Ning can be completely sure of. Originally, Lin Ning thought that the basic ability of human superhumans is strange power, or it can be directly understood as the physical index is becoming in time stronger. Later, people like Captain Zheng who can use the fire element are considered compound ability people. But according to what his subordinates had told him, Xiaoyu had a halberd with purple flames, and the same color of flames could also be emitted from his back. Later, this guy also had the ability to make the halberd huge, although it is not known whether Xiaoyu has other abilities. If the strange power is counted, he is now a triple ability user. This also made Lin Ning sigh. In this world of spiritual revival, although the human side is generally behind the mutant creatures and is already in a passive position, but they still have special features that the mutant creatures envy. In addition to technology, the extraordinary people on the human side seem to have the possibility of multiple extraordinary powers. As long as they can use these extraordinary powers reasonably and combine them with technological power, when facing the demon spirits like natural disasters, they may not continue to be as helpless as they are now. As a human on the opposing side, Lin Ning will not underestimate them. But he will not be afraid of them. Even if the nuclear bomb falls on him, he will definitely not be destroyed like those monsters. As long as he retains even a millimeter of hairy roots, he can grow back to his current appearance. A level demon king. Lin Ning looked at his attribute panel. He felt that he had not yet truly reached the level of A level. To the level that made humans helpless and terrified. Just like what he learned from those humans. It was said that a few B-level demon spirits in the plains of Neon Country were flooded with tsunamis, which easily made humans fall into despair. It was easy for him, an A level, to do such a thing. However, it was not necessary at the moment. Let's get stronger first, and then consider it. Chapter 97 9-Layer Tower. Name. Zheng Guodong looked up at the young man, with a distorted expression opposite him, and smiled contemptuously. Sun Tao. What are you pretending for? Be honest. Who is pretending with you? Zheng Guodong. Don't you know how big a mistake you made? In the narrow interrogation room, Zheng Guodong was locked in special handcuffs and interrogated. When he heard the word wrong, Zheng Guodong was a little speechless for a moment. And he thought of his companions again in an instant. I ask you again. Name. Zheng Guodong. Age. 33. You are the third captain of the Special Operations Team of the Superhuman Association. Right? It's me. You led your team to the Dachi Mountain Spirit Realm to complete the task assigned by the superiors. Right? Yes. Where are the people in the team? All died. Only I am left. How did you survive? This? I don't know. You are still hiding it. Right? You actually killed all the people. Right? Zheng Guodong opened his mouth, shook his head, and sighed. I guess so. What do you mean? You? Sun Tao opened his mouth to curse. At this time, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly kicked open, and a bearded man walked in. Mr. Sun, what the hell are you doing? Brother Wang. Get out. The bearded man pointed at the door, and Sun Tao ran out in disgrace. Zheng Guodong looked confused and smiled bitterly. Liuzi. What happened? Something happened in the association. You? What did you say? Zheng Guodong's eyes widened. The bearded man lit a cigarette and handed it to Zheng Guodong's mouth. And lit one for himself. Guodong. That's not important. You just need to tell me everything that happened in the Great Qin Mountain Spirit Realm. Something happened? What happened? Wait. Could it be that? Tell me what happened first. And then I tell you what happened. I think the severity of what you tell me may not be much less than what I tell you. The bearded man also looks tired. Zheng Guodong was stunned for a moment, and exhaled another puff of smoke. His eyes blurred. A monster appeared. What kind of monster? A monster transformed from a human. A monster transformed from a human? What human? Xiao Heng transformed. Zheng Guodong closed his eyes tightly as he spoke, recalling that nightmarish night. We were attacked by countless mutant creatures, and the spirit stones were finally used up. After Xiao Heng used that thing. That thing, is the soul pill you wrote in the report before. Right? The bearded man thought for a while, and wrote the word soul pill on the paper. Yes. Xiao Zhao absorbed the spiritual energy inside, and suddenly became a huge and terrifying monster, killing everyone and all the mutant creatures. Zheng Guodong took a deep puff of smoke and coughed heavily again. Is the monster very powerful? Probably. It can make me a transcendent who is about to reach the peak of sea level. Look up to it, and can't see it. Then how did you get out alive? The bearded man raised his eyebrows. I killed it. That monster. Zheng Guodong took the last puff of his cigarette, crushed the butt, and smiled bitterly. You can't imagine how confused I was when I tried my best at the beginning, and then killed it with just my fists a few minutes later. The bearded man didn't speak. I still can't understand what happened that night. Zheng Guodong shook his head, not wanting to recall the nightmare of that night. Liuzi. I've said everything. I've said everything I should say. The bearded man nodded. I also wrote it down. You know my ability. I know whether you are lying or not. Then you should also tell me. What happened to the association? Zheng Guodong turned his head to look at the bearded man, waiting for his answer. Jia Yu is dead. Shai Lao is missing. And the association is currently in name only. The bearded man said softly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. You? What did you say? Zheng Guodong widened his eyes again. I have no reason to lie to you. Jia Yu created a large group of monsters like the ones you mentioned. And he made a big mistake. Old Jia fled for fear of crime. You said, wait, that kind of monster? Jia Yu? Zheng Guodong suddenly remembered that Xiao Zhao and the others had told him that Jia Yu was responsible for recycling the corpses of mutant creatures. He created monsters? That kind of terrifying monster? He knew that the soul pill could turn a transcendent into that kind of terrifying monster? The bearded man looked at Zheng Guodong, shook his head, and grinned. Zheng Guodong suddenly became furious. The association is in this fucking state. And you are still laughing? Aren't you from the association? You? The bearded man still smiled. The association should have been finished long ago. You? What the hell are you talking about? You said that to me before. Guodong. The bearded man stood up and stared into his eyes. What has the association done? You? The favorite of Mr. Zhai. Don't you know? Have you forgotten what happened at Lingxiao Peak? Have you forgotten the matter of concealing the B-level demon spirit? Have you forgotten the matter of throwing the lives of more than 100 brothers there? Jia Yu treated 2,000 brothers as non-humans in order to win credit. Turn them into monsters. And turn them into ashes with him. And let more than 30,000 soldiers be buried with him. You don't know about this kind of thing. So I tell you, the association has never treated us as human beings. What is protecting the safety of the people with one's own strength? The association just treats us extraordinary people as tools for profit. If we die, we die. And we will be thrown away after use. You, what you said? Zheng Guodong knew that Liuzi was right. And he couldn't refute it. He remembered what Mr. Shai said when he failed in the Wantuhai spirit realm for the first and second time and finally came back. His life is life. And those people's is not. It's because he is a sea-level transcendent. The most outstanding fire element transcendent. He concealed the matter of B-level demon spirits. And used this matter to send President Wan's direct line to Lingxiao Peak. Which directly caused the death of more than 100 people and contributed to President Wan's resignation. There are too many things that Shai Lao has done. The creed of the association has always been just a slogan. Zheng Guodong has questioned Shai Lao countless times why he must distinguish between transcendents and ordinary people so clearly. And why he thinks that ordinary people's lives are not lives. Shai Lao's answer is that they are transcendents, which are superior to ordinary people. Zheng Guodong couldn't understand this statement. And he once went to Liuzi in front of him to confide his troubles to him. But Zheng Guodong never thought that Jia Yu would create those horrible monsters and kill more than 2,000 brothers in the association. In the end, the association is just a tool of Jia Lao. Just for themselves. Zheng Guodong lowered his head decadently. Okay, Zheng Guodong. There are two paths before you. One is to be a dog of the association and wait for your old man Jai to come back. The second is to join the 9-layered sky tower and fight for humanity. Not for someone. Zheng Guodong raised his head suddenly. 9-layered sky tower? That is, the extraordinary troops directly under the Tang Kingdom. The bearded man sat down. Use your own strength to protect the safety of all people. Zheng Guodong's eyes flickered. 9-layered sky tower. Chapter 98 Various postures. The heavy snow fell for a whole day and night. Lin Ning thought that the last snow should be the last. But he didn't expect that it was just the beginning. The heavy snow did make his subordinates, who were used to the humidity, and he quite uncomfortable. Especially the little cute snake, who would rather hide in the deep space built by Lin Ning underground than come up to play. The little cute snake was so afraid of the cold that the panda Depang, who was having fun in the snow, became listless. But the little golden snake was very happy. He also drilled into the underground space, and kept warm next to the little cute snake. Early in the morning, Lin Ming asked Xiaoyi and the others to divide into 7 groups, each with 10 mutant wolves, to go to the dense forest and the valley to find food. The newly joined 133 wolves liked to fight very much. When they went to fight those humans, they didn't hesitate at all. And all followed Xiaoyi and the others out of the Wanzhou Sea. Lin Ning originally thought that a few of them would be unruly, so that he would have a chance to establish his authority. This group of wolves is also quite powerful, although their strength is a little weaker. They are not afraid of those extraordinary people, and played a significant role in that battle. They have now become an important supplementary force for themselves. But at the same time, they have also brought a considerable degree of management problems. No matter how many mutant creatures there are in the Wanzhou Sea, they are not enough for so many wolves to eat and drink every day. After all, this is only a valley area of dozens of square kilometers. Therefore, Lin Ning decided to let Shui and the others take these wolves to hunt and level up by the way, and continue for a while. Soro, Bigfoot, and Baichi went to exercise again. Lin Ning felt that he could not let these two guys go out alone, so that Baichi would not be able to hold Bigfoot down again and directly discuss the mystery of life with it instead of raising Bigfoot's weakness level. Although in the last battle, Bigfoot angrily overturned almost all howitzer vehicles and various heavy weapons after seeing Baichi being attacked, and his explosive power was quite amazing. But to be honest, this guy's strength is still quite weak in comparison. Although Baichi was too reckless, he was really strong in terms of strength. Through the battle that was materialized, Lin Ning also sensed that Baichi had instantly healed Xiao Wu's wounds and easily shattered the barrier-like curtains that those extraordinary people had built to trap them, especially the ability to shatter the barrier that was similar to the barrier system, which was quite powerful. At that time, when Lin Ning sensed that the extraordinary people had built 3 layers of barrier defense, he thought that it seemed that only he could use bamboo roots and toxins to break this situation, which was a bit helpless. And Panda de Pang didn't seem to have thought that Baichi would use such an ability, so he could only let Lin Ning go out and kill those extraordinary people of the barrier system to create a fighter. Now that Baichi has demonstrated its powerful ability, there will be one more choice when encountering extraordinary people of the barrier system in the future. However, the only shortcoming of this guy seems to be that he needs a meat shield character next to him, or someone to attract firepower next to him. After all, when he releases his ability, he is indeed easy to become a target. When the howitzer was aimed at him, although he did not hurt him, the impact of the ammunition almost knocked Baichi away. I hope Bigfoot can become such a night-type character. I wonder if this lazy guy can do it. While thinking so, Lin Ming sent Ah Fei, Ah Ban, and Ah Dian to supervise. Ah Fei's snow-like long hair almost concealed all his figures in the heavy snow. If he did not move, it would be really difficult to find him. With the ability to teleport, plus this snow-white fur, this guy is indeed a natural assassin. It seems that if there is a battle on Lishao Peak in the future, this guy can also be sent to act alone, and he can effectively kill the enemy. As for Ah Ban and Ah Dian, the two have completely become Ah Fei's left and right protectors, and they are usually inseparable. Actually, it's okay. The two jackals, Avon and Adian, can be responsible for guerrilla warfare to attract firepower when cooperating with a Fei, and can even attack together. After all, their speed is not slow. Speaking of which, I haven't taken a good look at the attribute panels of Avon and Adian. Race, Chihuan. Realm, Level 1. Level 2. Ability, Scythe Rain Strike LV6. Use fangs and claws to attack the enemy's weaknesses at high speed. Auxiliary LV4. When cooperating with companions to besiege the enemy, the attack power is increased by 40%. Special ability, Near-Death Rage LV5. When receiving fatal injuries, the attack power and speed are increased by 50%. Avon and Adian. These two guys don't seem to be much different in the panel, but overall, they are actually born auxiliary guerrilla roles. With a Fei's fighting style, they can be competent for roles similar to reconnaissance and surprise attack teams. In the last battle with the extraordinary people, they did use high-speed attacks to kill many extraordinary people, and the results were quite fruitful. After a long period of evolution, many subordinates seem to have found their own positions, which is a good thing for Lin Ming. After all, as powerful as he is, he still needs these subordinates to do some things that he can't take care of. For example, in the last battle, his subordinates completed all the tasks perfectly. Lin Ning felt that if he was allowed to complete this battle alone, it would actually be very simple. With a breath perception of 200 kilometers, he can perceive and materialize all the enemy's intelligence and conversations and grasp their movements. After that, when the opponent enters the range of 100 kilometers from him, it will be easy. Release the thick fog to burst, and the poison will rush over and take them away in one wave. Or use the roots to tie them up one by one and bury them with bamboo roots. Or use the roots to release poisonous gas. As long as he wants. He can even use bamboo roots to make a giant bamboo root net on the heads of humans to completely cover them. And then use extreme resurrection to block every hole and let them suffocate to death inside. Otherwise, he can also try the power of this new ability under him. Various methods. Multiple postures. But the disadvantage is that this is very shabby. No matter what he does. As long as there are living people who see it, or even if no one sees it, The spiritual energy detection satellite in the sky will take pictures, or humans will come to investigate afterwards. And they will definitely find clues. It is not Lin Ming's style to be high profile. He prefers to be more shabby. Level 3. A grade is his current strength. Looking at the whole world, I am afraid it is a top existence. As a mutant plant, Lin Ming can be said to be very powerful. But this strength is not invincible. The small-yield nuclear bombs deployed by humans nearby are not vegetarian. Facing the direct attack of that thing, Lin Ming can be confident that he will never go die because of it. And there will be no chance at all. But what about the various problems caused by it? Radiation? Extinction of valley creatures. He can't continue to hide. And he will be forced to fight with humans every moment. That's very troublesome. Therefore, the importance of subordinates is revealed at this moment. He completed the killing mission without anyone noticing, allowing him to continue to exist in the unknown realm of humans. In this battle, Lin Ming did make a few moves, but he also covered up all traces. Afterwards, humans dropped nuclear bombs as if they were helping, completely erasing all traces. Lin Ming deeply agreed. Before becoming truly invincible, surviving is the most correct choice. How correct is this? Especially, humans may have made some moves. Next, the previous conflicts between extraordinary people and ordinary people may become less acute after this. The extraordinary association may no longer exist because of this. What he will face in the future may be a more united human being. He must continue to survive. Chapter 99 New Subordinates. Snowflakes fluttered and slowly fell on the giant trees dotted between the hills. The snow on the trees accumulated more and more, pressing the trunks to creak. From time to time, large pieces of snow fell from the trees and merged with the white ground. A fiery red fox was swinging its two tails behind it, moving slowly in the snowfield. And from time to time it pricked up its ears and listened carefully to the movements around it. Now, this two-tailed fire fox has not found any food for 2 days. The Silverfish Mountain spirit realm is no longer as noisy as before. A large number of mutant creatures fled around because of the huge explosion and ran to an unknown place. The two-tailed fire fox came to a small river, stood on the thin ice, and drank a sip of river water. Suddenly, its ears turned and it heard a subtle sound coming from not far away. It was hungry and rushed directly in that direction without hesitation. However, before it approached the white-lipped deer grazing at the edge of the forest, it suddenly felt a huge force restraining its limbs. Looking down, it found that black things were entangled on its body. Then, a violent storm rolled up. The sight retreated madly, and the two-tailed fire fox roared in despair. However, it didn't take long for the exhausted two-tailed fire fox to find that the violent storm had stopped. Looking up and opening his eyes, in front of the two-tailed fire fox was a huge red plant. It wanted to look up and observe carefully, but was suddenly shocked by a very powerful spiritual energy, which made it tremble all over. The two-tailed fire fox looked around. The huge body of the mad wolf, the burly and violent panda, the silver snake spewing venom. The huge spiritual pressure from them made the two-tailed fire fox even more terrified. The body shook even more violently. However, at this moment, a green bamboo branch gradually stretched out in front of him, and a drop of translucent liquid with fragrance flowed out from the top of the bamboo branch and was about to drip. The rich spiritual energy contained in it made the two-tailed fire fox bite it and suck it. The sweet taste mixed with spiritual energy made it psychedelic for a while. Lin Ming looked at the docile two-tailed fire fox under him, stretched out the bamboo branch, and brushed off the snow on its body. Another subordinate. This is the 7th in the past 2 days. Since the last battle with humans, Lin Ming has been thinking about a problem. That is the problem of the realm improvement of his subordinates. Now, the group of wolves headed by Shioi have all reached the level of the 1st level and 6th level. In theory, this is worth rejoicing. Just think about it. If there is an A-level demon king on this blue planet, and his subordinates are all B-level demon spirits that humans fear, how shocking it would be. In the cognition of humans, all the B-level demon spirits in the world live in the ocean. It was these B-level demon spirits that once launched a very terrifying tsunami, turning the entire plain area of Neon into a swamp. No matter how advanced the technology is, no matter how powerful the weapons are, they can't prevent such a disaster from happening. And in the speculation of humans, a B-level demon spirit once appeared in Lishao Peak, but when they wanted to investigate carefully, they found that it had disappeared. with fear and suspicion. They sent a large army to Lingxiao Peak to find out the truth on the pretext of investigating the spiritual stone vein. B-level demon spirits are enough to make humans fear. What's more, it's an A-level demon king and many B-level demon spirits. If Shui and the others successfully upgrade to the second level, then what will humans do? The nuclear bombs in the nearby Shu province will drag with flames, causing a terrifying mushroom cloud to rise in this valley. There is no need to think about it at all. The consequences are absolutely so. The reason is that in this Wantuhai spiritual realm, only Lin Ning can conceal his breath at this time. The rest, whether it is Shi and the others, or Panda Depang, Little Cute Snake or a Fei, or even Little Turtle, do not have this ability, let alone the tendency to have this ability. This has resulted in Lin Ning having to temporarily stop Shui and the others from upgrading their realm. Otherwise, it will lead to an endless war between the Wantuhai demons led by him and humans. Lin Ning doesn't like trouble. He prefers to solve problems with strength. Therefore, in view of this, he decided to stop Shui and the others from improving their realms. After all, they were the closest to breaking through to the second level. Although this was a bit cruel to Shui and the others. After reaching the second level, they would have stronger power and more complete spiritual intelligence, which was also the pursuit of these mutant creatures in the era of spiritual energy revival. Now that their pursuit had been cut off, Lin Ning had no choice, unless he finds a way to cover up their spiritual energy concentration. Before that, they can only let them suffer for a while. After that, the second thing Lin Ning has to do is to let the strength of other subordinates work hard to improve and reach the 6th level of entry. Let's not talk about the low-level ones, like Little Turtle and Big Foot. At least Big Fat Panda and Little Cute Snake should improve this aspect first. The uneven strength of subordinates does affect many things. For example, in the previous battle with Xiaoyu and others, if the more than 100 mutant wolves were as strong as Shui, there would be no need to use any tactics. More than 100 wolves with the strength of the first level can just rely on speed to charge and attack. Not to mention more than 2,000 extraordinary people. 10,000 of them would have to be left here. However, the highest of these wolves is only the 8th level of entry, and the lowest is only the 2nd level of entry. This caused Big Fat Panda to consider quite a lot of things when formulating tactics. But in this situation, Lin Ning thinks it is better to have fewer of them in the future. It is highly likely that ordinary people and extraordinary people have been tied together on the human side, and they are more difficult to deal with when they are condensed into one. If the opponent's strength increases and our own strength does not change, the gap will become larger and larger. Lin Ning will never let this happen. Therefore, training other subordinates except Xiaoyi to reach the target realm as soon as possible is a very important topic in the coming days. Another way to improve combat power is to obtain more capable subordinates. After the nuclear bomb exploded, the most affected was the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm, which was dozens of kilometers away from there. Unlike the Wanjusi Spirit Realm, which was almost unaffected, the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm is almost temporarily unsuitable for continued living. After the explosion, a large number of mutant creatures also scattered from there. Some came to the Wanjusi Valley, and many ran to farther places. Even the Lingxiao Peak Spirit Realm, which is like a forbidden zone for life, has many mutant creatures migrating there. Among them, there may be mutant creatures with more potential. The extremely flexible bamboo roots, which are hundreds of kilometers long, serve as the main tool for catching them. Just like the two-tailed fire fox under him, the 3 blood sparrows flying happily among the bamboo branches, and the shrike that has inserted many mutant giant rats and mutant insects among his bamboo branches. They are all new subordinates that he has carefully selected. It's still not enough. Lin Ning is not satisfied with these few. He wants more. Chapter 100: The Starting Point of Reincarnation. The vast desert. The sand dunes are endless. The endless yellow sand spreads the silence and violence to the ground. Zheng Guodong and many extraordinary people are fully armed. They are in the edge of the desert, braving the howling cold wind, feeling the biting temperature of December, staring at the front. Next to them are nearly 1,000 rocket launchers filled with ammunition, ready to launch at any time. Originally, their place was a prosperous ancient city a few months ago. Now, due to the continuous expansion of the spiritual realm of the Woodhule Desert, it has been swallowed up and has completely become a no-man land. Countless people have been forced to leave their homes and become displaced because of this desert. Some people have lost their lives forever because of the emergence of this spiritual realm. The expansion of the spiritual realm has also made the desert swallow more unscrupulously and faster. And in the spiritual realm, the increasing concentration of spiritual energy also makes it impossible for humans to sit idly by. What's more, less than 200 kilometers behind them is a huge city with a population of nearly 8 million. Once those sea-level demons in this spiritual realm successfully upgrade their realm to be level, then they will bring unimaginable disasters to the huge city. The neon plains were completely submerged, and nearly 60 million people died. It's only been a few days on this blue planet. No matter which human being, they will never want to see that kind of thing happen again. Zheng Guodong looked at the soldiers behind him. They were holding individual rockets or carrying flamethrowers, with expressions of fearlessness on their faces, facing the upcoming tide of demons. Neither the extraordinary people nor these soldiers showed any signs of retreat or cowardice. I use my blood for the Tang dynasty. This is the 9-story tower. These are the real extraordinary people. These are the real warriors. Here, you can devote your strength without reservation. You can gain people's admiration. You can gain unprecedented recognition. Zheng Guodong thought of the extraordinary association that was just a toy of Zhai Lao. Factional struggles, intrigues, deceiving superiors and subordinates, selfishness. Close your eyes and shake your head. What was I before? Zhai Lao confidant. Zhai Lao tool. Zhai Lao bargaining chip for gaining benefits. Attention to all units. Attention to all units. The mutants are about to arrive. Repeat. The mutants are about to arrive. Just then, a loud voice suddenly exploded in my ears. At the same time, a series of loud rumbling noises, accompanied by trembling shaking, made everyone tremble. Dozens of rows of nearly 100 fighter jets flew quickly in the air. They dropped a huge amount of incendiary bombs, forcing the mutants whose huge bodies were lurking in the yellow sand in the desert to reveal their true bodies. Shrill roar. The sound of the explosions and roars also rose up in the constant explosions and roars, and even gradually covered it. Everyone was awed, and sweat kept flowing down their foreheads due to nervousness. In front of this defense line that stretched for nearly 10 kilometers, they had no way to retreat. In front of them, on the endless sand dunes, enemies could appear at any time. Everyone, lie down. More than 6,000 extraordinary people and more than 30,000 soldiers laid down collectively in an instant. Rocket troops. Launch. At the same time, nearly 1,000 rocket launchers on dozens of positions collectively issued a shocking roar. The rockets whistled towards the black tide that had already formed a peace on the hills dozens of kilometers away. A tide of mutant creatures like water. They exploded and burned in the dark tide, making a deafening sound. The continuous air waves turned the black tide upside down and turned it into a bloody hell. The originally complete and magnificent sand dunes gradually collapsed, and the mutant creatures that were originally roaring gradually lost their lives. Second wave. Launch white phosphorus bombs. 600 or 700 armed helicopters rushed into the sand dune area and arrived above the black tide. However, before they could collectively launch, thousands of boulders suddenly spewed out from the yellow sand and flew high into the sky. Almost all armed helicopters could not dodge this extremely close range. The attack directly destroyed the plane and killed the people on board, and fell into the sea of sand, but was submerged by the black tide a moment later. Dozens of planes that were lucky enough not to be hit had just dropped white phosphorus bombs, and before they had time to return, dozens of blue lightning suddenly flashed from the desert and hit them one after another. Death worm. Zheng Guodong gritted his teeth. This kind of thing exists in the desert spirit realm, and the association knows very little about it. Zheng Guodong had luckily hunted one of them, but the body and other information were blocked by old Zhai, and this information did not flow into the Tang kingdom at all. The rocket troops eliminated nearly 50% of the mutant creatures, and dozens of white phosphorus bombs took away more than 20% of them. The rest is the task of Zheng Guodong and his more than 6,000 nine-story sky towers and more than 30,000 soldiers. The battle lasted for nearly 6 hours, with the continuous deployment of new close-range weapons against monsters and the support of air fighters in the rear. And with the efforts of the extraordinary people, the number of mutant creatures has decreased sharply. Although the counterattack of the death worms that almost reached sea level almost caused the defense formation to collapse, they were finally completely eliminated because of the activeness of elemental ability users such as Zheng Guodong. In particular, in the battle against the real Desert King, the Heavenly King Scorpion, Zheng Guodong sent dozens of fireballs into its belly and completed the explosion in its belly. and finally killed his strongest enemy. The battle ended with a great victory for the human side. However, this battle was also the first overwhelming victory of mankind in the face of a large-scale tide of mutant creatures since the revival of spiritual energy. It is of extraordinary significance. Among them, Zheng Guodong, who was the most active, was of course treated like a hero. After a round of toasts, Zheng Guodong went outside for some fresh air. "Hey, hero!" A drunk transcendent from the 9-story sky tower patted him on the shoulder. "I still can't believe it. You are the runaway general who fell twice in the Wantuhai." Zheng Guodong glanced at him coldly without refuting. In the past 6 months, he was used to being called a straw bag and a runaway general. After all, he did fail twice in the Wantuhai spirit realm and became a laughing stock. "I say, don't take it so seriously. Wantuhai is also a very sensitive word in our 9-story sky tower. The previous battle of Lingxiao Peak and the subsequent Xiaoyu Rampage incident were all near the Wantuhai spirit realm. I heard from them that this time we have such a big battle in the Wuhule Desert spirit realm to prepare for going to the Wantuhai spirit realm in the future." "Ha ha ha. You? What did you say?" Zheng Guodong looked at the man suddenly. Hee. "It's a secret. I said that. You just listen to it. Anyway, it won't be a secret in the future. The spiritual energy of the B-level demon disappeared in Wantuhai, and the concentration of the spiritual energy of the A-level demon appeared in an instant. Also in Wantuhai. It would be strange to say that there is nothing wrong. Ha ha ha. I'm leaving. You come in quickly. Let's have a drink. Let's have 2 cups. The man left drunkenly and entered the tent again. Zheng Guodong clenched his fists, his body trembling. Wantuhai spirit realm. I will definitely go back. When the time comes, I will dig out all the demons and monsters in it. Chapter 101 Transaction. The blood-red wine swayed gently in the goblet. The middle-aged man in black closed his eyes slightly, sniffed the aroma, and couldn't help but raise his lips. He raised his eyes and looked at the thin man standing in front of him like a ghost. "Wouldn't you like a glass?" "Humph. If you weren't so strong. With this kind of personality, I would have chopped you up and fed you to the dogs." The middle-aged man put down the wine glass and lay on his back on the wide wooden chair with tiger skin cushions. "Why don't you ask me why I asked you to come?" "Spiritual stone," Wang Su said softly, and his deep eyes in the hood looked directly at the middle-aged man. "No, I'm not interested in that thing now. This time I just chat with you." "But the spirit stone?" The middle-aged man nodded. "I said before, Wantuhai's spirit realm. 63 people. Although there are no masters, but generally strong. And they all carry the most advanced mini-spirit concentration detectors." Wang Su rarely said such a long sentence. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. "Yes. They all died. Died at the outermost edge of Wantuhai's spirit realm. People die for money and birds die for food. 63 people threw their lives there. This is normal. I just want to be level spirit stone. This bunch of trash. Even such a simple thing can't do it. Money. I can't spend it even if I want to. Alas. Tell me. This is not very uncomfortable." The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. "A lot of things have happened recently. So many that it's dizzying. So many that it makes people feel that the world has gone crazy." The middle-aged man raised his glass again, his eyes drifting into the distance. More than 60 trash died in Wantuhai, and more than 200 trash died in Lingxiao Peak. Lingxiao Peak was burned for 3 days and 3 nights. "Hey, it's really interesting." "What's interesting?" Wang Su exhaled lightly. "The contradictions between extraordinary people and ordinary people are irreconcilable. Think about it. Why did they let more than 200 extraordinary people go to Lingxiao Peak under the guise of searching for spiritual stone veins, when they had clearly detected that the spiritual energy of that B-level demon spirit had disappeared, and there were more than 10,000 soldiers following behind them?" The middle-aged man asked continuously, but his tone was very relaxed. "Even if there are no sea-level monsters, those extraordinary people will all die there. Why? In order to get promoted? Jia Yin through all of Wanyu direct lineage, especially those sea-level ones, to Lingxiao Peak. It was a trap. You don't understand? Hey, it's a good thing you didn't join that broken organization. Otherwise you would have been killed by your own people before you died in the monsters." The middle-aged man took a sip of wine. "What about the 10,000 soldiers? The Tang Kingdom is not a pushover. The mantis stalks the cicada. But the Oriole is behind. More than 10,000 people were not thrown there for special circumstances. Think about it. What can ordinary people do? Can you deal with demons with armor-piercing bombs? What a joke. Monitor them and kill them when necessary. It's that simple. So there are gasoline bombs later. That's right. Jia Yin rose to power through this incident. And the Extraordinary Association was also divided. The Tang Kingdom took this opportunity to plant quite a lot of nails. No matter what Jia Yin did. They knew it. Then what? After that, it was very exciting. Rumors of A-level demon kings. Wan Tuhai. B-level demons. Nuclear bombs. Is it interesting? The association was disbanded. And the 9-layered heaven tower was established. Wang Su suddenly understood something. That's the result. But the process was very exciting. Jia Yu, that brat, was bewitched and led 2,000 extraordinary people and 30,000 soldiers to Wan Tuhai, saying that he wanted to. On the desk, the mobile phone vibrated, which made the middle-aged man very unhappy. What? Who? Old man? Let him go. What? Surname Jai? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and then laughed immediately. Let him come up. After a while, another old man appeared in the dim room. Under the pale and messy hair, there was a pair of terrified and bloodshot eyes. The old man glanced at the thin man next to him, who was wearing black clothes and hiding his face in the hood. And his whole body trembled. And his lips trembled. Chen. He. The middle-aged man didn't even raise his eyes. We just talked about you. The president of the Extraordinary Association? No. It's not. Old Jai smiled bitterly and shook his head. And glanced at the man next to him again. It's okay. We're family. Just tell me if you have anything to say. But it's better to be quick. I don't have enough time. The middle-aged man looked at the wine glass again. Is this so? Mr. Jai looked around and found a sofa. Who told you to sit down? The middle-aged man raised his voice. Stand up and talk. Before Jai Lao but touched him, he immediately stood up like a spring, with sweat on his forehead. This? Chen. If you don't want to tell me, leave now. Yes. Yes. Old Jai panted. Please lend me some money. Mr. Chen. I will pay you back twice in the future. What is it for? Don't tell me you want to make a comeback. The middle-aged man smiled. You are already notorious in Tanghua. Your son was bewitched by that man and led the main force of the extraordinary people and the army to Wan Tuhai, making a mistake that all mankind cannot forgive. Do you think you can make a comeback? No. This? Old Jai shivered. You want me to lend you money? You are also forced into a desperate situation. Right? Old Jai? Yes. That's it. All my accounts have been frozen. And I have no place to live. In fact, I have been... Old Jai sighed. The association that I almost founded with my own hands is gone. My son died in Silverfish Mountain. And I am wanted. Do you hate Tanghua? The middle-aged man smiled. Hate. Hate. I lost everything. All because of that man's scheme. That man planted a spy next to me. Otherwise, how could the A-grade spiritual energy concentration be leaked? I hate it. He bewitched Jai Yu to go to Wan Tuhai. And even knew. Old Jai suddenly stopped and kept silent. What did you know? Tell me. Money. Is 50 million enough? Old Jai raised his head suddenly. 50 million. Yes. Your precious son. What on earth turned those extraordinary people into monsters in Silverfish Mountain? I can't figure it out. Spirit stone? It can't be that kind of thing. Right? A-grade spiritual stones can't turn people into monsters. Right? Of course. It's interesting to attract nuclear bombs or something. The middle-aged man smiled. Tell me this secret. 50 million is yours. I will arrange to send you abroad. A place where Tanghua will never find you. Old Jai's eyes were wide open. He lowered his head, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. His son was plotted against. And he became like this. All the things that happened before and after suddenly came to his mind again because of the words of the man in front of him. But 50 million. A place that cannot be found in Tang country. Padan. It's Padan. Something that can be found in demons of level C or above. Old Jai said, took a deep breath, and slumped on the carpet. Chapter 102 Vitality. Winter is gone and spring is here. On the Lingshao Peak, the snow melted and the originally dark mountain gradually turned green. In the valley, there were mountains upon mountains and endless forests, lush and green. The sun shone through the dense leaves, forming countless beams of light, which sprinkled on a beautiful creature with flawless white fur. Bai Qi slightly closed his eyes under the light, with the sharp horns on his head standing up, and a fist-sized blood-red bird was gently jumping on it, chirping non-stop. From time to time, Bigfoot held a bunch of spiritual fruits that looked like wild grapes and placed them in front of Bai Qi, looking at its belly that had bulged a lot with love. Bai Qi ate too, rubbed Bigfoot gently with his head, picked up the spiritual fruit again, and let the blood bird Zhu Sha on his head eat one. Bigfoot snorted, angrily chased Zhu Sha away, and circled around Bai Qi, occasionally raising his front foot to stomp the ground, because several other blood sparrows also flew over, coveting the remaining spiritual fruits. After a while, 3 huge macaques in blue, red and green came over, after they threw a large pile of spiritual fruits in their arms in front of Bai Qi. Each of them patted Bigfoot's buttocks, shouted and climbed up the fir tree nearby to play. Bigfoot rushed to the fir tree, kicked the trunk with his hoof, and shouted angrily from time to time. As a result, when he looked back, the group of blood sparrows flew down at this time, pecking at the spiritual fruits on the ground and eating them. Bigfoot hurriedly blasted these blood sparrows, and when he saw Bai Qi looking up at him, he calmed down again, lying beside it, breathing quietly. Not far away, the gem-like spiritual lake was blown up by the wind, and 1 or 2 fish jumped out of the water from time to time. A layer of mist floated in the lake, rising up, and stained the countless bamboo leaves with blood-red edges by the lake with a layer of water vapor. Thousands of bamboo branches were floating and rustling. Lin Ning looked at the quiet and peaceful scene in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little leisurely. The winter in Shu province is actually not short, and in this valley surrounded by high mountains, it is naturally a little longer. The winter is not as cold as Lin Ning imagined, except for a few heavy snowfalls at the beginning, and then it is a long process of waiting for the snow to melt. After a winter baptism, Lin Ning can already see countless grass buds and seedlings of various plants on the originally dark and bare Lingxiao Peak. The mountain that was once burned by the violent gasoline bombs for several nights and burned without any signs of life has now regained new vitality, which also makes Lin Ning very relieved. I believe that it won't take too long. In this era of spiritual recovery, the plants there will thrive and return to their original appearance. Lin Ming, on Lingxiao Peak, had already spread his roots throughout every corner of the mountain, and even extended to the edge of the Lingxiao Peak spirit realm. After reaching the 3rd level, although he no longer cared about the birth of new B-level creatures, in order to control the overall situation, he still used extreme regeneration to spread his roots throughout the entire radius of 100 kilometers. The 2 major spiritual realms, including Lingxiao Peak and Silverfish Mountain, were completely under his control. As for the various mutant creatures in them, they were all in his breath perception without any secrets. But there was only one place that even a strong person like Lin Ning could not approach temporarily: the center of the nuclear explosion. Today, Lin Ning can also look far away in the Wantuhai spirit realm at a higher altitude and see the Gray Death restricted area. Even after being washed and soaked by several heavy snowfalls, the huge flat pit could not give birth to any new life in this spring. Lin Ning was also quite impressed by this. Humans are really terrible. If the purpose is to eliminate mutant creatures that are extremely harmful to survival or even cause disasters, then the use of nuclear bombs may be barely explained by the reason of being forced to do so. But now this nuclear explosion site was indeed created because of the intrigues and conflicts of interest among humans. While using the breath to sense, Lin Ning got quite a lot of information, and the most talked about one is the organization of the so-called extraordinary people, the Extraordinary Association. The Extraordinary Association has tens of thousands of extraordinary people, most of whom are of the extremely low level E and F levels. Less than 1/3 are D level. And as for C level, there are only 100 people. Such a huge organization. In that nuclear explosion, the trauma it suffered is probably not in the total number of people. Isn't the Jiayu the son of the president? His death, especially the nuclear bombs caused by those monsters, must have brought about a sharp turmoil. Although there is not much information yet, Lin Ning is very sure that there may be an organization in Tang Country that will replace the Superhuman Association to directly govern and restrain those superhumans. Lin Ning once tried to extend the bamboo roots to the underground direction of the ruins, But he found that as long as the bamboo roots extended to nearly 30 kilometers away from the explosion pit, he would feel a strange burning sensation. And the closer to the center of the explosion, the stronger this feeling would be. Radiation? Lin Ming didn't know if it was because of this. He just knew that even though he was so powerful at present, he could only take a wait-and-see attitude towards that place. Lin Ming looked at his subordinates again. Bai Qi abdomen bulged a lot, faster than he had imagined originally. In this area where the spiritual energy was becoming more and more dense, the growth and reproduction of mutant creatures could no longer be judged by the original impression. Just like the 7 wolf cubs at that time. They were obviously still very small when he met them, and they looked only about 1 month old. But in just 2 months, they grew into the form of giant wolves. As for the 130-odd wolves that arrived later, after adapting to the environment here, it took only 3 months to successfully expand the population to 230. After the little wolves were born, they even directly entered the first level, which surprised Lin Ming. Now, he is more looking forward to the potential of the little Siro in Bai Qi belly. After all, both parents have reached the first level and mastered the power of elements. So the future of the little guy born is quite promising. While Lin Ming was thinking about these things, a roar suddenly sounded from the direction below him. Xiaoyi, who was majestic and had soft blue long hair, was shining with light green light. 10 meters away from him, the one roaring was Ah Fei, who was all white and had a twisted right angle on his forehead. Master, the battle between them to see who is the strongest is about to begin. Panda de Pang seemed to be watching a good show, and picked up a half-meter thick bamboo and started chewing it. It would occasionally poke one into the mouth of the giant bear Manhua, who was also watching the fight. If you don't eat it, I beat you up, Big Fat said, putting the bamboo into his mouth and chewing it. And the giant bear Manhua looked up at Lin Ming. And when he saw that Lin Ming didn't say anything, he could only chew the bamboo with a wrong look on his face. Chapter 103 Transformation into a Dragon. At this time, under Lin Ming, Wind Wolf Xiaoyi and Lynx Fei were already on the verge of a fight. What they were fighting for was the title of strongest. Now, both Wind Wolf Xiaoyi and Lynx Fei have reached the 1st level and 7th level, and are also sea-level demon spirits. Wind Wolf Xiaoyi is now 3 meters long, and his body is quite slender overall. He is more than 2 meters tall when standing, except for the long white hair from the neck to the abdomen. The rest of his body is covered with long green hair, and under this long hair, the extremely developed muscles hidden make him look quite burly. The half-meter long fangs are extremely sharp, and the golden eyes seem to have the power to see through everything. Look at Lynx Fei again. Now, except for its face which still retains its original big cat-like appearance. Only the 2 hairs on its fluffy ears that stand up like antennas can still vaguely resemble a lynx. Other aspects, such as the white hair covering its body as soft as snow and satin, and the strange single horn between its ears, make it look fierce and feminine, and also have some evil spirit. Its body size is relatively small compared to Xiaoyi, but standing in the forest, it is enough to scare all beasts. These 2 guys are confronting here, not to compete for a mate, nor to fight to the death. They just want to determine who is the most powerful among Lin Ming's subordinates through fighting. Lin Ming actually understands it very well. After all, no matter how big and what they look like now, they can no longer be associated with normal beasts. But in the final analysis, they are still beasts that are eager to fight. Even if their realm is improved and their intelligence is awakened, they cannot change their nature as beasts from their genes. Lin Ming felt that, in this valley, except for himself, his subordinates, who had always been the strongest, could no longer find any rivals in the spiritual realm. Before, Lin Ming had intentionally not stopped a mutant mandrill from upgrading its realm, allowing it to become his own evolution point, but instead allowed it to directly enter the 1st level and fight with Bigfoot, who had just entered the 1st level. In Lin Ming's impression, Bigfoot had some brute force besides being a porter, but he did not expect that the violent mandrill spirit that could use the earth element to fight was easily trampled to death by Bigfoot's hooves. The combat power of ordinary 1st-level spirits seemed to be incomparable to that of his subordinates. Lin Ming did not know whether this was related to combat experience or because of his long-term infiltration of spiritual fluid. In short, the combat power of his subordinates was quite strong. Therefore, Lin Ming did not stop Xiaoyi and Fei when they confronted each other. Necessary battles are also very important. They may find weaknesses in each other, and then make up for each other's weaknesses and exert their maximum combat effectiveness when fighting side by side in the future. Playing to one's strengths and avoiding weaknesses. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm are the most critical points in this era of spiritual energy recovery. At this time, except for the wolves of Shaoxi and Qi Ying and the giant bird sent by Lin Ming to hunt, the other subordinates are very concerned about this battle. Let alone the panda de Peng who looked like he was watching the fun from the beginning, and the giant bear Manu who was forced to eat bamboo next to him, who were sitting in the front row. Even the minnows and shrimps in the 2 ponds stuck their heads out of the water, as if they wanted to join in the fun. These 2 aquatic creatures have reached the 9th level of the entry level, and the most basic spiritual intelligence has been born at this time. As Lin Ming thought, their wisdom seems to be the lowest, not even 1/10 of Bigfoot, but the concentration of spiritual energy is much higher. Look at the protagonists Xiao Yi and Fei. The 2 of them are now in an absolute state of combat, in order to prevent their fighting from affecting other subordinates. Lin Ming branches and bamboo roots were always ready. Roar! Awa! The roars of Xiao Yi and Fei were enough to shake the entire valley. But they were equally strong. 3 after these 2 roars. They also attacked each other at the same time. Xiao Yi's body flashed with light green light, while rushing towards Fei. 3 wind blades with a width of nearly half a meter also rushed towards it from the other 3 directions. However, Fei disappeared in an instant before Xiao Yi's sharp claws, like steel, touched him. Then, he rolled and stretched his body in the air continuously, and lightly avoided the 3 wind blades. One of the wind blades swept across the ground and headed straight for Baichi and others in the distance. But in a very short time, it hit a bamboo root stretched out by Lin Ming, and a muffled sound was heard. But it didn't even make a scratch on it. The other 2 wind blades were also easily blocked by Lin Ming. And during this period, Xiao Yi, who was just a tentative attack, was quickly counterattacked by Fei. Fei's special skill is the short-distance teleportation. This move can also exert the greatest power when combined with its powerful sharp fangs and steel claws. But Xiao Yi has mastered the power of the wind element. At this level 7, it is also proficient in using the wind element. Naturally, with the blessing of the wind power, its speed has reached a level that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Fei rushed towards Xiao Yi with a long roar. But before he could touch her, he moved behind her instantly. Xiao Yi did not look back at all, but simply turned his body and dodged the attack instantly. Fei then moved 3 more times instantly. But these 3 sneak attacks were almost in the blind spot of vision. But they were all missed one by one. Gaw! Roar! The 2 were evenly matched, and there was no chance of contact between them. In terms of speed, the 2 were completely evenly matched. And they were evenly matched, although Xiao Yi and Fei were still confronting each other and attacking each other. This situation seemed to be deadlocked for a while. Lin Ming did not stop them, but noticed another direction. The little cute snake was now on the lake shore, struggling to stretch out its 4 short limbs. Although its limbs, which were originally like ornaments, gradually became somewhat more presentable as it continued to upgrade and evolve. It had never stood up on its limbs because it was so weak. The little golden snake was anxiously cheering for the little cute snake, circling around it, hissing from time to time. Lin Ming's focus was also on the little cute snake at this time. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to transform from a snake into a dragon. Having evolved to the first stage, the little cute snake was extremely hard-working, and it did not stop, but was striving towards the higher-level demon spirit of dragon. The little cute snake knew very well that once it could stand on its limbs, its strength would be able to rise to a new level. Lin Ming stared at the little cute snake, watching its thin limbs trembling on the ground, watching it gradually gain the courage to hold up its heavy body, watching it take the first step after finally standing firm. This is just a small step for all the demons, but it is a great leap forward for the little cute snake. Lin Ming couldn't help but think of the little cute snake when he first saw it. The little thing that was once no bigger than an earthworm has transformed into a dragon today. Chapter 104. What is it doing? Lin Ming has now witnessed with his own eyes this era of spiritual energy revival, which can be called a small miracle. He once thought that even in the era of spiritual energy revival, such a thing would not happen. But it took the little cute snake less than a year to transform from a snake into a dragon. From that little thing that was not even the size of an earthworm, it has evolved to such a level, which also makes Lin Ming feel full of accomplishment at this moment. At this moment, after a short period of discomfort, the little cute snake can use its limbs to move forward at a constant speed. The fine and dense, light green scales that spread from the corners of the ruby-like eyes to the tail echo the overall silver. And the body that has become much shorter and thicker. And the limbs that have gradually become stronger. Also show that it is completely different from the snake. It can be said that its overall appearance now, except for some similarities in the head, is basically not related to the snake. I believe that after letting it raise its realm to the second level, it may give me a bigger surprise. Then he looked at the little golden snake. Lin Ning felt that the progress of the lynx A Fei was already fast enough. But he did not expect that the progress of the little golden snake that came from Lei Shao Peak because of pursuing the little cute snake could be described as horrible. In just a few months, this guy has reached the level of the first level and the 7th level from the initial entry level. Not only has the body gradually become larger, but the special abilities it possesses also make Lin Ning look at it with new eyes. This guy has indeed been working hard to catch up with the realm of the little cute snake. Now this guy's attribute panel also reflects his strength. Race, Golden Python. Realm, 1st level and 7th level. Ability, Melting Bone Entanglement LV8. Use an extremely powerful and strong body to roll up the enemy and crush it into mud in a very short time. Local Multiplication LV6. Transfer the spiritual energy to make any part of the body multiply. And double the attack power in a short period of time. Special ability, Gold Element Control LV4. Can control anything containing metal at will. And the control proficiency is affected by the size of the object. Melting Bone Entanglement plus Local Multiplication. Either of these two abilities is a little worse. But when combined together, even mutant creatures with strong defense can't resist being entangled and then multiplied. And then bursting instantly. And this special ability is even more interesting. Let's not talk about whether the metal can float in the air and use it for its own purposes. Just think about if you can absorb a bunch of steel bars or sharp blades into your body, and then melt the bone and entangle the local multiplication. That feels so sour. This thing's combat power is extremely terrifying. And for this reason, it didn't use this combo trick very well in the battle with humans. But now, as long as it is the prey it likes, basically no one can avoid bursting. Of course, you can also enlarge the tail and swing it slightly. And the entire enemy is estimated to be dead or injured. Lin Ning initially thought that this little golden snake was just a little licker who liked to stick to the cute little snake, and it would not have much development in the future. But now, Lin Ning felt that he had found a treasure. In the future, even if it cannot transform into a dragon, it will be enough to become a terrifying demon spirit at the overlord level, especially if it is used well. Lin Ning thought of various weapons of mankind. Which one does not contain metal? Regardless of incendiary bombs, armor-piercing bombs, or various powerful missiles. Even nuclear bombs. They all have shells. The shell can't be made of plastic. Right? Lin Ning felt that this little golden snake might become one of his main choices, and the most outstanding ones. Roar! Awoo! The roars of Shui and Fei interrupted Lin Ning thinking. When he looked at the battle between the two subordinates, who were fighting for who was the most powerful again, he found that they seemed to have stopped fighting. A large piece of hair on Xiaoyi's back fell off, revealing a claw mark inside, while Fei had a scar on his neck. Although they only fought to the point. It seems that the winner has been decided. Before Lin Ning extended the bamboo stick containing spiritual liquid to treat them, he found that the two subordinates were already licking each other's wounds, and seemed to have shaken hands and made peace. Lin Ning was still very pleased with this. As the head wolf, she, who would rush to the front whenever there was a battle among his subordinates, had a magnanimous demeanor that Lin Ning also admired. As a rising star, Fei, who grew up quickly, also did not do anything that Lin Ning did not want to see when he was defeated, which was also quite gratifying. At the beginning, Lin Ning even thought that it would be difficult to manage more subordinates in the future. But now, he has no such worries. These subordinates, who have just begun to develop their intelligence and gradually matured, do not have more negative emotions like humans. Under his leadership, these little guys are constantly getting stronger and improving their realm. And their relationship has become closer. There are both the alpha wolf, like Xiaoyi, who plays a leading and exemplary role, and the panda de Peng, who acts as a lubricant. For example, right now, isn't this guy forcing the giant bear manhwa to eat bamboo? Forcing the giant bear manhwa to eat bamboo? Lin Ning looked at the giant bear manhwa, who was chewing bamboo residue at this time, and took the bamboos handed over by the panda de Peng with a wrong look. Fuck. What is this guy doing? Master, I'm just teaching this little guy some survival skills. Before Lin Ming asked him. The panda de Peng said this. Lin Ming thought, what survival skills? You are just bullying the giant bear Manwë. He looked at the giant bear Manwë. What happened? The giant bear Manwë was in tears. Master, de Peng is teaching me survival skills. Lin Ming looked at it. Then at de Peng, indicating that you guys continue. Master, there are bamboos everywhere here. So if you learn this, you won't lose your strength due to hunger. Okay, I get it. Lin Ming didn't want to bother with this guy anymore. What's wrong with his personality? This full moon is also. By the way, should I give my subordinates new names? Lin Ming now thought carefully. What about Xiaoyi, a Fei, and a Peng? It's true that he was a bit bad at naming at that time. So he just called them that. Now there has been no movement from the human side for a long time. And it is indeed very daily and peaceful here every day. Moreover, each subordinate now has his own characteristics. And some even have completely different race names from the original ones. Why not take this opportunity to change their names? The bamboo branches stroked gently, and many subordinates gradually gathered under Lin Ming. Now, except for Xiao Si and the others who went out and dozens of wolves. Only a Ban, a Dian, the two-tailed fire fox, and the two shrikes have not returned. However, Lin Ming breath sensed that they seemed to have gathered together and seemed to be walking back. Then, let's wait until all the subordinates return before we start naming them. Chapter 105 Naming Wasted. Lin Ming waited for a while. And Xiao Si and the others, along with the wolves, Aben, Adian, for giant birds, and two shrikes, returned to his body, bowing their heads respectfully. In the hearts of many animals, this huge bamboo is their master and the biggest guarantee behind them. No matter what happens, this huge bamboo can resolve it one by one. It also allows them to live and survive in this valley. Lin Ming looked at the huge number of subordinates under him, and remembered the beginning when there were only little cute snakes and wolf cubs around him. And he felt a little emotional for a while. Little cute snake, 283 wolves led by Xiaoyi, Panda de Peng, Little golden snake, giant bear Manwë, lynx a Fei, jackals a Ban and a Dian, Siro Bigfoot, Siro white unicorn, blue peach, 3 giant macaques of red peach and green peach, 2 egrets, 2 red-crowned cranes, 4 blood sparrows, 2 shrikes, 2-tailed fire fox, little turtle, a minnow, and a big river shrimp. These are all his subordinates now. Not too many, but not too few either. Let's not talk about the quantity. The quality is actually pretty good. Except for the little turtle, minnow, river shrimp, blood sparrow, shrike, and 2-tailed fire fox. All the other subordinates have now been promoted to the first level. Even the useless Bigfoot Siro has successfully been promoted to the first level and third level under by Chi Day and night training. The subordinates have grown from the weak level that Lin Ming had to take care of everywhere in the past to become one after another demon spirits. Lin Ming even thinks that this may be one of the places with the most sea-level demon spirits on the land of the entire Blue Star. And if it weren't for preventing the concentration of spiritual energy in this spiritual realm from being too strong, with the previous development speed of Xiaoyi and others, I'm afraid there should be at least a dozen B-level demon spirits in this spiritual realm. Now, Lin Ming has stuck all the subordinates at the highest level of the first level and 7th level. Afraid of humans? No. This is not fear of humans, but not wanting to go to war with humans now. Think about it. With Lin Ming, an A-level demon king, and many C-level subordinates, most of whom are demons with elemental attributes, it would be no problem for him to withstand a long battle. As long as he wants, he can easily let humans know what the end of the world is. He can make any enemy approaching him within 100 kilometers become powder under the attack of bamboo roots. He can also make all breathing life within 100 kilometers disappear instantly. He can even withstand the bombing of nuclear weapons and recover in a short time. But it is meaningless, regardless of whether it is his character to fight hard with a flat attack. It is really stupid to go to war with the biggest opponent at present. The number of human extraordinary people is large, and the base number is large, although they are not as strong as mutants. Their abilities are varied and even extremely threatening, like the one before who can directly reduce the realm of mutants within a certain range by 1 level. If there are a few of them, won't Xiaoyi and the others play in vain? What's more, even if he can withstand 100 nuclear bombs, Xiaoyi and his subordinates can't even withstand half a nuclear bomb. Therefore, before finding a solution to block the concentration of spiritual energy of his subordinates, he can only raise them to the 7th or 8th level of this stage. If he goes higher, it will be dangerous. However, if he really finds a way to block the excessive concentration of spiritual energy of his subordinates, he also has a tool that can quickly raise his subordinates to the 2nd level. Soul Pill. Lin Ning has accumulated quite a lot of this stuff. Usually, his subordinates will hunt those mutant creatures and bring them back for Lin Ning to kill. And then Lin Ning will take out the soul pills from them and keep them. And Lin Ning himself will also look for some monsters that are about to break through to the 1st level and kill them. This is done to control the collective level of the entire spiritual realm and prevent it from going higher, so that some 2 outstanding creatures will appear and affect other mutant creatures. Second, the soul pills bred in the bodies of these mutant creatures that are about to enter the 1st level will not cause the subordinates to suffer from the situation like the fish in his pond and the humans under Zai Yu, who have become monsters because of the excessive concentration of spiritual energy. Lin Ning now has nearly 500 soul pills in his hand. These soul pills are enough for his subordinates to obtain a considerable amount of spiritual energy, so that their spiritual energy can be upgraded to the 2nd level, becoming B-level monsters that make humans terrified. Moreover, this will be a real B-level monster, not a semi-finished product made by Zai Yu, or a B-level monster of the outer sect. After all, a real B-level monster will not be completely unable to control its reason, and the concentration of spiritual energy will not rapidly weaken over time. Even so, Lin Ning still feels that some of his subordinates are not so perfect. For example, the names I once gave were extremely embarrassing, no matter what kind of name it was. Little Cute Snake, Little 1, Little 2, 3, Big Foot, Big Fat, etc. They were all quite unimpressive. In comparison, the later names of Egret's Red Shadow and Snow Brocade, and Red-Crowned Crane's Black Armor and Ochre Feather were much more appropriate. This was actually not a very important thing. But as the subordinates gradually became stronger, some of them even evolved to the point where they were not at all like when they were originally named. Just like Little Cute Snake, it is now more like a little silver dragon, without many snake characteristics. Not to mention that it is really inconsistent with its current strength to always call it this somewhat childish name. So, let's rename some of the subordinates. First, let's start with Little Cute Snake. Little Cute Snake is now a little silver dragon, but it can emit a strong fragrance all over its body. Although I can't smell it, I can't ignore this point. So let's call it Qinshun. For Xiaoyi and the others, Lin Ning arranged them according to their elemental attributes and their respective auras, from Xiaoyi to Xuqi, as Feng Xiao, Fengji, Feng Yan, Yanxi, Leiji, Yanlu, and Du Yan. Xuqi's name is a little feminine, because it is indeed a female wolf. Next is Panda Depang. After thinking for a long time, Lin Ning couldn't come up with a good name, so he decided to call him Panda, which is a name specifically for it. Suro Dajiao, according to his character of liking to go hiking near Lingshao Peak when he has nothing to do, is named Dushan. Lynx Fei, an assassin-type character, is named Jingji. And the 2 jackals, who have always been inseparable from the lynx, are named Banhu and Tianwei. The 3 macaques have already raised their realm to the 1st level, and now they have gotten rid of their petite and thin image in the past, and are completely 3 giant monkeys. Just as Lin Ning had guessed before, the color of their hair is also the color of the elemental attribute they possess. Blue peaches of the ice attribute, and can condense ice cones in the air, no matter what the outside temperature is. Lin Ning named it Ice Soul. Red peaches of the fire attribute, just like Xiao Lu. Now Yan Lu. Lin Ning named it Scorching Garden. As for the green peach, the power contained in it is quite valued by Lin Ning. It is of the wood attribute, and can rely on the power of plants to attack and defend. It is quite awesome. Lin Ning has high expectations for it, and named it Wai Kue. The little golden snake was named Golden Scale, hoping that it will be a good fish in the pond in the future. As for the 2 egrets, the 2 red-crowned cranes, the Suro White Unicorn, the giant bear Manu and other subordinates, their current names are quite good and will be retained. As for the remaining wolves, the slow-growing little turtle, and the remaining subordinates, They have not yet reached the requirements in terms of strength. So names and the like will come slowly. After finishing this, Lin Ning felt as if he had fought a great battle with humans, and felt a little tired. He did not expect that naming would be so difficult. This matter really made it difficult for him. A master of naming. Hundreds of bamboo branches fell to the ground, and the spiritual liquid contained in them was the most wonderful reward for these subordinates who had been working hard. Looking at the mountains from afar, Lin Ning was full of thoughts. Humans, they have not been here for a long time. What happened outside? Chapter 106, the third B-class demon spirit. It's already the third one. On the large strategic transport plane that was rushing to Heming, Zheng Guodong frowned and muttered to himself. Not only him, but all the extraordinary people on the transport plane also had similar expressions. No one would think that this time would be easy, and some people had already made a will in advance and prepared for the worst, since the recovery of spiritual energy. Except for the few B-class demon spirits in the Oriana Trench. The most powerful mutant creatures that have appeared on land were only at the peak of C-class. However, starting a month and a half ago, the degree of spiritual energy recovery seemed to have deepened again, since the first clearly recorded B-class demon spirit appeared in America. The second one was soon discovered in the northeast of America. These two B-class demon spirits, just as humans understand them in their impression, are extremely violent and hostile to humans. The first B-level demon spirit attacked the two largest cities in America. A large number of special forces and corps were originally sent to attack, but they were all destroyed by the demon spirit. America had no choice but to send all its extraordinary people to fight. But it still didn't work very well. In the end, it could only use a nuclear bomb to destroy it. But that B-level demon spirit had killed hundreds of thousands of people. The second B-level demon spirit appeared in the densely populated urban area in the central region of America. This time, America was desperate and directly used 2 nuclear bombs to attack in order to minimize the losses. Although the B-level demon spirit was annihilated in one fell swoop, it also caused the tragedy of nearly 1 million deaths in nearby cities. The appearance and destruction of these 2 B-level demon spirits completely exposed that humans were basically helpless when dealing with demon spirits of this level. It seems that there is no better way except nuclear bombs. Now this third B-level demon spirit has appeared in the Black Ming Federation, which is closer to Tang country. The 9-layered Heaven Tower has sent out all its elite troops, vowing to eliminate it at the lowest cost. In this battle, Zheng Guodong and others have a heavy burden. Although nuclear bombs can solve this B-level demon spirit, it is the last and most helpless choice. If B-level demon spirits appear in all spiritual realms, do they have to be solved one by one with nuclear bombs? That is definitely not the result that humans want to see. Not only Tang country, but even countries all over the world attach great importance to this action of the extraordinary people of the 9-layered Heaven Tower of Tang country. They all look forward to using the technological power possessed by extraordinary people and ordinary people to win the battle against this B-level demon spirit for the first time. If this time succeeds, it means that humans, who are far behind mutant creatures in this era of spiritual energy revival, still have hope to have a more gentle means than nuclear bombs when dealing with increasingly powerful mutant creatures. But if it fails again and again, all mankind is also ready to fight to the death. Zheng Guodong knew very well that this action would have a decisive impact on the fate of mankind in the world in the future. As the backbone of the 9-layered Sky Tower, he has already raised his strength to the peak of sea level. Now, the entire power system of the extraordinary people is very different from the chaotic calculation method in the past. Since the invention of the aura concentration detector and ability detector for human extraordinary people, a new system has been established. The judgment of the strength of the extraordinary people is also completely linked to the mutant creatures. There are 6 levels from F to A. F is the most basic level. Almost all the extraordinary people in the world are F-level extraordinary people when they just awaken from ordinary people. The highest value of aura concentration is 200. And the strength is extremely low. Generally, the strength and physical fitness are enhanced. The second is E-level, with the highest value of aura concentration of 600. They have initially mastered the use of aura, and their strength is average. The strength has been further increased. It is also the largest number among the extraordinary people. D-class extraordinary people. The highest spiritual energy concentration is 1200. Very few have special powers. The power control gradually matures and has further growth. Some will awaken the second power and are the backbone of the extraordinary team. C-Class Extraordinary People. The highest spiritual energy concentration is 6,000. Basically will awaken the second power, the degree of control over special power, and gradually mature with the increase of spiritual energy concentration. Are the top force in the extraordinary team. B-Class Extraordinary People. The highest spiritual energy concentration is 18,000. Will awaken the third ability in the early stage. And there is no record at present. Currently, Z, who can be judged to be the closest to B-Class Extraordinary People in the world, has 3 abilities: power enhancement, flight, and weapon silification. However, due to Z's sudden death, the research on B-Class Extraordinary People is still very shallow. A-Class Extraordinary People. The savior of mankind. There are also many types of combat in the team of extraordinary people. Element control system, perception system, barrier system, special ability system, etc. Generally speaking, barrier system has the most. They can build a powerful barrier for defense or to trap mutant creatures. And the element control system is quite rare. Especially the fire element control system of Zheng Guodong, who has reached the peak of sea level after long-term hard training and spiritual stone absorption. And the concentration of spiritual energy has reached as much as 5,500. The outside world is speculating whether Zheng Guodong will be the first B-level extraordinary person in history. In this battle, Zheng Guodong and other elites must use their strength to prove that the 9-layered Sky Tower of Tang State, which is also the top in the world with the most sea-level extraordinary people, has a better way to deal with B-level. Otherwise, humans will have no way to retreat. When getting off the plane, the huge black shadow of the B-level demon spirit that appeared in Heming was clearly visible. The extraordinary people of the Heming Federation have used the power of the whole country to trap the B-level demon spirit in a 10-layer barrier. But they are just struggling to hold on. After all, there is only one C-level and hundreds of D-level people. It is not easy to hold on for 6 hours. They rejected the strategic nuclear bomb attack request of the Bear Country. After all, the demon spirit appeared in the most densely populated area. Heming can no longer withstand the second nuclear pollution. Moreover, the tragedy in America cannot happen here. Therefore, Heming contacted the Nine Heavens Tower in the shortest possible time. And the Nine Heavens Tower also issued a support order in the shortest possible time. Attention, all extraordinary people. Attention, all extraordinary people. Enter combat status immediately. Repeat. Enter combat status immediately. The troop carrier has been waiting for a long time. More than 300 elites of the Nine Heavens Tower on all transport planes must support the extraordinary people of the Heming Federation in the shortest possible time. Go to support the barrier system. At the fastest speed. The troop carrier driver. Find me the craziest one. Quick! 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 The orders from the loudspeaker came one after another. As the second and third transport planes landed, this extremely tense atmosphere gradually spread to everyone. One person. Soon, the first wave of barrier groups rushed to the vicinity of the B-level demon spirit at the fastest speed. And the extraordinary people in the barrier group also activated their abilities in the shortest time. Dozens of barriers that were thicker than the previous ones that had gradually become thinner appeared. And the B-level demon spirit inside was temporarily unable to rush out. TSK. The first time facing B-level. Zheng Guodong gritted his teeth. Element group. 5 people form a small team. Roar. In front of Zheng Guodong. Among dozens of barriers. The nearly 8-meter-high black giant wolf, like a hill, was welcoming these extraordinary people with an extremely violent roar. A wolf again. Zheng Guodong thought of the wolves in the Wantuhai spirit realm that looked down from above. If he wins, then next time, he will ask the organization for permission to go directly to the Wantuhai spirit realm. Chapter 107 Long Cherished Wish. The battle entered an absolutely fierce state in the first second. Class B demons are not afraid of most thermal weapons attacks at all. And the soldiers of the Heming Federation are useless. Their extraordinary people are also basically exhausted in the battle with Class B. Except for the barrier group. At this moment, the only extraordinary people who rushed to the front and could stop this Class B demon are the 9-layered Heaven Tower. Element group. 5 people gather into a group. Prepare for the raid. Stand by the special ability group. Barrier group strengthen the barrier. What the hell are you doing? The first and second layers have been broken. Fill it up. Fill it up. Amid the roar of the tweeter. Although the Class B demon broke through the first and second layers of the barrier, It was trapped again under the orderly battle command of the 9-layered Heaven Tower. However, all the people in the 9-layered Heaven Tower also understood that if the extraordinary people of the Hemming Federation had not previously captured this extremely violent Class B demon, if the Ice Wolf trapped them with a barrier, they would probably suffer a large number of casualties right from the start. Roar. Ah! As its name suggests, the Ice Wolf possesses an extremely powerful ability to control ice elements. A simple roar emits extremely cold air, which makes the first barrier closest to it shatter again, like broken glass. And the second layer is also full of cracks. Haven't you eaten yet? Barrier group? The first and second layers are superimposed. If the element group is any slower, we will all die here, the tweeter roared. And everyone was extremely nervous and excited. They were not facing a simple, the sea-level demon spirit that can be dealt with by a few sea-level extraordinary people alone is the B-level demon spirit that may not be dealt with even if all the C-level and D-level extraordinary people of the 9 Heavens Tower are used up. This simple difference of one letter has a gap as big as a chasm. The first and second layers of the barrier group were built again, but they were easily shattered in front of this B-level demon spirit again. The Hemming extraordinary troops used almost all of their spiritual stone reserves and supplied them to those in the barrier group, so that they could barely hold on until the 9 Heavens Tower came to the rescue. Otherwise, with the strength of this Ice-Soul Giant Wolf, it would only be a matter of time before the entire eastern part of Hemming was destroyed. Elemental group in place. Those with strong abilities are in the front. Don't get too close, and make a tentative attack. As soon as the tweeter finished speaking, it rushed into the barrier, and the extraordinary people who had been prepared turned their spiritual power and launched a frenzied elemental attribute attack on the Ice-Soul Giant Wolf in the barrier. Just 3 hours passed. For all the extraordinary people and all humans, these 3 hours were extremely long. Whether it was the civilians of Hemming who had already fallen into chaos and fled frantically, or all the people in the world who knew about the existence of the B-level demon spirit, they were all waiting for the final result. Were all the extraordinary people killed? Or was the Ice-Soul Giant Wolf successfully conquered? In the silent wilderness, there were no more violent wolf howls. The Ice-Soul Giant Wolf was charred all over, and the fierce fire was still burning on its body, even though it no longer had any breath of life. There were dead bodies everywhere. The living were also covered with wounds, although the fatigue on their faces could not hide the ecstasy of defeating this B-level. The price was too high. The Ice-Soul Giant Wolf's struggle at the last moment was beyond everyone's imagination. The sea-level of the first few element groups could not dodge in time, and they were instantly turned into ice cubes along with the barrier, and then turned into debris within a few seconds. The barrier group also suffered heavy casualties. They were scattered by the impact of the Ice Wolf and lost almost half of their people. Some of the others were killed, and most of them were injured to varying degrees. A large number of ambulances that had already arrived rushed to the battlefield, carrying the injured transcendents of the 9 Heavens Tower on stretchers and sending them to the best hospitals for treatment. The victims who would forever lie on this grassland were covered with a layer of holy white cloth. Zheng Guodong gasped and stood beside the corpse of the Ice Wolf. His last blow completely turned this B-level demon into a corpse. Zheng Guodong raised his trembling left hand, still unable to imagine that they had just defeated this extremely powerful B-level demon with their extraordinary power. At that time, many extraordinary people were killed by the violent attack of the Ice Wolf. In a hurry, he created hundreds of fire balls containing great spiritual energy. 2 of them entered the mouth of the Ice Wolf and exploded in its belly in a very short time, releasing extremely powerful power. The Ice Wolf was also fatally injured and fell to the ground in an instant. Zheng Guodong then released a huge fire dragon, which exploded violently on the Ice Wolf again, leaving it completely without life. This was something he would never have been able to do before. However, the corpse of the B-level demon spirit in front of him and himself standing here intact were indisputable facts. Old Zheng. Thanks to you. Was the explosion just now a newly developed ability? Luo Ming came to his side, extremely exhausted. As the commander-in-chief this time, Luo Ming also charged into battle just now, and had countless wounds of all sizes on his body. I don't know? Zheng Guodong shook his head. He really didn't know. He just felt that the spiritual energy that had been lingering on his body seemed to be a little more concentrated than usual. Hey, maybe the second ability has come out. Let's go! Luo Ming patted Zheng Guodong on the shoulder. This is the victory of the 9 Heavens Tower. The victory of all extraordinary people. And the victory of all mankind. Although, our losses are indeed a bit greater, Luo Ming said, looking at the ambulances and hearses, shook his head and limped over. The second ability. Huh? Zheng Guoding murmured. The special operations team of the 9-layered heaven tower that came with Luo Ming had already removed a large amount of meat, bones, and other things from the wolf corpse in front of him. Of course, the nearly 20-centimeter diameter soul pill was also placed in a special metal box. Zheng Guodong was speechless. 10 days later, somewhere, the Transcendent Research and Experimental Center, Zheng Guodong walked out of the physical examination room with a smile that was hard to hide. The spiritual energy concentration index above just broke through 6100. This means that he has become the world's first B-level transcendent. The doctors in the physical examination room were already shouting in crazy joy. And this news would soon spread from this laboratory to the 9-layered heaven tower. After that, it would cause an uproar in the transcendent organizations around the world. And in the actual combat drill, he also mastered the second ability, wind element control. The combination of the two elements played a miraculous effect in the battle with the Ice Soul Giant Wolf. Now that he has become a B-level superhuman, he will also be the focus of everyone's attention. His every move can have a considerable impact. Walking out of the door of the experimental center, Zheng Guodong, who was quite excited, looked up and saw hundreds of people waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. Among them, not only the high-level officials of the 9-layered heaven tower, but even that person was present. Zheng Guodong hurried down the stairs and stood straight. Well done, Zheng Guodong. The man smiled slightly. The first B-level superhuman. You are the pride of all mankind. Yes. Zheng Guodong's heart gradually became more excited. Zheng Guodong. From now on, you will be the 7th person in the 9-layered heaven tower and perform various duties. Is there anything else you want to say? The man continued to smile and said, Yes. But Zheng Guodong also has an unwelcome request at this time. Zheng Guodong took a deep breath. Please allow me to lead the superhuman troops to the Wantohai spirit realm to eliminate the mutant creatures there. The man's smile froze in an instant and disappeared. Chapter 108 Strategic Countermeasure. There were bursts of roars in the sky from far to near. 2 light silver-white planes flew over the Wanju Sea tens of thousands of meters away less than 30 seconds apart. This is the 3rd time in 2 days. Lin Ning looked at their tails as they flew away, thinking, there is no doubt that these are definitely not planes that pass by chance. The outside of their engines are printed with the 2 numbers B33041 and B33042, which are the same every time. So, this means one thing. They are here for reconnaissance. This Wanju Sea spirit realm and several nearby spirit realms are probably within the reconnaissance range of this reconnaissance plane. In addition, Lin Ning believes that it is highly likely that the target is the Wanju Sea spirit realm. I wonder if they will twitch when they see the shape of the spiritual lake in the center of the valley after taking the photo. Lin Ning recalled that this was the first time he had been scouted since he became this bamboo. Moreover, every time the other party flew over, they would specifically choose the afternoon when there was no fog. The purpose seemed to be quite obvious. It seems that the human side seems to be making some moves. In the past few days, without the disturbance of humans, he was able to have peace and quiet. His subordinates were also improving their realms, and there was peace in the Sea of Bamboo. But it seems that this kind of thing will soon come to an end. Lin Ning felt that it was highly likely that humans would deploy troops after the reconnaissance aircraft and gather in this direction. And it might be a large-scale force. Since this winter, he has already improved his realm to the 3rd level. The 2nd level, which is much slower than before. And the improvement of his subordinates is also not small, especially those who were recruited at the beginning. Almost all of them have reached the 1st level, the 5th level or above. As for the human side, if there really is a B-level extraordinary person, he would not be surprised at all. After all, the world is always changing, and humans cannot always stand still. Their previous backwardness will not always be like this. In the early stage of the spiritual energy recovery, humans can only use powerful technology and weapons to deal with it in the early stage. But later, they may use things like spiritual stones to pile up 1 or even several B-level extraordinary people. Or even more. This is not impossible. After a winter of silence, the humans who have been silent all the time suddenly chose to use reconnaissance planes to scout here first in this spring of revival. After that, there will definitely be some actions. I am afraid they are now prepared. So, How to do it well. The subordinates are now active in the Wantohai spirit realm, and even near the Silver Fish Mountain spirit realm. Under Lin Ming current breath perception, their every move is reflected in Lin Ming mind. This is not that Lin Ming wants to monitor them, but to ensure that everything within the perception range develops according to the results he wants. After almost a whole year, as his subordinates increased in number, the total number of creatures in the Wantohai spirit realm was indeed decreasing. Even after recuperation, this trend and direction was still developing in this direction. After all, although there was no need to worry about this before, as the number of wolves continued to increase, the demand for food also gradually increased, which also led to the total number of animals in the valley being constantly decreasing. So now, Lin Ming even had to let his subordinates go to farther places to hunt, so that their food reserves would not be insufficient. But this situation of gradually decreasing food obviously could not last long. At this time, Lin Ming had already explored every inch of the underground and ground of the Wantohai spirit realm, the Lingxiao Peak spirit realm, and the Silver Fish Mountain spirit realm with its infinitely regenerating roots. After the spirit stones were discovered one by one, they were also rapidly decreasing after being absorbed by Lin Ming. Until now, he could not find any spirit stones within this radius of 100 kilometers. The underground spiritual river, because of the large amount of spiritual stones from the Lingxiao Peak spiritual realm that he absorbed, could no longer provide more evolution points. The situation was similar for the spiritual lake. The exhaustion of spiritual energy resources came again. Relying solely on the sunlight and the spiritual energy in the air to strengthen oneself has also become much slower. Lin Ming has been thinking about one thing now. That is whether it is worth staying in the Wantohai spiritual realm. This problem was first thought by Lin Ming when he had a mobile root system. So he moved to the highest point of the hill. Later, because of this problem, he moved from that hill to the bank of the spiritual lake. Now, it is still the same problem. Should he choose to start from a new, more suitable place? Originally, this was still a concept, or something in the works. But the appearance of the reconnaissance planes in the past 2 days made him determined. Coincidentally, aren't the humans going to attack here? Then why not let them attack in vain? If they go head-on, they will definitely win. But after winning, the unwilling humans will definitely use the world's military forces on him. The A-level Demon King. The endless war will also begin, and a protracted battle will begin between him and humans. But Lin Ming felt that it was not the right time yet. Moreover, through this relocation, he wanted to counter the humans strategically. So, as for the location of this relocation, red shadow, snow brocade, black armor, ochre feather, master, for giant birds like small fighter jets circled and fell from the nearby sky, folded their wings, and came under Lin Ming. Lin Ming's current spiritual language ability allows him to communicate with his subordinates within a radius of 100 kilometers. The cute little snake and the three-headed giant monkey were also called to his side. The four of you take Qin Chun, Bingpa, Shuiyuan, and Huaikui with you. Each of you must be responsible for 2 directions at the same time. Try to fly farther to avoid human reconnaissance. And then tell me all the detailed information you see after you come back. Understand? Yes. Understood. The ones who responded were naturally the cute little snakes and giant monkeys. As for the 4 giant birds, they could basically understand very limited things, and their intelligence was still quite immature. If it weren't for the fact that Panda was too fat to go up, Lin Ming's best choice would definitely be it. Soon, after Chiang and the others roughly understood the order, they took off with Qin Chun and the others to 4 directions. After watching their figures gradually turn into small black dots and disappear into the distance, Lin Ming still had a lot to do next. However, he still had to wait until they came back and reported the terrain outside his perception range nearby before making a specific decision. Lin Ming instantly used his spiritual language ability to inform all his subordinates to rush back to his location by the spirit lake as soon as possible. Looking at the thing under the bulge that was about to break out of the ground, Lin Ming knew that perhaps the time to use this thing had really come. Chapter 109: The Answer You Want. Lin Ming looked at the unfathomable blue sky. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, there were satellites that he didn't know how many spiritual energy concentration detection satellites there were. Spiritual energy concentration detection satellites were machines created by humans with technological power in the era of spiritual energy revival by combining technology with spiritual energy. If he didn't have this troublesome thing, he would be very relaxed. Those extraordinary people who want to know the spiritual energy concentration of this place must sneak into the center of the spiritual realm. In that case, it is possible that humans will not be able to know his whereabouts even after spending decades. But human technology will also advance in a crazy leap forward when they feel the crisis. From the extremely bulky box-type spiritual energy concentration detector at the beginning, to the miniaturization, micro-miniaturization, and even handheld spiritual energy concentration detectors. One generation after another has been updated. Finally, there appeared a spiritual energy concentration detection satellite that can fly in space. From the beginning, it could only shoot and detect things similar to hotspot maps. In the previous battle, Lin Ming learned that it can already shoot normal satellite images. What will it evolve to next? Lin Ming couldn't guess. But he knew very well that as long as he didn't expose himself, it would be difficult for humans to find him in this densely vegetated valley. At this moment, he had hidden his entire body beside several giant trees that were hundreds of meters high. The role that sunlight could play for him was just some simple evolution points. And it was not indispensable. Moreover, although the giant trees around him were dense, sunlight could still be projected through the gaps. In addition, the powerful power of breath concealment made his A-level spiritual energy concentration 1/10 of the original. Even if it was as powerful as the spiritual energy detection satellite, it would never find that he, a bamboo, was the real overlord in the Wanju Sea. But the Wanju Sea spirit realm has now become the target of public criticism among those humans. If it is said to the human side that the first time Captain Zheng brought people to detect the spiritual energy concentration, for people died and returned home, it was still a simple incident. The second time Captain Zheng and his troops were almost wiped out by him again. This had already attracted the attention of the Superhuman Association. Moreover, he was promoted from the first level to the second level at that time, which caused a short-term fluctuation in the concentration of spiritual energy, which also alerted the humans. After that, the silver poison sky dragon, a B-level demon spirit, appeared and disappeared in the Wanju Sea spirit realm in a short time. Judging from the news from the human side, this also confused them. Finally, when he was promoted from the first level to the second level, the concentration of spiritual energy of the A level that burst out in just a few seconds. If it was detected by the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite, it would definitely attract the attention and panic of humans. Right? The troops led by Xiaoyu after that were the best proof. The silence of the human side for a whole winter proved that they were holding back a big one. Instead of just throwing this suspicious place aside, the reconnaissance aircraft that have been appearing in the past 2 days are also a signal released by humans. They will most likely use military forces that have never been demonstrated before, and a large number of extraordinary people to carry out a carpet-style, thorough cleanup of the Wanju Sea area. Lin Ming also knew that he had not done everything perfectly from the beginning to now. Otherwise, things would not have developed to this point. Therefore, he finally decided to move from Wanju Sea to another place before the human army arrived. This does not mean that Lin Ming is afraid of humans. He just doesn't want to always be in this passive state of defense and counterattack. If he is always passive, it will be too passive. Nuclear bomb? Sorry. I am really not afraid. Even if the nuclear bombs flying over the world only have a small root system left, it will only take a few minutes to grow back to its original appearance. Moreover, he still has a killer move that has not been used. Lin Ming feels that he, an A-level demon king, is an existence that humans should fear. As for the place of transfer, he has already thought about it. Lin Ming looked at the sky. For small black dots that gradually appeared in the far distance gradually became larger and clearer. A moment later, Qi Ying and other subordinates circled down, carrying Silver Dragon Qin Chun, and soon landed on the ground again. Silver Dragon Qin Chun, Giant Monkey Bingpa, Shui Yuan, and Huaikui all crawled on the ground with their heads down. Tell me all the terrain and information you have seen. After repeatedly packing various nouns and meanings to these intelligent subordinates, they quickly understood the meaning of these things, and naturally it was no problem to communicate some slightly difficult words. Master, what I saw was a lot of forests and mountains, and it was the same all the way to faraway places. Silver Dragon Qinchun said. Master, what I saw was similar to what Qinchun saw. Bingpa nodded. Master, I saw the same thing. Shui Yuan also said. Lin Ming looked at the last Huaikui. Master, I saw the strange white and gray things that you mentioned. They were very big, and there were many humans in them. There were also very few trees. Huaikue reported immediately. In which direction? Lin Ning knew that the information he wanted had arrived. It's in the southeast direction. Not far away. Huaikue answered immediately. Lin Ning had a plan, from here to that direction. Are there many forests like this one? Master. There are many. Many. Gurgling. Lin Ming understood. The southeast direction is just the exit of the valley, which is the location of the former Shili village. If you go further, you will go straight to the direction of the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm. If we go straight ahead in the direction, it seems that we will not pass the center of the nuclear explosion. Lin Ning had learned from the conversations with the humans led by Xia Yu last time that Wantuhai Lingjing seemed to be only a few hundred kilometers away from Rongqing City, the center of Shu Province. Maybe the place Huaikue mentioned was Rongqing City? If so, that would be great. Strategic countermeasure. If you want to move, it is not just a simple move. You must have a purpose. And Lin Ning's purpose is the so-called strategic countermeasure. Okay. Humans want to use nuclear bombs to deal with monsters? Like nuclear bomb rain? Then I move to the vicinity of your most densely populated huge city. Do you still dare? Humans probably can't think of it even if they scratch their heads. That the A-level monster they have been searching for will leave this Wantuhai Lingjing and come to their densely populated area. Since the strong and the weak are competing. Since they want to fight to the death. Then some special means must be used. Moving to this place very close to the big city is the strategic countermeasure that Lin Ning can think of. If humans knew that he was next to the giant city and still suppressed him with a rain of nuclear bombs, then the human race might really be hopeless. In this case, let's go to the vicinity of the giant city when night falls. Chapter 110 Unexpected Breakthrough. Repeat. B22041. Fourth return. No abnormality found in the target area. Repeat. B33042. Fourth return. No abnormality found in the target area. Before the two unmanned reconnaissance aircraft landed on the special runway in Rongqing City, Shu Province, the photos they took had been transmitted to the research center that had been waiting for a long time. Tens of thousands of extremely clear photos are being carefully and closely examined by many researchers. Wantuhai's spirit realm was already a key focus area in the era of the Superhuman Association. Now in the system of the 9-story Sky Tower. What exactly exists in Wantuhai's spirit realm is also one of the most important topics. Not to mention that the former member of the association, the superhuman Zheng Guodong, suffered failures in his first 2 visits here. Later, the place where the demon spirits in the Lingxiao Peak spirit realm disappeared was also here. And the concentration of spiritual energy at the level of A-level Demon King was detected later. Also here. Not to mention that when Jia Yu, the son of Jia Yin, the president of the association, led the army to Wantuhai's spirit realm to prepare for a sweeping attack. Not to mention that the ruins of the old Tang County, outside the New Mountain spirit realm, were attacked inexplicably, which eventually led to its loss of control and the subsequent events. All of this is developed with Wantuhai's spirit realm as the center. And no one would think that there is nothing here. Although from the photos, it is indeed too ordinary here. The concentration of spiritual energy detected by the Spiritual Energy Detection Satellite only proves that there are only some sea-level monsters here. The original concentration of spiritual energy at the level of A-level Monster King is like a joke. And it only exists in a few pages of data photos of the association at that time. Did you find anything? The man came to the research center in person, which made all the researchers feel terrified. But they still found nothing in the nearly 3 days of inspections without closing their eyes. Wantuhai's spirit realm is like any ordinary spiritual realm, without any abnormalities at all. Even the latest and most technologically advanced aura concentration reconnaissance aircraft equipped with cameras, reconnaissance combined aperture radar, aurora tracking, dual-mode laser pointers and laser marking functions, and aura concentration detection devices, could not detect anything. Bamboo seas, fir forests, and extremely tall plants with extremely dense branches and leaves blocked most of the ground conditions. From these highly accurate photos, it is impossible to find out what is on the ground. It is even more impossible to know why the aura concentration of the A-level Demon King suddenly disappeared. We tried our best. But, a researcher shook his head and said, the man did not speak, but silently searched among the thousands of photos hanging on the wall. He suddenly stopped at a photo. It was a bird's-eye view of a small lake in the Wantuhai spiritual realm. The researchers were all embarrassed. And some of the young female researchers had some strange looks on their faces. This lake has a strange shape, he said. The researchers did not know what to say. It was more than strange. Find the photos of this lake before the spiritual energy revived. Yes. The researchers started their busy search again. After dozens of minutes, a researcher ran back with a stack of photos, with extreme shock on his face. Oh! It turned out to be an oval lake? Uh-huh. The man couldn't help but laugh. And after checking the shapes of the lake in different periods, he stood up. Luo Ming, go and inform your people to prepare to assemble. Bring all the sea level ones here. Oh! By the way, remember to bring Zheng Guodong, who is reflecting on himself. Old Dong, you go and transfer 3 divisions here. Remember to bring enough heavy weapons and prepare the bombers. Yes. Yes. The man looked at the many researchers again. You have worked hard these days. But you must also check these details carefully. Let the reconnaissance plane fly out again tomorrow. It will take time for the troops to assemble. Yes. Okay. I leave this to you. Next. He looked up at the bird's-eye view of the entire Wantohai spirit realm, and his smile gradually faded. Maybe it will be a very busy period. At the same time, somewhere, in the confinement room, Zheng Guodong tried hard to control his emotions. But as long as he closed his eyes, the things that happened in the Wantohai spirit realm would reappear in his mind again and again. For him, it was not a setback on the road to success, but an unbearable stain in the career of a transcendent. The first time, for people died tragically because of him, who had almost no leadership ability. The second time, nearly 400 soldiers and 20 extraordinary people left their bodies there. After that, every time Zhai Lao encountered various things there, he deliberately sent him away and deliberately did not let him participate, which made the anger he was holding in his heart become more and more violent. Wantohai's spirit realm has become his nightmare. Whether facing the giant scorpion in the Wahul Desert or the ice wolf in the Haiming Federation, his imaginary enemy is Wantohai. 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 When he finally became a B-level and the most powerful extraordinary person in the world, Zheng Guodong was so excited that he said what he had been holding back in his heart for a long time in front of that person. In return, he was punished by being confined for 10 days to reflect on himself. Zheng Guodong let out a long sigh and shook his head. Although he was confined, he still felt that he would apply to the higher authorities to go to Wantohai's spirit realm again when the time came. Creak! The extremely thick metal door of the confinement room was opened, and the bearded man appeared in front of Zheng Guodong. Xiao Liuzi, are you here to laugh at me? Zheng Guodong smiled bitterly. The bearded man frowned. What jokes do you have to tell me? Don't talk about the sea of bamboo every day. Are you crazy? Zheng Guodong was stunned. Maybe. Come out. The confinement is over. The bearded man opened the special handcuffs on Zheng Guodong's hands and removed the intravenous sedatives on his arms one by one. It's over. Zheng Guodong was a little bit unbelieving. Yes, it's over. Ordered by the higher-ups. And you will be very busy from now on. You will be preparing to take a plane soon. So change your clothes first. The bearded man said a bunch of words and handed a pile of clean clothes to Zheng Guodong. Take a plane? Zheng Guodong was still confused. Yes. Let's go to your favorite place. Are you happy? The bearded man looked at his watch. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. If you go slower, I lose all the points on my driver's license. My favorite place. Wait. You mean? Zheng Guodong quickly put on his clothes, his eyes glowing like flames. Yes. Yes. That damn Wantohai Lingjing. The Wantohai Lingjing that you always talk about like a lunatic. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Okay? Zheng Guodong ran out of the confinement room like the wind, his heart pounding. Wantohai Lingjing. Wantohai Lingjing. Chapter 111. Under the Starry Night. The night sky was full of stars, and the moon was only a little crescent, hidden behind the floating thin clouds. Lin Ning had cut off all the routes before the night fell. But before that, in order to avoid complications, he withdrew all the routes from a radius of 100 kilometers, and buried the unused ones deep in the soil and rock layers thousands of meters below. This way, even if humans wanted to discover it by chance, it would be impossible, using the support of these extremely powerful short bamboo roots. Lin Ning simply moved the bamboo body with a diameter of nearly 8 meters a few steps, and quickly adapted to his weight and rhythm. Lin Ning felt that moving at night was nothing more than the safest choice. He didn't think that humans could continue to monitor this spiritual realm at night, although their technology was advanced. As long as it was touched by the spiritual energy, it seemed that some of the technology was not so powerful in application. Although it was not solid like a tree, Lin Ning still felt that his weight was quite terrifying. So he used the extreme regeneration ability of all the roots to flatten the bottom to increase the surface area. But even so, every time he moved forward, he would still create a large mark. However, there was no need to worry about this. He had also made two preparations for this situation. First, in order to reduce the weight, he cut off nearly half of his height with blood leaves, crushed them with bamboo branches, and buried them deep underground. After doing this, although he felt a little bald, at least he reduced nearly half of the weight. Instead, he used bamboo branches to quickly smooth out the traces left by walking, making it look like something was dragged over, and there was no trace of bamboo roots at all. After completing these preparations, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, all the subordinates did not follow him in action. Lin Ning felt that the more people there were, the louder the movement would be, and the more obvious the target would be. In this valley, if the movement was a little louder, the echo would be very serious, and it might attract some reconnaissance aircraft to come for reconnaissance. Therefore, he divided the wolf pack into 7 groups, led by Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yan, Yan Si, Lei Ji, Yan Lu, and Du Yan, and asked them to go to the Silver Fish Mountain Spirit Realm first. As for the remaining part, the 4 giant birds like Qiying carried their slower and less heavy subordinates to move first, such as the 3 giant monkeys, the silver dragon Qin Chun, and the golden python Jin Lin, while the blood bird and the shrike were on the side to escort. The Suro crossed the mountain carrying the giant bear Manwe, Jing Ji and Ban Hudianwei, and Bai Qi went to the Silver Fish Mountain Spirit Realm from the direction of Lingxiao Peak. Finally, the panda, the 2-tailed fire fox, and the little turtle followed him. Of course, the 2 aquatic creatures, river shrimp and minnow, had already gone downstream along the small river out of the spiritual lake. It is estimated that their speed is much faster than theirs, and it may not take long to reach the direction of the waterfall downstream. After everything was prepared, Lin Ning started to set off. He had already asked Qiying and the others to fly at low altitude, and his bamboo roots had found the best route, so there was no need to worry about this. Next, let's start. The route was roughly to go to the exit in the south of the valley, which was the direction of Shili village at that time. From the center of the valley, the straight line distance to that side was not far, and it was not difficult to walk along the route planned by Lin Ning. The bamboo branches and taproots were responsible for clearing the traces of movement behind him. It didn't take long for him to move a considerable distance. His speed was so fast that even Panda and the 2-tailed fire fox had trouble chasing him. However, to be honest, Lin Ning movements were not small. Soon, many mutant creatures close to the first level or with higher intelligence in the Wantuhai spirit realm gradually followed his route. Lin Ning originally thought about harvesting a wave of them, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. If they were willing to follow, they would follow. If not, they could stay in the Wantuhai spirit realm. After the humans came, it was estimated that not many mutant creatures in the Wantuhai spirit realm would survive. As Lin Ning moved, the mutant creatures following him gradually increased. They had higher intelligence, and they also knew that the movement of the most powerful giant bamboo in the Wantuhai spirit realm might indicate that some danger was coming. Panda had walked ahead of the mutant creatures who followed him, and found a few pandas from inside, walked side by side with it, and hugged it from time to time. Lin Ning gradually approached the exit of the valley, and he also saw that Panda was turning the footprints he stepped on into their own footprints together with many mutant creatures, which was quite good. Not long after, Lin Ning arrived at the exit of the valley, and saw some ruins of buildings hidden in the darkness, not far down the slope. That should be the location of Shili village. Lin Ning thought of Captain Zheng. That guy seemed to have tried to enter the valley from here twice. The first time he succeeded, and he was not prepared at that time. The second time, he used tree roots to turn the mutants into a tide of insects and beasts, almost killing them all. Now, this place has become a ruin, with various tall plants everywhere, and it is almost impossible to see any traces of human existence. Lin Ning estimated that it took him more than 2 hours to get here from the bank of the Spirit Lake. The speed was not too slow, and it was much faster than expected. It seems that before dawn, there should be no problem moving to the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm 50 kilometers away. The strong and extremely flexible bamboo roots gradually walked down the hillside, crossed the ruins, went to the mountain road ahead, and gradually walked down the mountain. Along the way, he also saw countless skulls and broken bones, as well as a large number of rusty and broken weapons. That time, quite a lot of humans died here. The spiritual rain burst, coupled with his own bamboo roots and the expulsion of his subordinates, shattered the ambition of humans to attack the Wantohai spirit realm at that time, and suffered quite a lot of losses. And since then, he has indeed not seen Captain Zheng again. Although Lin Ning felt that humans were far behind the mutant creatures in terms of spiritual energy in this era of spiritual energy revival. When he first came into contact with Captain Zheng, he was still a scumbag at the 6th level. But at that time, he seemed to be able to use elements, and mastered them quite maturely. In this regard, the subordinates even gradually mastered it after their realm was raised to the 1st level. Could it be that the mastery of elements is linked to intelligence? There is no definite answer at present. Everything is just a guess. He looked back, and the Wantohai spirit realm was getting farther and farther away from him. In the night, it also became more and more unfamiliar. From the beginning of his rebirth until now, all the things that happened there were replayed in Lin Ning's mind for a while, and he couldn't get rid of them. For the sake of the future, he should leave temporarily. Besides, that thing is still buried deep there, so it's not like there is no trace left. Chapter 112. They are finally here. In the dark night, the faint starlight flickered. At this time, Lin Ning had already arrived at the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm. This continuous hilly area has an unimaginable degree of dense forests, even more and larger than the Wantohai Spirit Realm. Lin Ning has never seen wild grass that can grow to 10 meters. Nor has he seen a laurel tree that can reach the sky. And he has never seen a rhododendron that can grow flowers to a diameter of nearly 1 meter. But in this Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm, it seems to exist. Whether this is related to the radiation emitted from the nuclear explosion center not far away, Lin Ning does not know. At this moment, he was hiding among countless giant trees. After he cut off half of his height, he seemed much smaller. After Lin Ning arrived here, he could already sense and materialize the breath perception ability of any creature within 200 kilometers. But he still could not sense the existence of any human beings at this time. It seems that there is still some distance from the imagined Rongqing city. But unexpectedly, Lin Ning sensed the spiritual energy of a large number of mutant creatures in a dense forest less than 100 kilometers southeast of him. That unknown area should be the location of a spiritual realm that he did not know about. And the concentration of spiritual energy of the mutant creatures there is quite high. And many of them have exceeded the 1st level. And farther away, almost reaching the westernmost part of the perception boundary. There are also many spiritual energy of mutant creatures. But that is not the direction Lin Ning wants to go. So he will ignore it for the time being. Now, he can actually take advantage of the night to go to the unknown spiritual realm 100 kilometers away. But now, he has no idea how long it will take to dawn. It would be fun if dawn came halfway. Just imagine. A bamboo with a diameter of nearly 8 meters is standing on the road. And there are a lot of animals eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping around it. The picture is simply too beautiful. Moreover, in the Silverfish Mountain Spiritual Realm, which is not too far from the Wantohai Spiritual Realm and has a high altitude, he could see if the humans would attack the Wantohai Spirit Realm where he had been as he thought, looking at his subordinates who were resting, and the nearly 200 mutant creatures of various kinds who were guarding the Wantohai Spirit Realm not far away. Lin Ning had a strange feeling at this moment. Master, I think there are too many of us gathered here. Panda's consciousness was transmitted to Lin Ning. Of course he had thought about this problem. More than a dozen sea-level demons gathered in the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm, which had basically no sea-level demons before. The spiritual energy detection satellite flying in the sky would definitely find something strange. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yin, Yen Si, Lei Ji, Yen Lu, Du Yin, Qiying, and Shui Jin also obeyed the order. Master. The 7 giant wolves bowed their heads and responded respectfully immediately. Master. Qiying and Shui Jin did the same thing. As the pilots of Qiying and Shui Jin. No. The crew members of the giant monkeys, Shui Yuan and Huaikui. They also obeyed the order immediately. Shuiyuan and Huaikui. You ride Qiang and Shuejin. Lead the wolf and the wolf pack. And go to the spiritual realm in the southeast direction. Do you hear me? Master. It's okay. Leave it to me. As a reward, Lin Ming lowered the branch. Let the subordinates drink for a while. And then signaled them that they could move. The two giant monkeys immediately rode on Qiang and Shuejin and flew into the low sky of the night. And Feng Shao led all the wolves to follow them forward. Looking at the backs of his subordinates going away, Lin Ning was relieved a little. If he had the ability to shield the concentration of his subordinates' spiritual energy, then he wouldn't have to work so hard. Speaking of which, it seems that the system has completely lost any sense of existence recently. Except for the time when he was promoted to the 3rd level and got that ability. There has been no movement since then. Of course, it would still make a sound when he was told how many evolutionary points he had obtained. In the past, he remembered that once he was in urgent need of some ability or skill. This thing would immediately pop up at this particularly coincidental time to tell him that there were new abilities to learn, what effects the original abilities would have after upgrading, etc. But now, even though the evolutionary points have reached the number of 50,000, this thing still has no movement. It certainly did not disappear, but its presence seemed much smaller than before, almost non-existent. Lin Ming always felt that this system should be just an auxiliary, to be honest. If he relied heavily on it, he would definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Just like the human side, over-reliance on weapons and spiritual energy detection satellites. In the repeated confrontations with him, it was always at an absolute disadvantage. Fortunately, Lin Ming felt that he had done the right thing by not relying on this system to survive the crisis and make the choices at the critical moments. This thing is just an auxiliary, and the choice is made by oneself. Thinking about some random things, Lin Ming looked at the night sky, waiting for the next time when day and night alternate. Soon, with two roars, the two reconnaissance planes that Lin Ming had seen flash from south to north in the sky tens of thousands of meters high. This time, they also went straight to the direction of Lingshao Peak. Lin Ming found that the routes of the two planes did not even pass through the range of the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm. Sure enough, humans are still too obsessed with that place and rely heavily on these machines. So, what will they think when they see the sudden decrease in the concentration of spiritual energy? Will they think that this is another big move by the unknown mutant creature in the Wantohai Spirit Realm? Will curiosity make them more confused and anxious? Lin Ming is very interested in this. Humans would never have thought that this bamboo, Lin Ming, was the most powerful one in the Wantohai Spirit Realm. And they would never have thought that he had already escaped from the Wantohai and reached the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm, which humans did not care about at all. Even if he noticed this, he would not care. Humans who relied too much on the spiritual energy detection satellite would at most find that there were a few more sea-level demon spirits here. Time passed quickly. Lin Ming estimated that it was about noon, and dozens of huge planes roared past in the sky, heading straight for the Wantohai Spirit Realm. Looking at the bulky body, Lin Ming thought it must be some kind of strategic transport plane. However, not long after, dozens of strategic transport planes roared past again. How much are they going to transport? Lin Ming also sighed. It seems that these people are really going to get serious this time. He also saw that these transport planes seemed to be circling dozens of kilometers away from the other exit direction of the Wantohai Spirit Realm, as if they were looking for a place to land. Are you going to attack from that side? That is correct. After all, the other direction is much easier to go than Xiaoli Village. Didn't the bounty hunters enter Wantohai from that direction last time without anyone noticing? After a while, hundreds of armed helicopters appeared from the horizon again, flew over the Silverfish Mountain Spirit Realm, turned around, and came directly to the location near Xiaoli Village, and began to land one after another. Oh! Attack from both sides, blocking the two exits of the valley. Great! What will be the next strategy? As the protagonist of the Wantohai Spirit Realm this time, Lin Ming, who was watching the show from far away in Silverfish Mountain, said that he was looking forward to it. Chapter 113 Locking. The 3rd Mountain Special Forces is still 35 kilometers away from the gathering point. The 5th column has reached 28 kilometers from the scheduled location. The reports were quickly transmitted to the headquarters of a certain place. As the commander-in-chief of this battle, the man looked at the icons of the marked troops on a detailed color satellite map and put them in the correct position one by one. He touched his chin and thought, Old Dong. Is the time still too tight? The man looked at more icons on the color satellite map, gradually approaching the Wanjusi spirit realm, and asked the old man next to him. A little bit. But if we start the attack in 2 days, I'm afraid we will catch up with the next heavy rain. Old Dong replied. Can't we prepare for artificial rain elimination? This time the prediction is a heavy rainfall cloud cluster. We have tried artificial rain elimination, but artificial rain elimination cannot currently have a decisive impact on this kind of heavy rainfall cloud cluster. So, the person from the meteorological department next to him interrupted. But he became less and less confident. Is that so? The man nodded, without further comment. There is no other way. I always think that the right time, right place and right people are not always available. Although it is a bit rushed now. The conditions in all aspects are already very good. The Lingshao Peak is too dangerous and steep on one side, and the ground troops cannot land. The same is true for the Yinling Mountains on the other side. So we can only encircle from the original Xiaoli village side, and the gentle slope area on the other side of the valley. I see. The height difference on the Xiaoli village side is too big. So the mountain special forces, and the extraordinary troops of the Nine Heavens Tower are sent. The man nodded. Yes. There is a basically abandoned road 60 kilometers away from the gentle slope area on the other side, which can be used as a troop transport vehicle. It can also be used as a temporary landing place for transport aircraft. But it takes some time to get from there to the gentle slope area of the valley. Mr. Dong explained. If we march quickly, we can only arrive in the middle of the night. The man nodded and said, It seems that this is the only way. Let the soldiers have a good rest after arriving at the designated location, and then carry out the encirclement tactics tomorrow morning. Yes. Yes. Also tell Luo Ming of the 9-layered Heaven Tower to keep an eye on Zheng Guodong, and don't let him go crazy inside. Even if he is the first B-level in the world. Don't get too inflated. Yes. Yes. Okay. This battle cannot be lost. Treat it according to the war level. The man's face was stern. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and dig out the secrets of Wantohai's spirit realm for me. Yes. At the same time, outside the Wantohai spirit realm, at the bottom of the mountain, as the speed of the propeller gradually decreased, Zheng Guodong and the 9-layered Heaven Tower high-level people around him finally stepped on solid ground. Even these huge armed helicopters equipped with a lot of weapons dare not easily approach the range of the spirit realm. Not to mention the extremely complex and chaotic magnetic field influence in the spirit realm. In the spiritual realms alone, there are a large number of mutated creatures such as flying birds and flying insects. They are the biggest threat to anyone who dares to fly low in the spiritual realm. Now, the area near Xiaoli village, which is the most suitable place for landing, has completely become the range of Wantohai's spiritual realm. All pilots dare not take the risk and put the extremely precious extraordinary people there. This means that the nearly 3,000 extraordinary people at the foot of the mountain and the 5,000 mountain special forces can only walk up the mountain to the side of Wantohai's spiritual realm. It takes a lot of time. Quoting, don't get sick later. Even if you come here, as the 7th tower of the 9 Heavens Tower, you must lead by example and set an example. Do you hear me? Luo Ming is very worried about Zheng Guodong. He also knows very well what Zheng Guodong feels about Wantohai's spiritual realm. That's why he was worried that this B-level transcendent might make a serious mistake if he couldn't control himself. As the 4th person in the 9 Heavens Tower, he had to monitor and control Zheng Guodong strictly. This was a battle that involved many things. The higher-ups took it very seriously, and they absolutely couldn't let Zheng Guodong make a mistake this time. I know. After taking a few deep breaths, Zheng Guodong looked up at the mountain. Although he couldn't see the Wantohai spirit realm here, his thoughts had already flown there. Quoting, remember, the collective discipline is higher than your own. And the collective honor is also, what are you going to do? While Luo Ming was talking, Zheng Guodong had already walked away. He trotted to catch up with Zheng Guodong, and saw a small hill covered with a large area of low, but extremely crowded bushes. Zheng Guodong stopped at the hill. This is where the artillery troops were last time. Zheng Guodong nodded silently. He looked at the rusty, twisted barrels with only a small section exposed, and the white bones hidden in the bushes, and remembered that night again, and clenched his fists tightly. Guodong. Luo Ming took a breath and pressed his shoulders. Can you be quiet? I warn you. It says above. I know. Zheng Guodong let out a long breath. His eyes became dim. I just think I was too weak at the time. Luo Ming was surprised. Ah, what are you talking about? The spiritual rain erupted? The tide of mutant creatures. Even if you are now a B level, you will definitely not be able to resist it alone. Zheng Guodong was silent. I said, individual heroism is not encouraged. You are very powerful. Even more powerful than me and the boss. Everyone knows this. But you also have to understand that there are limits to what a person can do. Especially for humans, who survive the spiritual rain in the spiritual realm. They can brag about it for the rest of their lives. Luo Ming comforted. Yes. But now, it's different. Zheng Guodong looked at the helicopters that were taking off and landing continuously. And at the large number of soldiers and extraordinary people who were constantly gathering around him. And nodded. He himself became a Class B extraordinary person, mastering the extraordinary power of fire and wind elements. And the spiritual energy in his body was far greater than that of himself, who was fleeing here in a panic. And the partners in the 9-story Sky Tower are much more reliable than they were before. They also respect each other and cooperate with these soldiers, and work together for their ideals. What's more, on the other side of the mountain, there are 3 divisions of heavy mecha corps gathering. Not to mention that several bombing squadrons hundreds of kilometers away are ready to stand by at any time. Even the ultimate weapon called Extinction will be launched instantly at a special moment. All this indicates that the Wantohai spirit realm has been completely locked. No matter what appears inside, or what secrets exist inside, they will be thoroughly dug out this time. Now they need to wait. Wait for the moment of charge to come. Chapter 114 Ability Upgrade. Night gradually fell, and there was no more roar of transport planes in the sky, nor the huge roar of propellers. In the distance, there were only some faint movements and sounds like human shouts. And the movements in the Wantohai spirit realm were even more inaudible. At this time, Lin Ning was in the Silverfish Mountain spirit realm, sensing the actions of all creatures within a radius of 200 kilometers and materializing them in his mind. Naturally, the movements of the humans who had gathered near the Wantohai spirit realm were also completely under his control. Nearly 30,000 soldiers. More than 3,000 extraordinary people. It was a huge force. Lin Ning felt that this configuration was quite familiar. Didn't Jia Yu bring a similar force to the Wantohai last time? Humans are really powerful in terms of numbers, and they can easily come up with so many troops again. However, unlike the time when Jia Yu led them, the strength of the extraordinary people this time was obviously quite strong. Lin Ning also sensed a very familiar aura in it. Captain Zheng. This guy really came. From the conversations of others, Lin Ning knew that this guy's name was Zheng Guodong. Now he was no longer Captain Zheng, but the 7th Heaven Tower of the 9 Heavens Tower, and he seemed to have a very high position. Now, the rich aura active in his body proved that he was fundamentally different from the weak and simple fire attribute supernatural being in the past. B grade. This is the new level classification method of supernatural beings for humans now. And it is said that it is also completely linked to mutant creatures. And this Zheng Guodong is indeed a B grade. In Lin Ning classification of his strength, he has reached the level of the 2nd level and the 1st level. A B grade supernatural being. Finally, as he thought, he still appeared. Although the speed of human evolution in the era of spiritual energy recovery is slow, it does not mean that they will never catch up with the speed of mutant creatures. It has only been a few months, and B level has emerged. Right? No matter whether it is due to the accumulation of spiritual stones, or the improvement of its own level. This is indeed the strength of B level. Moreover, in addition to the control of fire elements, Zheng Guodong also has the control of wind elements. Although he has not yet seen these 2 abilities, judging from the concentration of spiritual energy, Lin Ning thinks that his strength can be regarded as quite terrifying. Several extraordinary people around him, especially the one named Luo Ming, are also extraordinary people who control both wind and thunder elements, and have reached the 1st level and 8th level. Looking at these extraordinary people, the weakest ones have also reached the 1st level. That is, the initial level of D level. Good guy. It's good. This 9-layered heaven tower. After learning about the existence of this 9-layered heaven tower, Lin Ning's other bold guess has come true. The private organization that Zheng Guodong belonged to, the Extraordinary Association, collapsed, and was replaced by the Extraordinary Organization 9-layered heaven tower directly under the Tang State. Many people from the original Extraordinary Association entered the 9-layered heaven tower. This eventually led to a result. The conflict between the extraordinary and ordinary people would not be as sharp as before. They would be more united to deal with the common enemy. That is, the mutant creatures. This time, it seems that it is not the first time that they have attacked a certain spiritual realm on such a large scale. And the previous time seemed to be simulations and practice battles against the Wantohai spiritual realm. Lin Ning also felt that his judgment was quite accurate. If he was still beside the badly shaped spiritual lake this morning, he would be completely blocked by these extraordinary and soldiers in the Wantohai, unable to escape. If that was the case, there would be no way out except to fight to the death. Think about it. After he was blocked by these extraordinary people and soldiers in the Wantohai spirit realm, it will only take 1 or 2 minutes, and these humans will all go die. Then, perhaps what will greet him is a whistling high-yield nuclear bomb. Then, the war with all mankind will begin. Endlessly. In a cycle. Until all mankind is destroyed and he survives. But this is not the result Lin Ning wants now. He believes that his strength has not reached the desired level. And the strength of his subordinates is the same. Let humans not find out. And have no clue at all. Or even if they find out, they can't do anything about it. This is what Lin Ning pursues. So, he came to the Silverfish Mountain spirit realm and watched those people make trouble here quietly. He really wanted to see these people come up empty-handed, and then be furious and incompetent. After planning for so long, and even rehearsing for so long, bringing more than 30,000 soldiers and more than 3,000 top extraordinary people here, in the end, he found that there was only a hair in the Wantohai spirit realm. That's sour. They should doubt life and everything later. Right? This time, the arrival of humans also brought an explosive amount of information. Lin Ning felt that he had to digest it for a while. The most important information he got at present was that this group of people would gather around 5 a.m. and then enter the Wantohai spirit realm to fight. Tomorrow morning, it will be very lively. Sensing everything within a radius of 200 kilometers, Lin Ning found that there was no trace of humans on the way to the next destination. And there were really a lot of dense forests along the way. This provided a natural convenience for his movement. As for the pack of wolves that went there the day before, they also completely occupied and suppressed the spiritual realm over there. And there was no worry. Lin Ning looked at the dark sky, which was gradually becoming thicker and gradually condensing into a cloud. It seemed that it was going to rain again. It was time to go to the destination. Panda, lead all the subordinates and those who followed to start heading to the destination, Lin Ning said. And from the top of the hill, the root system quickly changed into a flat shape. Although he wanted to take a closer look, he still didn't play with fire. If those people didn't find anything in the Wantohai spirit realm and ran directly to the Silverfish Mountain spirit realm to vent their anger, then it would be too funny if they found the real master here. Master, I understand. Panda quickly commanded many mutant creatures that followed from the Wantohai spirit realm, as well as the remaining subordinates, who did not follow to gather together. They were all waiting for Lin Ning's next instruction. Go to the southeast. Use a dispersed formation. And pass through the forest. After Lin Ning gave a simple order, he sensed the location of the two guys, the river shrimp and the minnow, and moved his feet. Looking at the breath concealment ability in the attribute panel, Lin Ning thought about it. Why not take this opportunity to upgrade it to level 9? Anyway, he is not in the Wantohai spirit realm anymore. And he doesn't need to worry about whether the spiritual energy detection satellite will temporarily detect the extreme changes in the spiritual energy concentration in the spiritual realm. It takes 16,000 evolution points to upgrade to level 9, which is not a big number for him now. With a thought, the evolution points disappeared like flowing water. Soon, the ability of breath concealment reached level 9. Just when Lin Ning wanted to move forward, the long-lost system voice suddenly came from his mind. The breath concealment ability has been upgraded to the maximum level, and the upgraded ability is spiritual energy field shielding, which can completely shield the spiritual energy concentration of all creatures within a certain range. Oh no! Chapter 115 A-Level Demon King. Somewhere, a special command post for the battle against the Wantohai Lingjing area. In the early morning, it was still a busy scene here. Countless people were walking or sitting in the huge room, discussing fiercely. Everyone had an extremely anxious and serious expression on their faces, and the battle was about to begin. That person was also here at this time, sitting at the table, not sleeping all night. The cup of strong tea in front of him was already cold. At this time, The person was staring at the huge electronic map of the Wantuhai Lingjing area in front of him. The various colored icons on it had gathered outside the exits on both sides of the Wantuhai Lingjing. Guiyun. The real-time data of the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite. The data at a frequency of minutes. Hand it to me immediately. However, the person called Guiyun had a very ugly face. There is only data from 12 hours ago. The cloud is too thick. So, the change of spiritual energy concentration on the stack of information handed over by Guiyun finally stopped at 4:45 p.m. the previous day. However, after the man took it, he saw the problem at first glance. How could the spiritual energy concentration be so low? Why didn't you report it earlier? Give me an explanation now. The man's face darkened. Listen to me. By the way, Xiao Lu, come over and tell me. Didn't you say that you can explain it? Guiyun hurriedly called the young man next to him over. The man looked up at the young man who was looking over. And his face was intimidating without anger. Can you explain it? Yes. I am Lu Yuqing from the Spiritual Energy Detection Department. My guess is? No. After long-term discussions and research on past materials, our department has speculated that the demons in the Wantuhai spirit realm may have the ability to conceal their own spiritual energy concentration. Xiao Lu adjusted his glasses and answered instantly. He was extremely excited. Oh! Tell me more? The clouds on the man's face dissipated, and he smiled a little. He was very interested. Yes. We discussed and studied that when the spiritual energy of the B-level demon spirit appeared in the Linxiao Peak spirit realm, its spiritual energy was in the Wanjusi spirit realm. No need to repeat this. This is also the main reason why we sent troops to the Wanjusi spirit realm. Let's get to the point. Xiao Lu was terrified. We speculate that this mutant creature, which is likely to have the strength of an A-level demon king, also has the ability to hide a certain degree of spiritual energy concentration. The only mutant creature that can kill the B-level demon spirit is a B-level or higher level. The man stroked his chin. It's an interesting hypothesis. Continue. It may have a high level of intelligence, know how to use its own abilities flexibly, and may even have subordinates to help it do things. Oh! Are you talking about the strange combination of various demon spirits mentioned by the soldiers on Linxiao Peak? The man remembered the strange combination of wolves, pandas, snakes and other demon spirits mentioned in the report. Yes. We think that what happened in Linxiao Peak is also related to the monster of the Demon King level. It is the monster that sent its men to Linxiao Peak to stop us from exploring the spiritual stone veins. Comrade Xiao Lu, sit down. The man pointed to the chair next to him, and suddenly interrupted Xiao Lu. Sit down. The man had a smile on his face, and the extremely powerful aura revealed in his words instantly made everyone around him nervous. Yes. Xiao Lu didn't understand. Did he say something wrong? Or was he too excited? He trembled all over, and was overwhelmed by this aura. Your hypothesis is very interesting. Yes. But there is a fatal flaw in it, the man said softly. If there is an A-level demon king in this Wanjusi spirit realm, then why can it remain rational, and not come out of the Wanjusi spirit realm to kill people in places where humans are densely populated? Xiao Lu suddenly remembered Zhai Lao, who seemed to have said almost the same thing at that time. Any demon-level mutant creature in the world is strongly hostile to us humans. A few months ago, 70 million people in Japan died in a tsunami, because several B-level demons felt that humans had invaded their territory. Isn't it? Xiao Lu nodded. It was true. There was no way to refute it. The demons with basic intelligence have hostility towards humans, and their extremely serious territorial consciousness, which has caused countless disasters in the world since the revival of spiritual energy. Why did this A-level demon king only send his men to kill the extraordinary people, but let the ordinary soldiers go? Xiao Lu was speechless. There was no way to explain this. If this demon king only killed the B-level demon spirits that invaded its territory of a few dozen square kilometers, and for the same reason, sent those subordinates to cause trouble in Linxiao Peak, and before that, caused the extraordinary army led by Zhai Yu to suffer heavy losses at the ruins of Tangcheng County, 100 kilometers away from it. The man took a cup of warm tea, blew the tea leaves on it gently, and took a sip. Isn't the pattern of this so-called A-level demon king too small? Why did it only achieve this level? Well, it seems Xiao Lu couldn't figure this out at all. His hypothesis could obviously explain almost most things, but it couldn't explain this problem. Thinking about it carefully, more questions raised by this problem could not be explained. According to the hypothesis, it only cares about things within 100 kilometers. And it also adopts a defensive counterattack strategy for our human actions. But, the man pointed to the electronic map. We have surrounded Wanzhou Lingjing with heavy troops. Just a very short distance outside its territory. Given its character, why didn't it come out to fight back? At the very least, it should have sent the subordinates you mentioned to kill those extraordinary people first. However, it didn't. Everyone present listened in a daze. And there seemed to be a huge contradiction here. If according to Xiao Lu's statement, there are A-level demon spirits, then many things can be explained. But more questions have become more difficult to explain. Xiao Lu's mind was blank. And he couldn't answer. But these questions will give us answers the moment we conquer Wanzhou Lingjing. Or the moment we fail. The man smiled gently. Now, the whole world is watching our Tang country, and our 9-story sky tower. They are watching to see if we can capture it. Whether we can capture the Wanzhou spirit realm is of decisive significance to all mankind. Whether the future of mankind will develop or perish, it may be decided in this battle. The man stood up, walked to the electronic map, and looked at his watch. It's 5 o'clock. All troops, listen to my orders. This battle is related to the future of our Tang country, and the future of all mankind. I order you to wake up from now on. Not afraid of bloodshed. Not afraid of sacrifice. And return all the anger, sadness and separation of mankind to those mutant creatures in this battle. All troops, attack! Chapter 116 Fall. In the early morning, the sky in the east was already turning pale. 4:50. Outside the Wanzhou spiritual realm. In the direction of the exits on both sides of the valley. At the edge of the spiritual realm. On the gentle slope on the north side. 30,000 soldiers equipped with heavy weapons are ready to go. Outside Shili village. The exit on the south side. 3,000 extraordinary people and 5,000 mountain special forces soldiers are also ready to charge. This battle, the whole world is watching closely, waiting for the result. This battle involves too many things, and there is no room for error. Several flash bombs hit the sky, illuminating everyone's resolute faces. All troops, listen to the order. Everyone stood straight, and everyone was determined to die, vowing to completely flatten the Wanzhou spiritual realm. Zheng Guodong's eyes were wide open. He stood at the forefront of all the extraordinary people, and he and Luo Ming and others would become the vanguard when entering the Wanzhou spiritual realm. At this moment, his breathing gradually became rapid, and sweat even soaked his shirt. In the past year, that long-cherished wish will be fulfilled soon. In the past year, he has grown from a little extraordinary person who knew nothing and was extremely weak, to a B-level extraordinary person who can truly stand on his own. His 2 failures turned those who should not have died in Wanzhou into a pile of dry bones. But today, their anger, sadness and despair, and everything, will end today. Zheng Guodong turned around and looked behind him. More than 3,000 extraordinary people. More than 5,000 soldiers. I, Zheng Guodong, am an ordinary superhuman. A warrior who, like you, holds my country and all the people I want to protect in my heart. His voice was slightly trembling, but powerful. Everyone was looking at him in silence. Looking at this angry man. After the revival of spiritual energy, the mutant creatures have become the fear in our hearts and our lingering nightmare. They are cruel, ruthless, cunning and brutal. They are madly absorbing the spiritual energy in the world and using it to turn themselves into bloodthirsty demons. They are constantly improving their strength and evolving. They are constantly expanding their power. They will kill every human they see, and they will turn those once prosperous and crowded villages, towns and cities into ghost towns with corpses and messes everywhere. Zheng Guodong shook his head, but his voice gradually rose. They pulled us humans down from the position of the world's dominance, and they destroyed all our glory, all our greatness and everything we have. What can we do? Cry in a corner? Swallow your teeth that have been knocked out. I failed here twice. Hundreds of brothers died here. But every day and every night after that, I roared in my heart, I want revenge. 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 His emotions gradually lost control. Today, I am standing outside the Wanzhou spiritual realm again. And not far inside, there are those extraordinary people I once knew. The bones of those warriors. With their regrets, unwillingness, and anger. I can hear them saying to me, "Revenge, revenge, revenge. Mutated creatures. Kill them without mercy. No one will be spared. All troops. Fight." Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The time finally came to 5 o'clock in the morning. Outside the Wantohai spiritual realm. At the exits of the valleys on both sides. The angry shouts of tens of thousands of soldiers and extraordinary people also completely broke the silence of the morning. Zheng Guodong took a deep breath and rushed to the front, feeling that the spiritual energy in his body was boiling. There must be something in the spiritual realm. In the center of the spiritual realm, there is a monster hiding behind the scenes, commanding a pack of wolves and mutant creatures. Maybe it's a B-class demon spirit. Maybe it's an A-class demon king. No matter what, Zheng Guodong has only one goal. Either destroy everything here, or die here. Guodong. Well said. Luo Ming galloped beside him, his voice trembling with excitement. I haven't been so passionate in a long time. Damn it. Either fight or die. The 7 wind blades floating around him instantly cut a dozen giant spiders next to him into pieces. Another. There was a burst of yellow-white flashes like a dense web, instantly turning countless small spiders into charcoal. Humph. You still say I'm easily excited? Zheng Guodong listened to the roar of extremely dense gunfire coming from the distance and behind him. And suddenly 2 fiercely burning fire dragons appeared around him, rushing straight towards a group of mutant wild boars that were already rushing towards him. Close to C-grade. There really is something powerful in here. Luo Ming roared, and killed several more mutant giant rats. In the forest, countless wild beasts kept howling, some excited, some high, or in pain. Gradually, the deafening sound of bullets pouring down and explosions completely drowned them out. Charge! Fight! All the warriors and extraordinary beings who rushed into the Wantohai spirit realm vented their anger on the mutant creatures that originally lived here, but suddenly saw these ferocious humans. The fierce battle never stopped. Countless mutant creatures finally realized the arrival of the crisis. They fought back madly against every human being. They vowed to drive these invaders out. However, even though they were extremely numerous, they could not withstand the repeated attacks of those heavy weapons and the extraordinary beings with powerful spiritual energy. Their defense line gradually retreated. Their number decreased again and again. Their eyes gradually lost their vitality, and their bodies gradually became cold, broken, and even ceased to exist. The roaring gunshots, the sharp weapons wrapped in spiritual energy, the flames, the wind blades, the lightning, they harvested lives madly, and released all the madness madly. The mutants no longer wanted to hold their ground, nor did they want to drive away humans. They just wanted to get out of this airtight suffocation. They desperately searched for an exit from the air and from the ground. However, they were shot down and dug out again and again. They became corpses at the hands of people who had lost their minds again and again. The battle lasted for 10 hours. When Zheng Guodong, who looked like a bloody man, finally appeared by the small lake in the center of the spiritual realm, he unexpectedly saw the soldiers who had killed here from the north of the valley. You are? He was a little stunned. Isn't this the center of the spiritual realm? 9-layered heaven tower? The other party also expressed doubts. And this doubt became deeper and deeper as the number of extraordinary people and soldiers who rushed out from behind Zheng Guodong and the soldiers on the opposite side continued to increase, like entering a bottomless quagmire. At this time, the gunshots, explosions, and people's roars in the spiritual realm gradually became sparse. They finally conquered the entire spiritual realm, and gradually gathered in the center of the spiritual realm. Zheng Guodong shuttled through the center of the spiritual realm like a madman. He couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. They conquered the Wantohai spiritual realm so easily. What about those C-level monsters? What about the A-level monster king, who can kill the B-level monsters? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Zheng Guodong searched frantically, shuttled frantically among the equally confused crowd. Why did they come here? Why did they gather so many people and spend so much time preparing? What is the meaning of this battle? Countless questions and confusions filled everyone's mind. They were also looking for the powerful enemy that should be here. And they were also looking for the necessity of this battle. However, there was none. There is nothing here. And there is nothing there. Nowhere. They did not even suffer any fierce counterattacks. And even no warriors or extraordinary people were sacrificed. The strong combat power and extremely large numbers made them almost encounter no resistance when facing those mutant creatures of low level. However, this place, which is at most orange danger level, is the Wantuhai spirit realm that is said to have A-level demon kings? Zheng Guodong knelt beside the lake in the center of this spiritual realm. The thousands of aquatic creatures in it have turned into corpses floating on the water. In this lake full of corpses, his face like Shuro was reflected. "Why did I come here?" he murmured, and suddenly felt that life and soul seemed to have lost all meaning at this moment. Chapter 117 Taunting. At this time, it was about 150 kilometers southeast of the Wantuhai spirit realm. A fast-flowing river passed through the tall, dense forests and continued to rush out to the southeast. Lin Ming, who was on the river bank, did not move forward for the time being. In the forest, birds were singing and beasts were walking, and it was quiet and peaceful. Many of his subordinates were resting, playing, or going deep into the forest to hunt. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ming was sensing everything that happened from the direction of Wantuhai. The humans launched an offensive in the early morning, and just recently, they completely flattened the Wantuhai spirit realm. This was a one-sided victory, and also a great victory for the human side. They conquered this spiritual realm that had never been conquered before, and also conquered all the mutant creatures in it by completely eliminating them. This was also an empty victory, a meaningless victory, and an ugly, cruel and bloody victory. In that spiritual realm, they did not find what they were looking for, nor did they find anything that could fill their emptiness and confusion. Even though there was already a river of blood there, and even though there were no living mutant creatures there, Lin Ming felt that these humans must be madly doubting themselves. Why did they come to the Wantuhai spiritual realm? The desolate Wantuhai spiritual realm was more like a huge cemetery at this time. Buried their ambitions, madness and rhetoric in it, constantly rotting and emitting an extremely foul smell. Before the battle began, the so-called justice that Zheng Guodong spewed out of his mouth made him sneer and nauseate. The arrogance and conceit shown by these humans made him feel extremely hypocritical and unbearable. Think about it. What did they do? It was them who fired shotguns at him to satisfy their appetite. It was them who led the artillery and the army to attack the Wantuhai spirit realm. It was them who wanted to lead the army to attack the Wantuhai to satisfy their own selfishness and show off their fighting power. Now, it was them who killed all the creatures in the Wantuhai spirit realm in pursuit of the so-called revenge and truth. Everything Lin Ming did before was an inevitable choice in this battle between the strong and the weak. But they kept talking about the so-called justice and revenge that should not exist in the struggle for the right to survive, and misinterpreted it into the righteousness they spoke of. Now, in order to find out the so-called demon king who was hiding behind the scenes in the Wantuhai spirit realm, they gathered from both ends of the valley to the center of the valley. At this time, they were still looking everywhere, looking for the vicious demon spirits they imagined in their minds, and the demon king who was imagined to be a disaster. The shape of the spiritual lake is the biggest mockery for humans like them. Lin Ming felt that he had done nothing wrong. The strong and the weak competed, without right or wrong, and nothing else. In this era of spiritual energy revival, whoever becomes stronger will have more say. Now, he is just a mutant demon bamboo that has just entered the 3rd level. From the perspective of strength, he cannot reach the state of ruling and suppressing all humans on the entire blue star. All he can do now is to mock those humans who have lost their goals and directions. Lin Ming felt that for the upper class of humans, the symbolic significance of conquering the Wantuhai spiritual realm is probably far greater than the military significance. What they want is the term victory, not the result. This term can encourage humans to face mutant creatures more bravely, stimulate all interests, and generate more interests. As for whether there are B-level demon spirits and A-level spiritual realms in the spiritual realm, perhaps it does not mean much to these upper classes. A drizzle began to fall from the sky. After a while, with bursts of lightning and thunder, the rain gradually increased. The rain hit the bamboo leaves densely. Lin Ming looked at the forest trapped in the rain and fog, and at the same time stopped perceiving the humans in the Wantuhai spirit realm. He could no longer get more from those people. If there was anything, it was endless confusion. At this time, Lin Ming stretched out the bamboo branches and used the extreme regeneration to grow countless dense bamboo branches on the trunk. The more lush and upright bamboo leaves also blocked the heavy rain, leaving a huge place for his subordinates to hide from the rain. This time, nearly 300 mutant creatures of all sizes followed him all the way from the Wantuhai spirit realm to here. They were also the luckiest group in the Wantuhai spirit realm. escaping the slaughter and extinction of humans, and also became his new subordinates. In the 10,000 Bamboo Sea, they were already enveloped by Lin Ming's extremely powerful spiritual energy, and lived in anxiety and fear every day. Now that they have become Lin Ming's subordinates, they all use the most respectful posture to carefully show their submission and obedience to Lin Ming. Lin Ming lowered hundreds of bamboo branches, secreting a large amount of spiritual fluid, which is also the best reward for these new subordinates. Compared with humans, these mutant creatures, which were originally animals, are simpler, more direct, and better at seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Lin Ming feels that in the future, he can appropriately find more potential and talents from these newly collected mutant creatures, like the panda and the wolf pack, to become his right-hand man. However, their current strength is extremely uneven, ranging from the 3rd and 4th levels to the 9th level. If they want to become his helper as soon as possible, this ability is far from enough. Speaking of abilities, Lin Ming remembered his new ability, Aura Stand Shielding. This ability is a new ability that evolved directly after the original. Breath Concealment was upgraded to LV9. The function is to completely block the spiritual energy concentration of all creatures within a certain range. In other words, this thing is a BUG. Even if he raises his realm to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels in the future, the human side will not be able to detect extremely terrifying spiritual energy with spiritual energy detection satellites, like the previous 2 times. The word completely block is a BUG. It can even block all creatures within a certain range. This all creatures includes not only him, but also his subordinates, who have been following him. This means that whether it is Panda, Silver Dragon Chun, or the wolves, they can all be promoted to the 2nd level without any scruples. He doesn't have to let them get stuck at the highest level of the 1st level and the 7th level, so that their strength will stagnate. Now, there is already a B level on the human side, and someone is about to be promoted to B level. On his side, he couldn't let his subordinates be promoted to a higher level because of various reasons. At this time, there is no need to worry about such a thing happening. Even if this ability is still level 1, it can only guarantee to shield the spiritual energy concentration of his subordinates and himself within 30 kilometers. But it is enough for the time being. However, he has not yet reached his ideal settlement, so there is no need to be too anxious to let his subordinates improve their realm. In his spiritual perception, the straight line distance to Rongqing City, the center of Shu Province, is actually less than 130 kilometers. Although the spiritual realm he is in now has a good environment, it is still too far away from Rongqing City, where he can carry out strategic counterattacks. In this rainy night, Lin Ming must lead all his subordinates to continue moving forward. With the blessing of the new ability, Lin Ming feels that he can even come to a place where he can overlook the night view of Rongqing City. Chapter 118 Madness. The rainstorm came unexpectedly. In the Wantohai spirit realm, all the soldiers and extraordinary people were silent in the heavy rain. They won a great victory, and spared not even a single mutant insect in the Wantohai spirit realm. All the mutant creatures, without a single one left, were completely slaughtered by them. However, their expressions were blank, numb and lifeless. No one was happy because of this victory, and no one was excited because of this victory. This battle has no meaning, and this battle has no value. Originally, everyone was ready to fight to the death with the existence of the A-level demon king in the valley, and carve their names in the glorious history of mankind. However, there is no A-level demon king, and no B-level demon spirit. There is not even a C-level demon spirit. They killed with armor-piercing bullets, explosives and special bullets from both sides of the valley, and killed with supernatural powers, all of which were D-level or even lower mutant creatures. With the determination to die, with pride and madness, they killed from both sides of the valley to the small lake in the center of the valley. They did not see any demon kings or demon spirits, but only saw each other's confused and unbelievable expressions. They were all searching like crazy, and some of them even used guns or abilities to dig the soft soil on the ground, trying to find some clues. However, there was nothing. Zheng Guodong was crazy. The first person to discover this was Liu Ming. After seeing Zheng Guodong's twisted and crazy expression, he immediately used the ice element ability to trap his hands and feet. But the ice was easily burned by Zheng Guodong, who was struggling wildly with fire. Wantohai, 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 ha ha ha. I'm coming. I'm coming. Demons. Wolves. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm back again. Where are you? I'm going to burn you to death. I'm going to burn you to death. Burn your bones, flesh, fur, every cell to death. Burn to death. Burn to death. Burn to death. Where are you? In the water. Ha ha. It must be in the water. Ha ha. A huge and terrifying flame emerged from Zheng Guodong's body, forming more than 10 fire dragons, and also boiling the spiritual lake. In the crazy upwelling steam, his face gradually changed from ecstasy to numbness, and then from numbness to sadness. He cried bitterly, "Woo woo woo ha ha ha. The water is boiling. The water is boiling." Zheng Guodong was pierced with several tranquilizers, and his eyes gradually changed from madness to dullness. And the fire dragons floating in the lake gradually became smaller and disappeared. The boiling lake was still steaming, but it disappeared in the gradually falling rain. The rain blurred Luo Ming's eyes. He was silent for a while, then sighed, "Call the medical team over. Give him a large dose of sedatives, and take him away." Zheng Guodong, the world's first B-level extraordinary person, went crazy. Crazy. Luo Ming once thought about what Zheng Guodong would be like in this Wantuhai spirit realm. Excited, happy, furious, and irritable, fighting the demon king to death, or standing on the corpse of the demon spirit and laughing. But he never imagined that Zheng Guodong would become a madman. But now, facing this empty and meaningless battle, Luo Ming, who doubted himself and everything, also wanted to make himself a madman like Zheng Guodong. However, he did not become a madman. "Let's go. Don't look for it. There is nothing here. Luo Ming sighed, and swallowed the second half of his words. "Everyone, extraordinary people, warriors, retreat." His voice was hoarse, heavy, twisted and weird. What to do next? What to do next? Luo Ming no longer wanted to figure it out. He just wanted to go back. Back to his warm home. Back to his warm bed. And never wanted to step into the Wantuhai spirit realm, which had no meaning and could only make people numb and crazy. The warriors and extraordinary people were silent. Silent. In this rainstorm, they were like dead bodies without souls, stepping on the fragmented bodies of the mutant creatures, stepping on the ground that had become a quagmire, and walked towards the exit of the valley. That person was in a good mood. The result of the battle was victory, which was more important than anything else. As for the process, the results, and the casualties, those were just foils. There are no A-level demon kings or B-level demon spirits. But we have conquered this spiritual realm with many secrets. This is of epoch-making significance to all mankind. He looked at those who did not understand it all with a smile on his face. The victory of this battle has greatly enhanced the confidence of all of us humans in fighting mutant creatures, greatly improved the cohesion and centripetal force of our warriors and extraordinary people, and also greatly increased our voice and importance in making opinions and suggestions when dealing with these mutant creatures in the world. The symbolic significance of the victory in this battle is self-evident. The victory in this battle also shows the world the combat effectiveness we have when facing mutant creatures. He said this. He breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the teacup, and looked at the people below. "Okay. Lao Dong. Xiao Xing. Report the battle situation." "Yes." Dong Lao immediately stood up. This operation dispatched a total of 33,000 heavy-equipped troops and 5,000 mountain special forces. Only 200 people were slightly injured, and there were no serious injuries. Report. The 9-layered Heaven Tower dispatched a total of 3,170 extraordinary people in this operation, including 5 from the Heaven Tower, including 1 B-level, and the rest were C-level. There were no casualties this time. But, however, before he finished speaking, he was blocked by the man with his palm, indicating that he could stop. "This victory is of vital importance. You should handle the special cases by yourselves. Don't let a few individuals ruin the whole." "Okay. That's it." The man also stood up. "We will be very busy in the days ahead. I heard that a very special group of mutant beasts appeared from nowhere in the northwest border of the Bear Country. They are extremely powerful and have no spiritual reaction on their bodies. They are completely different from what we have encountered. You should also be alert and strengthen monitoring and control throughout the territory to ensure that we can respond in the first time if such mutant beasts appear in the territory." "Yes. Yes." "Okay. Go down and take a rest. Also, all officers and soldiers who participated in the Wantuhai battle will have a 10-day holiday. Yes. Yes. After everyone gradually left the room, the man's brows gradually frowned, and then gradually returned to normal. Zheng Guodong. You are crazy. He walked to the huge French window, and overlooked the hazy night view outside the window. The world's first B-class extraordinary person has gone crazy. For ordinary people like us, this kind of thing is actually something to be thankful for. Chapter 119. Threats at close range. The mountains are rolling in vast. Dense clouds are floating above the canyon, gathering together to form a spectacular sea of clouds. In the canyon, the mist is lingering. The ancient trees are towering, and the trees are lush. And in the towering forests of this canyon, there is a lake, clear and transparent, like a mirror. When Lin Ning came to this canyon last night, he thought for a moment that he had returned to the Wantuhai spirit realm. The spiritual lake, streams, mountains, and towering trees up to 100 meters high all gave him this illusion. However, this place is more vast and more dangerous than the Wantuhai spirit realm. Moreover, Lin Ning could clearly sense that less than 60 kilometers away from him was the center of Shu province, Rongqing City. Even without breath perception, through the reconnaissance of Chiang and others, Lin Ning also roughly understood that he was in the spiritual realm closest to Rongqing City. After crossing the mountain on the east side, he could see the vast Jianghan Plain. Although this distance was not the 20 to 30 kilometers that Lin Ning had idealized, it was close enough to the big cities where humans gathered. Now, he could use perception to materialize tens of millions of people within the 200-kilometer perception radius. Lin Ning knew everything they did and said. Lin Ning also realized that his perception system seemed to be more than just powerful, and he could develop more functions based on this ability later. Now, Lin Ning has easily found the secret place near Rongqing City where the nuclear warhead was launched before through perception, and can even sense dozens of human high-level people who are about to leave by plane at Rongqing Airport. This kind of thing was unimaginable before. At that time, in the Wantuhai spiritual realm, the number of humans that could be encountered was extremely limited, and the amount of information obtained from those humans was also extremely limited. In this canyon, it was completely different. He could easily judge their occupations, personalities, and everything by relying on the conversations between those humans. He could easily distinguish ordinary people from extraordinary people by the elimination method among these tens of millions of people. And he could also completely distinguish those important people from ordinary people. Lin Ning also completely locked nearly 20,000 of them in a very short time. These nearly 20,000 people will be able to provide him with all the actions and intelligence of the human side that he wants to know. Moreover, this intelligence is updated very quickly, which also makes it easier for him to take action in the shortest time. This seems to be a really good place. By the small lake, Lin Ning sighed while digging the roots into the soft soil, letting the bamboo roots continue to extend downwards to nearly 2 kilometers before stopping. And the rest of the roots also radiated to completely control the entire spiritual realm area within a radius of more than 40 kilometers. Using the ability of extreme resurrection, Lin Ming's trunk, which had been cut in half by his blood blade, soon began to grow again, extending to a height of nearly 80 meters, with hundreds of branches extending from it and spreading out. Soon, with almost no effort, Lin Ning became the same giant bamboo as when he was in the Wantuhai spirit realm. In this canyon, there are many giant trees with a height of hundreds of meters. He is not very conspicuous, and there are patches of green bamboo forests not far away. Almost every tree can reach a height of 50 to 60 meters, which makes it even more difficult for him to be seen. Lin Ning overlooked the entire canyon. Steep cliffs, streams, rocks, dilapidated temples, broken railings, wildflowers, fairy grass, birds, insects, fish, and beasts. The natural conditions seem to be extremely superior. It is even much better than the Wantuhai spirit realm, which he originally thought was quite good. Looking at the ancient temples, plank roads, railings, steps, etc., Lin Ning deduced that this place seemed to be a scenic spot or something. And after the spiritual energy was revived, it was directly transformed into a spiritual realm. Except for him and his subordinates, the most powerful mutant creature in this spiritual realm is a panda at the 6th level, which surprised Lin Ning. It turns out that the spiritual energy recovery process in Wantuhai seems to be more powerful. After all, there are mutant creatures that are not his subordinates there, and there are also many close to the 1st level. But here there is such a big difference. Could it be that because it is closer to Rongqing City, the more powerful ones in it have been wiped out by the Extraordinary Association or the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower? He has no way of knowing about this for the time being. However, this can save him from spending so much effort to expel and eliminate them. Among his subordinates, except for those he collected at the beginning, most of the others have not reached the first level. If there are first-level creatures everywhere here, these guys will have to rely on him or the wolves to hunt. But Lin Ning also found that the level of the mutant creatures here was not high, but the number was extremely large, which made Wan Tuhai Lingjing pale in comparison. Before anything happened, he saw hundreds of elks of the 4th level coming here to drink water in groups on the other side of the lake. Lin Ning was not polite and directly ordered the head wolf Feng Xiao to lead the pack of wolves to go directly to them and hunt. After a long journey here, the subordinates must be fed and drunk first. After the wolves left, Lin Ning looked at the other subordinates. At this time, after the heavy rain the day before and yesterday, they followed him on a long journey, over mountains and ridges to come here, and they were indeed a little tired. Most of them were resting under him, especially those mutant wolves that were about to give birth. And Bai Qi, who Lin Ning had always paid attention to, were now lying on the dry ground that he had specially cleaned up. If it weren't for the sudden attack by humans, they might have given birth to new life in Wan Tuhai Lingjing and raised it slowly. However, the arrival of humans completely destroyed this hope. If he had not left and chosen to fight to the death, perhaps his subordinates would have faced a Wan Tuhai spiritual realm full of despair and death. Lin Ning felt that his original choice was quite correct. Not only did he bring his subordinates to this place where they were in a strategic counterattack, where food was more abundant and the environment was more suitable for survival, he also made those crazy humans empty-handed and completely lost his goal. He even made the B-level extraordinary Zhang Guodong a lunatic. Lin Ning learned this information from the mouth of the human high-level who was on the plane. To him, although Zhang Guodong was insignificant, he was also a potential threat. Now that this human who only spoke nice words and had an extreme personality had gone crazy, it was a good thing. Lin Ning didn't want to keep hearing the so-called Wan Tuhai 3 words from this guy's mouth. And another thing, from the mouths of these high-level people, Lin Ning also learned something worth noting. Strange beast. According to the high-ranking officials, this thing seems to be completely different from the currently known mutant creatures, but they only appeared in the Bear Country, and there is no eyewitness information in the Tang Country. Strange beast. Lin Ning seems to think that if this thing is real, then there may be more fun in the future. Chapter 120: The Meaning of Existence. Early morning. Chiefling Mountain. The majestic clouds swirled around the top of the towering and magnificent peaks, and the sea of clouds gathered together was like waves. In the valley below these peaks, beside the sparkling lake, Lin Ning was trying to extend his roots to a farther direction. After 2 days of repair, his subordinates seemed to have finally adapted to this new home, and with the nourishment of the spiritual liquid he exuded, their complexion also improved a lot. Lin Ning now also found a new big stone and moved it to the lakeside, and continued to carve on it. It seems that it will be a whole year since the first day of rebirth. In this year, he went from the weak mutant bamboo at the beginning to various things. After continuously improving his realm, he finally grew into the current A-level Demon King. At the same time, the number of his subordinates is also increasing. From the 1 bamboo and 1 snake at the beginning to the nearly 700 creatures following him to this spiritual realm. The changes are not small. A lot of things have indeed happened in the past year. Bounty hunters went up the mountain. Zhang Guodong led the extraordinary to attack. Zhang Guodong led his troops to attack and encountered the outbreak of spiritual rain. After that, there was the battle of the Silver Poison Dragon on Lingxiao Peak, the conflict of the Lingxia mine veins on Lingxiao Peak. Zhai Yu led his troops to create monsters to attack, and until a few days ago, humans led a heavy army to press on the realm until the Wan Tuhai spiritual realm was completely destroyed. It seems that from the beginning to the end, there have not been many peaceful days. When facing the creatures that threaten them, humans have not thought too much. Killing them and destroying them is their only option. After all, the mutant creatures will be the new overlords, who will be completely pulled down from the dominant position they have occupied on Blue Star for a long time. So, after failing again and again in Wan Tuhai, Zhang Guodong, a superhuman with a strong self-esteem, would be so obsessed with the Wan Tuhai spiritual realm. Right? And he finally became a madman. Probably because his self-esteem was shattered after he lost his goal. and his long-cherished wish for revenge also became meaningless and empty. Everything became empty, and the final collapse came after the imaginary enemy disappeared no matter how hard he looked. This person is too persistent, too confident, and too eager for revenge. Originally, with this guy's growth rate, if he hadn't met me, he might be a very powerful superhuman. Maybe he can really become an equal opponent with me in the future. But this possibility was extinguished by himself. It's a pity. It's sad. Think about it carefully. The reason why humans came to attack so frequently was because of their lack of strength. At that time, his ability to conceal his aura was still too weak to shield his own spiritual energy concentration at the same time every time he upgraded his realm. Therefore, the human side would speculate that there might really be B-level monsters, or even A-level monsters, in the Wanjusi spirit realm. This was also the fundamental reason for the last human army's attack. At that time, they also wanted to use the most powerful force to eliminate the extremely terrifying threat living in the Wanjusi spirit realm. If they couldn't eliminate it, I believe they would have other plans, such as nuclear bombs, and dozens of them. But if these soldiers and extraordinary people were used to eliminate it, the impact and effect, and even the significance, would be extremely strong and far-reaching. Although they did come up empty-handed and eliminated a Wanjusi spirit realm without threatening creatures, the result did meet expectations. Even Lin Ning felt that this might be exactly what the high-level officials expected. After all, the meaning of victory was originally greater than that of elimination. Diverting conflicts is their main purpose. But now, Lin Ning has the ability to shield the spiritual energy field. Unless he takes the initiative to provoke, no human will be able to find him. The abnormal part of this ability is that it completely shields the spiritual energy concentration of him, his subordinates, and all mutant creatures within the range. After migrating here on that rainy night, whether it is ordinary humans, those extraordinary people of the perception system, or even countless spiritual energy concentration detection satellites floating in the sky, everything is completely unknown. The A-level demon spirit they have been looking for will be in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, hundreds of kilometers away from the Wanjusi Spirit Realm. Speaking of which, the name of the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm is quite appropriate. 7 towering peaks surround this canyon in all directions, and there are many rivers in the canyon, and the scenery is also beautiful. Compared with the Wanzuhai Spirit Realm, it is much more magnificent, and naturally much larger in area. According to the danger level classification of the Tang Kingdom, this is the least threatening green safety level spiritual realm, which is basically a place that those extraordinary people don't care about at all. In other words, as long as Lin Ning keeps the ability of spiritual energy force field shielding on, his existence will never be exposed in this deep and very close canyon spiritual realm from Rongqing City. Here, he can safely and boldly improve himself and the spiritual energy concentration of his subordinates. Of course, the level of spiritual energy force field shielding can be further improved to a higher level, so that the range of activities of his subordinates can become wider. At this time, Lin Ning roots have broken through the mountain and come to the Jianghan Plain with soft soil and fertile soil. Moreover, these roots continue to move rapidly towards Rongqing City. However, Lin Ning did not let the bamboo roots penetrate and invade like a rampage, but carefully avoided various lines, pipes and deep wells in the soil. Even though he was powerful enough to reach the 3rd level, his ability to hide still worked. He wanted to ensure that humans could not discover their lives without anyone noticing, and that everything was under the control of his bamboo. Soon, the bamboo roots reached the underground of Rongqing City, and after passing through this extremely prosperous giant city, they continued to extend forward. Only when they could no longer extend did Lin Ning let these bamboo roots emit countless capillaries, completely covering the 100-kilometer range with him as the center point. After doing this, Lin Ning was slightly relieved. Now, if he wanted, Rongqing City, the surrounding Huasong City, or even small and medium-sized cities farther away, even if he did not launch a dense fog outbreak, he could instantly subvert the entire underground space of the Jianghan Plain, a large area with a population of tens of millions, with bamboo roots, or release poisonous gas to completely turn these places into dead cities. But, for now, there is no need to do such a thing. Ordinary people can't provide evolution points, and killing them is meaningless. Lin Ning currently wants to continue to improve his own and his subordinates' strength. The time to go to war with humans is not now. Looking at the countless soul pills on the bamboo branches, Lin Ning felt that it was time to let his subordinates advance to be level first. Chapter 121 Weird. Lin Ning consciousness field covered the entire Seven Peaks Mountain spirit realm. His call to his subordinates was immediately responded to. In this canyon with an area of nearly 2,000 square kilometers, the subordinates scattered in various places gradually rushed back from various places. Lin Ning looked at the river shrimps in the clear and transparent lake, which he had been hunting with the minnows for various aquatic creatures. Suddenly, he found that this guy had unknowingly risen to the first level. Now the color of its body has changed from the past translucent to the current light blue, and the size of its pair of claws is almost catching up with its current nearly 1.5 meter long body. Now this guy seems to have become the overlord of the lake, rampant in this large area of the lake, and the pair of claws easily cuts the stone. Even the minnows at the 9th level dare not provoke it, hiding aside to eat small fish and shrimps. At that time, when they came out of the Wantuhai spirit realm, the two guys were conscious and had been waiting for Lin Ming's order in the nearby river. Then they followed him all the way along the direction of the river and came to the vicinity. Finally, Lin Ming also used the bamboo branch to regenerate to the extreme, turning it into 2 large water scoops to release 2 pools of clear water and safely put the 2 guys in the small lake in the canyon. I hope that these 2 carefully cultivated water troops will be able to do great things in the future. Not long after, Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yen, Yen Si, Lei Ji, Yen Lu, Du Yen. These 7 wolves each led a team of wolves to appear, crawling under Lin Ming with their heads down. And Jing Ji, Ban Hu and Dian Wei also appeared soon after. Afterwards, Qiang, Xuejin, Ma Jia, and Zhu Yu, the 4 large birds carrying the 3 giant monkeys Bingpa, Shui Yuan, and Huaikue, and the 2-tailed red fox, landed one after another, and their wingmen, the 4 blood sparrows and 2 shrikes, also folded their wings and landed, slowly landing on the ground. Afterwards, the panda, the silver dragon Qin Shun, the golden python Jin Lin and other subordinates, along with those who came out of the Wanju Sea, appeared one after another. They lay under Lin Ming obediently and tamely, and none of them would raise their heads without Lin Ming permission, even though many of them were sea-level demon spirits. Lin Ming checked the wolf pack subordinates Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yen, Yen Si, Lei Ji, Yen Lu, Du Yen, Panda, Silver Dragon Qin Chun, Jin Lin, Jing Ji, Qiang, Xuejin, Mo Jia and Zhu Yu. Bai Qi and Du Shan have all reached the first level 7, and the 3 giant monkeys like Bingpa, Shui Yuan and Huaikue, as well as the 2 brothers Ban Hu Dian Wei, have also reached the first level 5. They are now extremely powerful, each with its own characteristics, and they also cover all aspects, whether it is element control or power burst. They have reached a considerable height, but because Lin Ming could not shield their spiritual energy concentration at the same time before, so as not to let the human side find out, their level has been stuck at this level. Otherwise, according to their original evolution speed, they would have already entered the 2nd stage and become terrifying B-level demon spirits. Think about it. How many B-level demon spirits can there be in the whole world? Previously, from the mouths of those extraordinary people who came to attack the Wanju Sea spirit realm, the B-level demon spirits were still the dozens in the Nyuriana Trench, and the 3 that appeared on land before were all defeated and killed by them in various ways. Now, less than 60 kilometers away from Rongqing City, the center of Shu Province, there are some B-level demon spirits, and they are born in large numbers. Lin Ming bamboo branch swayed gently in the wind, and the nearly 1,000 soul pills tied on it also swayed lightly. The extremely huge amount of spiritual energy contained in the soul pill is also the best food that these subordinates dream of. He put down the bamboo branch, and the ball-shaped soul pill gradually piled up into a small mountain under him. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yen, Yen Si, Lei Ji, Yen Lu, Du Yen, Panda, Qin Chun, Jin Lin, Jing Ji, Qiang, Xuejin, Mo Kai, Zhu Yu and Du Shan. This is the reward for you. Lin Ning consciousness was transmitted to the consciousness of all his subordinates. The subordinates whose names were called raised their heads and happily accepted the rewards given by Lin Ning, while those who did not receive them all cast envious eyes. Afterwards, after the group of subordinates who followed Lin Ming the earliest absorbed several soul pills, Their spiritual energy began to be greatly strengthened, and their bodies also began to change. Lin Ming waited. Whether he was upgrading from the entry level to the first level, or from the first level to the second level, or even from the second level to the third level, it caused extremely powerful and drastic changes. The mountains and rivers moved strangely. The birds and beasts were startled, and even attracted the vortex of spiritual energy, causing changes in the world. However, when his subordinates evolved from the entry level to the first level, and then from this level to the second level, they were not as terrifying as him. They were simply changing gradually in their own spiritual energy vortexes. It seems that plant evolution and animal evolution are really not in the same level or category. The evolution of plants is much more powerful and terrifying than that of animals. However, Lin Ming has never encountered any plants that have evolved to his level. When the era of spiritual energy recovery came, those plants only planted their roots deeper and made their branches thicker. If there is anything that they can surpass Lin Ming, it is only their height. From the various conclusions inferred from the various conversations on the human side, Lin Ming did not get the second plant on this planet that has become a dominant force in the spiritual realm like him. There is really only one on this blue planet. This is a good thing. After all, as far as he is concerned, the evolution speed of plants is too fast and too powerful. If there is another one, it is estimated that humans will quickly become extinct in a very short time. Lin Ming cut off his thoughts and looked at his subordinates, who had just absorbed the spiritual energy from the soul pill. At this time, they had completely raised their realm to the second level. The three wind wolves, Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, and Feng Yan, had expanded further and were as big as horses, and the long hair on their bodies had also changed from pale blue to a richer color. The iconic giant fangs had grown to more than half a meter, and the four steel claws were even more terrifying. Looking at the four giant wolves, Yan Si, Lei Ji, Yan Lu, and Du Yan, they were also different. The rocks on Yan Si's body no longer had the cracks and wrinkles before, and now they had become smooth and solid, without even a trace of cracks, as if they were a whole. Lei Ji's entire body has now turned light yellow, and it looks a little weird, but the flashing electric light all over his body seems to be extremely powerful, and can even easily turn the vegetation on the ground into ashes. Yan Lu's eyes are dark, and his body is longer than before, as big as a cow, and his muscles are more developed. Now his hair is red all over, and there are 3 balls of fiercely burning fire on his head, which makes him look more majestic. Looking at Du Yan again, his petite body is black all over, with only a hint of dark purple at the tip of his tail, and the sharp wolf fangs and sharp wolf claws are also showing a touch of dark green. This guy's toxicity, I'm afraid. However, just when Lin Ming hadn't finished checking the changes of his subordinates, he suddenly felt a stream of extremely strange and unfamiliar breaths, gradually approaching this canyon. In the breath perception, Lin Ming established the embodiment of these uninvited guests. However, these things, what exactly are they? Chapter 122 Strange Beasts. At this time, in Lin Ming breath perception ability, these 11 extremely scary and strange uninvited guests were less than 20 kilometers away from the canyon. They moved extremely fast, but there was no spiritual energy on them. But they could not resist the strange breath coming from them. And, is this appearance that was manifested serious? Lin Ming sensed the appearance of one of the visitors, who was best to describe. But it was still difficult to tell what this thing was. It was only more than 2 meters tall, with a spherical body, a huge mouth full of strange teeth, which almost occupied 1/3 of the area, and the other third was composed of 70 or 80 large and small eyeballs. The way it moved quickly was also very special. 8 tentacles stretched out from the side of the ugly mouth, coordinating and moving forward like a wriggling. Lin Ming said that this thing looked like something someone with a bad taste had made out of plasticine. It had no aesthetic feeling at all, and was completely out of line with common sense. Looking at the others, they were all ugly and disgusting in their own way. Lin Ming didn't even want to describe them. Just seeing their shapes, Lin Ming couldn't help but want to do it. These things didn't look like they were evolved from a certain animal, let alone something that evolved from insects, birds, or aquatic creatures. What's more, there was not even a trace of spiritual energy on them, which was even more weird. Another strange thing was that these things didn't come from far away, but suddenly appeared more than 30 kilometers away from the canyon's spiritual realm. Lin Ming's own breath perception was always on, Within these 200 kilometers, there was no creature that was not under his control. But these inexplicable monsters did make Lin Ning feel a little surprised. What are they? How did they come? Why did they come? What are they going to do? Lin Ning thought about it, but soon made a decision. Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yin, Yen Si, Lei Ji, Yen Lu, Du Yen. You guys, together with Panda, eliminate some invaders. They will soon enter the canyon, just in the northwest direction. Yes, Master. After evolving to the second stage, the wolves' intelligence has finally improved to a new level. Although they should be able to formulate tactics without Panda's participation, it is obviously better to let Panda join. Qiying, Shuejin, Bingpa, Waikue, you four are responsible for air support. Yes, Master. Now, the giant monkeys can rely on the flight of giant birds very skillfully to carry out air strikes on the enemy. Now that Qiying and Shuejin have evolved to the second stage, the power of this air strike is even greater. Although Lin Ning feels that he can simply deal with these weird creatures, it is actually better to let these subordinates go. In this way, Lin Ning can also see whether these little guys, who have evolved to the second stage, are as powerful as he expected. Soon, the wolves turned into 7 streams of light and rushed to the northwest canyon exit, while the 2 giant monkeys also boarded 2 egrets as big as fighter jets and flew into the sky. Lin Ning watched their figures gradually become black dots, and suddenly remembered what the humans had said before. Some strange beasts appeared in the northwest of the bear country. To be honest, the names of strange beasts by humans are quite perfunctory. They are very similar to mutant creatures. However, when they talked about these strange beasts, they did not reveal more information. Lin Ning suddenly felt that these things that suddenly appeared with terrifying looks and strange auras might be the strange beasts they talked about. There is no evidence to prove that those things are, but Lin Ning thinks it is almost certain. These things are not covered with spiritual energy, and it is impossible to judge their strength. Although he has sent his subordinates to go, he still did not relax any vigilance. If the combat effectiveness of these things is not linked to spiritual energy, but is actually very powerful, then he must take action. Lin Ming's consciousness moved, and he instantly upgraded the ability of Spiritual Force Field Shield to level 2, and then immediately upgraded it to level 3. Evolution points poured down like a waterfall, and then almost no drop was left. The ability evolution after the upgrade was quite costly. Spiritual Force Field Shield level 3 can selectively shield the spiritual energy concentration of any creature within 100 kilometers, with no upper limit value. Oh, 100 kilometers? That's enough. The distance from him to those monsters was only a few dozen kilometers. So, he instantly shielded the spiritual energy concentration of all his subordinates at the same time. In this way, the human-side spiritual energy concentration detection satellite will definitely not find any clues. The rest? Lin Ming slowly raised his sight. Although he was in the canyon, his sight was not limited to his main trunk height. Now, he could reach the limit of nearly 1,000 meters. This just happened to be able to cross the 7 peaks of the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm and see farther. However, despite this, all he could see was the forest where those strange creatures were. It's not a perspective function. If it was a perspective function, he could see some things he wanted to see. It didn't take long for Qiying and Shuejin to be very close to that place. And the wolves and the Panda were also getting closer. It must be said that after Panda reached the second level, the speed of his legs also caught up with the speed of his arms. He was so fast that he even ran faster than the wolves. Isn't this guy specialized in intelligence, but specialized in speed? Tens of seconds later, when those monsters appeared on a field near the canyon, his subordinates instantly attacked them. Instantly, under the command of Panda, hundreds of green wind blades, raging fire, thunder and venom mixed together to form an extremely terrifying hurricane. And this hurricane instantly hit the dozen or so terrifying monsters. The loud noise gradually subsided, and the storm subsided. A minute later, there was no hair on the scene. Only a deep and terrifying pit was left on the ground where the monsters were originally. In Lin Ming's perception, these dozen monsters also turned into ashes at that moment, and did not escape into the ground or fly into the sky. Why is it a bit like an elephant stepping on a bug? Why is it so easy to eliminate such a disgusting monster? Lin Ning really thought at that time that maybe the strength of these monsters would be very strong, and he might have to take action himself instead of the subordinates he sent out. However, the current situation is indeed completely beyond Lin Ming expectations. No spiritual energy in the body equals really a scum? Or is it that the subordinates are too strong? Using bamboo sticks to clean up the ground nearby, smooth the holes again, and plant some weeds. And the subordinates also accepted Lin Ming's call, and quickly returned to the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. After doing all this, Lin Ming also fell into deep thought. What are those monsters? Where did they come from? Why did they appear? Why did they go straight to the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, where he is? Lin Ming always felt that they might appear in front of him again one day. Chapter 123 New Threats. Tang State. Somewhere, in the Special Countermeasures Command Center, in front of a dozen long tables, nearly 100 extraordinary people all had a trace of uneasiness and embarrassment on their faces. They were constantly passing around the information that had just been distributed, with different expressions. But everyone's forehead was covered with sweat. In the huge command center, there was only the heavy breathing of the people and the rustling sound of the papers. Have you finished reading it? In the command center, the middle-aged man standing in the center frowned, without any expression. Xingtian Tower. What is this thing? Luo Ming stood up and couldn't believe that the information he had just seen was true. What's wrong? Xing Yu's voice was low. Is this thing a strange beast? Luo Ming took a deep breath, pointed at the photo in the information, and cold sweat couldn't help but flow down his forehead. Everyone present also had the same question as Luo Ming, and they all looked at Xing Yu together. Yes, these are strange beasts. The photos were taken by the Bear Country using the latest drones at a very close distance without any processing. Xing Yu shook his head and replied. Everyone looked at each other and muttered. These things are strange beasts? They look so disgusting. Which psychopath made them out of plasticine? Although they don't look like anything that normal people can imagine. They are extremely powerful in combat. They are not afraid of any small or medium-sized hot weapons at all. The only thing they are afraid of is us. Old Xing Yu said. These disgusting things with dozens of eyeballs that people with trypophobia can't stand are only afraid of us extraordinary people? Levi of the Sixth Sky Tower was surprised. Yes, bullets, rockets, and armor-piercing bombs can't do anything to them. And swords and the like are even more so. But in the end, after several elemental extraordinary people from the Bear Country went up, they simply killed them with elemental attacks. Is this true? Levi looked at Luo Ming next to him, and the two of them stared at each other. There have been 3 reports of strange beasts in Xiong Country, and there have been sporadic sightings in America, and the number of sightings is gradually increasing. Perhaps they will appear in Tang Country one day. Xing Yu continued. Xingtian Tower. I saw in the information that they all appear in groups of more than 10? It seems that there are many types. Luo Ming asked again. There are more than 30 photos in total, and the disgusting and strange monsters are photographed from all angles. It is really difficult to find a similar one. Yes, the same is true for the sightings in America. But they did not provide us with more information. Listening to Xing Yu's explanation of the strange beast, the supernatural leaders present were whispering at this time. What on earth are these strange beasts? Where do they come from? What do they want to do? They all suddenly appear in a certain place, because they don't have any spiritual energy concentration. When they are found, it is impossible to accurately find their origin. As for their purpose, it is very simple. Xing Yu sighed. Destruction. Destruction. They will devour the people or creatures they encounter. Even the mutant creatures, with their big mouths full of disgusting sharp teeth, and turn them into pieces of flesh and blood. The extraordinary people looked at the data, which clearly recorded that all the creatures in the 2 small cities of the Bear Country, as well as a nearby green safety level spiritual realm, were brutally killed by these things, and most of them were eaten. It is really a very evil and terrifying creature. Therefore, the above requires us extraordinary people to be alert and prepared before we find strange beasts in the territory of Tang Country. Xing Yu said, snapped his fingers, and the data in everyone's hands instantly turned into ashes. For this reason, we superhumans must be prepared at all times, while guarding and monitoring all spiritual realms in the country. We must also have an absolute sense of vigilance against the strange beasts that may appear. We must not let them become a new threat to us humans after the mutants. Yes. Everyone looked at each other, and each of them had a bitter smile on their faces. It's not just the mutants. There is now another enemy. Why is it so difficult for humans? And these strange beasts are only afraid of elemental attacks. And there are not many with elemental attributes in the whole Tang country. There were quite a lot of them in the era of the Superhuman Association. But Zhai Yu killed them all in a battle. But if it weren't for this incident, the 9-layered Heaven Tower would not have been built. So, currently, including the 8 towers of the 9-layered Heaven Tower, there are less than 100 people with elemental attributes. And the most powerful one among them. He's crazy. After the countermeasures meeting, everyone went out. And Luo Ming was left alone. Xing Yu came to Luo Ming. How is that person now? Luo Ming was stunned, sighed heavily, and shook his head. What else can it be? He was crazy every day, making noises and noises in that room. And there was nothing else on his mouth except those 3 words. Is that so? What a pity. Xing Yu nodded. Originally, he should have become the hope of mankind. But in the end, I thought he would be in trouble. But I didn't think he would go crazy. I was also excited by his speech at that time. But who would have thought that there was nothing in that spiritual realm? Alas. Yes. Although our 9 Heavens Tower and Tang Kingdom have almost overshadowed all others in the international reputation, this battle is really too strange. Originally, I was prepared for the worst. But in the end, at that time, everyone was prepared for the worst. Maybe the A-level demon spirits in the spiritual realm will appear, and the world will be destroyed. However, the A-level demon spirits did not appear, and the extraordinary people and soldiers also captured the place very smoothly. In fact, no one died there. The only loss was that Zheng Guodong, who had just become the world's first B-level extraordinary person, suddenly went crazy that day. Yes, that battle. Now think about it. It's too strange. Xing Yu frowned. If there were even B-level demon spirits there, they would not let us besiege it. And they would definitely fight to the death. However, this did not happen at all. Alas, maybe there were no B-level demon spirits and A-level demon kings at the beginning. And there would not even be C-level demons. We were also. There were C-level demon spirits. But none of us had fought against C-level demon spirits. Xing Yu took out a document and handed it to Luo Ming. After Luo Ming simply read it, his eyes widened. The spiritual energy concentration before and after is so different. Yes, there is a difference of 1 level. It only took 1 night for the area where C-level demons may exist to change to D-level, Xing Yu said, and shook his head again. I notified that person about this at that time. But that person did not react at all. Xiao Lu from the Spiritual Energy Detection Department also talked about this. But he was still unmoved. What do you think, Xingtian Tower? That? I think this kind of thing is not suitable for us to talk about. Right? Luo Ming looked around, feeling a little uneasy. It's a normal communication. What's there to be afraid of? Xing Yu smiled. It seems that we are kept in the dark about many things in the 9 Heavens Tower. Just like this time. Wan Tuhai Lingjing is like an obedient dog, doing whatever the owner tells him to do. The dog doesn't know what the owner thinks. The dog only knows to rush out and fetch the frisbee back, but doesn't know what the frisbee is made of, and whether it will die when it holds it, Xing Yu said, sneering. The dog knows nothing. Chapter 124. It has changed. After a misty spring rain, a large number of mountain flowers suddenly bloomed in the valley, which was still as peaceful as before. This attracted mutant bees and butterflies from somewhere. For a while, the buzzing of bees and the dancing of butterflies made the valley quite lively. It has been nearly half a month since the last attack of those strange beasts. During this period, Lin Ning did not sense the existence of those strange beasts once. They suddenly appeared like a gust of wind, and disappeared like a gust of wind. Lin Ning regretted it a little. If he had known that, he would have caught one and studied it carefully. Now he has almost no new information about these things that can only be described as disgusting. The reason why it is said to be almost is because he sensed that in the extraordinary organization in Rongqing City, many people said the word strange beast more than once. According to what they said, not only has strange beast appeared in Bear Country, but now there is also a lot of eyewitness information in America. Because of the increase in intelligence, the extraordinary people in Tang Kingdom also brought new information to Lin Ning during the conversation. The strange beasts all act in teams of more than a dozen. And they are bloodthirsty, good at eating people and mutant creatures. And their appearances are extremely weird and disgusting. These monsters are not afraid of hot weapons or knives, but only afraid of the elemental attacks of extraordinary people. Through this information, Lin Ning did have some new understanding of these strange beasts. Can only use elemental attacks to work? If I go out in person, it seems that I may not be able to control them? Fortunately, Feng Xiao and other wolves with elemental attributes were sent to attack, and they even launched a combined attack move, which took the strange beasts away in one move. Although Lin Ning felt that these strange beasts were weak enough, they were indeed a rival. After having the ability of spiritual force field shielding, it seems that it is not easy for him to be discovered by humans now. Moreover, after upgrading it, it can even selectively shield the spiritual energy of subordinates, so as to avoid covering all the spiritual energy of all creatures in this spiritual realm, causing abnormal data from the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite in the sky, and thus making humans suspicious of this place. Speaking of which, this Chiefing Mountain spiritual realm originally seemed to be a tourist area, and there were many original man-made buildings on the nearby mountains, like some ancient temples, some plank roads, and some stone roads, and not far away, there are 3 roads passing through here. However, since the recovery of spiritual energy, this place has become a paradise for mutant creatures, and those ancient temples have been completely abandoned. As for the plank roads, railings and several roads, there is almost nothing left. Without the influence and intervention of humans, everything will naturally return to its original state. And in this world of spiritual energy recovery, this speed is faster and more fierce. Perhaps, as the mutant creatures are further purified and human civilization begins to degenerate, more villages, towns, and cities will be like this Chiefing Mountain spirit realm, slowly eroded by nature, and slowly become a paradise for plants and various animals again. Survival of the fittest. Natural selection. If humans still don't recognize their situation, they may really become a minority in this world. Then look at the subordinates. Since entering the second stage, the panda has completely become a muscular man. The abnormally developed muscles, when the whole body becomes upright, also appear more symmetrical and strong. And this guy doesn't know what's going on. He likes to hold a thin bamboo branch with leaves in his mouth, which is simply a crane standing out among many subordinates. Lin Ning also saw from time to time that this guy would gather the 10 or so pandas among his new subordinates, who escaped from the 10,000 bamboo sea, hugging them left and right. So happy. This guy is even worse than the Soro crossing the mountain at the beginning. Soro Dushan just got by Qi, and didn't do anything special. This panda is really changed. Although it had this tendency when it was in Silverfish Mountain, it didn't expect it to become like this. It seems that maybe in the near future, this group of pandas will have big bellies. Speaking of Soro Dushan, it seems that this guy has worked harder since Bai Qi had his flesh and blood. The decadent and lazy guy finally reached the second level this time. It was not long ago that it was promoted to the first level, but it was directly promoted to the second level this time, which really made Lin Ning look at it with new eyes. Now, although it is not as outstanding as the wolf pack or the panda in all aspects, as a backbone and a super player in special venues, it is already quite powerful. Just like these 7 towering mountains, this thing now climbs up to find those exotic flowers and plants, just like walking on flat ground, and even runs faster than on flat ground. Lin Ning feels that in the future, he can really give it full authority to complete some tasks in mountainous areas. As for Bai Qi, Lin Ning did not let it directly upgrade to the second level this time, but gave it a more gentle spiritual liquid. If the powerful and rich spiritual energy of the soul pill hits the fetal energy in its belly, it will really be a loss. Lin Ning is quite looking forward to whether the next generation it can give birth to will be better than it and Dushan. After all, this trend has been verified among those wolf packs. Many newly born wolf cubs already have the strength of the first level, compared to Dushan, a subordinate whose appearance has not changed much. The changes of Yinlong Qinchun and Jinmeng Jinlin on the other side can be said to be quite big. Yinlong Qinchun, whose appearance at the first level before, has completely gotten rid of the category of snake, and finally can walk and run upright with gradually growing and strong limbs. Now, after entering the second stage, its changes are more obvious. Its head has sharp conical horns, and its mouth is gradually elongated. Its body size has become larger, and its body length has even reached 4 meters. The green and silver scales covering its body are now more delicate and hard, and its limbs, which were already somewhat strong, have become stronger. Now it looks like a dragon. In addition, Lin Ming also noticed that there are two strange bulges on its back. Could it be that as its level increases, when it reaches the third stage, it can directly become a giant dragon flying in the sky? Lin Ming is looking forward to it. Who would have thought that this little guy was just a cute little snake a few centimeters long? Looking at its little licker, the little golden snake, and now the golden python Jin Lin. Although it did not develop in the direction of a dragon like Qin Chun, the originally very thin and weak little golden snake has now grown into a golden python with a diameter of half a meter and a body length of 10 meters. It is extremely large in size, but can crawl very fast, and can even swim in the water to hunt. If you add the abilities of its original two bugs, this thing is really a killer. Not to mention, this guy now has two new abilities, which really makes Lin Ming very happy. Then, if we want to complete the task next, let's send this little guy. Just when Lin Ming wanted to take a closer look at the attribute panel of Jin Lin, he suddenly found that Bai Qi on the side seemed to be about to give birth at this time. Chapter 125 The Power of New Life. At this time, Bai Qi was working hard under the attention of almost all his subordinates. Lin Ming was looking forward to whether the next generation of Bai Qi and Du Shan, the two Suro, would bring him some surprises. After all, didn't Du Shan always bring him surprises? From the beginning, he looked decadent and lazy, and often thought about the stupid guy of the Suro life. To the B-level demon spirit Silver Poison Sky Dragon of Leishao Peak, he used his divine power to rescue the wolves. This guy brought him surprises at that time. Afterwards, he ran to the Silver Fish Mountain Spirit Realm alone, and got the strongest Bai Qi there. In a very short time, he went from the 5th level scum to the current 2nd level. This guy is simply a professional surprise maker, and the growth rate is very fast. And it seems that his potential is also very huge. As for Bai Qi, he is a very rare demon spirit that can control the light element. This is also unique among all Lin Ming subordinates. According to various intelligence from the human side, they don't have any extraordinary people who master this element. Bai Qi can not only restore his own physical strength and injuries, but can even easily break the extremely strong barrier created by human extraordinary people. Lin Ming is also looking forward to what it will develop into. And with the excellent genes of Du Shan and Bai Qi, the little guy who is about to be born, or the little guys, may give Lin Ming more surprises. Not long after, when Du Shan kept circling around Bai Qi, with two soft cries, two little guys with white hair all over their bodies, wet, were born by Bai Qi one after another. Lin Ming was also very excited at this time. He kept his eyes on the two newborn little guys, watching them lick the placenta off by Bai Qi, lick the wet hair dry, and stand up again. Afterwards, after the two little guys finished drinking milk, they actually ate grass with Bai Qi. It was only more than an hour later. Lin Ming was also quite surprised at the reproduction and growth rate of the mutant creatures under the revival of spiritual energy. Moreover, these two little guys were just born, and their strength has directly reached the level of the 4th level. This generation is really stronger than the previous one. Looking at the human side, their extraordinary people are really hard to describe. From the perception of the extraordinary organizations in Rongqing City, Lin Ming knew that until a few minutes ago, since the so-called world's first B-level extraordinary person Zheng Guodong, there has not been a second B-level extraordinary person. The official organization of the extraordinary people, which is called the 9-layer heavenly tower, has a few sky towers, which are all sea-level peaks. First level 6, 7, 8, and 9. Even so, they are still the strongest among the extraordinary people in the world. This seems a bit funny. Lin Ming was speechless about the growth rate of the extraordinary people on the human side. Most of them are not even as concentrated as the spiritual energy contained in these two Suro cubs who have just spoken for more than an hour. Humans are really at an absolute disadvantage in the battle with mutants in this era of spiritual energy revival. Not only are they not all supernatural, but their level is also so far behind the mutants. They are really. But Lin Ming thought about it carefully at this time. It seems that this idea is not right. Although the process of spiritual energy revival is deepening and the spiritual energy is becoming more and more dense, except for him and his subordinates, the mutants in other parts of the world do not seem to be so powerful. From the information Lin Ming obtained from the supernatural organizations in Rongqing City, the number of B-level monsters in the world is still the same. There are dozens of B-level monsters in the spirit realm of the Nuliana Trench, and 3 B-level monsters that have just appeared on land and have been killed by nuclear bombs and supernaturals. In addition, it seems that there are really no more. So that's it. It's not that humans are too weak, but that he and his subordinates are too strong. The human side has powerful technology, powerful weapons, and extraordinary people whose strength is about to catch up with the demons. It seems that except for the ocean, they can basically fight the mutant creatures on land. Lin Ning examined himself. A-level demon. 3rd level. 2nd level. The world's first strongest demon. The breath can sense any creature within 200 kilometers and materialize it in the mind at the same time. Even tens of millions of people. The thick fog can instantly cover the area within 100 kilometers, regardless of shape, and can definitely blind any creature that relies on eyes to perceive. Bamboo roots are spread all over the underground within 100 kilometers, plus the ability of extreme resurrection, even destroying everything in the entire Rongqing area of nearly 10,000 square kilometers is just a matter of wanting or not. As for the creation of toxins, it can be used in combination with dense fog burst or bamboo roots, as long as you have a nose and can breathe and are not naturally resistant to poison. You will die without any discussion. At this level, it is nothing more than a disaster level evaluation by humans. Among the subordinates, Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, Feng Yan, Yan Si, Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Du Yan, Panda Panda, Silver Dragon Qin Chun, Golden Python Jin Lin, Lynx Jing Ji, Egret Ying, Shui Jin, Red Crowned Crane Missouri Kai and Ochre Feather, Siro Dushan, are now all B-level monsters. Disaster-level mutant creatures. 16 B-level monsters. Are they scary? If humans really knew about the existence of themselves and their subordinates, they would probably spray out hundreds of milliliters of blood before pressing the button of the nuclear bomb. But Lin Ning would not give them a chance. If he directly upgraded to the 4th or 5th level, and his subordinates were all A-level, it would be really cool to appear at that time. At that time, humans can only tremble and kneel down to sing Conquer. Looking at the two little guys again, they were leaning on the side of the somewhat clumsy Dushan, and seemed to be curious about everything around them. They looked around and finally set their eyes on Lin Ning. Lin Ning really wanted to know what kind of existence he was in the eyes of these two little guys. However, before he took the next step, he saw the two little guys gently bend their front legs and immediately kneel down, and both heads lowered at the same time. This. Lin Ning really didn't expect this. Before 2 hours, the two little guys immediately knew what their identities were, and instantly knew that he, the bamboo, was their master. Isn't this a bit too smart? Completely different from the silly Dushan, but very similar to Bai Qi. Lin Ning slowly fed the spiritual liquid to the two little guys, and began to think about what names to give them. The reason for such preferential treatment is that their potential is high enough. And just after they were born, it seems that they each have a powerful ability called Shadow, and Holy White in the attribute panel. The future is promising. Suddenly 2 huge black shadows passed in the sky. Their broad wings gradually folded up after landing on the ground. Lin Ning looked at Zhui Yuan and Huai Kui who jumped off them, wondering why they suddenly came down from the sky. Master, we found the thing we saw last time, Zhui Yuan said hurriedly. Master, it's very close to here, Huai Kui also reported immediately. Lin Ning was a little puzzled. That kind of thing? Strange beast? Have you seen the strange beast? Where is it? Lin Ning was very puzzled. And it was very close to here. You know, his current perception system will never let go of any creature within a radius of 200 kilometers. But now, the breath perception did not sense the existence of the strange beast. What's going on? It's in the west. Very close. Master, please give the order. Master, there are a lot of them. All in the forest. Lin Ning knew very well that if these things could not be sensed by him, but existed in reality, then now, it seemed that something big was going to happen. Chapter 126 Big Head. At this time, a situation that should not have occurred appeared. When a large number of strange beasts appeared just now, his breath perception did not show any reaction. This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. You know, Lin Ning can even sense how many ants there are in an ant nest within 200 kilometers. How could he not sense the strange beasts that are very close to him? But Zhui Yuan and Huai Kui would not lie about this kind of thing. Then, one thing can be proved. That is, these strange beasts have the ability to be sensed. Or in other words, they are not living things. If this is true, then it can only be said that something happened. And it is not a small thing. Feng Xiao. Feng Ji. Feng Yin. Yes. Master. The 3 wind wolves, who just didn't go out hunting, quickly crawled on the ground and waited for instructions. You 3. Follow Qiying and Xue Jin and set out to eliminate the enemy. Panda. Master. The panda came out of the panda pile and responded quickly. Follow Feng Xiao and the others. And tell me everything you see. Yes. Master. Panda also followed the 3 giant wolves that had already rushed out, led by the 2 giant birds. They moved rapidly towards the target direction. This time, Lin Ning himself could do almost nothing before knowing exactly where the enemy was. After all, his vision was blocked, and his perception ability could not perceive those strange beasts. And he really entered a state similar to blindness. Lin Ning also understood at this time that he was too dependent on this breath perception ability. Just like humans, the technological power is very strong. People's greatest advantage is technology, and their greatest disadvantage is that they rely too much on technology. At this moment, Lin Ning deeply felt that he must find other ways to deal with and face situations like the current one. Otherwise, one day he will suffer a great loss. But this time, fortunately, he asked the 4 giant birds, the blood sparrow, and the shrike to scout within 100 kilometers of the canyon as usual, so that they could detect these strange beasts. Otherwise, if the other party really didn't make any sound and suddenly rushed to the front, maybe the subordinates would be injured. Lin Ning raised his eyes and looked in the direction where his subordinates were rushing. Now he could only sense the breath of his subordinates to confirm the enemy's position. Although the strength of these beasts is very weak, it does not mean that they are not threatening. Lin Ning always felt that these beasts are quite picky every time they come. The last time was when the subordinates absorbed the soul pill and directly upgraded to be level. And this time it was when 2 little Suro were just born. And there is another thing that makes Lin Ning a little doubtful. Why do these beasts know the existence of this side? You know, he has now turned on the ability of spiritual energy force field shielding, and it stands to reason that nothing can easily detect the concentration of spiritual energy within this radius of kilometers. However, the 2 times before and after, the beasts came straight here. What's going on? Do these beasts have abilities that he can't know? However, just as Lin Ning was guessing, his subordinates had already engaged in close combat with those disgusting-looking guys. Lin Ning couldn't see what kind of disgusting-looking beasts there were in the dense forest. He could only see the thick smoke coming out of the battle. Dozens of loud noises were heard at the same time. But this was enough. Lin Ning bamboo roots gathered near the smoke at the fastest speed. If there were any special circumstances, these bamboo roots could also control those strange beasts. At the same time, he also quickly connected with the panda's consciousness. After all, the entire 100 kilometers were within his consciousness field. Panda, report the battle situation. Master, they are very strange. Panda's consciousness seemed to be quite confused. They are not like last time. They will be killed by the wind element in one blow. Lin Ning also paused. That's not right. Didn't the research on the human side say that they are afraid of elemental attacks? And wasn't the last attack by the wolves also very effective? Master, the wind blade doesn't work on them. So, it doesn't work. Then, what about the bamboo roots? Lin Ning has accurately determined the location of those strange beasts based on the attack frequency of his subordinates, the location of the smoke and dust, and the vibration caused by the explosion. However, before he could use the bamboo roots to catch these strange things, the panda's consciousness suddenly came after a bang. Master, I have killed them and captured 2. Panda suddenly said. Lin Ning was a little surprised. What did you do? Master, I just used my ability. Panda said. Suddenly Lin Ning felt that it put something on the bamboo root that emerged from it. Lin Ning quickly used the extreme regeneration of the main root to make it grow rapidly in his direction. Soon, as the whistling storm-like bamboo roots approached, 2 disgusting monsters with different appearances appeared in Lin Ning's sight. The 2 beasts were struggling hard in Lin Ning bamboo branches, as if they wanted to get rid of this restraint. But they could not do it even if they tore their bodies apart. Lin Ning carefully checked that the height of the 2 beasts was about 2 meters. One of them was similar to the last beasts. They were all made up of a bunch of eyes, a big mouth, and tentacles. The only difference was the position of the eyes. The appearance of the other one was very strange. It looked like a balloon as a whole. The reason for this is that it really looked like a balloon. There were only 5 eyes on the huge and almost translucent head, and the mouth was much smaller than the one next to it, almost miniature. As for the rest of the body, there were only 4 tentacles left. It can be said that this thing has nothing except its head. Lin Ning was also a little surprised. Just like that? What can this little mouth do? Tear up humans or mutant creatures? Its mouth will split open. Take a closer look. And there is nothing strange. However, because he could not sense the breath of the 2 monsters, Lin Ning felt that what he was holding with his bamboo roots were like 2 moving stones. The subordinates were also very curious about these 2 disgusting things and kept looking at them. But these 2 disgusting things did not seem to be interested in the subordinates, and they kept trying to get to their side. Lin Ning thought about it and decided to kill these 2 guys first. Anyway, he could not see anything. And, especially when this big-headed thing looked at him, there was an indescribable evil and disgust in his eyes. Let's kill it first. The blood blade flew out and instantly cut the big head into dozens of pieces. However, before Lin Ning had time to kill the other one with the blood blade, he suddenly felt a breath coming from this guy. He could sense the breath of this strange beast. What happened? Chapter 127 Defense Mechanism. Lin Ning felt the breath of the strange beast that he was holding tightly to his bamboo root in an instant. He looked at the corpse that had become a piece of meat and a big head covered with green pus and blood, and suddenly understood something. Could it be that this big-headed strange beast could shield the breath of itself and its companions? Just like himself? Wait, it seems that there is more to it than that. Lin Ning looked at the smoke and dust rising not far away, and his subordinates seemed to be coming back soon. He also had questions and wanted to ask these little guys. Soon, the 3 wolves and the panda returned to Lin Ning's body. When the panda saw the piece of meat that fell on the ground, he immediately understood what happened. Master, did you find anything after you killed it? Lin Ning felt that after the panda evolved to the 2nd stage, it seemed to have developed in all aspects, not just specializing in speed. Did you find it too? Master, this thing looks different from the others. Other beasts are also protecting it. The beast is not afraid of the elements this time. Probably because of it. Panda's judgment is basically the same as Lin Ning. However, we have to try it to know. Feng Xiao, release wind blades on this beast. Lin Ning ordered. Yes, Master. Although Feng Xiao had some doubts, he still instantly fired several half-moon green wind blades with a diameter of nearly 1 meter from his body. Those wind blades cut the beast thrown into the air by Lin Ning into pieces with lightning speed. Oh! As expected, Feng Xiao and the others were also surprised at this time, because the previous attack was completely ineffective. Lin Ning looked at Panda. You used your ability to kill the others, and only these 2 were left. You also wanted me to see why. Yes, Master. This strange beast should have the ability to create a barrier, just like the humans we met. It's just that their barrier can defend against elemental attacks this time, while the last time it defended against ordinary attacks. Panda replied. Lin Ning was very pleased that Panda was getting better and better. It seems that this guy can really look forward to whether he can become a think tank to assist him in the future. After all, he can consider all possibilities in a short period of time, and almost every time he leads other companions to fight, he returns with a great victory. For example, when facing these beasts just now, this guy had a calm judgment and quick responsibility, and also considered tying up 2 alive in order to let him give more information about the beasts. He also used the ability of the brain-shaped beast to make the most correct judgment in this very short time. Among all the subordinates, Panda has always maintained the top state in terms of intelligence. Now think about it. When this guy first became his subordinate, when he entered the 2nd level, wouldn't he have formulated tactics to defeat the enemy? Possessing excellent speed, agile movement ability, and quite powerful ability. It seems that except for the fact that he loves to hug those female pandas, this guy has no shortcomings in any aspect. Lin Ning thinks that this guy is really good at both literature and martial arts, and he will probably rely on it a lot in the future. While sighing, Lin Ning looked at the remains of the 2 beasts again. From the outside, it looks like a mollusk like an octopus in the sea. But looking inside, there are still many bones. But the blood inside its body is indeed a very sticky dark green thing, which feels like something rotten. If this thing is said to be something originally on the blue planet, no one would believe it. And Lin Ning has never seen it before. It doesn't look like it evolved from any animal. And it doesn't look like something mutated from the human side. It feels like a clay monster made by someone with a more horrifying aesthetic, full of imagination, fierceness and horror. Moreover, these things have quite troublesome and tricky abilities, which Lin Ning really didn't expect. That ability is like the ability of mutant creatures, but more targeted. Just like the existence of the brain monster, it will also adopt different combat strategies according to different situations. Lin Ning analyzed that those with huge mouths and a lot of disgusting eyes on their faces should be the kind of soldier-like characters, and the brain-shaped ones should be similar to the higher-level ones. These things do not attack each other, and they also move in groups. Combined with the intelligence from the human side, Lin Ning thinks that these things may have some intelligence. After all, he really can't explain why these strange beasts will go straight to where he is. Moreover, why are there some strange connections between the two groups of beasts that attacked him first and second? When they first met, they came straight at him without hiding their breath. And if they wanted to be eliminated, they had to use elemental attacks. When they met for the second time, there were more of them, and they had that big head to hide their breath, and even shielded elemental attacks, so they could only be killed with ordinary attacks. It always feels like they are constantly improving, and will make adjustments next time based on the previous experience. Will they send more teams next time? And can shield elemental attacks and ordinary attacks at the same time? Lin Ning felt that this was not impossible. After all, these things appeared inexplicably, and they looked weird and disgusting, and their abilities were so targeted. He always had a feeling that this group of beasts would become another force on this blue planet, threatening the existence of humans and mutant creatures at the same time. Fortunately, the mutant creatures on his side were relatively strong, so these monsters did not cause any serious consequences. However, if humans were targeted like he was now, they would probably cause considerable harm to humans. Right? Just think about it. Humans would probably be attacked without any preparation. And when they hurriedly sent out extraordinary people with elemental abilities, they found that it was useless. After finally figuring out the routine, the casualties would be much greater. However, it doesn't matter what happened to humans. Lin Ning felt that from now on, he would need to strengthen patrols and defenses. This time, if Jiying and Xue Jin hadn't scouted, there would probably be some casualties. After all, this Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm is much larger than the original 10,000 Bamboo Sea Spirit Realm, and the terrain here is extremely complex, with a large forest coverage rate. Maybe in just 1 second, these monsters, which are not slow in themselves, will hide in the forest. Lin Ning felt that he really had to be on guard. With a thought, he wove a long net in a range of 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and even 100 kilometers away from him. This net was woven by Lin Ning using bamboo roots and extreme regeneration. It was very delicate and sensitive, and it was almost invisible if you didn't look closely. He let the wolves test it. As long as they touched it, he couldn't be unaware. Moreover, with a unit of 5 kilometers, even if they suddenly appeared in any direction, as long as they touched the bamboo root net, Lin Ning could immediately prepare for battle. This was also a necessary defense mechanism to guard against those disgusting beasts. Chapter 128. Where do they come from? Everyone. America. Seems like something big has happened. At the headquarters of the Nine Heavens Tower, many senior staff received an emergency notice. However, they had just sat down when they heard Xing Yu say such a meaningless sentence. Old Xing. What's the matter? I said. America has nothing to do with us. Right. That is, America doesn't cooperate with us. What do? Don't they solve everything with nuclear bombs? They don't share intelligence. Everyone thought it was strange that Xing Yu urgently called everyone to talk about America. After all, since the revival of spiritual energy, America has always advocated the strategy of using weapons to solve everything and weaken the extraordinary. Although it did achieve some results at the beginning, their advantage completely disappeared after the appearance of the 2B monsters. The 2B monsters easily killed millions of people, although they were later killed by the helpless America with nuclear bombs. The damage caused can be said to be one of the greatest disasters in human history. After that, Tang's 9-layered Sky Tower defeated the B-level demon spirits of the Black Ming Federation with excellent tactics and command. And the United States of America finally learned from its mistakes and began to pay attention to the training and actual combat of extraordinary people. But since then, The United States of America has been deliberately cutting off all kinds of communication and intelligence sharing with the world, and unilaterally withdrew from the Special Agreement Committee for Countermeasures Against Mutated Creatures. Other countries and organizations have called for this for a long time. But the United States of America has turned a deaf ear and continued to do its own thing. Although sometimes we can occasionally hear some information about mutant creatures and even strange beasts from there are very few clues and cannot withstand scrutiny. Because of this, when Xingyu said that something big happened in the United States of America, everyone felt strange. Xingyu slammed the table heavily, and the noisy meeting room in the headquarters suddenly became quiet. In America, a large city has now seen a group of strange beasts. Currently, there have been hundreds of thousands of casualties. Ah? Old Xing. What are you talking about? You must be kidding me. That kind of thing. Everyone's face turned pale when they heard that hundreds of thousands of people had died. They were all shocked. Moreover, the cause of this disaster was actually a strange beast? Wouldn't that thing be easily defeated by simply using the elemental attribute attacks of the extraordinary? Although those strange beasts have been completely destroyed in the end. The weirdness of this incident is enough to alert all of us, Xingyu said, turning on the projector. As you know, our previous concept of strange beasts is that this kind of thing is ugly and extremely bloodthirsty. Likes to prey on humans and mutants. Is not afraid of ordinary hot weapons attacks. Nor is it afraid of cold weapons such as swords. The only weakness is the elemental attribute attacks of the extraordinary. Everyone nodded. It was indeed so. After the Bear Country discovered the strange beast, it shared this information with the world immediately after thorough research. After that, the strange beasts that appeared in other parts of the world were indeed destroyed by the elemental attribute attacks of the extraordinary people. Originally, no one took this ugly thing that appeared from nowhere seriously. After all, compared with him, the destructive power, attack power, and catastrophic power of mutants are much greater. But how could such a thing cause such a big disaster in America, where there are not many extraordinary people? Everyone looked at Xingyu with questioning eyes. After all their attention was on the mutants before, and no one paid attention to these strange beasts that had no witnesses in the territory of Tang. Although the United States will not reveal their intelligence to us, they have a lot of intelligence on our side. Since the first wave of alien beasts appeared, they sent elemental superhumans to simply wipe them out and did not take it seriously, Xingyu said, switching the slides. This time, after witnessing nearly 100 alien beasts in the suburbs of New York, their reaction speed was quite fast. You can see that they were drinking coffee on the street while leisurely releasing elemental attribute attacks. In the picture, dozens of superhumans were facing nearly 100 alien beasts at a distance. Looking leisurely, and a little further away, there was a crowd of people. However, when Xingyu sent the next picture, it was the panicked and even terrified faces of these people. Elemental attribute attacks are completely ineffective this time. Xingyu looked at everyone. It was originally effective, but it turned out to be completely ineffective. No matter how to use wind blades, ice cones, and flames, it was useless. The crowd began to commotion, and everyone looked at each other, totally unable to believe what they heard. Their barrier system wanted to block the actions of these beasts, but it didn't work at all. In a short time, the beasts rushed into the crowd and started killing. Of course, many extraordinary people did not escape. However, before Xingyu switched to the next page, someone suddenly stood up. Wait! Old Xing. That's not right. Didn't you say there were only nearly 100 beasts? How did they kill hundreds of thousands of people? Xingyu clicked on the next page, pointed at the picture above and sighed. This kind of thing we don't care about is actually quite terrifying. They can reproduce quickly by eating people. And the newborns immediately have the consciousness to attack people, and reach the mother level in a very short time. Everyone was in an uproar. What kind of monster is this? You can't imagine how they were. Xingyu sighed and clicked on the next slide. Bullets, fist attacks, cold weapons. Things that didn't work before actually worked this time. But this was only after tens of thousands of people died that the American superhumans woke up from their dreams when a passerby's gun killed one of them by chance. But what they were facing at this time were hundreds of thousands of alien beasts. Hundreds of thousands. After hearing this number, everyone's face turned pale. What are these alien beasts? Xingyu closed the slide and looked at everyone. Since the Battle of Wantuhai's spirit realm, we have used the combat methods we have trained there to conquer 37 spiritual realms that were originally Orange Danger and read critical danger levels in a short period of time. This is good news for all of us humans. Mutated creatures that were originally big enemies. Even those sea-level demons. We can now kill them. I believe that in the future, with the emergence of more B-level superhumans, we humans can also regain the status of the dominant in this world of spiritual recovery. But the strange beast that appeared at this time is another uncertain factor. According to the intelligence we have on it, the almost completely contradictory things they present are all worthy of our attention. Xingyu said, and asked someone to send the information to everyone. Next, let's talk about business. In the vicinity of Qifeng Mountain Spiritual Realm, more than 60 kilometers northwest of Rongqing City, strange explosions have been detected twice in recent days. Take a look. After seeing the satellite map of spiritual energy concentration above, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Old Xing, are you kidding? A green safety spiritual realm. 1 or 2 explosions. What's wrong? Everyone felt very strange. The topic turned too fast before and after. Right? It was said above that hundreds of thousands of people died in America. And there were only a few explosions here. How could it be a business? After the second explosion, we asked the reconnaissance plane that patrolled the Wantohai spiritual realm on a daily basis to take pictures of the vicinity. However, Xingyu shook his head, turned over and looked carefully at the things above. The crowd turned the paper over in confusion. And after seeing the other printed picture on it, everyone's eyes widened and they cried out in surprise. The enlarged image on the photo was clearly the appearance of several strange beasts. The extraordinary troops and corps of Rongqing City have already set out. They are expected to arrive within 2.5 hours and conduct a carpet search. You are also ready to take the transport plane. Xingyu wiped the sweat off his face and said, also, you also saw clearly the circle of white things behind the last strange beast? Chapter 129 Endless Doubts. The huge roar of the armed transport plane echoed between the mountains and valleys, and dozens of helicopters followed closely behind. Shui Yuqing, the third tower of the Nine Heavens Tower, frowned at this time. There were also strange beasts in Tang State, and the number was unknown. Below the helicopter was the place where the strange beasts marked in the previous photo just appeared. Lower the altitude. He ordered the helicopter pilot. The terrain nearby was too complicated. There was basically no place for helicopters to land, not to mention large armed transport planes. At this time, they all landed in a place dozens of kilometers away that was more suitable for landing. After that, they would march to this place quickly. But it was absolutely impossible to reach here in a short time. The helicopter slowly descended in altitude, and Shui Yuqing, who opened the hatch, was ready. Okay, the others go meet them. I can do this by myself. When the helicopter descended to a height of about 100 meters, he suddenly jumped. He turned over lightly in the air and jumped directly onto the giant tree that was almost 100 meters high. Then, he jumped lightly between the branches of the giant tree like a monkey, and reached the ground a few seconds later. The large open space in front of him, without trees, seemed to be formed by a whole piece of boulder. The reason why the traces of those strange beasts could be found was that there were almost no obstacles blocking the place where they suddenly appeared. Shui Yuqing looked around carefully. There was no trace of any strange beasts, and the white circle on the picture was not seen at all. What came to his ears was only the long howling of wild beasts, the buzzing of flying insects, and the startled sounds of flying birds. This place is between several green safety spiritual realms. There is nothing else except mutant creatures. He looked up at the sky, and the helicopter had flown away, leaving him only a gray sky. Looking at the direction of travel, it should be. He took out the enlarged picture in his arms, quickly determined the direction of travel, and pulled out a meteorite spear behind him. He also had a light machine gun on his waist. He would not ignore the lesson of the United States. As a holder of the two abilities of water element and ice barrier, Shui Yuqing knew that if he wanted to face those strange beasts and destroy them, he had to prepare all kinds of things. In addition to these strange beasts, the several loud noises from the mountain before also made him quite concerned. You know, in these green safety level spiritual realms, there are no monsters above E level at all. Even if there are, they will never make that kind of explosion-like sound. Unfortunately, the reconnaissance aircraft that had been patrolling the area near the Wantohai spiritual realm did not take any photos nearby. But the unexpected harvest was those strange beasts. TSK. Just like what the information said, there is not even a little spiritual reaction. Shui Yuqing walked in the waist-deep weeds, muttering from time to time. He looked at the aura concentration detection wristband on his arm, and the value on it did not fluctuate. Occasionally, a hair the size of a dog passed by, and the value on it only jumped to less than 200. However, after coming out of the weeds, he accidentally found some sparse green mucus-like things, which were scattered regularly on the ground. Shui Yuqing knew that he had found the right one. He continued to move forward along the traces of these green mucus, and at the same time estimated the speed of others. This time, the 9-layered heaven tower sent a team of nearly 1,000 extraordinary people, most of whom were elites urgently transferred from various places. And he, a B-level extraordinary person, was the commander-in-chief. Since Zheng Guodong broke through, B-level extraordinary people from all over the world have also begun to appear sporadically. In the 9-layered heaven tower of Tang State, 3 B-level people also appeared, and they were all at the heavenly tower level. This is also because they had already reached the peak of sea level before, and it was only a matter of time before they broke through. In a very short time, dozens of spiritual realms were wiped out one after another, and Tangguo also found a large number of spiritual stone veins in them. The extremely rich spiritual stones produced there were also used in large quantities on the extraordinary people, helping them to further increase the concentration of spiritual energy. The first 3 of the 9 Heavens Tower, Xingyu, the second Fei Jun, and the third Shui Yuqing, became B-level extraordinary people in a short period of time. And this time, the task of searching for spiritual beasts was given to Shui Yuqing. As for the Tangguo side, it sent 5,000 soldiers who had participated in many orange-level spiritual realm elimination battles to support them. They have rich combat experience and are more comfortable fighting in this green-level spiritual realm. Shui Yuqing walked along the direction of the slime for nearly half an hour, then took out the flash bomb and fired it into the air 3 times in a row to help other companions confirm the direction. However, he was also a little surprised that the direction of these green slimes seemed to be straight, and there was no turn. This seemed to be inconsistent with the intelligence from the Bear Country and the American Country. Moreover, whether it was the Bear Country or the American Country, the strange beasts there appeared in densely populated areas such as cities, not like these, which appeared in uninhabited spiritual areas nearly 100 kilometers away from Rongqing City. Shui Yuqing frowned. These strange beasts seem to have quite a lot of things wrong. I always felt that they have been creating a very contradictory image for humans. Just like when the Bear Country discovered them at the beginning. They were not afraid of swords and guns, but were afraid of elements. But when they arrived in the American Country, it was completely the opposite. They were not afraid of elements, but were afraid of swords and guns. This time, will they not be afraid of either? He speeded up and continued to run forward. Although the magnetic field in the spiritual realm is quite chaotic and compasses and other things are useless, Shui Yuqing has easily determined the direction through the photos and the direction of the leaves of the giant trees he saw when he got off the helicopter. The place where these strange beasts appeared is northwest of Rongqing City, and the direction they are moving at this time is northeast. As for the northeast direction, it is the vast Qifeng Mountain spiritual realm. After passing the Qifeng Mountain spiritual realm, you will enter the vast plain area. Shui Yuqing estimated his speed and walked about 70 kilometers from the start to now. It is probably not too far away from there. However, during the journey, he often found some almost transparent webs between the giant trees. At first, he thought it was spider silk, but he always encountered it, which made him suspicious. However, when he wanted to look for these webs again, he couldn't find them. Strange. What is going on? Could it be that those strange beasts made it? Maybe. Shui Yuqing noted these doubts and continued to run forward, while also using the water element not to fit his body for defense. He could already smell a strange stench in the air through his nostrils. TSK. It seems they've caught up. Then, he raised his arm, and the signal gun in his hand had just fired a flare, when he suddenly felt several dark shadows appear around him. Chapter 130 Superhuman Hunting Plan. Lin Ning learned about the movements of the superhumans almost immediately. In the breath perception, he could sense every word spoken by the individual under his close surveillance. The strange beast appeared again. It was less than 2 hours since the last wave he had just wiped out. This time, just like the last time, he did not sense the breath of these strange beasts at all. I guess the big-headed strange beast from the last time also participated in the battle. According to the intelligence obtained from humans, the place where these strange beasts seemed to appear at the beginning was almost 100 kilometers away from him. looking at the reconnaissance plane flying high in the sky towards Rongqing City. Lin Ning quickly sent Qi Ying and Xue Jin to scout in that direction. Qi Ying and Xue Jin, Mo Kai and Zhu Yu now have a special ability called Light Crystal Reflection. When they activate their ability, they can even simulate the color of anything and automatically adjust according to the light. For example, when they fly over the forest, their bodies will turn into the color of trees. And even if the reconnaissance aircraft take pictures, they will never be able to capture their outlines and appearance. Even when the 3 giant monkeys are riding on it, they will also be covered by this ability. In other words, this is a kind of abnormal ability of optical invisibility. This special ability is just like it is used for reconnaissance. Otherwise, with their huge bodies, it is impossible to fly at high altitudes without being discovered. Lin Ning also got new information at this time. Are the extraordinary people and soldiers coming too? The humans seemed to want to investigate the sound of the 2 explosions at first, but accidentally discovered the strange beasts. Lin Ning also knew that he seemed to be a little careless before, and he was only concerned about quickly destroying the strange beasts, but forgot this point. But the strange beasts diverted the attention of the human side, and it was not known whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. However, if the human side can still sit still after seeing the strange beasts, it is really not just careless. From the intelligence obtained, Lin Ning also learned that strange beasts had appeared in America and killed and ate hundreds of thousands of people in a short period of time. Moreover, when attacking humans, the strange beasts in America also have another ability that he did not know, which is to replicate and reproduce. They can devour humans and then produce new individuals. And in a short period of time, they have the same size and combat power as the mother. Lin Ning had not discovered this. After all, when he found them the first 2 times, they were killed by his subordinates and himself in a very short time. This third wave of strange beasts appeared again at such a close distance from him. And according to human intelligence, it seems that the direction of these strange beasts is still his side. Are they coming again? However, if there is human participation this time, then he does not have to take action immediately. Let's see how the human side handles it. Let them try and make mistakes, and see what the difference is between this third wave and the previous 2. Wouldn't it be better? As the helicopter group and armed transport planes roared and flew over from a distance, Lin Ning breath perception would naturally not let go of these metal birds flying in the sky. But with many humans inside, he sensed the breath of the people in the helicopter, and suddenly found a very strong spiritual energy coming from the front helicopter. It seems that his decision just now was quite correct. Among humans, there is another B-level extraordinary person. The last B-level extraordinary person was the crazy Zheng Guodong. Unexpectedly, a new B-level extraordinary person appeared again after a few days. It's really one wave after another. The growth rate of this group of humans really surprised him. However, the combat effectiveness of B-level extraordinary people is still much worse than that of B-level monsters. Even so, the number of B-level extraordinary people among humans seems to be gradually increasing. And there are 3 in the 9-layered heaven tower alone. One of them is in this helicopter. It seems that the human side attaches great importance to these strange beasts. How will they fight these strange beasts? Especially the B-level extraordinary person. How strong he is still needs to be verified by those strange beasts. While Lin Ning was paying attention, he found that Qi Ying and Xue Jin had already flown back. Master, there are 27 Guji of strange beasts, Xue Yuan reported. Master, there are 4 Guji of those strange beasts with big heads. Wai Kui also added. For big-headed strange beasts, what changes will they have this time? Lin Ning did not continue to send his subordinates to fight, but assigned them simpler tasks, like hunting, collecting spirit stones, collecting spirit fruits and spirit herbs, etc. Speaking of spiritual herbs, it's a pity that we planted such a large piece of them in the Wantuhai spiritual realm and finally left them there. If my subordinates find them again this time, we can plant them again. After sending almost all his subordinates to do the task, the spiritual energy concentration on his body was shielded by Lin Ming's spiritual energy force field shielding ability. The subordinates no longer had to fear being discovered by the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite in the sky, and could boldly go to various directions in the spiritual realm. Lin Ning did not need them to take action to deal with the strange beasts at this time. If they made any big noise again, the highly sensitive humans at this time would definitely not let go of any suspicious information. After all, The direction of those strange beasts was the Seven Peaks Mountain spiritual realm, and they were coming towards him. Although he could not immediately sense the direction and position of those strange beasts, the semi-transparent warning nets he had made before were now at work. Not long after, the first net in the southwest direction felt the touch and broke. The strange beasts are coming. Then, where are those extraordinary people? Before Lin Ming could sense it, 3 shining white lights suddenly appeared in the sky. And then 3 gunshots were heard. That B-level superhuman seemed to have come after him. Lin Ming was surprised by this development. He thought that the superhumans and soldiers would gather before encircling the beasts. Wasn't that what they did when they encircled Wanjuhai? But if you think about it carefully, this is right. After all, there are too few places to land here. And even if they land, the speed of assembly and movement of these humans cannot keep up with the beasts. It would be better to send the strongest one to slow down the beasts as much as possible. Or even kill them directly. So, what should we do? Lin Ming suddenly felt that this matter became interesting. Otherwise, how about killing 2 birds with 1 stone? The speed of the beasts was not slow, and the 5-kilometer warning network set up by Lin Ming was broken by them again and again. But considering the speed of the B-level superhuman, Lin Ming did not stop the beasts immediately, until they were nearly 60 kilometers away from the valley. When those strange beasts once again broke through the warning net, his bamboo roots also attacked quickly and surrounded them from all directions. Although he could not sense their breath, he would never let any of them go by using the bamboo root net formed by extreme regeneration. No matter whether they were afraid of ordinary attacks or elemental attacks, they could not resist the terrifying and powerful bamboo roots of this A-level demon king. Lin Ming sensed that he had tied up 27 things that were moving like stones, without a trace of breath. Just right. Not one was missing. He used the bamboo root to comb through and found 4 big-headed monsters. After easily piercing one of them with the bamboo root, he immediately sensed the breath of all the remaining strange beasts. Next, B-level extraordinary hunting plan? Lin Ming had already sensed that the B-level extraordinary was getting closer and closer to these strange beasts. So, the bamboo root was instantly loosened, and the 26 strange beasts soon fell to the ground. They didn't seem to understand what had just happened, and did not make any further moves. However, soon after the breath of the B-level extraordinary approached, they instantly prepared for battle. Lin Ming knew that a good show was about to begin, and in this good show, no participant would survive. Chapter 131 Assassin. Huh? Damn. These things can sneak attack. Shui Yuqing dodged the attack at the critical moment, but the sides of his arms were still scratched by the sharp teeth of several monsters that rushed out from behind the giant tree. The layer of ice attribute barrier tightly wrapped around his body prevented him from being killed by several monsters at this time. But Shui Yuqing knew that if he had not subconsciously used this trick just now, he would probably have become food for these monsters. Shui Yuqing looked around. 25 monsters. Among them, the appearance of 3 monsters was the special type that had been specially marked in the intelligence sent from America before, and the others were the ordinary type with bloody mouths. It's just like a monster with only a brain. Shui Yuqing stared at the 3 special types, panting and retreating continuously. He didn't want to be surrounded by these monsters like now, just because he was not sure whether his barrier was faster or the monster's attack speed was faster. But there was no reason for him to lose in a 1-on-25 situation, because he was a B-level extraordinary person, not only powerful, but also a master of elemental attributes. In an instant, a very thin but extremely fast stream of water suddenly spurted out from his fingertips and hit the head of the nearest ordinary type. TSK? What? The water stream did not directly penetrate its body, but splashed a strong mist. This water knife attack did not cause any damage to the monster. It really doesn't work. Then try this. He rushed out like an arrow from a string, and the meteorite spear in his hand swept straight towards the monsters that had rushed towards him. This thunder move. Wan Jun. The sharp tip of the spear also cut out a half-moon. Bang! However, after a muffled sound, Shui Yuqing, whose palm was numb from the shock, threw away the completely deformed meteorite spear in disbelief, turned over several times in a row, and instantly jumped onto a giant tree beside him. This is impossible. He grabbed a very thick branch with one hand, and took out the light machine gun at his waist and fired a burst of bullets at the monsters that rushed over. The bullets splashed sparks on those disgusting monsters, but did not cause any harm to them. Shui Yuqing's forehead was full of cold sweat, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Elemental attacks don't work. And ordinary attacks don't work? What's going on? He panted, and was a little confused for a while. After all, no attack worked. But as a B-level extraordinary person, it is the moment to truly show his ability when he is in danger. 1,000 needles of heavy rain. He condensed his spiritual energy again, and created thousands of water columns in the air, hitting all the monsters like bullets. However, suddenly something strange happened. The ordinary monsters actually moved above the special monsters at this moment, like a shield to block the rain bullets that could easily penetrate the D-level monsters. Shui Yuqing raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Then, he condensed his spiritual energy again, and gathered 1,000 needles of heavy rain. This time, he concentrated on attacking 2 of the special monsters. The ordinary monsters rushed to the front of the 2 special monsters again to block them. And at this time, Shui Yuqing's other water knife directly penetrated the special monster that fell, with a muffled sound of falling to the ground. Shui Yuqing also grinned and laughed at the same time. Shui Yuqing lay on the ground with his mouth wide open, and he almost consumed all his spiritual energy. He grinned, looking at the corpses of the beasts on the ground. Smiling with satisfaction, he panted heavily, feeling that his whole body was about to fall apart. However, he gained too much. He heard the sound of the rapid march of the follow-up troops, and even heard their shouts. After this battle, he had completely mastered the rules of fighting with these beasts. Those special types have special abilities that can make these ordinary types invulnerable to swords and guns. And their elemental attributes are also invalid. There are also 2 types of special types. One is a sharp horn with 4 eyes on the head. After killing them, the barrier ability similar to normal attack immunity on the ordinary beasts is broken, so they will be injured by normal attacks. The other type has 5 eyes. After killing them, the barrier ability of the elemental attack immunity of the ordinary monsters will be broken, and they will be injured by elemental attacks. Hee hee. It's me after all. Shui Yuqing took a deep breath and stood up with a somersault. However, he suddenly felt a heat on his neck, and then a lot of blood spurted out from there. What on earth is it? A lot of blood spurted out, and he widened his eyes and looked at a monster that suddenly appeared beside him, falling to the ground like a piece of wood. His whole body was twitching, and everything in front of his eyes was dark. Then, he completely lost consciousness, and the alien beast opened its mouth towards his corpse. Ding! You killed a B-level extraordinary person and gained 3,500 evolution points. Lin Ning ignored the mechanical and emotionless voice coming from the system, and used bamboo roots to tie up the last remaining alien beast with bamboo branches, sensing the remaining extraordinary people and soldiers who were about to arrive here, waiting for their arrival. B-level extraordinary people mean threats. There is no doubt about it. Lin Ning did not think that he had done anything wrong in killing this extraordinary person just now. On the contrary, if he did not kill this guy who had a keen intuition, and even expected that the direction of the alien beasts was the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, there would definitely be big trouble in the future. At first, he did not release the remaining 26 alien beasts, and let them all attack the B-level extraordinary person. Instead, he waited until there was only one between the alien beast and the extraordinary person, and then decided whether to release the last alien beast. As expected, this smart B-level extraordinary person is very skilled in using his abilities, and in order to deal with these strange beasts, he even prepared a long gun and a light machine gun. This guy can even use a signal gun to inform his companions of his location. It seems that in terms of comprehensive strength and various qualities, he is more than 1 level stronger than the previous Zheng Guodong, and much stronger. Because of this, Shui Yuqing, the 3rd of the 9-layered Sky Tower, had to die. When he killed the last strange beast, Lin Ning swung out with a bamboo root and easily cut off a corner of the aorta in its neck. After that, released the last strange beast and let it take a few more bites on the body of this extraordinary person. In this way, it can perfectly create the illusion that Shui Yuqing fought with many strange beasts, but was killed by the last one. Next, just wait for the extraordinary people and soldiers who are already very close to this side to find this side. God knows nothing. Ghosts don't know. Now only half of Shui Yuqing's body was left. These humans could not tell the real cause of his death. In fact, a bamboo root deeply buried in the ground cut his carotid artery. After a while, Lin Ning had sensed that some extraordinary people were less than 100 meters away from this direction. He loosened the bamboo root and let the strange beast stand in the middle of the corpses. After that, just wait for the humans and the strange beast to clash and end the battle quickly. However, at this moment, Lin Ning suddenly felt that the body of the strange beast he had just released seemed to be undergoing a drastic change. Moreover, it originally had no spiritual energy, but now it suddenly had a B-level spiritual energy concentration. Chapter 132 continued to become stronger. Originally, Lin Ning just wanted to destroy the body of the strange beast that he had deliberately collected at the end. But he didn't expect that after this guy devoured the body of the B-level extraordinary Shui Yuqing, his body suddenly changed dramatically. Originally, this thing that didn't even have a little spiritual energy suddenly had a strong spiritual energy of the B-level in its body. Moreover, Lin Ning could also feel that it seemed to be growing rapidly in size. Duh. Boom. Soon, fierce gunshots and the roar of artillery shells came from that direction. Lin Ning materialized the people who had surrounded the monster, and saw that they were madly releasing firepower at the monster. At the same time, a large number of extraordinary people who surrounded it also released elemental power at it. For a while, even the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm was constantly echoing with the fierce battle sound. However, the crazy release of firepower suddenly stopped after a very short time. Lin Ning sensed that the strange beast had been beaten into pieces and died quite thoroughly. This guy seems to be a bit strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Lin Ning originally thought that this mutated beast, after possessing B-level spiritual energy, could instantly become a top-level combat force and kill all the extraordinary people and soldiers who surrounded it. Afterwards, it was finally eliminated by humans, and the two sides fought evenly. However, this guy was not able to withstand the attack at all, and was quickly defeated in these short minutes. There was not even a single casualty on the human side. The bamboo roots that had been prepared nearby were also put into the ground again. Lin Ning knew that it seemed that there would be no continuation this time. The third attack of the beast ended just like that. This time, the beast had a new trick, based on Shui Yuqing mumbling and Lin Ning's own inference. He also came to a conclusion. These big-headed monsters even have two forms. One responsible for shielding ordinary attacks, and the other responsible for shielding elemental attacks. But they themselves do not have similar defensive capabilities, and can only be protected by those ordinary beasts. These beasts seem to be more shrewd and cunning each time. They also bring an upgraded one. What will happen next time? The first time, they were only afraid of elemental attacks, and ordinary swords, guns, and hot weapons could not hurt them at all. However, after the second time, the alien beasts changed their strategy. They sent out those big-headed alien beasts to assist those ordinary ones, so that they were no longer afraid of elemental attacks, but instead had weaknesses in ordinary attacks. Even, for some reason, they hid their own aura. According to the intelligence obtained from humans, the alien beasts used the same routine when they first appeared in Bear Country and America. First, I tell you that I am afraid of elemental attacks. When you come next time, you will attack me with elements? Sorry, I won't fall for it this time. This is the third time, and they are not afraid of elemental attacks or ordinary attacks. Each time is more difficult to deal with, and more shrewd and cunning. Lin Ning even felt that these guys seemed to be constantly making up for their own shortcomings and repeated failures. They are all getting stronger with a posture of constantly learning. Could it be that next time they will do something to the big-headed monster? Or will a new beast appear? Lin Ning feels that this group of beasts now has more and more secrets. And not only that, in the human intelligence, it seems that there is also news that the beast appeared from a strange white circle. But Lin Ning has not seen the photo they mentioned, and has no way of knowing what the thing looks like. Another point is that humans say that after the beasts in America devour humans, they will replicate new individuals. But just now, when the beast devoured nearly half of the B-level extraordinary Shui Yuqing, this situation did not happen, but turned into a huge monster. Although it is indeed a little strong on the outside, it is indeed not as bad as the previous situation in America. Lin Ning feels that he must be prepared for the next time. Who knows what these inexplicable things will look like next time? Sensing the breath of those humans, Lin Ning is also carefully sensing the content of their conversation. It seemed that their mission was not over yet, and they still needed to continue searching for strange beasts in this area. As for Shui Yuqing's body, they did not find anything unusual. It would be strange if they could find anything unusual. The upper half of that person's body was digested by the strange beast. What else could be found? However, during the conversation between these people, Lin Ning also learned a piece of news. It seemed that their reinforcements from Shangjing would arrive soon. It was said that the people coming were high-level personnel from the 9-layered Heaven Tower. At this time, Lin Ning suddenly had some dangerous thoughts. If all the senior officials come, should we take the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop? However, this idea was quickly rejected by him. The death of Shui Yuqing is probably a small matter. But if the 9 Heavens Tower throws all the elites here, I am afraid that the Tang Kingdom will not be able to sit still. At that time, will the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, which is only more than 60 kilometers away, be investigated? The answer is definitely an affirmative. Lin Ning mainly thinks that it has not been long since he came here, and he is fighting every day. It has only been a few days since the incident in Wantuhai. Mobilize for war. Build underground anti-nuclear bomb shelters. And destroy Rongqing City. Just thinking about it makes it troublesome. Besides, if these strange beasts take advantage of the opportunity, it will be even more troublesome. Lin Ning thinks that it is better to maintain the status quo for the time being. If there are strange beasts attacking again when they come, then take the opportunity to see if you can sneak attack and kill 1 or 2. Even if the B-level extraordinary people give more evolution points, you can't be too greedy. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill them in the future, and it won't take too long. Lin Ning decided not to care about those humans anymore, but to check the whereabouts of his subordinates. However, before he could watch for a while, he heard a series of huge noises. In the sky, bursts of roars sounded, and the huge sounds echoed throughout the canyon. Dozens of helicopters flew over, rolling up waves of wind wolves. Lin Ning looked at the direction they were heading to, which was where the soldiers and extraordinary people were. Among those helicopters, Lin Ning sent several humans with a very high concentration of spiritual energy. There was no doubt that they were the B-level extraordinary people mentioned before. Are the 2 B-levels here? They are the first 2 heavenly towers of the 9-layered heavenly tower. They seem to be very concerned about the existence of these strange beasts. However, Lin Ning also wanted to see their expressions when they learned that Shui Yuqing had been killed. After all, losing Zheng Guodong was a huge loss. And now they have lost a very capable and extremely sensitive 3rd sky tower. How do they feel about this? Chapter 133 Far-fetched explanation. You? What did you say? Yuqing is dead? Xing Yu couldn't believe what he just heard. His face was dull, as if he had lost his soul, unable to receive any signal in the spiritual realm. After seeing the flare sent by his companions, Xing Yu and Fei Jun asked the helicopter to lower the altitude, then jumped onto the tree and quickly came to the ground, and soon came to the vicinity. However, they had just arrived at the place where their companions gathered when they heard this bad news. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of international joke is this? He is a B-class extraordinary person. That's enough. Is it fun to lie to me? Fei Jun's face was pale. He pushed away his companions who were crying and rushed to the scene with Xing Yu. A foul smell was floating in the air. Among the weeds in front of them, there were dead bodies of strange beasts lying on the ground. And the body of a huge strange beast was particularly eye-catching. Under its body, there was a half-bitten body. The body was almost bitten off at the shoulder. Judging from the clothes and body shape, it was Shui Yuqing's body. Fei Jun gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe it was true. How? How is it possible? Yuqing. You? Fei Jun looked at the body on the ground and was stunned. Shui Yuqing is the 3rd tower of the 9-layered Heaven Tower. He has just been promoted to B-level and has great potential. And no matter which aspect, Shui Yuqing can be said to be the top existence in the 9-layered Heaven Tower. Even Xing Yu feels that his development in the future may not be as good as this young man. Yesterday, Shui Yuqing killed 5 monsters that were about to become B-level in an instant. But why did he die here? Xing Yu dragged Shui Yuqing's body out without expression and put it aside. He carefully examined the dead bodies of the strange beasts on the ground, and occasionally picked them up with a long sword to check. Finally, he walked in front of Fei Jun again and shook his head. Something is wrong. Fei Jun looked up. You? What did you say? Something is wrong. The beast, Shui Yuqing, is also wrong. Xing Yu looked up and looked at his companions. When you found out, was Shui Yuqing dead? Xing Tianta. I was the first to find Shui Tianta here. When I found him, he was already lying on the ground. And the remaining beast was next to Shui Tianta. And then it took Shui Tianta, the extraordinary said, looking at the remaining corpse of Shui Yuqing, and shook his head. What about this huge beast? Xing Yu asked. It is the one that ate Shui Tianta. And then it became like this. We came over and attacked it directly. But we didn't expect it to be killed by us. But Shui Tianta has already. The extraordinary lowered his head again. Xing Yu nodded. I understand. Fei Jun. Come here. Fei Jun looked down at Shui Yuqing's body again, gritted his teeth, and looked at Xing Yu. What did you find? Xing Yu pointed the tip of his sword at the bodies of several strange beasts in turn. It and it. They all look different. And there are subtle differences between these two. And there is no description of them in the information. What does this have to do with Yuqi's death? Fei Jun's voice trembled. You're done. The dead can't be resurrected. Xing Yu said angrily. Don't I feel bad? He's also my good friend. The important thing now is to find out the real cause of his death. Fei Jun was stunned and sighed. I know. But is there any necessary connection between their appearance and Yuqing's death? These two brain-like monsters are the special types we talked about. Right. Xing Yu pointed the tip of his sword at one of them. But their appearance is not exactly the same as in the information. Fei Jun looked at where the tip of the sword pointed. One of them had 5 eyes as mentioned in the information. And the other one had a single horn, but only 4 eyes, which he had seen for the first time. But what they have in common is that they all have a blood hole above their eyes. In the information of America, I noticed at that time that the reason why they would not be hurt by elemental attacks, but only by ordinary attacks, was mostly because there was a special type of beast with 5 eyes that looked like a brain among them. Xing Yu looked at Fei Jun. This kind of brain-type beast should have the ability to block elemental attacks with a barrier. Wait. You mean? Fei Jun suddenly picked up a shell on the ground, and picked up the light machine gun next to Shui Yuqing's body, and found that the bullets inside were empty. Looking at the meteorite spear that was almost broken not far away, he suddenly understood something. That's right. These special type of beasts with horns on their heads, but only 4 eyes may have an ability similar to the barrier of immunity to ordinary attacks. Xing Yu nodded. So, you mean that Yuqing didn't know enough about these beasts, and neither elemental nor ordinary attacks worked? And then he was? Fei Jun gritted his teeth. Was it because of insufficient intelligence that he ended up like this? No. He did a good job. Fei Jun. You can see that except for the corpse of the huge beast, there is a tiny blood hole above the eyes of the other beasts. This is caused by the power of Shui Yuqing's proud ability, the water knife. Fei Jun observed carefully, and it was indeed the case. Probably, these special beasts can only give those ordinary beasts a barrier, while they can only rely on ordinary beasts as meat shields to block attacks. Maybe Shui Yuqing understood this. So he killed these 3 special beasts one after another, and then eliminated the other ordinary beasts. Xing Yu sighed. Maybe, because of this, his spiritual energy and physical strength were almost exhausted. And then, he was attacked by a hidden beast. Fei Jun nodded blankly. There is only one explanation. Even a B-level extraordinary person, when his spiritual energy and physical strength are exhausted, is not much different from an ordinary person. I am afraid that Shui Yuqing was careless at that time, thinking that he had killed all the strange beasts, but was ambushed when he was most relaxed. This is just one of the guesses. With Shui Yuqing's character, he would relax after the battle. Otherwise he would not be the 3rd tower. Fei Jun. Arrange for people to do what they should do. I will go to the front to see. I always feel that there is something I can't figure out. Xing Yu said, as he jumped up and turned into a dark stream of light and disappeared into the jungle. He always felt that things should not be so simple. The strange beasts are not smart, or they are just bloodthirsty monsters with speed, strength, and strange abilities. Although I have never faced such things directly before, it can be seen from the information of Bear Country and America that these things seem to have only the instinct to eat. Their wisdom, at best, is the level of those special types, which are imposed on ordinary types of barriers. The special type has a little bit of intelligence, while the ordinary type is no different from a bloodthirsty machine. But this time, they can actually launch a sneak attack? And it is the ordinary type that is even less intelligent than the special type? This is really hard to understand. Moreover, after the last strange beast devoured part of Shui Yuqing's body, its own body mutated and became larger. but not more powerful. This is also the first time that this situation has been discovered. What Xingyu couldn't understand was why these strange beasts appeared in this jungle. Why didn't they go straight to the most crowded places, like the Bear Country and the America Country? Could it be that there is something around here that attracts them more than humans? Xingyu stopped, jumped onto the giant tree, and quickly came to the top of the tree, and then used all the spiritual energy in his body to gather at the bottom of his feet and jumped again, at an altitude of nearly 300 meters in the air. Xingyu squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Is that the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm in that direction? Chapter 134 The Best Plan. The morning sun rises, and the sea of clouds fills the air. In the misty valley of the Seven Peaks Mountain, the roars of wild beasts rise and fall. During these days, Lin Ning has been sensing the movements of those humans. Since the death of Shui Yuqing, these people seem to have been searching the surrounding vast areas for nearly 3 days. However, they have not approached the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm here. It's really strange. Xingyu, the leader of the Nine Heavens Tower, has muttered the word Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm more than once. But they have no intention of coming here at all. 1 or 2 reconnaissance planes fly over the sky from time to time. Lin Ning knows without guessing that they are investigating the every move of any creature in this vast area. In addition to these, there are also countless spiritual energy concentration detection satellites in the distant space. Staring at this side, everything is caused by those strange beasts. Although, some of it was because he killed Shui Yuqing of the Third Heaven Tower. Even so, if he could do it again, Lin Ning was sure that he would still kill the B-level extraordinary person. Not to mention that this human has reached the B-level level and will become stronger in the future. Just the combat power, wisdom and reaction ability he quickly showed when facing more than 20 strange beasts were enough to attract Lin Ning's attention. What's more, Shui Yuqing could even infer that the direction of these strange beasts was the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. And this person also accidentally saw the translucent protective nets made by his roots. He knew too much. Comprehensively speaking, Lin Ning had to kill this person to eliminate future troubles. Sensing the breath of those extraordinary people and soldiers, he found that they were still searching in the distance. And the information they conveyed to each other was to thoroughly check whether there were any strange beasts nearby. Lin Ning also felt that he didn't need to pay attention to them for the time being. Anyway, no matter how powerful the reconnaissance planes in the sky are, they can only take limited photos in this densely vegetated area. Before, according to the characteristics of his subordinates, Lin Ning also asked them to perform various tasks between the canyons during this period of time. Just like the pack of wolves, they were assigned to hunt those prey to supply many carnivorous animals including them. Speaking of which, the new subordinates, who came from the Wantohai Spirit Realm, this time were different from the previous ones. The proportion of herbivores was quite high. There were quite a lot of mutant creatures such as white-lipped deer and bison. This made Lin Ning quite satisfied. After all, herbivorous animals only need to gnaw on grass and leaves. And if they are dead, they can eat spiritual fruits, spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers, which are easy to feed. This greatly alleviated the excessive pressure on the current carnivorous subordinates. After all, there are too many carnivorous subordinates, especially the number of wolves, which makes Lin Ning feel a little annoyed. Even though the animal resources in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm are extremely rich, he is still a little worried about whether there will be a situation where there are too many wolves and too little meat in the future. He also thinks that it is time to consider the issue of limiting the total number of wolves. After entering the era of spiritual energy recovery, the speed of reproduction of mutant creatures is much faster than before. The time it takes for them to grow from a newborn state to a state that is almost as good as an adult is indeed much faster. This can be proved by the 2 young Suro that were born not long ago, but can already follow Dushan to pick those spiritual herbs and fruits on the cliffs. Now, among the wolves, except for Feng Xiao and the other 7, there are nearly 300 wolves in the rest of the pack. If these 300 are to reproduce in batches, at the rate of 6 or 7 each time, Lin Ning feels that he really can't afford to support them. This spiritual liquid can't be eaten as food. Otherwise he would have let these guys drink it every day. Why go out hunting? But at this time, Lin Ning has upgraded the spiritual liquid to another level. But he doesn't see the prospect of this thing as food. If this goes on, there will be more and more carnivorous people under his command. And the number of herbivorous mutants in the canyon will also decrease. There will definitely be a big problem in the end. Just like when he was in Wantohai's Spirit Realm. Wasn't it the same? This was also one of the reasons that prompted Lin Ming to leave Wantohai's spirit realm at that time. So, what should be done next? Let them restrain themselves. Lin Ming thought about it and realized that this was not a long-term solution. After all, development and reproduction are what these mutants have always pursued. Who doesn't want to make their own population stronger? Especially in this extreme world of spiritual energy revival, where the strong prey on the weak. This demand also prompts them to pursue an urgent need to become stronger. Or, how about letting them open up a territory? Lin Ming thought this was a good idea. The range he could sense now was within a radius of 200 kilometers. And the range he could control was within a radius of 100 kilometers. In addition to bamboo roots, fog explosions, and toxin creation, this controllable range also includes the ability to shield the concentration of spiritual energy in their bodies. These abilities allow these wolves to survive within 100 kilometers without any threats. Moreover, if they are placed in the surrounding area, they can also help Lin Ming monitor those strange beasts that may appear in any place. Now, relying on his average of one root mesh barrier every 5 kilometers to sense their existence is not perfect, and it is easy for humans to accidentally discover them. In this way, placing these wolves in a large area within a radius of 100 kilometers seems to be a perfect solution. But even if you want to implement this plan, you have to wait for the humans, who are still searching for strange beasts, to leave. However, it is estimated that these people will leave in a day or two. After all, after the spiritual realm is connected into a whole, the area becomes extremely large, and various mutant creatures can also move freely in this large area. If a large number of mutant creatures like those that are about to reach sea level appear, the extraordinary people will be fine, but the soldiers will probably not be able to bear it. Moreover, with so many people in this spiritual realm, the daily consumption is still very large, and it is not easy to fight for a long time. What's more, they have been looking for the strange beasts that may come out at any time. From where? And how many may come out? Lin Ming sensed the location of the wolf pack and also sensed the actions of the humans. As long as the humans wanted to leave, he would immediately deploy these wolves. Then, next, however, it didn't take long for Lin Ming to wait for this moment. Several helicopters flew over with a roar, and the news brought by the humans in them seemed to be quite serious. B-level demon spirits appeared near the coast of Tang State. It seemed that a battle between humans and B-level demon spirits was about to begin again. Chapter 135 Crisis comes again. In the dense jungle, everyone heard the continuous roar from the helicopter in the air. Also, everyone saw the color of the flare. In these spiritual realms that have been connected into a whole, no communication equipment can be used at all. And the same is true for various electronic equipment. Of course, compasses and the like are of no use at all. If people want to communicate in the spiritual realm, they can't rely on things that they can't live without. They can only simply convey information by firing flares of different colors or numbers. But this time, when they saw the shining black flash bomb fired 3 times in a row, everyone had almost no hesitation. All put down what they were doing now, and sprinted in that direction instantly. Big thing. Big thing. The black flash bomb means that there is a crisis of the black extinction level. And 3 times in a row means that the crisis is extremely serious. Something serious has happened that is more important than their continued search for strange beasts in this place. Xing Yu put the long sword into the scabbard and rushed to the front instantly. He knew that no matter what, at least he and Fei Jun, 2 B-level extraordinary people, had to get on the helicopter as quickly as possible and go to the place where the accident happened. If they were a little slower, unimaginable tragedies might happen. In the previous drills of the 9-layered Heavens Tower and the warriors, the signal of the black extinction level crisis was thought to be a signal that would never be used in the short term, because the issuance of this signal was equivalent to telling everyone that a B-level demon spirit had appeared in the territory of the Tang Kingdom. Before, in addition to the 2 B-level demon spirits in the United States that were destroyed by nuclear bombs, the only B-level demon spirit that had appeared on land was the Eye-Soul Giant Wolf of the Black Ming Federation that was destroyed by the 9-layered Heavens Tower of the Tang Kingdom. After that, during this period of time, all parts of the world were closely monitoring all spiritual realms above the orange danger level. Whether it was a spiritual energy concentration detection aircraft or a spiritual energy concentration detection satellite, they kept a close eye on all spiritual realms with such potential threats. If any disturbance was found, each country would immediately send extraordinary people to scout and eliminate it. As for the Tang Kingdom, It was more direct. After the unexpected victory in the Wantohai spirit realm, 3 B-level extraordinary people were born one after another, and more C-level extraordinary people were constantly emerging. They even adopted the attitude of hunting and exterminating all the Red Crisis-level spiritual realms in the entire region. As a result, the 9-layered Heaven Tower, which obtained a large number of spiritual stone veins, also saw the emergence of more high-level extraordinary people. As the team continued to expand, the frequency of their crusades against various spiritual realms in a short period of time also increased. For a time, the members of the 9-layered Heaven Tower became the busiest people in the entire Blue Star. Then, in the area where several huge spiritual realms were located, less than 200 kilometers away from Rongqing City in Shu Province, strange monsters appeared for the first time. After the strange beasts appeared, the members of the 9-layered Heaven Tower became even busier. Although the strength of the strange beasts is relatively easy to deal with compared to the B-level and C-level demons, and even the ordinary mutant creatures of D-level, but they have too many strange things, and every appearance brings more mysteries. No one knows when they will appear next time, and what kind of mystery they will bring when they appear next time. Humans do not think that strange beasts are trivial issues that do not need to be concerned about, but have raised them to the same level of importance as mutant creatures. However, compared with mutant creatures living in the spiritual realm, they have no fixed place of appearance, and will not be detected by the spiritual energy concentration meter. Compared with mutant creatures, although their combat effectiveness is a little worse, other places are much more difficult. This time, if the more than 20 strange beasts that appeared in Shu Province had not been suspicious of the 2 explosions, and the reconnaissance aircraft had not filmed them, no one would have known that there would be strange beasts there. In order to prevent any fish from slipping through the net, the extraordinary people of the 9 Heavens Tower have been searching here for 3 days. However, at this moment, they can no longer continue. The meaning of the black flare is very obvious. B-level demon spirits. B-level demon spirits appear? Impossible. Even if there are demon spirits close to B-level on land, they should have been basically wiped out by us. Wait, could it be that coastline? Those B-level demon spirits in the spirit realm of the Nyuriana Trench? Xingyu took a deep breath. It hasn't been long since the plains of Neon were submerged by the tsunami. The great disaster that killed more than 60 million people is still shocking the whole world. Now, if they came to Tang State, the tragedy would be even more tragic. Old Xing, Levi and Luo Ming saw Xingyu running fast and shouted, "Hurry up!" Xingyu did not stop to wait for them, but continued to rush forward. Now, there is no time to waste. They must rush to the location of the helicopter as quickly as possible. Even if they have reached the level of B, they are still not as fast as cars on land, not to mention those in the air. Although they are extraordinary, they are only slightly enhanced in speed and strength than ordinary people. And the extent of the enhancement also depends on whether they can skillfully use the spiritual energy and maximize their potential. So far, the one who is recognized as having the strongest strength is the crazy Zheng Guodong, who has been strictly guarded. Before he went crazy, Zheng Guodong's control over his own abilities was perfect. Those flames could expand and shrink at any time according to his wishes, change shape, and release the maximum energy. Even when he mastered the second element, wind, he almost killed the B-level demon spirit Ice Wolf alone to tell the world that he was not only the world's first B-level extraordinary person, but also the strongest one. But he had too many personality defects and his emotions were extremely unstable. After the Battle of Wantohai, he went from being the strongest extraordinary person to a madman who could only mutter the 3 words Wantohai. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Xingyu saw more companions, and they were all moving towards the place where the flares were launched at the fastest speed. The roar of the helicopters in his ears was getting louder and louder. This crowd of people gathered more and more, and everyone was sprinting like a scramble. But soon, they slowed down as the people in front of them slowed down. What's wrong? Why are you stopping? Hurry up! Run! The people behind had no idea what was happening, but the people in front began to retreat at this moment. Strange beasts. A tide of strange beasts. Everyone retreat. Amid the roars, everyone saw the army of strange beasts that appeared in front of them like a tide, densely packed in this sea of forests. Chapter 136 B-level demon spirits in the sea. The deep blue sea water surged from time to time. The surging waves hit the huge reefs, and there were bursts of rumbling sounds. Almost 50,000 members of the 9 Heavens Tower and nearly 100,000 soldiers from almost all over the country have gathered on the southeast coast, along a coastline of about 50 kilometers. They are all soldiers who rushed here from all over the country to block the B-level demon spirits that are about to attack. Facing the nearly 500-meter wide, deserted beach in front of them, everyone is ready to attack. At the same time, dozens of meters behind them, there are hundreds of rocket vehicles and more than 200 howitzers loaded with various shells, etc., which have also been deployed here. There are also dozens of bombers ready to take off at any time. In the rear, even nuclear bombs are completely aimed at the coastline just in case, ready to launch at any time. If we cannot resist the landing of this B-level demon spirit, and let it drive the ocean to form a terrifying tsunami, then the nuclear bomb will really become the last resort. The strength of B-level extraordinary people is far from the strength of B-level demon spirits, due to the size of the body, the degree of use of spiritual energy, and various reasons. B-level extraordinary people have no chance of winning when facing B-level demon spirits alone. Although humans have gradually caught up with the evolution speed of mutant creatures in terms of spiritual energy concentration, they are still far behind in strength, except for a few who have the ability to amplify the defense limit of their bodies. B-level extraordinary people all have to rely on their flesh and blood to fight mutant creatures, especially when dealing with some mutant creatures with extremely thick defenses, shells, or even rocks. It will be extremely difficult, not to mention when facing demon spirits that can kill a large area. They are lucky to be able to hold on. Therefore, when fighting against demons, many extraordinary people usually use multiple barriers to trap the opponent, and then the strongest extraordinary people will snipe. But despite this, everyone on the coastline is now anxiously waiting for the arrival of the two B-level extraordinary people from the 9-layered heavenly tower. Only the two of them can bring a glimmer of hope to this battle, whether it is Xingyu or Fei Jun. The abilities of these two heavenly towers are among the best among all the extraordinary people. The abilities they possess are far more powerful than the sea-level extraordinary people present, facing those terrifying creatures that are invulnerable to swords and guns, and are almost not afraid of hot weapons other than nuclear bombs. The B-level extraordinary people are the ones who create miracles. Otherwise, they can only rely on the power of nuclear bombs. Since the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite was launched, one of their extremely important tasks is to monitor the movements of those B-level demons in the vast ocean at all times. They will speculate and track the movements of these B-level demons based on the continuous changes in the spiritual energy values. Before, when several B-level demons approached Neon collectively, many people escaped the disaster by relying on the warning of the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite. But more people could not know the arrival of the disaster, and were washed away by the sudden tsunami and buried in the sea. Now, after continuous reconnaissance and calculation, humans learned that 3 B-level demons were about to approach the vast coastline of Tang State, which was 50 kilometers long. Although humans did not challenge the huge spiritual realm of these B-level demons in the ocean, these monsters with extremely terrifying strength and amazing combat power still came. A huge black shadow has been found 200 miles away at 1 o'clock. All combat units are ready for battle. The loudspeaker sounded again, and both the extraordinary and ordinary soldiers grabbed their weapons, and the troops began to make strategic transfers. They all looked at the direction of the sea nervously, and at the same time, they were confused. Why haven't those 9 heavens towers who went to Shu province come back? It has been 5 hours since the warning was issued. Even if it is slow, there should be news. At the speed of those B-level spirits, it would take less than 2 hours to get here from 200 miles away. If they can't catch up, then those of them who are not so strong in combat will have to face those B-level spirits directly. The barrier group, get ready. The special ability group, get ready. The element group, stand behind the barrier group and get ready. As the 9th tower of the 9-layered heaven tower, Chengyu was naturally very anxious. As a sea-level peak transcendent, his ability was far from the level of Xingyu and Fei Jun. Even if there is only 1 letter difference between C and B, the gap in strength can be said to be a world of difference. But among the 9-layered heaven towers here, he is the only one at the level of the heaven tower, and this battle has to be carried out under his command. Except for Zheng Guodong of the 7th heavenly tower who went crazy, and Shui Yuqing of the 3rd heavenly tower who unfortunately died while dealing with the alien beast. The other heavenly towers are now in Shu province to continue searching for the traces and movements of the alien beast. Chengyu looked at the vast sea. At the end of his sight, There was no sign of the alien beast in the vast waves. Whether it was the extraordinary people like them, or the soldiers present, or even the rocket vehicles and howitzers. The most they could do was to kill the sea level, D-level, and even weaker mutant creatures in various oceans that washed ashore with the B-level monsters. As for those B-level people, the most they could do was to build a defensive barrier and trap them in it. Then, wait for the more powerful B-level extraordinary people to come to reinforce. If they don't come, then they can only use the last resort of nuclear bombs. But once the nuclear bomb is used, they may also be affected. Not to mention the huge human settlement Xia, whose city less than 3 kilometers behind them. Since the era of spiritual energy revival, Xia, whose city has grown from a giant city to a supergiant city with a large number of immigrants. Whether it is the impact of B-level monsters or the impact of nuclear bombs, it is an unbearable disaster for all mankind. In just 5 hours, it is not possible to move all the residents of Xia, whose city, to a safer area. And when these extraordinary people are unable to deal with B-level monsters, they can only use the ability of the barrier and consume a lot of spirit stones to resist them from further landing. Once they really come ashore, they will immediately use that terrifying ability. Tsunami summoning. Those things must not be allowed to happen. Time passed, and gradually, everyone saw several huge black shadows appearing from the end of the sea level. Attention all combat units. Prepare for battle. The loudspeaker roared, and the soldiers, who had been preparing for a long time, were now fully prepared. 5 kilometers to go. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. The sound of the bomber also rose from afar at this time, resounding throughout the sky. The howitzer barrel has been adjusted, and the rocket vehicle is ready to launch at any time. However, as those extremely huge black shadows approached, everyone who was originally extremely nervous couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Then, what are those B-level demons' heads? Chapter 137. Is this a coincidence? The Tide of Strange Beasts. Lin Ning sensed the extremely flustered conversations between the extraordinary people and the soldiers more than 100 kilometers away from him, and unexpectedly heard this term. Why are there strange beasts again? Lin Ning really didn't understand why these strange beasts appeared here again and again. Even now, he had not heard from the relevant personnel of Rongqing City that there were rumors of strange beasts appearing in any other place in Tang State. These strange beasts seemed to want to treat the western part of Shu Province as the main battlefield, and they have been sending troops here. However, since they appeared, Lin Ning felt that he had to pay attention to it. But think about it carefully. In fact, this time they are different from the previous 3 times. The first 2 times can be regarded as tests. The third time became formal. And now this time, they have begun to clearly invest troops. Since it is called Tide, it means that there are a lot of them. This time, if the strange beasts are dispatched in such a large number, it also proves that they are determined to achieve their goals. Lin Ning was also helpless. These strange beasts were really endless. Although he did not sense their existence as before, Lin Ning was very sure that the target of these strange beasts should be himself. The first 3 times were the same, and the 4th time would definitely not be wrong. He kept sensing the conversations of human extraordinary people, and also manifested their movements and changes at every moment. The number of people who encountered the Tide of Strange Beasts was nearly 1,000, most of whom were extraordinary people. And other extraordinary people and soldiers scattered everywhere were also constantly gathering here. The reason they gathered was because the helicopter that just flew over fired 3 consecutive flash bombs with black smoke. From the conversation of the people in the helicopter, Lin Ning learned the heavy news. Several B-level demon spirits from the ocean are now approaching the southeastern coastal area of Tang at a very fast speed. There is no doubt that for humans, these B-level demon spirits mean disaster. If you want to successfully avoid this disaster, or want to minimize the harm of this disaster, the 2 B-level extraordinary people in the 9 Heavens Tower, who are still searching for the traces of strange beasts here, are indispensable. It's really raining cats and dogs. Unexpectedly, when they converged over there, a large number of strange beasts emerged. Is this a coincidence? Lin Ning can't judge now. It just happened that when these B-level extraordinary people were rushing over there, they encountered a tide of strange beasts. Anyone would think too much. By the way, Lin Ning has heard about the B-level monsters in the ocean from humans since a long time ago. At that time, he was just a first-level monster, and there were those B-level monsters in the ocean. Now he is an A-level monster king, and those B-level monsters in the ocean are still B-level. It's not that those guys are not improving and are too lazy to evolve. But that Linning realm is improving too fast. This is because Linning is a mutant plant. But more importantly, Linning knows how to improve his strength faster. Now, these B-level demons are attacking the coastal areas of Tang. Are they trying to replicate the incident of drowning Neon with a tsunami? While thinking, Linning judged the current situation of the tide of alien beasts by sensing the behavior of those extraordinary people and soldiers. According to the reasoning and judgment of the previous extraordinary people, they all knew that those big-headed monsters could shield ordinary attacks and elemental attacks. So defeating these numerous alien beasts was not a very difficult task. Sure enough, Linning sensed that those extraordinary people gradually resisted the offensive of the alien beasts. And from the retreating posture, they gradually moved forward, and seemed to start to turn defense into offense. It seems that while they are constantly resisting the attacks of ordinary alien beasts, they are also killing a large number of big-headed alien beasts. Among them, the two B-level extraordinary people seem to play a very important role. Linning looked at their actions, and the shouts of the people around them, and judged the abilities of these two B-level extraordinary people. Using ink and paper to kill enemies? Interesting. Linning was quite interested in the ability of the first tower of the Nine Heavens Tower, called Xingyu, compared with the abilities of others. This is indeed quite special. As for Fei Jun, his ability has not been shown too obviously at present. As humans gradually gathered together, their advantage in numbers became more and more obvious. The extraordinary people of the barrier system were responsible for sealing those strange beasts in a huge barrier, while the purpose of the others was to find those big-headed monsters and kill them one by one. Not long after, Linning sensed the existence of these strange beasts. There were quite a lot of them. The human side worked hard and killed all the big-headed monsters, and then began to attack the ordinary ones. Linning knew that the monsters were doomed to fail. At the same time, a question gradually arose in his mind. If these monsters were targeting him, then why didn't they adopt a tactic of dispersing and encircling? Moreover, the places where they appeared were always quite far away from him. Their target was definitely him, which was absolutely correct. But these contradictions made Linning unable to figure it out for the time being. For example, this time, these monsters could have dispersed into a ring with extremely large numbers and rushed to the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm at a very close distance, instead of choosing to fight humans directly. But they did so, and the timing of their appearance was simply too coincidental. It was as if they were, deliberately, blocking humans from going to the seaside to fight against the B-level demon spirits, and wanted to slow them down. This possibility was not impossible. While Linning was thinking, the humans had already captured all the monsters, and the sounds of the previous fierce battle gradually stopped. They left some people to guard, while those more powerful transcendents continued to run forward. Not long after, helicopters took off. Propellers made a deafening sound, and flew to the west at the fastest speed. It seemed that more than half of those extraordinary people got on the helicopters and flew away to support their companions on the beach. As for whether they could stop those B-level monsters, Linning didn't care. This information will probably be known to him in the near future from the conversations of people in various key institutions in Rongqing City. What Linning is more concerned about at this moment is when these remaining people will evacuate, and when the new round of monsters will appear. Just today. How many times has this happened? Linning looked at his subordinates. Qiang, Xuejin, Ma Jia and Zhuyu. The four of you continue to patrol all nearby areas. If any strange beasts appear, report back immediately. Yes, Master. Fo Xiao. The seven of you lead the wolf pack and search for the whereabouts of the strange beasts without letting humans find out. Yes, Master. Linning watched the four giant birds fly into the sky, and the wolves also attacked at the same time. After they began to disperse in the spiritual realm, they used bamboo roots to build countless translucent warning nets between each giant tree. At the same time, he did not relax his surveillance on the remaining extraordinary people and soldiers who had not yet withdrawn, and carefully watched the every move of the key figures in Rongqing City. Chapter 138 Control. The deafening roar gradually disappeared in the distance. The smoke had just dissipated on the beach, which was already riddled with holes. The waves washed over the beach, which was full of giant crustaceans and mollusks, and gently smoothed out the craters of various sizes. The barrels of the rockets were still hot, and the soldiers holding weapons did not relax their vigilance. The light curtains of dozens of translucent barriers still stood on the coastline, and the sweat on the clothes of the extraordinary people soaked their clothes. Each of them stared straight ahead with wide eyes, unable to believe that what had just happened was real. In the vast sea, the huge black backs of those B-level demons gradually left and finally disappeared in the distance. They led the remaining mutant creatures back to the deep sea, leaving only pieces of corpses on the beach. The knot. It's over. They actually went back? Why? A transcendent muttered in his mouth. He couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. Why did those B-level demons, which were extremely large and represented destruction and death, suddenly dive into the water and turn around and leave when they were about to land? They didn't even launch any attacks. What came ashore were only those large crustaceans and mollusks of mutant marine life. The extraordinary people built multiple barriers at the beginning, barely supporting and blocking the impact of those mutant creatures. The attacks of rockets and howitzers can blow those D-level and below demons to pieces, but they are basically useless for those C-level and B-level demons. They are all struggling to support and wait for the arrival of those B-level extraordinary people. If the B-level extraordinary people are late, even for them, it is basically impossible to hold on to this vast beach of 50 kilometers. However, the battlefield was reversed almost instantly. Most people don't know why, except for a few extraordinary people next to Chung Yu, who know what happened at that moment. Chung Tianta, I brought the body of that thing here. Look, it's just as you said. A superhuman jumped to the beach, carefully picked up a body washed ashore by the tide, and threw it in front of everyone. Is this a strange beast? The superhumans all gathered around. They looked at the extremely ugly and disgusting thing in front of them and couldn't help but frown. This is a strange beast. It's impossible to tell where its body is. The overall image is like a monster with 4 eyes and a horn on a huge head, and a few tentacles at the bottom of the head. Although most of the superhumans have only seen the appearance of strange beasts in photos and videos, when they saw this thing now, they immediately saw that it was the special type strange beast that appeared in America. Chung Tianta. Could it be that the reason why those B-level demons suddenly retreated just now was because of them? A superhuman looked at Chung Yu, and then at the strange beast. Chung Yu nodded slightly. That should be the case. At that time, his extremely fast air bomb made with spiritual energy accidentally hit a beast on a B-level demon spirit. After the beast died and fell into the sea, the huge lobster-shaped B-level demon spirit under it almost stopped all actions instantly. Chung Yu, who had a flash of inspiration, quickly killed the monsters on the heads of several B-level demon spirits in succession, and the originally noisy beach became quiet in an instant. Chung Yu looked at the corpse of the beast and was about to squat down to check when he suddenly heard a series of huge propeller rotation sounds coming from far and near. Is it finally here? Chung Yu was completely relieved. He looked towards the sea, and now it was calm there. Not long after, the order for everyone to retreat was conveyed from above. Chung Yu and many extraordinary people also saw Xing Yu and Fei Jun, the extraordinary people who had finally arrived from Shu province. We are late. Xing Yu came to the beach, looked at the strange beasts on the ground, and then looked towards the sea. Xingtian Tower. Those B-level monsters have retreated. Chung Yu didn't know why Xing Yu and his team came so late, and he was a little angry, and his tone was a little stiff. The extraordinary people around him also had some emotions. After all, the battle was over, and these people came so late, which was really unreasonable. How long ago was it that they were notified? Even if they drove, they should be here soon. Sorry, we are late. But we were delayed because we encountered thousands of strange beasts and were besieged, Xing Yu said, and looked at the corpse of the special beast under his feet. Fei Jun and others also bowed their heads to the extraordinary people present. What? Xingtian Tower. Feiqian Tower. You encountered thousands of beasts? Chung Yu was stunned. Thousands of beasts? Why? Isn't this too coincidental? The B-level monsters here hit the coastline, and thousands of monsters appeared over there? Yes. Now we are thinking about one thing. Whether it is the tide of monsters in Shu province or the B-level monsters here. These two things happen together, and it is really hard to believe that there is no connection between them. What's more, the corpse of this special beast proves this point. Xing Yu nodded. Chung Yu, tell me what happened here in detail. Fei Jun checked the corpses of several monsters on the beach, dragged them to the shore one by one, and found that they were all killed by one blow. So he walked over to look at Xing Yu and nodded. Actually, there's nothing to say. After I used my ability to kill those B-level monsters by chance, all the B-level monsters retreated. Chung Yu suddenly figured out something. Explain in detail? This time, the B-level monsters came in a strange way. Originally, the area where they were located was close to the southeast of the ocean. But they almost crossed the entire ocean and ran to the southeast coastal area of Tang State. Anyone would find it outrageous. Moreover, the state of those B-level monsters was also very strange. Even when they were about to land, they had no intention of attacking. That state was like being. It seems very obvious. Xingyu looked at Chung Yu. It is possible that the strange beasts on the heads of these B-level monsters you mentioned still have the power to control the B-level monsters. After you kill these strange beasts with air bombs, those B-level monsters also return to normal and return to the ocean. As for why the B-level monsters did not continue to attack, this is indeed incomprehensible to us. But there is no doubt that they were controlled by these strange beasts. Fei Jun followed. Have you also encountered this type of beast in Xingtian Tower and Feiqian Tower? Chung Yu frowned. Although he understood something, there were still more things he couldn't figure out. Yes, and there are a lot of them. Xingyu immediately understood what Chung Yu wanted to ask. Are you thinking? Are these beasts looking for some powerful demons to control them later? Is it possible? That's why these B-level demons came here from such a far place to attack. But you also saw this kind of beast in Shu Province. What powerful beasts can they find in those green and safe spiritual realms? Xingyu couldn't answer. When he saw the corpse of the beast on the beach, he thought of this in an instant. The powerful demon in Shu Province? Originally, there was a legend in Wanzhou Sea. Chapter 139. The truth only he knows. The rain in recent days seemed to want to completely submerge the canyon, and it has been drizzling for nearly 20 days. Most of the subordinates don't like this kind of weather. At this time, they are curled up in the huge underground space that Lin Ning dug for them a few days ago, sleeping soundly. Lin Ning has not been idle these days, while constantly absorbing the spiritual energy from the sun, air and underground soil. He is also constantly transforming the nearby living conditions. At this time, Lin Ning location is not actually the most central area of the entire canyon, but an area with slightly higher terrain and relatively close to a bamboo forest. The terrain of this area is generally downward and not very flat. But fortunately, there are many giant trees around. Even if he is nearly 80 meters tall, he is completely inconspicuous. Lin Ning now feels that unless he must grow taller than the huge and extremely dense fir trees around him, it is impossible for humans to find him except by taking photos from the air. Although he has become an A-level demon spirit now, Lin Ning does not think it is right to make himself conspicuous. Those humans have only been gone for a few days, and the spiritual energy concentration detection satellites in the sky are still watching. In particular, he basically has nothing to do with green now. The whole body is fiery red. Whether it is the trunk, bamboo branches or leaves, they all show an effect that can only appear in autumn maple leaves. If he is not hidden among these giant trees, a human who enters the canyon will probably be able to see his strange bamboo without even a telescope. Not to mention the spiritual energy concentration detection satellites that are always paying attention to this area. This canyon, and even the vast mountainous areas in the central and western parts of Shu Province, are now being monitored by up to 8 spiritual energy concentration detection satellites at various angles day and night. Moreover, in recent days, several very annoying reconnaissance aircraft have been flying in the sky from time to time. Even on such rainy days, as long as the sky clears for an hour, they will immediately fly over from Rongqing City to conduct reconnaissance. The reason for this is also because of those strange beasts. Last time, when those humans encountered the strange beasts, they lost a B-level extraordinary person. Although it was their own doing, the humans did not seem to suspect anything. After that, almost all the heavenly towers of the Nine Heavens Tower came here to join the search. But before they found anything, they received news that the B-level demon spirits were attacking from the seaside. However, when they were about to go to rescue, the tide of strange beasts appeared. After they spent a lot of time to kill all the strange beasts, all the Nine Heavens Towers also took helicopters to the seaside to provide support. Originally, Lin Ning thought that this matter should come to an end. Next, he felt that at most he would hear 2 kinds of news: B-level demon spirits created disasters, or extraordinary people killed B-level demon spirits. However, what he did not expect was that there was such a shocking news from the relevant institutions of the extraordinary people he monitored in Rongqing City. The B-level demon spirits that attacked the coast were actually controlled by strange beasts. And it was this piece of information that also made everything that happened during this period completely connected. Originally, the target of the strange beasts was those humans. Humans have extremely terrifying numbers, and they can easily split out more companions based on this. But the wisdom of the human side, the combat power of the piled-up numbers, and even more terrifying weapons, etc., made them constantly frustrated. So, they also changed their strategy after that. When Lin Ning just learned about the strange beasts, he was very surprised why they came in his direction. After all, at this time, he could completely block his spiritual energy concentration and hide in this extremely secret canyon with dense forests. But the strange beasts that appeared one after another, their direction of travel was exactly where he was, which was enough to prove that they had special abilities and could locate his location effortlessly. Why are they obsessed with him? Now those B-level monsters in the sea are the best answer. The strange beasts wanted to control him, the most powerful A-level demon king on the entire planet. Just like they controlled those B-level demon spirits, although they were weak. If they controlled powerful mutant creatures, their combat power would become extremely terrifying. But because of the intervention of humans and Lin Ning attack, they were all destroyed one after another and failed. But the strange beasts did not give up the attack, but turned to the ocean and successfully controlled several B-level demon spirits. After controlling the B-level demon spirits, the strange beasts took the B-level demon spirits to the direction of Tang State and successfully attracted a large number of Tang State's extraordinary people and soldiers to the coastline. At the same time, they also sent a large number of strange beasts to hold back the powerful extraordinary people in the Nine Heavens Tower in Shu Province. Roughly speaking, their action this time was to control the B-level demon spirits to attack humans, and to drag those stronger humans to rescue as much as possible. The humans did think so. But as an A-level demon king who was always held tightly by these strange beasts, Lin Ning thought more deeply. What those strange beasts really wanted was to lead those B-level demon spirits to the canyon in the west of Shu Province to attack him. This can be inferred from the prototypes of the B-level demon spirits they controlled. According to the intelligence of the human side, the prototypes of the B-level demon spirits this time are almost all mutated crustacean creatures, such as crabs and lobsters, which can be landed. Although these B-level demon spirits can go straight to the Shu Province area along the Long River, and even come to a place very close to him, Lin Ming, if it is a giant fish, it is impossible to go ashore. The beasts knew very well that it was not easy for them to kill any of Lin Ming's subordinates, let alone attack him as much as possible. So, they thought of such a roundabout tactic. But if you think about it carefully, the intelligence that the beasts can show at present does not seem to be at this level. But everything has been developing in this direction. Only this explanation can explain all the contradictions created by the beasts. Otherwise, humans would at least not have such strange information, as B-level demons did not attack after landing. Lin Ming thought, if he was a beast and wanted to control those B-level demons to attack humans, why didn't he summon a tsunami as soon as he landed? But he did nothing? However, since the last incident, the beasts have not appeared once in a full month. Lin Ning Bamboo Root Warning Network was no longer touched by anything that could not sense the breath. And the wolves he sent to the outer side of the spiritual realm and dispersed did not encounter any information about the strange beasts. Even if Qi Ying and Shui Jin doubled the reconnaissance area, they did not have any news about the strange beasts. As for the human side, it seems that no strange beasts have been seen again around the world. From the frequent appearance at the beginning to the sudden disappearance now, the mystery of these strange beasts has continued to confuse Lin Ning and humans. The rain is still falling, but the rain seems to be getting faster and heavier. This rainfall seems to be different from the rain in the past few days, because in the entire canyon, except for his subordinates, the mutant creatures seem to be a little wrong. They have been gathering at the edge of the spiritual realm. This is... Lin Ning felt something familiar. Ding! You get 2,000 evolution points by getting caught in the rain. As expected, the spiritual rain broke out. Chapter 140 Weird Route. Lin Ning could sense that the creatures of all sizes in this spiritual realm were constantly gathering towards the outside of the canyon. Whether it was birds, insects, or wild beasts, or even various aquatic creatures in rivers and lakes. These mutant creatures seemed to be crazy, moving towards the outside of the canyon. That is, the Jianghan Plain area. Spiritual rain erupted. The last time this happened, it happened that Zheng Guodong led soldiers extraordinary people, and artillery units to attack the Wantohai's spiritual realm. In order to punish these humans who broke into his territory, Lin Ning used the taproot to drive away the mutant creatures of all sizes in the valley, and even asked his subordinates to join in the expulsion, hoping to use their power to wipe out those humans. Although the final result was that according to Lin Ning's intention, the humans eventually fled in disarray, and he also defended the valley without being known by them. But in fact, the spiritual rain that occurred at that time was enough to make those mutant creatures become a terrifying tide, rushing towards the exit of the valley. Lin Ning still hasn't figured out why this spiritual rain with extremely dense spiritual energy suddenly appeared, and why it made the mutant creatures rush to the outside of the spiritual realm like crazy. And according to the intelligence from the human side, the spiritual rain outbreak is global. Whether it is the ocean or the land, whether it is the desert or the forest, there will be heavy rain at the same time. When this spiritual rain breaks out, it is a time when human survival is tested. And it is also a time when the spiritual realm is further expanded. And it is also a time when the mutant creatures become stronger. The mutant creatures in the spiritual realm of Qifeng Mountain are still gathering towards the outside of the canyon at this moment. Lin Ning also felt that the mutant creatures from the various spiritual realms in the opposite direction are also constantly approaching the outside. They seem to be ready to attack the current habitat of humans and the gathering place of humans. At the same time, Lin Ning also sensed that the human side seemed to have made a very quick response. Outside Rongqing City, a large number of extraordinary people have gathered, and the troops stationed here have also gathered in large numbers outside the city. As for ordinary people in Rongqing City, some chose to drive private cars to escape, some took high-speed trains to rush to the distance, and some rushed directly to the airport. But more people were running around like crazy in the city, as if looking for a safe place. Lin Ning didn't know whether humans had a relatively sound defense system against the outbreak of spiritual rain. But what he knew very well now was that in this era of spiritual recovery, the battle between humans and mutant creatures would start again in the near future. The last time humans faced the outbreak of spiritual rain, they were almost completely defeated. According to the information Lin Ning had learned, the last time the spiritual rain broke out, almost everything in the entire Tang Kingdom within 30 to 40 kilometers outside the spiritual realm, whether it was people or various non-mutated animals, was attacked and killed and eaten by crazy mutant creatures. Countless once prosperous cities and villages became dead cities after that incident. At that time, the ruins of the old Tang County where Shiyu suffered a nuclear attack were caused by the outbreak of the spiritual rain. Since then, humans have gradually moved countless people from remote areas and the surrounding areas of various spiritual realms to larger cities that are farther away from the spiritual realms. At the same time, this has also allowed the spiritual realms of all sizes to gradually merge together, forming a larger uninhabited area. The last time the spiritual rain broke out, the extraordinary organization of the Tang Kingdom was still the private organization of the Extraordinary Association controlled by the so-called Shai Lao. This time, it became the 9-layered Heaven Tower directly under the Tang Kingdom. Even the strength of the extraordinary people has risen, and there are B-level extraordinary people emerging continuously. Lin Ning is not sure whether the tide of mutant creatures caused by the outbreak of the spiritual rain this time can have an overwhelming victory over humans like the last time. But what he can be sure of is that after the spiritual rain breaks out this time, a large number of mutant creatures that are more powerful than before will definitely appear. Lin Ning spread out the branches and leaves, constantly absorbing the rich spiritual energy from the rain. When the spiritual rain breaks out this time, he doesn't want to do more. If those mutant creatures want to attack humans, then let them do it. He doesn't want to stop them. On the contrary, he wants to use them to see if he can take advantage of the chaos to kill some extraordinary people with special abilities. Although with his ability, he wants to kill any creature within a radius of 100 kilometers with him as the center, which is actually a matter of wanting or not. But Lin Ning, based on the idea of not wanting humans to notice that he is a mutant bamboo, still thinks that it is easier to destroy evidence by sneaking in the chaos. Otherwise, these extraordinary people are gathering, and a bamboo root stretches out to release poison gas. If there are any survivors, they will feel something is wrong, and maybe humans will notice that there is such a mutant bamboo. There is no need to do this. Lin Ning would rather sit behind the scenes so that no one knows his existence, and then make everything look natural. Just like when Jia Yu led the army to attack, he easily killed those extraordinary people who could create barriers. As time went by, the mutant creatures of all sizes in the Qifeng Mountain spirit realm were getting closer and closer to the canyon exit. While Lin Ning was sensing their positions, he was also summoning his subordinates, who had not returned in his consciousness field. At the moment when the spiritual rain broke out, they would not be affected in any way. But Lin Ning did not want them to be affected in any way by the tide of mutant creatures. Hundreds of meters underground, he had dug several underground spaces with extremely wide areas, dry, comfortable, and well ventilated with bamboo roots. These underground spaces were not very useful in normal times. They were mainly used to provide escape spaces for subordinates to prevent humans from using nuclear bombs in a frenzy. But on rainy days like this, it was a good place to shelter from the rain. The ones who have not returned yet are the Soro Dushan, the Panda Panda, Qi Chun and Ji Lin, and Fo Xiao, and the other 7 giant wolves. When Lin Ning used his consciousness to communicate with them and asked them to return quickly, he found that except for the Soro Dushan, the other subordinates responded immediately. He tried many times, but there was still no response from Dushan. But the strange thing is that this guy is now moving with a large number of mutant creatures that ran out from the spiritual realm farther away. Lin Ning said that he didn't understand why you guys are joining in the fun. However, Lin Ning soon found something wrong. Led by Dushan, tens of thousands of mutant creatures did not rush to the farther canyon exit like other mutant creatures. They changed their route inexplicably, as if they were conscious, and gradually gathered together. They rushed straight and accurately to the direction where he was. Chapter 141 The Heart of the Red Diamond. Thunders roared and torrential rain continued. Under the pouring rain, the canyon was unusually noisy. An army of countless mutant creatures was rushing madly towards the plains outside the canyon. In this spiritual rain, except for the subordinates led by Lin Ning, all the mutant creatures in the nearby spiritual realm seemed to be crazy. However, in Lin Ning's perception, there was also a group of nearly 10,000 mutant creatures that were heading not towards the canyon exit like the others, but rushing straight towards him. And leading them was a subordinate who did not obey his orders at all and could not communicate with him no matter what. The Soro Dushan. Lin Ning knew that this was definitely not normal. Not to mention other things. Just in his consciousness field, no subordinate could refuse his orders and communication. Especially this Soro Dushan. Although its intelligence was not that strong, it would definitely have no problem executing some slightly more complicated orders. It was loyal to him. After following him, it became stronger and stronger, and found a partner. After growing to the current level of the second stage, it had 2 more cute little guys under it. Even if Lin Ning assigned some slightly difficult tasks, Soro Dushan would not have any dissatisfaction, and would definitely try its best to complete them. But now, this guy completely ignored his summons and communication with it, and led countless mutant creatures who had no idea where he was, and headed straight in this direction. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is weird. Soro Dushan would definitely not lead these mutant creatures to make them his subordinates. Then, Lin Ning felt that this sentence made a lot of sense. If all possibilities are excluded, then the remaining one, even if it is extremely absurd, is definitely the only truth. Even if he blocked his spiritual energy concentration, even if he hid between extremely tall trees, he could still accurately locate the target of his movement. What is it? Alien beast. There is no other answer. Only alien beasts can do such a thing. Why would these mutant creatures, including the Soro, rush towards him without hesitation? It's not that they are being chased by the beasts, but that they are controlled by the beasts. This situation will only occur when they are controlled by the beasts. At that time, weren't the B-level monsters in the mouth of humans controlled in this way? Those B-level monsters were controlled by the beasts and rode on their heads. However, Lin Ning did have some questions. The special type he saw at that time, that is, the special type of monster that could control the B-level monsters, was about 2 meters tall. But these mutant creatures were big and small. If they were to ride on the heads of these mutant creatures, it seems that there are some bugs. It is estimated that the mutant creatures will be crushed to death. However, Lin Ning can't think of any more answers except the beasts. But he is still very clear about their purpose. The purpose of the strange beasts has never changed. That is to control him. To control the most powerful A-level demon spirit in the world. However, Lin Ning will not give them any chance at all. Thousands of bamboo roots gushed out from the ground frantically. And then, under Lin Ning's extreme resurrection ability, they instantly became a huge net. These nets completely crossed the ground for nearly 300 meters in the forest. This giant net, which is nearly 4 or 5 meters wide and more than 300 meters long, is the best weapon to stop those mutant creatures. Lin Ning is not at ease with this layer of net. Even if these mutant creatures can't destroy his extremely tough bamboo roots at all. After this giant net, he made another giant net with smaller mesh. He always felt that something was wrong. At this time, thousands of mutant creatures also hit the first layer of the net at the same time. Lin Ning used his breath to sense their physical bodies. And at the same time, in the shortest time, he turned this layer of net into an extremely huge circular net, catching all the mutant creatures, and the other prepared net immediately surrounded the outer layer of the circular net. Then, he sensed the location of the Soro Dushan, and used a bamboo root to easily catch it from the mutant creatures, and swept it over its head. Lin Ning felt that the tip of the bamboo root touched a sticky and slippery thing. He understood, and quickly turned the bamboo root into countless very fine tentacles, grabbing it firmly. Then, he used the bamboo root to stretch the Soro Dushan and this sticky and slippery thing in front of his eyes. Master! Soro Dushan kept looking around. And after looking at Lin Ning, his eyes were extremely dull. It seemed that he had no idea why he was here, and looked very confused. Lin Ning ignored it, and looked at the monster beast that was only a few dozen centimeters tall. It was completely different from the monsters he had seen before. Compared to the monsters that were almost 2 meters tall, it was just like a smaller monster. Whether it was the 4 black eyes on its head, the horn on the eyes, or even the lower part of its body that looked like a huge head, there were still a few tentacles floating around. These were exactly the same as the previous special type monster. Lin Ning carefully examined it, and found that this disgusting thing that had been struggling was occasionally on his roots, trying to pierce those tentacles into them. And the 4 black eyes were also staring at the direction of his trunk. Lin Ning followed its line of sight, and found what it had been staring at. It was a huge red diamond like a ruby in the center of the trunk. When this diamond first appeared, Lin Ning remembered that it appeared when he was promoted from the first level to the second level. At that time, when it was promoted, this thing would not be as dim as it is now, but would flicker continuously, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, and distributing a large amount of energy to its trunk, bamboo roots, bamboo branches, and bamboo leaves. When it upgraded from the second stage to the third stage, it repeated the process again. At other times, this thing was inlaid there like a decoration, and it seemed that it only had a sense of existence every time it advanced. Now, the strange beast kept staring at the diamond at this time, which made Lin Ning's heart flash with doubt. Could it be that they wanted this thing, rather than him? But Lin Ning did not think too much. After he easily crushed the small strange beast into a sticky meat paste with bamboo roots, he turned his sight to the mutant creatures that had been trapped. Blood Sparrow, Shrike, it's time for you to make contributions. Lin Ning did not send out other larger subordinates, but assigned this important task to the 4 Blood Sparrows and 2 Shrikes that had always been the wingmen of Chiang. Compared with other subordinates, they are obviously smaller and faster, and naturally have a great advantage over these small strange beasts. Even though their current realm was only around the 8th level, it was enough to deal with these strange beasts. The intelligence of the Blood Sparrows and Shrikes was not too bad, which was in sharp contrast to the Red Shadows. They understood Lin Ning's orders almost instantly, and then rushed towards the direction of the giant net like the wind. Chapter 142: The Secret of Realm Improvement. 4 Blood Sparrows, like 4 flames, flew forward rapidly in the rainstorm. Behind them, 2 slightly larger Shrikes followed closely behind them, and turned into 2 small fighter planes with orange wings. It was a very simple thing for Lin Ning to kill the small beasts on those mutant creatures. All he had to do was go into the circular cage and use extreme regeneration to turn the main route into a thorny hell. In this way, both the beasts and the mutant creatures controlled by them would be completely destroyed by this move. But Lin Ning didn't want to do that. This was too simple for him, and there was no need to take action at all. Although the various abilities of these special beasts were very strange, their strength was actually very low, and they could not withstand any attack at all. This can be easily seen from the fact that those humans only took a short time to successfully block and suppress the tide of beasts, and then gradually repelled and killed them. Special beasts can't even withstand a few bullets, let alone the attack of his A-level demon spirit. It's just like an elephant hitting a cricket. Not worth it. As for demon spirits like Panda that have reached B-level, these beasts are not qualified to challenge them at all. Well, It's really embarrassing for Dushan to be simply controlled by the beast. What's more, compared with these subordinates who have been following him, the combat experience of these Air Force wingman squadrons who joined later is far from meeting the requirements. And their realm has not been improved. To be honest, they should be trained. And this time, the attack of the small beasts is indeed just the opportunity for them to show off. Soon, they disappeared from his sight. And Lin Ning quickly established their concrete bodies in his mind. Although those strange beasts still could not be sensed by Lin Ming, nor could they be materialized by him. It did not mean that Lin Ming could not use other methods to confirm their exact positions. Soon, in Lin Ming's perception, the little blood sparrows and the shrikes rushed to the circular cage nearly 10 kilometers away from him in the rainstorm. Then, even Lin Ming felt that some dazzling attacks began. The little blood sparrows cooperated skillfully, like bullets flying at high speed, constantly diving and gliding above the heads of those trapped mutant creatures. Based on Lin Ming's usual observations, the blood sparrow's attack routine is to release the kinetic energy after flying at high speed during the dive, and penetrate the enemy from the center. This attack method is even like a cannonball. Although they are small in size, they have extremely terrifying attack power. The two shrike shuttle between the mutant creatures, constantly grabbing something with their sharp claws, and then flying high in the sky to put it down. Repeating this action, Lin Ning knew that these two shrike subordinates, who were somewhat brutal by nature, were doing the brutal act of prey skewering again. Their fighting method was to kill all the strange beasts with their sharp beaks and fangs, and then stab them on the sharp branches of nearby plants. However, being cold and cruel when dealing with enemies is the greatest magic weapon for survival in this world of spiritual revival. These two basketball-sized shrikes are well aware of this, and they still maintain this attitude in this battle. These 6 Air Force subordinates have fully proved to Lin Ming that even as the wingmen of Qiang, they also have quite strong combat power. It didn't take too long for Lin Ming to find that the blood sparrows and shrikes had finished the battle. After a short rest on the branches, they rushed into the rainstorm and returned to his side. Lin Ming stretched out 6 bamboo branches, and the translucent spiritual liquid flowing from them also made the 6 subordinates, who had just experienced a fierce battle, quite happy. They happily flew under the bamboo branches and drank the precious things containing a lot of spiritual energy. Lin Ming stretched out the bamboo branches and gently stroked the rain on them, while also checking their attribute panels. Now, the 4 blood sparrows have all reached the 9th level of the entry level, and the 2 shrikes are the same. This battle also made them grow a lot. However, when Lin Ming looked at the 2 baby Suro, who were also outside happily playing in the rain with the Suro, he found that their realm had also reached the 7th level. You know, they were still at the 6th level before the rain. Lin Ming seemed to understand something. It seems that this was not the case when the spiritual rain broke out last time. The subordinates quickly raised their realms. At that time, he thought that they had killed a large number of extraordinary people to achieve such growth. But then the concentration of spiritual energy in the valley increased sharply, and more mutant creatures of level 8 and level 9 were born. Now thinking about it, it seems that this spiritual rain explosion is the real cause. The spiritual rain explosion brought him a lot of evolutionary points, and naturally brought more spiritual energy to the mutant creatures. After the spiritual energy was quickly absorbed by the mutant creatures, it was natural to improve their realm, although there is a certain combat experience bonus. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this spiritual rain explosion is the fundamental reason for the realm improvement. When the spiritual rain explodes, the strength of the subordinates will continue to rise, and the mutant creatures outside will also do the same. This is naturally the fundamental reason for the further deepening of spiritual energy concentration. However, Lin Ming really didn't expect that this time these inexplicably appearing beasts actually took advantage of the spiritual rain explosion and the mutant creatures rushing out from the depths of the spiritual realm to shrink their bodies and control those mutant creatures. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, they rode on the mutant creatures and even rushed to a position about 10 kilometers away from him. Moreover, this time Lin Ming also discovered that the fundamental purpose of these beasts might not be him, the A-level Demon King, but the usually inconspicuous red diamond heart located in the center of his trunk. Could this red diamond heart be his own soul pill? Lin Ming couldn't help thinking. He had previously thought that the repeated invasions of the beasts were aimed at him, and they wanted to control him to destroy mankind. But now it seems that this possibility has become much smaller. When he thought about the first time he caught the 2 beasts, Didn't they also stare at the red diamond heart like the one just now? It's just that he didn't care about these at all at that time. He just focused on observing them. At this time, just as Lin Ming was thinking, he suddenly found that the 4 blood sparrows and the 2 shrikes suddenly stopped swallowing the spiritual liquid at the same time as if they had agreed. They flew under him. And then, their bodies began to change significantly. Chapter 143 The Rainstorm that destroyed everything. At this time, under Lin Ming, the 4 blood sparrows and 2 shrikes actually began to improve their realm at the same time. And their body size and state at this time have changed differently. Lin Ming saw that the body size of the 4 blood sparrows had gradually grown from about 10 centimeters in the past to nearly 30 centimeters. But the overall shape had gradually lengthened from the round shape in the past. And the overall shape had become more slender. Lin Ming saw that they seemed to be a very bright red. Especially the beak, which was even bright red and quite conspicuous. This is more like a wingman. Thinking so, Lin Ming checked their attribute panel. Race, Blood 1. Realm, Level 1. Ability, Fatal Dive LV3. Quickly flap the wings to increase its own speed to the fastest. And the sharp beak becomes a weapon that can penetrate everything during the dive. Steel Body LV5. The body can be turned into steel hard during combat, while increasing defense and attack. Special ability, Afterimage LV4. Through super high speed movement, afterimages are created in the air. When attacking the enemy, afterimages will also have damage bonus to the enemy. Lin Ming felt that he seemed to have not looked at the attribute panels of his subordinates for a long time. But what he didn't expect was that after a long time, he looked at the attribute panels of the 4 blood sparrows after their upgrade and evolution, and found that they really became much stronger. Lin Ming felt that just seeing their current race names, he had to give them each a nice name as soon as possible. Lin Ming had no impression of the blood phoenix, but he still knew the blue phoenix. After all, it was an ancient spiritual beast. The direction of evolution of these blood sparrows seemed to be towards slenderness and speed. Now looking at their various abilities, they can cooperate with the 4 main aerial forces such as Qiang to carry out some harassment or auxiliary attacks. However, this is only for now. If the attack power can be further strengthened after being promoted to the 2nd level, it may also turn from an auxiliary role to a main attacker. After all, wasn't that how Qiang and the others got here? At the beginning, when Qiang and the others were not strong, they had always been supporting Fo Xiao and the other wolves in the air. After evolving to the 2nd stage, they transformed into a composite type that combines reconnaissance and assault tactics, and now have become one of Lin Ming's main forces. Looking at these blood phoenixes now, Lin Ming feels that his air force will probably be a very powerful force in the future. Look at the 2 shrikes again. These birds with orange wings that look harmless. Who would have thought that they are little demons who like to kill their opponents and then cruelly stick them on sharp branches? Lin Ming's impression of the shrikes should be the smaller type. But before the 2 shrikes under his command evolved to the current 1st stage, they were already medium-sized birds with a body length of nearly 30 centimeters. Now that they have evolved to the 1st stage, they have further transformed into large spherical birds with a length of nearly 1 meter and a wingspan of nearly 1.5 meters. Lin Ming believes that they will have no problem hanging normal-sized beasts on trees now. And Lin Ming even discovered that their eyes were different from before, as if they both had 2 pupils. But after he looked at the attribute panels of these 2 fat guys, he suddenly became a little uneasy. Race, double-eyed. Level, 1st stage. 1st level. Ability, Death Shock LV4. When attacking an enemy stronger than itself, the attack power increases by 40%. Feather Blade Storm LV4. Feathers turn into sharp blades, and the enemy is swept into an inescapable storm. Special ability, Requiem LV2. Each time an enemy is killed, the attack power increases by half. Double-eyed bird. Lin Ming felt as if he had heard a similar name somewhere before, but the description of their abilities on their attribute panels, although the number of words is indeed not much, no matter how you look at it, you can feel that the words brutal are between the lines of these abilities. If these 2 guys are thrown directly into a tide of alien beasts, it will probably take them no time to enter the super god mode and kill as many people as possible. Right? At first, Lin Ming regarded them as wingmen of Qiang and others. But now, let alone the blood phoenix and others, even these 2 heavy-eyed birds look like medium-sized bombers. Now, the blood sparrow has evolved into a blood phoenix, and the shrike has evolved into a heavy-eyed bird. His air force seems to have grown to a considerable size. Next, Lin Ning felt that he was not in a hurry to recruit some new flying subordinates. When he met the right one, he would strengthen this air brigade. After watching them, Lin Ning also called all his subordinates out from the underground space. Since the spiritual rain can increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the mutant creatures, why not take good care of this most precious gift from the era of spiritual energy revival in the rain? At this time, not only the subordinates who stood in the rain and began to drink the rain, but also the river shrimps and minnows in the lake, all poked their heads out of the lake and let the rain wash their bodies. In stark contrast to them, the other mutant creatures in the spiritual realm still rushed to the outside of the canyon like crazy, and then rushed into the vast Jianghan plain. The spiritual rain made these mutant creatures, which were originally active only in their own territory, go crazy, and their eyes even turned blood red. Let them rush out of the spirit realm, come to the gathering area of humans, attack everything, destroy everything. Lin Ning quietly sensed their whereabouts, watching them materialize in his mind. How they rushed out dozens of kilometers and encountered those humans who had already prepared. How to fight to the death with those humans, and how to perish with those humans. How to be gradually suppressed by the weapons and extraordinary power of those humans. However, they completely became corpses, and let the rainstorm drown their corpses in the sea of blood. However, the number of mutant creatures from the spirit realm is still like a mountain and a sea. They formed waves after waves, and hit the defense line built by humans again and again. In the dark night, the rainstorm never stopped. The long howls and roars, the wails and screams of the battle between humans and mutant creatures gradually lengthened and disappeared in the sound of the rain. In the embodiment of Lin Ning perception, countless lives were disappearing at a very fast speed. Lin Ning had thought that he would take advantage of the chaos to kill some extraordinary people with special abilities and reduce potential threats during the spiritual rain. However, he found that there seemed to be no chance to take action. The mutants had already been fighting with the extraordinary people and ordinary soldiers. Moreover, they gradually devoured the humans who were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Even the sea-level extraordinary people could not withstand the siege of hundreds of mutants from various blind spots. Humans were defeated. In the spiritual rain, they had no advantage at all, even if they had extraordinary people and powerful weapons. But they were gradually unable to cope with the tide of mutants that swarmed in under the cover of heavy rain and darkness. Lin Ning still remembered. He had sensed the conversation between several extraordinary people in Rongqing City. Those extraordinary people had said confidently, B-level extraordinary people continued to emerge in various places around the world. The victory in the Wantohai spirit realm also greatly inspired all humans. They continued to win in dozens of spiritual realms, and turn those mutant creatures that they once feared and could not face into corpses. They said confidently, we humans will regain the status of the dominant in this world of spiritual revival. We humans are the strongest at the top of this world. Now it seems, they are really ridiculous. Not to mention that he is still hiding behind the scenes as an A-level demon spirit. They can't even deal with the tide of mutant creatures in this spiritual rain. They can only wait in despair, begging for this rainstorm to stop quickly. Arrogant humans. Also pathetic humans. Lin Ning felt the rich spiritual energy in the rainstorm. Feeling, in this feast of spiritual energy, everything gradually became crazy. Chapter 144 The Meaning of Our Existence. The torrential rain that seemed to never end gradually stopped in the early morning. The people who were crying and trembling hugged each other, looking at the crazy tide of mutant creatures that had rushed into the city and wreaked havoc, and gradually withdrew from the city, and walked through the mud and gradually moved towards the spiritual realm. In the city, smoke billowed. The streets were devastated. The city was covered with blood and countless cold corpses, still in their pre-death form. Their expressions were either terrified, painful, or desperate. Outside the city, whether it was the extraordinary or the soldiers, they were no longer distinguishable at this time, and were cut into pieces and crushed into meat paste by the mutant creatures. Together with the mutant creatures they had killed before, they became something that no one could see clearly. The spiritual rain broke out. The mutant creatures went crazy. Humanity was defeated again. Originally, the arrogant humans thought that they had caught up with the evolution of mutant creatures in the era of spiritual energy recovery. Among them, B-level extraordinary people have been born, who can regard C-level demon spirits as grass and despise those green safety-level spiritual realms. They even thought that humans can now stand in the position of the master again. so that mutant creatures can avoid them. However, the tide of mutant creatures caused by the outbreak of spiritual rain once again told humans that they are still the weak existence, or the weak ones, who have been squeezed out, in the face of absolute numbers. In this almost invisible rainstorm, they have no advantage at all. The so-called extraordinary people and so-called weapons are not very effective. This outbreak of spiritual rain also poured a basin of cold water on the arrogant humans. Somewhere, the headquarters of the 9-layered sky tower, Xingyu said nothing. In this outbreak of spiritual rain, he almost single-handedly killed the tide of mutant creatures attacking Shangjing. But he didn't know how many cities in the Tang Kingdom, and even in the world, had suffered a devastating disaster and were completely wiped out. He only knew that in this spiritual rain outbreak, the 9 Heavens Tower's extraordinary team lost nearly 1/3. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the entire 9 Heavens Tower. At first, no one thought that this was an outbreak of spiritual rain. It was not until the weather cloud map found that rain clouds suddenly appeared in the vast Sahara Desert Spirit Realm, and even completely covered it, that all the countries in the world and the extraordinary organizations realized that this rain was absolutely different from the usual ones. They nervously mobilized weapons and legions, and they were busy arranging lines of defense. However, when the continuous spiritual rain broke out, everything was almost in vain. The number of mutant creatures was too much. Old Xing, a sea-level extraordinary, choked up halfway through. He looked at the empty seats behind the nameplates on the tables around him, and for a moment, he could not suppress his emotions. In the headquarters, those with name tags are at least sea-level extraordinary people. Now, in this huge conference room, nearly half of the seats are empty. Most of them died when the spiritual rain broke out, and some were seriously injured and could not come to the scene, except for Xingyu, Fei Jun, and Chengyu. The 8 towers of the 9-layered Heaven Tower were almost all seriously injured and bedridden. Among the people present, more or less, they were slightly injured. Originally, the exhausted extraordinary people could not insist on coming to the headquarters of the 9-layered Heaven Tower, but the orders from above could not be disobeyed. Xingyu shook his head and sighed heavily. We still lost this spiritual rain. All the extraordinary people present were silent. This is a fact. An indisputable fact. They overestimated their own strength and underestimated the madness and violence of the mutant creatures. They were too confident, and they did not take the mutant creatures seriously. The dozens of victories in exterminating the mutant creatures in the spirit realm before also made them feel that humans finally caught up with the evolution of mutant creatures. Now it seems that they have not. In fact, they are still as vulnerable as before in front of mutant creatures. This time, we lost too much, Xingyu said, gritted his teeth after glancing at Fei Jun, whose right arm was almost completely wrapped in bandages. Facing mutant creatures, we still don't have any good way. There are too many of them. Too huge. Even if we use all our strength, we can't repel them. After the outbreak of this spiritual rain, the city turned into nothingness, and people were separated from their families and displaced. And our 9 Heavens Tower also suffered unimaginable losses. Some of the companions who used to talk, laugh, quarrel, and fight with us have left us forever. Xingyu sighed and continued, this is the punishment for our arrogance and our overestimation of ourselves. I said before that we humans are almost able to return to the position of the masters of the past. And we don't have to worry about the threats of those mutant creatures. We can gradually eliminate these threats. However, I was wrong. We were all wrong. Just a spiritual rain outbreak let us all know how terrible the enemy we are facing is. In addition to mutant creatures, we also have new enemies such as alien beasts. Although the combat effectiveness of alien beasts is extremely low, and we have found the rules and solutions to solve them, there are too many mysteries and contradictions about them. No matter what, we can't underestimate them. We humans, in this world of spiritual revival, even if we have extraordinary power, are still as small. As for me, since the victory in Wantohai's spirit realm, a series of victories have made me feel that we don't need to focus on those mutant creatures that we can easily defeat alone. Xingyu lowered his head for a long time before slowly raising his head. However, this mistake finally caused extremely serious consequences in this spiritual rain outbreak. Xingyu, even if my strength is humble, even if I am cursed by thousands of people, I must be responsible for this serious mistake and for all those who lost their lives in this catastrophe. So, I decided to resign from the 9 Heavens Tower at this moment. Bang. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A group of people rushed into the conference room and interrupted Xingyu's words. The man walked in the center and came to Xingyu's side, looking at Fei Jun next to him, and then at all the extraordinary people present. Xingtian Tower, I don't allow you to do this. The man's voice was loud and resounding. Xingyu had never thought that the man would come here, and was a little stunned for a moment. He was just ordered to gather the extraordinary people who were still able to act after the spiritual rain broke out here to summarize the experience and lessons. However, the man actually came to this conference room. He even stopped him from resigning. You have done very well, the man continued, looking around at everyone. For the Tang Kingdom, you have truly achieved the safety of all people with your own strength. You have done very well. You are different from the extraordinary association in the past. You have your own ideals, higher pursuits, and a heart that cares for all living beings. You are willing to protect ordinary people at the cost of your own lives. This quality makes me admire you. The spiritual rain outbreak was sudden and ruthless. Even if we humans are fully prepared, I am afraid that we will not be able to produce better results than now. You have tried very hard, the man said, and stood beside Xingyu again, as the head of the nine-layered heaven tower. You must always remember that your words and deeds have a very important impact on all the members of the nine-layered heaven tower. And your every move can make all the nine-layered heaven tower pay attention to you. The burden on you is very heavy. But this is not an excuse for you to take on those responsibilities and put down this burden. Xingyu was silent and nodded. The nine-layered heaven tower will continue to play an indispensable role and position in the Tang Kingdom, and even the entire human society in the future. In the face of mutant creatures, and in the face of mysterious beasts, the task is heavy, and the road is long. After that person finished speaking, he looked at all the 9 heavens towers present. You have worked hard. Everyone stood up and bowed gently. After that person finished speaking, he led everyone out of the conference room, just as he had come. And Xingyu, at this moment, felt like a turmoil in his heart. Is the death of us dogs worth just this one sentence? He thought, and then sat down heavily on the ground. Chapter 145, Rebuilding the Aura of All Things. Unconsciously, 10 days had passed since the spiritual rain erupted. The 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm had also regained its former bustle. Under the sea of clouds, the floating mist was white and vast, spreading between the mountains and forests. In the canyon, insects and beasts were running, and birds were startled from time to time. Lin Ning arranged for his subordinates to scatter in the valley to complete the tasks he wanted them to complete. At the same time, they had to monitor the movements of those strange beasts at all times. Strange beasts. These mysterious monsters really made him have to pay attention, especially after knowing their purpose, which should be the red diamond heart between his main trunks. He also used bamboo roots to set up countless almost transparent protective nets within 100 kilometers of the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, and even the spiritual realms further out. After all, they are too strange. Not only can they not be sensed by breath, but also their sizes vary. There are normal ones with a height of about 2 meters, and there are also many versions of several dozen centimeters. It is really hard to guard against them. However, Lin Ning still feels that it is a bit troublesome that he cannot sense these strange beasts that can hide their breath. Looking at the attribute panel, the evolution points have been growing wildly almost since the outbreak of the spiritual rain. Adding the 3,500 points obtained by killing the B-level extraordinary Shui Yuqing before, the evolution points have reached 43,000 points at this time. But these evolution points, to be honest, after the ability evolves to a certain level, if you want to evolve again, the cost will increase exponentially. To be honest, it is still quite expensive. This is still the case without obtaining new abilities for the time being. Lin Ning sometimes has to sigh that the system seems to be in a stealth state all the time, except for the usual prompts of what has been done and how many evolution points have been received. There is basically no sense of existence. By the way, it seems that this thing has been like this for a long time. Could it be that the higher one's realm, the more silent it will be? To be honest, the system really helped me a lot at the beginning, and sometimes it would even rush to grab the show and give me an ability or something. But since it was upgraded to the 2nd level, it basically won't pop up. It has never given any new natural abilities. Lin Ning originally had a lot of evolution points in hand just to prepare for this situation. But the system was really not powerful, and he really couldn't count on it. So, he could only develop the existing abilities, and then upgrade them to higher abilities. Just like the ability of breath concealment. After it was upgraded to level 9, there would be a qualitative leap, and the level would be directly upgraded to the bugged ability of Spiritual Energy Field Shielding. The Spiritual Energy Field Shielding has now been upgraded to level 3 by Lin Ming. Within 100 kilometers, as long as he moves his mind, the spiritual energy concentration of all his subordinates, including him, will instantly return to 0. This BUG ability also made him no longer feel how annoying the many spiritual energy concentration detection satellites floating in the space were. Even if they were upgraded to the highest level system, they would not show anything when they scanned it. Of course, the subordinates were the same, unless they deliberately ran 100 kilometers away or revealed their true bodies in front of those extraordinary people. No one would find that there was an A-level demon spirit and more than a dozen B-level demon spirits in this small spiritual realm. Now, Lin Ming also wanted to make another ability have a qualitative improvement after upgrading to LV9. Breath Perception. To be honest, LV8 Breath Perception is already quite powerful. It can now allow him to sense all spiritual energy and creatures within a range of 200 kilometers, and can sense the actions of all creatures within the range and materialize them, as long as Lin Ming wants. He can simply know what anyone in any place in Rongqing City dozens of kilometers away is doing at this time. And he can also know what they are saying. Thanks to this ability, he can build up the physical bodies of tens of millions of people and countless mutant creatures in his mind. And he knows them and their every move clearly. This also helped him a lot in the battles. And he sensed a lot of information. Now, he basically knows what the humans know. And the speed of information transmission is almost instantaneous. But even though this ability is so powerful, it has its flaws. Although the range is enough. 200 kilometers is not too much, but not too little. And this breath perception can only sense the mutant creatures with life, humans, etc. And there is no way to sense spirit stones and various objects, especially when facing those strange beasts that can hide their own breath. This ability can even be said to be basically useless. It must be combined with other abilities to roughly sense the existence of strange beasts. After all, when Lin Ming caught those strange beasts, it really seemed like he was grabbing a struggling stone. So, if he upgraded this ability that was currently useless, would he get the ability he wanted? Lin Ming consciousness moved, and he instantly spent a lot of evolution points to upgrade his breath perception ability to level 9. The breath perception ability has been upgraded to the maximum level, and the upgraded ability is the reconstruction of the aura of all things. It can sense the breath of all living and non-living things within 200 kilometers, transform the actions of all living things within the range into physical bodies, and mark all non-living things at the same time. To be honest, Lin Ming was a little scared. This is not a simple upgrade. Right? This seems to be a super luxurious and invincible enhanced version of the breath perception ability? Lin Ming looked at the description of this ability, and suddenly felt that he seemed to have gained an incredible new ability. It can sense the breath of all living and non-living things within the range, and can even materialize them in them, and can also mark non-living things. With this ability, it seems to be equivalent to having a holographic projection in the mind. Then what about strange beasts? It seems that there is really nothing to hide now. Not to mention humans, who no longer have any secrets in his eyes. Then, how about trying this ability first? Lin Ming thought, and he had already activated a new ability, reconstructing the aura of all things. In an instant, a huge amount of information rushed into his mind frantically. Mountains, rocks, birds, animals, insects, flowers, plants, snow, clouds, rocks, humans, everything created by humans. Everything within 200 kilometers almost made Lin Ming feel a faintness he had never felt before. He tried hard to activate the spiritual energy, constantly supplying it into the heart of the red diamond, and generating more energy from it. These energies circulated continuously between his bamboo roots, bamboo body, bamboo branches, and bamboo leaves, and repeated non-stop. It took Lin Ming a long time to finally materialize all the huge amount of information. In his mind, he could also see everything within a 200-kilometer radius around him clearly. Okay, I've adapted a little bit. So, it's like, while Lin Ming was muttering to himself, he suddenly felt that in a forest less than 130 kilometers away from him, a huge ring emitting white light appeared at some point. And from that ring, ugly beasts were constantly walking out. Oh! Wow! What a coincidence! Chapter 146. so good at picking the right time. Lin Ning had thought before that his system liked to pick the right time. Now it seems that these beasts have successfully taken up this banner and chose to attack him again when he had just obtained the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things. Recalling the last time, they took advantage of the chaos of the spiritual reign and sent out nearly 10,000 troops to control the mutants, and then used them to hide their whereabouts and rush to a distance of only about 10 kilometers from him. This time, what is their strategy? Use the small size? Or use the number? Or control the mutants again? Speaking of controlling mutants, Lin Ning thought of Du Shan. The stupid guy. A B-level demon spirit can actually let a small beast ride on its head and control it. Do you still have a little dignity of a B-level demon spirit? Now that this guy has grown into a second-level B-level demon spirit, his size has grown by leaps and bounds. Although it is not as big as an elephant now, it is definitely no problem to be compared with a big camel. Moreover, the black, brown and white long hairs that were originally dirty and tangled now became smooth and shiny, as if they had been reborn, coupled with the extremely sharp and solid double horns that were nearly 1 meter long. It was quite appropriate to describe this guy as mighty and domineering. Could it be that after having Bai Qi and 2 cubs, this guy would also dress up? But no matter what, it was really embarrassing that this guy who looked so majestic and powerful could be controlled by that special type of alien beast. But think about it carefully. The information that humans had sent over before showed that a few B-level monsters in the sea were also controlled. Could it be that the alien beasts have a special set of skills to control these powerful mutant creatures? When I asked Du Shan what was going on before, he was also vague and didn't remember what happened at all. It seems that many speculations need more evidence to verify whether they are correct or not. However, now that he has a powerful ability to fully materialize everything in his mind, it won't be too difficult to verify this kind of thing. In his perception, those strange beasts are still constantly appearing from the White Ring, and the number has gathered to hundreds. So, since we already know their exact location and the place where they appeared, why not take the opportunity to kill them? Lin Ning doesn't want to fight with an elephant. It's time for his subordinates to show up. But this time, don't send those flying subordinates. Let the other subordinates show up too. Feng Xiao, you lead the wolves to attack the place I indicated first. Yes, Master. Panda, Xin Chun, Ji Lin, you 3 are responsible for supporting on the side. Yes, Master. Jingji, Banhu, Dianwei, Manwei, you guys are ready in the back and are ready to join the battle at any time. Yes, Master. The subordinates set off instantly according to Lin Ning order. Qiang, Xuejin, Ma Jia and Zhuyu, carrying Bingpa and their 3 giant monkeys, also took off at the same time. As for the 4 blood phoenixes and 2 heavy-eyed birds, Lin Ning let them rest this time and give them names later. At this moment, Bai Qi, Du Shan and their 2 cubs stood under Lin Ning and lowered their heads. Master, we also want to participate in the battle, Bai Qi asked. Join the battle? Lin Ning looked at Bai Qi. Since it gave birth to 2 cubs, it has been acting with them. Sometimes it will team up with Du Shan to search for spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and spiritual flowers in places such as cliffs on the mountain peaks. In terms of battle, it does not have many opportunities to appear. After all, its ability is indeed not the type of battle. Master, I want to become stronger. Bai Qi looked at his 2 cubs, and then looked at Du Shan, who has now become taller and more reliable, and seemed to have made up his mind. Lin Ning understood that Bai Qi must have been stuck at the gate of the 1st and 2nd levels after giving birth and feeding 2 cubs, and did not obtain the soul pill. So he wanted to establish some results to gain his recognition. That's not a problem. He looked at the 2 cubs again. The 2 little guys have grown to almost the size of a pony. It's only been a few days. Lin Ning sighed again. In this world of spiritual energy revival, common sense can no longer explain such things. By the way, the 2 little guys have not been named yet. Looking at the attributes of the 2 of them, which show the abilities of Shadow and Holy White, Lin Ning thought that he might as well just use them. I understand. You can go there as assistants to Feng Xiao and the others. The 2 little guys will be named Shadow and Holy White. I look forward to your active performance. Yes, Master. The 4 Suro also chased after their companions in front of them like the wind. Lin Ning looked at the remaining subordinates, who had not set out. In fact, there were not too many. For blood phoenixes, two heavy-eyed birds, a minnow that was now almost half a meter long, a giant river shrimp that was nearly 2 meters long, and a small turtle. Where is the small turtle? Lin Ming looked around. But he didn't see the little guy who usually had no sense of existence and only liked to swim around in the water and eat fish. After sensing it again, he found that this guy, who was as big as a manhole cover, had already grabbed the back of the panda, like a small school bag. No wonder I didn't see it just now. This little thing also wants to join in the fun? A mere 9th level entry. Isn't it too self-important? But with the protection of many 2nd level bosses, it would probably be difficult for it to get hurt. What's more, it has a supernatural ability, and now it has a 90% chance of avoiding all damage. Forget it. Just go. It's just a bystander anyway. Lin Ming stopped paying attention to it and looked at the subordinates, who didn't go to the battle. For the convenience in the future, it's better to give them names. Anyway, I don't have to worry about the strange beasts. And I'm just sitting there doing nothing. The 4 blood phoenixes. Their bodies were like blood. Extremely beautiful and bright. Lin Ming thought about it, and decided to follow the 2-character naming method. Naming them Red Wind, Red Moon, Red Cloud and Flame Star. They all have the characteristic of red. Although Lin Ming feels that he is still a little bad at naming, these names should be okay. As for the 2 double-eyed birds, one is Crazy War, and the other is Powerful Thunder. This is also in line with their personalities. After all, among the subordinates, they are definitely the most cruel to the enemy, and their abilities are indeed strong and powerful enough. Looking at the minnow in the water, this guy has always been peaceful, and he and the giant river shrimp have gained the most benefits from this spiritual rain. Both of them have now reached the 1st level and level 4, and their growth rate is quite amazing. I really can't believe that when they were in the Wanjusi spirit realm before, they were just scum that couldn't even enter the level. The minnow was named Satin Color because of its rainbow-like color. As for the giant river shrimp, this one is called Giant Armor. Okay. Anyway, there are not many characteristics. After quickly naming the remaining subordinates and letting them remember through consciousness communication, Lin Ming turned his attention to the direction of the battlefield again. At this time, the total number of strange beasts has reached tens of thousands, and the subordinates have also started contact battles with them. Chapter 147 Stitched Monster. Now, Lin Ming can simply rely on his powerful ability, Reconstruction of the Aura of all things, to confirm anything that happened on the battlefield. Even if those strange beasts hide their breath, they are just like a small stone in the canyon. They can't hide anything under Lin Ming ability. At this time, these strange beasts are still pouring out from the strange white ring, as if they are never at rest. The number has been increasing, and gradually, nearly 10,000 have gathered nearby. However, at this time, the subordinates have also arrived there after a long journey, and have already started a fierce battle with the outpost troops of the strange beasts. Lin Ming visualized this almost one-sided battle in his mind. This time, before setting off, he specifically told all his subordinates to try not to make too much noise. Although the human side suffered extremely heavy losses due to the last spiritual rain outbreak, they would never allow unknown monsters, like strange beasts, to become a greater threat after mutant creatures. If an explosion like the last one happened, the human side would definitely be extremely sensitive and immediately send out reconnaissance planes to conduct reconnaissance, and then send out most of the 9 heavens towers like last time. But speaking of it, since the outbreak of the spiritual rain, human reconnaissance planes have not been seen, and the extraordinary institutions in Rongqing City have also been completely destroyed, and it seems that they all died in the defensive battle. As for the personnel in other important institutions, Lin Ming sensed for so many days that they either went to Shangjing or participated in the restoration and reconstruction of the city. It seems that in order to obtain more intelligence from the human side, either patiently wait for their reconstruction or start from improving their own abilities. There are enough evolutionary points, and it is no problem to increase the level of the ability of reconstruction of the aura of all things. But it is not necessary for the time being. Lin Ming once again turned his attention to the one-sided battle that was almost uninteresting. It is still very simple to deal with the alien beast so far. First, kill the 2 special types among them. Destroy their elemental defense and ordinary attack defense, and then simply cut the ordinary types as needed. As for the sound, it seems that I have never heard of a beast that can make a sound. They always attack directly without making a sound. hiding their breath, not making any sound, shielding all kinds of attacks. This kind of monster seems to be quite insidious. Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh. If these things were not those special types without any defensibility, they would not be so easy to deal with. Think about it. When they rushed into the city, didn't they cause chaos to humans for a while? And even caused hundreds of thousands of casualties? The subordinates knew how to deal with these troublesome and extremely weak enemies. They had fought each other more than once or twice. They did not use various powerful abilities, nor did they make earth-shaking war cries. They just used their sharp fangs and steel claws, and their violent speed to quickly harvest the lives of the beasts. Whether it was a pack of wolves, or the panda, the silver dragon golden python, or other subordinates, they were all fully engaged in the battle. Even the little turtle jumped out from Panda's back and killed a few beasts from time to time. Although the fierce battle continued, the subordinates did not make any loud noises. Even though their numbers were at an absolute disadvantage, they still had the upper hand in the face of tens of thousands of beasts. Not long after, although the White Ring was still spitting out countless beasts, the subordinates had already moved them from the mountains and plains before to only the area around the White Ring with a radius of more than 10 meters. Originally, this was a battle with almost no difficulty. Watching the subordinates slaughtering the beasts easily, Lin Ning felt quite comfortable. The number of those strange beasts has been decreasing rapidly, and the subordinates are gradually approaching the white circle. Finally, Panda the panda brought the little turtle, as well as two little Soro Shadow and Saint White, and directly guarded in front of the white circle. One came out, killed one. A pair came out, killed a pair. Lin Ning felt a little bored watching. It seems that he really shouldn't send so many subordinates at once. Isn't this also an elephant stepping on a cricket? After all, there are more than a dozen second-level demon spirits, which is really a bit of bullying of strange beasts. However, just when Lin Ning wanted to call back the other subordinates, who were watching the show, suddenly, the white circle expanded several times, and 5 white circles of the same size appeared nearby. Lin Ning looked in that direction. Something is wrong. Panda, order to retreat. Lin Ning quickly gave the order. Yes, master. After Panda gave the order, almost all his subordinates retreated as he ordered. But the two little Soro and the little turtle continued to kill the strange beasts that were still emerging. Retreat quickly. Lin Ning directly gave the order to the 3 little guys. This is no joke. But at this moment, 6 huge monsters suddenly appeared from the 6 white circles at the same time. They were nearly 10 meters tall and looked extremely disgusting and terrifying. A huge head like a brain monster, 5 empty eyes, and hundreds of tentacles floating around the mouth. A pale green, strong, upright human-like body, covered with extremely strong muscles, sharp claws, fangs. They are more like a combination of special and ordinary beasts with humans. A new type of beast? Now, the speed at which they appeared and the size of their bodies exceeded Lin Ning expectations. Also at this time, the giant beast closest to these little guys suddenly moved closest and quickly. The slowest little turtle caught it, and then threw it into the giant mouth full of fangs. And then, it stretched out 2 huge arms with steel claws, and waved at the stunned little Soro Shadow, and shung by. Roar! Panda rushed out instantly, holding 2 little Soro and rolling on the ground, avoiding the fatal blow of the giant beast, putting the little Soro behind him. Panda also used extremely powerful abilities on the giant beast that had rushed towards it. With a roar, Panda waved his arms violently, throwing hundreds of punches in a few seconds. This violent fist wind even rubbed sparks in the air. The sparks burned violently on the fists almost instantly, emitting extremely shocking flame bullet punches. However, something strange happened. The fire bullet fist used by Panda, who is a second-level monster, did not cause any damage to the giant monster that was much taller than it. Master, it also has the protective barrier of those special monsters. After Panda quickly communicated with Lin Ning, he rolled over again and avoided the giant monster that pounced on him. Lin Ning knew that among these monsters, a new and troublesome type seemed to have been born. Chapter 148 Luck is really important. Among the exotic beasts, in addition to the ordinary and special types, there seems to be another, giant, type. And unlike the previous 2 types, this guy with amazing height and huge body can actually defend against the attack of a second-level demon spirit. This is outrageous. Feng Shao. Use wind blades. Lin Ning immediately made a new order. Since ordinary attacks can't do anything to you, what about elemental attacks? Feng Xiao let out a long whistle, and dozens of green half-moon-shaped wind blades rushed out instantly, heading straight for the giant exotic beast closest to it. Boom! Dust and smoke rose up, and a huge roar was heard at the same time. At first, Lin Ning really didn't want their battle to have such a roar that would attract human attention. But now he can't care so much. Master! No. It's not injured. Panda has brought two little Suro to a safer place and took the initiative to report the situation to Lin Ning. You retreat now. They are targeting me. Lin Ning sensed that the beast just used its arms to gently block this wave of attacks. He quickly processed the relevant information in his mind and immediately issued the next order. However, when Lin Ning looked at the 6 white halos again, he found that they had completely disappeared. What on earth was that? Lin Ning ordered his subordinates to retreat quickly, at least within 100 kilometers of him. After all, within 100 kilometers, both toxins and bamboo roots can work. But Panda commanded his companions to retreat continuously. It, together with Giant Bear Manwë and Giant Wolf Yanxi, acted as a meat shield to resist the fierce giant beasts that pounced on them. The 6 beasts, which were much larger and taller than them, were now excitedly swinging their fists and attacking them. Although 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, whether it is Giant Bear Manwë, Giant Wolf Yanxi or Panda, they are far more powerful than these 6 beasts. Even though the beasts launched round after round of attacks on them, their speed and strength were far inferior to those of their subordinates, and they could not hit Panda and the others at all. On the contrary, Panda's attacks pushed back these weak guys again and again, and also allowed the companions behind to retreat. You 3 also retreat. Lin Ning continued to order. At this distance, even if he wanted to attack, it would be impossible. Although the strength of these giant beasts was very weak, the subordinates could not deal with them at all. Master! The little turtle. Panda hesitated. He could not retreat when he saw his companions were in doubt about their lives. He asked Lin Ning anxiously. It's fine. Or, you will see it soon. Get ready to retreat. In Lin Ning's perception, the little turtle was gradually rising in the belly of the giant beast, and its 4 little claws were struggling. I guess, after a while. Poof! A loud noise came from the mouth of the strange beast that just swallowed the little turtle. And then the little turtle with its hands and feet retracted and its shell instantly jumped out of its huge mouth. Panda dodged the attack of the strange beast closest to it, and quickly caught the little turtle, and found that it was not hurt at all. Master, let's retreat now, it said, and put the little turtle on its back. However, Lin Ning noticed something strange at this time. Panda, I want you to attack their heads. Now! Yes! Master! Panda didn't hesitate. He jumped onto the tall body of the beast. The extremely fast fist wind instantly enveloped the head of the beast that had just spit out the little turtle. At the same time, the head of the giant beast burst like a watermelon. Boom! The headless beast fell down. And the giant bear man also used the full moon slash on the other beasts at this time. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, the entire battlefield was completely silent again. Lin Ning, on his side, sensed that the beasts were completely out of breath after their heads and bodies were separated. Well done, he boasted to his subordinates, who seemed to have just reacted. Yes, Master. Panda didn't expect why he could kill the giant beast that he couldn't kill before so quickly. He looked at the eager little turtle next to him, thought about it, and finally understood. Just now, when the little turtle was spit out from the giant beast's mouth, the beast's mouth was cut by the tortoise shell. So, Lin Ning was very satisfied. Although his reaction was still a little slow, Big Fat Panda's intelligence was still the best among his subordinates. Okay, you guys carry the bodies of these beasts back. Lin Ning had sensed that Rongqing City had sensed the sound of this battle, and their reconnaissance plane was about to take off. The battlefield was covered by dense forests, and the reconnaissance aircraft could not take any pictures. Moreover, the extraordinary organizations and soldiers of Rongqing City were not in place at all, and it would take some time for them to come for reconnaissance. But Lin Ning still felt that it would be better to take away the corpses of these alien beasts first, and then withdraw to his side. The monsters with mysteries all over their bodies, and constantly deploying troops in the vicinity were too weird. These new giant alien beasts, Lin Ning had not mentioned in Rongqing City or any human within the range of perception. I am afraid that this is another new type of alien beast that he discovered for the first time. Yes, Master. After receiving the order, the Panda de Pang immediately commanded his subordinates to evacuate quickly. At the same time, it also carried the corpses of the 6 giant alien beasts to the huge bodies of the giant bear Manu and the rock wolf Yin Si. While sensing the movements of his subordinates, Lin Ming looked at the human side. In the last outbreak of spiritual rain, humans suffered extremely serious damage in front of mutant creatures. In the vast mountainous area in the west of Rongqing City, there used to be countless towns, but after 2 consecutive spiritual rains, they were completely destroyed. The boundaries between spiritual realms have become extremely blurred. They have gradually become a whole from being separated. Lin Ming can already sense that in all directions where he is, except for Rongqing City, a very large spiritual realm has been formed after the spiritual rain. There are not many green plants around Rongqing City, but the range of spiritual energy has gradually extended there, and the overall range of the spiritual realm is not far away from there. If the spiritual rain is regarded as a total outbreak of spiritual energy, when the process of spiritual energy recovery continues to deepen, then there will be a second and a third time after the first time. Now that the first 2 times have passed, humans have been defeated and have no chance of winning at all. They were driven out of those mountainous areas and forests, and the population continued to flow from small gathering places to large gathering places. In this era of spiritual energy recovery, the original power of humans seemed so small. Everything they were proud of now seemed so ridiculous. Only the strong can survive, and only the strong deserve to survive. If they continue to be as arrogant as before, and still think highly of themselves as before, then the next time the spiritual rain breaks out, I'm afraid it won't be just these few people who disappear. Lin Ming looked at a reconnaissance plane flying in the distance in the sky inside. Chapter 149, They are really annoying. The subordinates came back very quickly. According to Lin Ming instructions, they also brought back the bodies of the alien beasts, including those that were cut off, except for the one killed by Panda, which was basically a mess. The rest of the alien beasts were killed by the giant bear Manhua with a full moon slash. So the cuts were very neat. After a simple splicing, Lin Ming also saw the appearance of these newly appeared alien beasts with his own eyes at this very close distance with his visual system. They have a 10-meter-high body with extremely developed muscles, and the head is like a special type of big-headed alien beast directly sewn on it. But if you look closely, there are countless tiny eyes and small tentacles on their bodies, and there are even countless mouths full of fangs at various joints. These were not noticed when they were materialized. These alien beasts with giant bodies, although the attack power and speed are not much different from the ordinary ones in the past, but because of the size, they look quite strong and ferocious. Moreover, the biggest feature of this thing is that it seems that the part below the head will not be hurt by any ordinary attack or elemental attack. At that time, if the giant beast that was beaten to pieces had not swallowed the little turtle, and the little turtle miraculously survived and was spit out by it, and even cut its big mouth, Lin Ming might not be able to kill these new enemies in such a short time. Although the little turtle is usually not very conspicuous, I didn't expect it to make a contribution here. Otherwise, Lin Ming really had to attract these beasts into his attack range, and then catch them with bamboo roots and slowly study how to kill them. The little turtle has that bug-like good luck ability, which helped it not to be absorbed by the beast, but to be spit out, and it did avoid danger again. I don't know if this little guy will have a more buggy good luck ability when he is upgraded to the first level in the future. Now, the little turtle has been upgraded to the 9th level of the entry level. The growth rate is indeed a bit slow, but it is not bad. At least it can be expected. Lin Ming thought that he should give this little fellow who had accidentally made a contribution a reward. So he handed the bamboo stick containing a lot of spiritual liquid to its mouth. At the same time, he also turned his attention to the giant beasts again. Looking at these dead beasts, Lin Ming actually deduced some things. For example, why do they have the reason below the head that can defend against ordinary attacks and elemental attacks? In short, that was his first impression. Stitched monster. This giant beast, to be honest, is a stitched monster. It seems that countless ordinary beasts have gathered and kneaded into a human form, and the special type is stitched on its head. In this way, the original special type's ability will also appear on it. For example, Panda launched a flame bullet fist on it, and Feng Shao Wind Blade naturally could not kill it. But its special type stitched on the head is still its weakness. As long as they are killed, this stitched monster will fall down, and there will be no difficulty at all. But to be honest, no one would have thought that such a tall guy actually had a weakness at the top of his 10-meter tall body. Right? Even with normal attacks, it is difficult to attack there. And even if you attack in that direction, it will be quickly dodged or blocked by its arms. But once you know its weakness, then basically you can say that this new type of giant alien beast is still a little brother. It is not vulnerable at all. Lin Ning used the blood blade to cut open the corpses of these alien beasts easily, and found that its internal structure is really not much different from the previous one. But it can also be seen that this thing is still a huge piece of meat connected by countless ordinary alien beasts. A new type of alien beast. These things appear again and again, and each time is more difficult than the last. From the beginning, it can be killed by simple elemental attacks. To the second time, it can only use ordinary attacks, and it must kill the big-headed monster. After the third time, there is another type of alien beasts. And the fourth time, it takes advantage of the spiritual rain to miniaturize and control the mutant creatures to attack. This fifth time, it became a double attack of the tide of alien beasts and stitched monsters. Alien beasts. What on earth are these weird-looking things? Are they strong? Not strong. In fact, they are just a pile of garbage. As long as you master their rules, they are even vulnerable. And even those soldiers with weapons can wipe them out. The tragedy of hundreds of thousands of deaths in America before was, to be honest, just a disaster caused by humans' excessive trust in experience. It was not because the alien beasts were so strong. After that, when the people in America saw that bullets could easily kill them, they also completely eliminated the alien beasts in the shortest time. According to the intelligence from the human side, those alien beasts that could even control be-leveled demon spirits were accidentally killed by Chung Yu, the ninth tower of the nine-layered heaven tower, when he was commanding the battle. And those be-leveled demon spirits retreated because of this. As for the alien beasts that appeared around Lin Ning several times later, whether it was the extraordinary people or the soldiers with weapons, even when facing the tide of alien beasts, it didn't take long to completely eliminate them. Now, alien beasts have nothing to do with powerful. He didn't even need to personally eliminate them. It can even be said that if there is another tide of alien beasts, he can simply send a second-level subordinate, or let those subordinates with lower levels experience the battle, and there will be no problem. If you have to give a definition to the alien beasts, Lin Ning thinks that only the word troublesome is the most appropriate. They are really annoying. From the beginning to now, Lin Ning's feelings towards humans are not as serious as his feelings towards the alien beasts. Although humans have been involved in many incidents, Lin Ning finds it very interesting to be an opponent of humans. At least humans can use various tricks and strategies, and can even provide him with a lot of intelligence sources. Even when killing those extraordinary people, there are evolution points. And what about the alien beasts? There are no evolution points after killing them. And the weak chickens are still very persistent. They are not worth mentioning. They can even ride on B-level monsters to find him from afar. They are extremely concerned about the red diamond heart on their bodies, and they are determined to take it away as soon as possible, and will not give up until they achieve their goal. Lin Ning said that he does not want this kind of enemy. Not worth paying attention to. But he has to pay attention to it. There is no sense of accomplishment if he kills them. And if he does not kill them, they will rush towards him like crazy. They are weak, but they keep using new tricks to disgust him every time. Now Lin Ning even felt that he wanted to join forces with humans to wipe out all these mysterious, disgusting things. However, this thought was only a flash. If humans knew that the target of these beasts was a mutant bamboo, they would probably join the beasts to attack him. Humans are not trustworthy. This is not an arbitrary judgment. After dealing with humans for a long time, Lin Ning could come to this answer. They don't know that there is a mutant bamboo in this canyon, and it is an A-level demon king. What if they knew? They would definitely do everything possible to kill him. Right? It is what humans would do to use the power of the world to eliminate him. Lin Ning looked up at the sky, and another reconnaissance plane roared past, as two armed transport planes in the distance gradually landed in Rongqing City. Lin Ning also knew that the extraordinary people had returned here again. They will definitely continue to explore the various strange things in this spiritual realm, and perhaps fight with mutant creatures and beasts. Of course, they will also bring a lot of intelligence to allow Lin Ming to continue to control everything on the human side. Chapter 150. You will know when the time comes. Another explosion? What happened? After hearing the monitoring report from Rongqing City, the Nine Heavens Towers in Shengjing suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Xing Yu frowned, looked at his companions who had not yet recovered, and sighed. An explosion was heard again in the mountainous area in the west of Shu province. How many times has this happened? The inspectors were also helpless, as it had only been a few days since the spiritual rain erupted. After the previous 2 consecutive explosions, the beast came out. This time, could it be another beast? Old Xing, we should go and have a look. There is nothing in that spiritual realm. It is impossible that there are always explosions. And Fei Jun choked up as he spoke. He remembered Shui Yuqing who died there. Although the upper half of Shui Yuqing's body was found in the body of the giant beast last time, it had basically been corroded. At that time, they reluctantly sent Shui Yuqing's body to the helicopter and continued to look for the beast that killed him. However, even when they encountered hundreds of monsters, they found that even the soldiers with weapons could kill the ordinary monsters as long as they eliminated the special monsters. This made everyone unable to understand why the 3rd tower of the Nine Heavens Tower was killed by a mere ordinary monster. The subsequent autopsy made the matter more confusing. The direct cause of Shui Yuqing's death was that his carotid artery was cut. Although his neck had been corroded, the vague wound on the aorta, which was like a bullet scratch, still made people suspicious. But now everyone also acquiesced that this was accidentally cut by the monster after the monster attacked him. After all, no one had a better explanation. The concentration of spiritual energy in that mountain forest was very low. At most, there was a D-level monster. D-level monsters would never be smart enough to cut the carotid artery of humans. Not to mention that no other mutant creatures were found by dissecting the giant monster. Shui Yuqing's death must not be let go like this, Xing Yu said seriously. Now there are only 7 of the 9 9-story towers left. Apart from the 2 of us and Cheng Yu who is stationed on the southeast coastline. I'm afraid that others cannot go there for the time being. Guahao, you take 200 people to Rongqing City and prepare for investigation. Yes. Guahao, a sea-level extraordinary. Receive the order. His strength is also the strongest among these people. Except for Xing Yu and Fei Jun, Rongqing's reconnaissance plane has been sent out. After you arrive, go to the explosion site immediately to check. In addition, Rongqing City also needs to be rebuilt. There are many things you can do. Xing Yu continued. Yes. Guahao said, and led a group of people out of the door. Li Wei, go to support Dong'an City. Yes. Yu Feng, go to support Nanta City. Yes. The order was finally issued. In the huge office, only Xing Yu and Fei Jun were left. Old Xing, why don't we go? Fei Jun couldn't understand why he was left behind. Xing Yu looked at Fei Jun. Our mission is to clear the spiritual realms. As he said this, he put a piece of order on the table. On it was the signature of that person, clearly requiring that, if possible, Xing Yu and Fei Jun should clear all the spiritual realms near Shengjing, leaving no mutant creatures behind. Clear the spiritual realms? Old Xing, the spiritual realms near here are all green safety levels. Do you and I need to go? A group of E and F mutant creatures. Even well-equipped soldiers can be easily cleared. Right? Fei Jun was very dissatisfied with this order. Since the last spiritual rain broke out, he and Xing Yu have never left Shengjing. It is said that they should prevent the next spiritual rain from causing a tide of mutant creatures and be ready to obey orders at any time. But in fact Fei Jun knows very well that this is a disguised restraint. The Nine Heavens Tower suffered heavy damage this time. And so did the Tang Kingdom. If there is another spiritual rain, I am afraid no one can resist it. But why are spiritual rain outbreaks so frequent? The last time was last year. Dogs have to do what their owners tell them to do. Disobedient dogs. Xing Yu sighed and shook his head. What's the use? Old Xing, you're good enough. What's the difference between dog and non-dog? We are extraordinary people. We are not dogs. Fei Jun got angry when he heard this, even though he knew very well that they were dogs. Although they are better than ordinary people. Even though they have all kinds of powerful abilities. Even though they want to use such abilities to protect ordinary people. But these extraordinary people are restrained, guarded, and guarded everywhere. It is because they are the they in the mouths of ordinary people. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Protect the safety of thousands of people with one's own strength. Noble, great, Every extraordinary person in the Nine Heavens Tower is proud to sacrifice himself to protect mankind. Unlike the previous extraordinary association, all the people here will not have any selfish thoughts. Not for money, nor for profit. They just gather together and fight for the ideals in their hearts. However, with the deepening of constraints and vigilance, more and more companions die easily. When ordinary people know that they are extraordinary people, they show fear and indifference unnaturally. Now each of them has a confusion in their hearts. What are we extraordinary people? What are we doing? We are dogs. Xingyu smiled and interrupted Fei Jun, thinking. Although the dog wants to be loyal to the master, the dog owner is afraid that the dog is too powerful and will hurt them. So what? Old Xing. It's okay. What can we do? Fei Jun suddenly became a little frustrated. Yes. What can we do? The dog is alive because the owner wants the dog to live. Even if it is crazy, they want the dog to live. Even if it is thrown into the dungeon like garbage and left to fend for itself. Xingyu sighed softly again. Zheng Guodong. Do you want to take a look? Zheng Guodong? What is there to see about that guy? Fei Jun was puzzled. Since Zheng Guodong went crazy, he has been locked up in a cell deep underground. His abilities are extremely dangerous. If he uses them when he is crazy, it will cause a terrible tragedy. The man gave an order directly that he must be strictly guarded. You will know when the time comes, Xingyu said, and walked out of the door. The elevator went down all the way and extended to a place 100 meters below. This prison built underground in the headquarters of the Nine Heavens Tower was made by earth and rock elemental extraordinary people. It is extremely hidden and extremely solid. It is absolutely impossible to escape from it. After the elevator made a ding sound, Xingyu took out a special key card, and then took out another one from his pocket and handed it to Fei Jun. After the two compared their irises and fingerprints, the elevator door finally opened. In front of them was an extremely long and narrow passage, and at the end was a metal door several meters thick. After the two used the key card to open the metal door again, they also heard the long-lost mumbling of Wantohai. This mumbling was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, accompanied by crazy laughter, coupled with a dim light. It made people shudder. Fei Jun frowned and smelled the sour smell in the air. He really didn't understand why Xingyu suddenly invited him to this stinking dungeon where a madman lived. There are no cameras or bugs here. It's me. Xingyu used his ability once and said softly. He looked at the unkempt, tangled beard, and filthy, grinning man in the dim light. The man was wearing restraints and had several needles inserted into his arms, which contained a large dose of mood stabilizer. Fei Jun frowned. He was surprised. Why did he say that? However, he suddenly realized that the laughter was no longer audible. Chapter 151. The talent of luck has been maxed out. One day passed. The human side did not quickly send extraordinary people and troops to this direction to check like last time. The reconnaissance plane they sent out circled several times in the sky near here before finally leaving. The conclusion made by the important part of Rongqing City that Lin Ning sent seemed to show that they did not find anything this time. It would be strange if they could find anything. At that time, the wind blades emitted by Feng Shao all hit the giant beast. Although there were some explosion sounds, there was not much dust raised at all. Even if it was raised, it would be covered by the green shade of the giant trees that were hundreds of meters high on the surface. And it would not be photographed by any reconnaissance plane. So their reconnaissance was naturally fruitless. Those extraordinary people who came from afar did not immediately come by helicopter like last time. Lin Ning sensed that they did not even send several heavenly towers from the 9 heavenly tower like they did last time, but only sent several sea-level extraordinary people, and those from D and E levels. From this, it can be seen that the human side seems to attach less importance to the alien beasts than before. It may be that after fighting with the alien beasts many times, they have also gained a lot of experience, and think that the alien beasts are not to be feared at all. This is natural. Alien beasts are like this. In addition to being a mystery, they are completely incomparable to mutant creatures in terms of combat power and number. At most, they are better in terms of weirdness and horror of appearance. However, by sensing these extraordinary people who came, Lin Ning unexpectedly learned that they seemed to have doubts about the cause of death of the 3rd heavenly tower that he had killed before. The reason is that they later took out the upper half of Shui Yuqing body from the body of the giant alien beast, and then investigated that the cause of Shui Yuqing death was a lacerated carotid artery. But the wound was very unnatural. and it was temporarily determined that it was caused by the alien beast. Although humans have not yet reached a clear conclusion, Lin Ning now understands that the next time he does this, he must do it as perfectly as possible. If you want to kill, you must completely destroy the body, or leave no trace. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort to make humans suspicious. Lin Ning also learned that these extraordinary people were going to scout the explosion site on the one hand, and to help Rongqing City rebuild on the other hand. Even the top leaders proposed and passed a decision to build underground buildings. To be honest, this is really a good idea. If the underground city is successfully built, when the spiritual rain breaks out, you only need to hide underground to minimize the population and losses and damages in all aspects, and wait until the spiritual rain breaks out before coming out. In this way, you don't have to use troops and extraordinary people as meat shields to resist. And you don't have to be unable to evacuate important people because of the sudden attack of the spiritual rain. But if humans build such an underground building, it seems to be quite beneficial to themselves. Lin Ning bamboo roots can now extend underground for 100 kilometers, and completely cover the underground of the entire Rongqing city. If they really build this underground building, it will be extremely convenient for him. With the new ability, the aura of all things will be rebuilt with the bamboo roots. And it seems that more things can be done. Assassination. Destruction. Destruction. Master, the little turtle's realm seems to be improving. Just as Lin Ning was thinking, Panda suddenly said this. This also made Lin Ning look at the black and gray mass by the lake below him. Is the little turtle going to improve its realm? It's finally going to improve. Among all the subordinates, this guy seems to be the slowest. He has followed me for a long time, and it has only been promoted to the 9th level of the entry level not long ago. It's really too slow. It's so slow that Lin Ning really sometimes can't remember that he is such a subordinate. After all, compared to it, other subordinates are obviously more active and more present. But this little guy has always been a soy sauce character. The Soro Dushan, which was once called Double Waist together with it, has now become a 2nd level giant, while this guy is still standing still, and is not even as fast as the growth rate of the minnows in the lake, and the giant river shrimps that like to wield their giant claws to destroy stones. If it weren't for this time with Panda and the others, Lin Ning really wouldn't have remembered this little guy who was almost a mascot. However, it was thanks to it that he could easily find the weaknesses of those giant beasts this time. Its good luck prevented it from being corroded to death after being swallowed, and even made the giant beast spit it out, cutting the giant beast's mouth. If not for this, Lin Ning might really have to wait for these new beasts to come into his attack range, and then tie them up with bamboo roots and slowly conduct experiments. But if so, who knows what kind of noise those giant beasts will make, and who knows what kind of noise they will make, which may cause the already oversensitive humans to send out a large army again. Just like the previous explosion. Didn't they send a reconnaissance plane? Even the extraordinary people came from Shangjing. Although this little turtle can't attack, contain, assist, etc., it is unexpectedly a lucky general. Maybe if you take it with you in some battles, there may be some miracles. Thinking back to the past, when this little guy first came, he used his tortoiseshell to bounce off the stone. And he was completely fine after being hit by the extraordinary person at Lin Shao Peak, and even deceived the other party. Lin Ning looked at the little guy and found that he had begun to evolve. At this time, the gray-black turtle, as big as a manhole cover, suddenly grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it had become a giant turtle with a shell diameter of nearly 2 meters. Its original shell was now even more gray and colorless, like ink, and every grid of the shell was now protruding, stretching upward like a sword blade. But unlike the shell, the head and limbs of this little guy are all white. Sharp teeth in the mouth. Limbs like blades. The most peculiar thing is that a new eye actually grew on its head, right in the middle between the 2 eyes. But this eye only flashed for a moment and then gently closed, which was quite strange. Lin Ning looked at the attribute panel of this giant turtle and suddenly felt that he seemed to have picked up a treasure. Race, Xianming Cold Turtle. Realm, Level 1. Ability, Extreme Ice Flow LV1. Extremely cold air comes out of the mouth, which can freeze everything. Heavenly Favor and Clear Intention LV1. Foresee danger. A certain probability of turning decay into magic. Completely avoid all dangers. Special ability, Change the Fate LV1. Has some influence on the luck of opponents who are not on the same side, and then changes the situation. There will be backlash at a lower level. Fortune of all beings LV1 will bring some good luck to the side, create unexpected events that are beneficial to the side, and there will be backlash at a lower level. This guy, has he maxed out his talent and luck? Each of these abilities is a very strong auxiliary, whether it is for oneself, for the side, or even for the enemy as a whole. There are different auxiliary bonuses and reductions. This is simply a BUG. Okay? There is even an ice element ability of the extreme ice flow, which really makes Lin Ming overjoyed. This little guy's growth seems to be completely on the ground and in the sky. In the future, whenever there is a battle, take it out. Won't it win every battle? Your name from now on will be Emochin. Lin Ming was extremely satisfied with the evolution of this little turtle. Chapter 152. They are dreaming. Spring is here. Everything is revived. It is the season for creatures to reproduce. At this time, although it is close to late spring, the mutant creatures in the canyon are busy again. They began to gather in groups. They began to run around. And they began to duel for the strongest one in the race. Only the strong have that right. Lin Ming originally thought that the long howls in the canyon every day. The birds are startled. The insects crawl around, etc., are already noisy enough. As a result, after the outbreak of this spiritual rain, the creatures in the canyon were so excited that even the previous noise felt like whispers. And his subordinates, as the strongest group in this canyon, and even in this vast alien land that has now been completely connected into a large area, are naturally popular. For example, Panda, who was originally hugging left and right, fascinated the 7 or 8 pandas among his subordinates, and now attracted more pandas originally in the canyon. Lin Ming saw that this guy was no longer as smart as before, and seemed to be busy all the time. He was really afraid that he would die accidentally. As for the other love saint, Dushan was closely watched by Bai Qi. Recently, no matter where he went, this guy would be followed by 2 cubs to monitor him. It was absolutely impossible for him to learn from Panda. And Feng Xiao and his group of wolves had not returned to him in recent days. They had been wandering around the area where the more than 300 wolves were before. What could they do? Of course, they did something. The other subordinates were similar. And even the Minnow Duansai had found a companion. Lin Ming had a feeling that the total number of his subordinates would probably double in no time. The larger the team, the more things to worry about. Lin Ming always felt that he would be troubled by this matter for a while. Moreover, since the outbreak of the spiritual rain, he also clearly sensed that all the mutant creatures in the entire domain had more or less realm improvement. This is exactly the same as the last time. And it also proves Lin Ming conjecture. In the process of spiritual energy recovery, every once in a while, the realm of the mutant creatures will be collectively improved with the sign of spiritual rain burst. And the extent of this improvement also varies according to individual differences. For example, in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm, the average level of the original mutant creatures should be around the 4th level of entry. After the spiritual rain burst, those who came back alive have now almost reached the 8th level of entry. And some of those who are closer to the depths of the spiritual realm have reached the 9th level of entry. I believe that it is only a matter of time before some first-level creatures are born. This reminds Lin Ming of the Wantohai Spirit Realm. At that time, the mutant creatures in the Wantohai Spirit Realm, under his strict control, although many of them reached the 9th level of entry, they had to be killed because they had to balance the concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual realm and the problem of evolution points. When he left there, the level of the mutant creatures that left with him was indeed not very high. In the past 2 months, these subordinates who followed here, because they did not get the nourishment of spiritual liquid all the time, although they also gained a lot of spiritual energy in the spiritual rain, their overall average strength remained at around the 8th level. They still have potential, but they lack combat experience, and their levels cannot be raised. Now, Lin Ming mainly lets them guard the spiritual realm dozens of kilometers away, like a pack of wolves. And usually they are responsible for patrolling and reconnaissance. After all, the strange beasts have appeared several times from very far away. Whether it is a pack of wolves or these subordinates who joined later, they are all reserve troops that Lin Ming can dispatch at any time. However, since the last time the giant strange beast appeared, they have not appeared again in more than half a month. Although Lin Ming is almost always carefully sensing everything within this 200 kilometers, and materializing everything within this range with the ability to reconstruct the aura of all things, he has not obtained any traces or information about the strange beasts. in this vast spiritual realm. The pure white halo has not appeared again. As for the human side, he had never heard anyone talk about any information or content about the spirit beasts. And there was no eyewitness information at all. The strange beasts seemed to have never appeared and disappeared completely. But Lin Ming always felt that these ugly and mysterious things seemed to be holding back for a big wave. After so many failures, they could come up with new tricks every time. And they were indomitable. How could they give up so easily? They may appear in a few minutes. Or in dozens of days. Who knows? The human side didn't care much about the strange beasts at this time. Lin Ming learned that they were resting, repairing cities and transportation, migrating people, and clearing the spiritual realms near the huge city. Take Shangjing as an example. Xingyu and Fei Jun of the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower have wiped out dozens of spiritual realms of all sizes near Shangjing. Any monsters that can reach D level in the spiritual realm will be eliminated in large numbers, leaving no one behind. As for E and F levels, they are all living under strict surveillance. At the same time, because of the activity of these two heavenly towers, after the spiritual realm near Shangjing was safe, they even began to build high walls to further control and resist mutant creatures. Lin Ming didn't know what these humans were going to do at first. But when he saw that the gang in Rongqing City began to build walls with various construction machinery in the plain area 30 kilometers away from Rongqing, he realized that these people wanted to establish a buffer zone. Use this high wall as a buffer zone to cushion the impact of the tide of mutant creatures. Of course, when there is no spiritual rain, they will build a high wall while advancing into the spiritual realm to eliminate as many higher-level mutant creatures as possible. They think so beautifully. Lin Ming feels that humans seem to think things are too simple. Eliminate monsters and spirits above level D? The Nine-Layered Heaven Tower is the only one that can do this. They were already injured in the last spiritual rain. And it seems that they lost nearly 1/3 of the number of extraordinary people. And most of them are reserve forces of level D and E. They are short of manpower. And even if they add the troops of ordinary people with whom they have increasingly tense relations, they seem to be unable to do much. As for the various countries outside the Tang Kingdom, there is not much news. But the weakness of mankind has been fully revealed after this spiritual reign. Even if they still have technology and powerful weapons, they can still do very little in the face of increasingly powerful mutant creatures. But such a human being actually came up with such a ridiculous idea. Want to continuously eliminate the high-level mutant creatures in the spiritual realm? If the level of all mutant creatures remains unchanged from now on, and these 9 heavens towers are allowed to kill them, they will definitely not be able to kill them all, because there are too many of them. Not to mention, there are also him, the A-level demon king, and more than a dozen B-level demon spirits. Chapter 153, the first hypocritical B-class demon spirit. The morning sun rose, and the sea of clouds entangled on the peaks floated and gathered into a ball, like the sea, constantly rolling. The white and thick fog between the canyons rose to a height of nearly 100 meters, almost submerging the entire sea of trees. The green treetops were more like small islands floating in this white sea of fog. 2 white high-altitude reconnaissance planes, from far to near, gradually whizzed past the 7 Peaks mountain spirit realm, and then went straight to the west. After a while, a large number of helicopters and several armed transport planes also roared past, echoing in the canyon, and then disappeared in that direction again. Lin Ming had already fully known the movements of humans before these reconnaissance planes appeared. The place they were going to was the Goganda spirit realm nearly 500 kilometers away from him, not this 7 Peaks mountain valley. The reason for such a big fuss was that the 9 heavens towers believed that the first B-level demon spirit discovered in the territory of Tang was born there. However, the real so-called first B-level demon spirit in the territory of Tang was actually the mutant bamboo of Lin Ming. The second B-level demon spirit was the silver poison sky dragon in the Lingxiao Peak spirit realm. As for the third and fourth, they were all his subordinates. If the B-level demon spirits in the Goganda spirit realm were ranked, they would really be almost the 20th. However, humans relied too much on spiritual energy concentration measuring instruments and spiritual energy concentration detection satellites, and did not notice the previous 10 or so. In fact, they were only speculating on the existence of the silver poison sky dragon, and only knew that it was the spiritual energy concentration of B-level demon spirits. As for him, although these people really sensed something wrong with those machines at the beginning, they did completely flatten the Wantohai spirit realm. But they had nothing to gain, so they just let it go. If he had gone down to Earth to investigate, or even said so many reconnaissance planes, helicopters, armed transport planes, etc. to block the Wantohai's spirit realm earlier, his existence would have been exposed long ago. Now, these humans have directly sent a large number of extraordinary people and troops to attack that be-leveled demon spirit, 500 kilometers away. That is completely beyond Lin Ning control and perception range. At this time, Lin Ning can only use the aura reconstruction of all things to establish the embodiment of all things within 200 kilometers with him as the center in his mind. But it is completely impossible to exceed this range. As for the two abilities of Bamboo Root and Dense Fog Burst, they are also limited to 100 kilometers, and the maximum range is still a little small. Although the range of Dense Fog Burst can be increased by upgrading the ability, it is really obvious and easy to be seen. So for the time being, it is better to maintain the status quo. As for Bamboo Root, it must use the realm upgrade to increase its length. At present, with his level of 3 stages and 3 levels, it is still a long way to go to improve the realm. Originally, Lin Ning thought that he was already pretty good, but now he looked at it this way. He was still far behind. If there were 200, 300, or even nearly 1,000 kilometers of bamboo roots, then it would be really amazing. If that happened, he could hit whatever he wanted. However, at present, he could only get the information about the B-level demon spirit from the human side. The human side still used the old method to determine the exact location of the B-level demon spirit through the reconnaissance of the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite. To be honest, this was not easy. After all, the spiritual realm at this time was completely different from the past. After 2 spiritual reigns, countless small spiritual realms have gradually connected into a huge spiritual realm. Moreover, the total area of this huge spiritual realm is still expanding outward, reaching a very terrifying level. This also made countless spiritual realms that were originally green safety levels, as well as orange danger and red extremely dangerous spiritual realms connected into a whole piece. This caused the mutant creatures, who originally had a sense of territory, to regard the entire spiritual realm, which had become huge, as their own territory. They can move freely in this vast spiritual realm and will not be confined to the same place. Nowadays, all spiritual realms will no longer be divided into dangerous levels by color. Humans now only accurately mark and closely monitor those mutant creatures based on the value of the spiritual energy concentration detected by the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite in this vast spiritual realm. Lin Ning learned from the conversation between relevant people in Rongqing City that the B-level demon spirit that appeared in the original Guoganda spiritual realm was the one that was accurately marked before and was detected by the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite. The reason why it has not taken action for a long time is because the series of things caused by the previous strange beasts have made the 9 Heavens Tower exhausted. After that, another spiritual reign erupted, causing a considerable blow to Tang Kingdom and the 9-layered Heavens Tower. However, when the 9-layered Heavens Tower and Tang Kingdom had just recovered from the pain of the spiritual reign, they immediately took action against this huge threat. To be honest, Lin Ning really wanted to see what expressions he, an A-level demon king, and his dozen B-level demon spirit subordinates would have when they were suddenly discovered by humans. Despair? Anger? Fear? Madness? Maybe all of them. However, Lin Ning still wanted to improve his strength to a higher level, and also wanted to raise the realm of his subordinates to a stronger level. If he confronted humans head-on at that time, it might not be impossible that humans would not even be able to press the button of the nuclear bomb. And it is not impossible that they would be scared to death. Since he chose to hide in the beginning, he would hide until he became a big boss and then come out. Otherwise, it would be better to continue hiding and crush humans when he came out to a draw and shared the same strength. Looking at the helicopters and transport planes flying in the sky, Lin Ning was also sensing the strength of the extraordinary people they were carrying. At the same time, he was also collecting more intelligence. This time, the 9-layered heavenly tower seemed to be out in full force. In addition to Shui Yuqing, who was killed by him, and Zheng Guodong who went crazy, there are now 7 heavenly tower level extraordinary people left. This time, they all went out and went there. And this time, there were countless sea-level extraordinary people who followed. Of course, the Tang Kingdom also sent a large number of troops and weapons. Lin Ning also saw helicopters carrying various armored vehicles, tanks, and cannons flying over. And there were also many large transport planes full of soldiers. It seems that they still attach great importance to this battle. And it seems that they must use the maximum force to eliminate what they think is the first B-level demon spirit. But according to Lin Ning perception, the reason why the human side attaches so much importance is that they want to greatly enhance their overall image and overall confidence after killing the B-level demon spirit this time. This was almost exactly the same as the starting point of their last trip to the Wanjusi spirit realm. Last time, in the Wanjusi spirit realm, humans had the same idea and went to the Wanjusi spirit realm, which was full of mysteries, even though they didn't know what was in the Wanjusi and what had happened. Although Lin Ning sensed that there was indeed a captain of the spiritual chi detection department who guessed most of it. This guy seemed to be completely unpopular with everyone and had been thrown out of the spiritual chi detection department and sent to a very marginal small department to guard the gate and distribute newspapers. In this regard, Lin Ning really felt that humans were really amazing. Obviously, they all thought that what the unlucky captain said might be true. But in the eyes of that high-level person, this kind of thing was nonsense. Those people above didn't seem to care about whether there were B-level or A-level demon spirits and demon kings. What they cared about was whether they could flatten the Wanjusi spirit realm, so as to create some so-called encouragement of confidence, so-called improvement of image, and so-called creation of human hope. However, Lin Ning really didn't expect that humans were still thinking about these useless things at this time. With this spirit, wouldn't it be better to discover more extraordinary people and improve the overall strength of extraordinary people? Even if more people are sent to repair those high walls that only serve as buffers, it would be fine. Or building a large number of underground cities would also be a better preparation for the possible revival of spiritual reign in the future. Lin Ning felt that if he were to come, he would definitely be better than those who are in charge now. But think about it carefully. It is impossible for them not to do that. Now, under the background of the revival of spiritual energy, humans have changed from the masters of the past, from the rulers of the planets in the past, to poor creatures struggling under mutant creatures. At this time, they still stubbornly believe that they should be the ones standing at the highest point. It seems that they are completely unable to recognize their own position. Moreover, it seems that the contradiction between ordinary people and extraordinary people is getting deeper and deeper. Lin Ning can feel similar complaints from the extraordinary people on the helicopter, especially Xingyu, the first tower of the 9-layered heaven tower, who always likes to call himself a dog. This guy might become another uncertain factor. Lin Ning vaguely remembered that the private organization called Superhuman Association was used as a gun when it was still underdeveloped, and finally existed in name only, and was directly integrated and merged into the 9-layered heaven tower. Now, as the 9-layered heaven tower directly under the Tang Kingdom, will it have to do this again? Lin Ning just thought it was a bit ridiculous, and felt that humans were really pathetic in the face of the era of spiritual energy revival that is related to life. Facing the survival crisis in their own eyes, they still think about the difference between superhumans and ordinary people, and the question of who is better and who is worse. It's really, if this continues, before the mutant creatures come, humans may really be killed by themselves. Lin Ning feels that he may have really overestimated these humans. They may have powerful science, powerful weapons, and superhumans with various powerful abilities. But their stupid decisions one after another, and their endless fighting with each other may lead to severe punishment when the next spiritual reign breaks out. It may come from the spiritual realm, from the mutant creatures, or even from the entire era of spiritual energy revival. Chapter 154. What is it like to continue to become stronger, without the disturbance of humans, and the trouble of sudden attacks from strange beasts? Lin Ning felt that this was a great time to strengthen his strength. Lin Ning felt that since the Wantohai spirit realm moved here, it seemed that there had never been a time when it was as quiet as it is now. Before, either humans or strange beasts took turns to appear, which was annoying. Now it is really not easy to be so quiet. Humans are busy dealing with the newly appeared B-level monsters, and strange beasts have not appeared again. Lin Ning found that he had accumulated a lot of evolutionary points without realizing it, compared to the beginning when he could only photosynthesize, absorb the spiritual energy in groundwater and soil, etc. Lin Ning now has many more ways to obtain evolutionary points. Killing mutant creatures, collecting spirit stones to absorb the spiritual energy in them, collecting new subordinates, the birth of new cubs among subordinates, and accumulating in the reign when the spiritual reign breaks out. These all contribute to his evolutionary points to a certain extent, especially when a subordinate gave birth to a new cub. he would be given nearly 100 evolution points, which was even more profitable than recruiting a new subordinate. At that time, when the wolf pack gave birth to a lot of cubs, the system kept reminding the background to enter a large number of evolution points. But at that time, everything had to start over. And basically he didn't care. After Bai Qi gave birth to 2 cubs, the system reminded again in the background. And Lin Ning didn't pay attention to it because of various things at that time. But later, thinking about it, this is indeed a big income. However, giving birth to a small cub will give nearly 100 evolution points. Does the system mean to encourage subordinates to have a total number of explosions? Evolution points are simply too useful. After all, there are so many abilities. But because there are too many abilities, even if there is only 1 evolution point, Lin Ning wants to use it in the most appropriate place. After all, some abilities have evolved after continuous upgrades. And the evolution points required are also increasing day by day. Just like after evolving from breath perception to reconstruction of the aura of all things. If you want to upgrade this ability, the evolution points to the next level will become 32,000 points. However, after upgrading once, the power is more powerful than before, and it is worth the evolution points spent. Lin Ning looked at his attribute panel and found that there seemed to be a lot of changes. Race, Demon Blood Bamboo. Evolution points, 85605. Realm, Level 3. Stage 3. Ability, Bloodleaf /LV5, 800 pieces. Effective attack range 1000 meters. Attack power 250, evolvable. Attack speed 550 meters/second, evolvable. Can be sent out at the same time, giving the enemy a piece of damage or a full range of damage. With a powerful attack power that can break metal. Rock Breaking Bamboo Whip LV2, 130 pieces. Effective attack range 200 meters. Attack power 400, evolvable. No matter how hard the rock is, it can't withstand a blow. Spiritual Fluid LV7 further promotes the evolution of mutant creatures, and can also treat most injuries and abnormal conditions such as poisoning. Extreme Resurrection LV5, after the subject encounters a great trauma, it can recover to 50% of its normal size and 50% of its strength in an instant. Aura Force Field Shielding LV3, you can selectively shield the aura concentration of any creature within 100 kilometers, with no upper limit. Aura Reconstruction of All Things LV1, you can sense the breath of all living and non-living things within 200 kilometers. Transform the actions of all living things within the range, and mark all non-living things. Fog Burst LV7, activate the main body. Freely create a thick fog that covers the vision and covers itself, with a range of up to 100 kilometers. Toxin Creation LV5, secrete deadly toxins, paralyze and poison the enemy, and even corrode the enemy. It is ineffective for creatures that have drunk spiritual liquid. Spirit Language, within the range of the consciousness field, you can communicate freely with subordinates who have established relationships with consciousness. Mobile Root System LV1, you can shrink all bamboo roots and move long distances, but it will also damage 90% of the root system and its strength. Dragon Strangling LV1, use the powerful root system to strangle the opponent, but it is generally effective when encountering a strong enemy. To be honest, every time I look at this attribute panel, Lin Ning can't help but think about how powerful he is. But after several battles with humans and monsters, Lin Ning felt that his strength was still far from strong enough. After all, if the enemy knew that his operational range was only 100 kilometers, he could be quite safe as long as he hid and attacked from 101 kilometers away. Although Lin Ning could still rely on his powerful subordinates to attack him from 100 kilometers away. Just like when the giant monster appeared last time. Ordinary attacks and elemental attribute attacks were ineffective, and his subordinates were caught in a dilemma of whether to retreat or not. And he was very uncomfortable when he could not contact those monsters. Either he had to wait for the beast to come to his attack range, or he had to expect his subordinates to be able to help. But if this happened every time, it would be very annoying. So Lin Ning also wanted to reach the 4th level as soon as possible, and at the same time hoped that when he reached the 4th level, he would have an attack range where he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing. More than 85,000 evolution points. And as time went by, this number would gradually increase. During this period of time, with the reconstruction of the aura of all things and the efforts of his subordinates, Lin Ning did indeed harvest quite a lot of spirit stones. However, the quality of the spirit stones here was much worse. and taking one out at random would only give him a dozen evolution points. Although the number was large, it was still quite difficult to find. And generally speaking, it was just a drop in the bucket. There were still quite a few soul pills of mutant creatures hanging on the branches. But it seemed that this thing could only add some spiritual energy to itself. And there was no evolution point at all. It would be better to give it directly to the subordinates, and let them upgrade and evolve directly. In general, the current source of evolution points is still in the aspect of recruiting new subordinates, and letting them reproduce naturally. However, more than 80,000 evolution points can also upgrade the existing abilities as a whole. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Ming began the elimination method. After all, there are too many abilities, and he must distribute them reasonably. For example, Blood Blade Slash and Rock Breaking Bamboo Whip are basically not used very often. At least no enemy can enter within 100 kilometers of him, and will not be killed by him. Moreover, Lin Ming also found that every time he upgraded his realm, this ability would become more powerful. And even when he upgraded his level, this ability would gradually increase. So it is a waste to use precious evolution points on this. It is better to let them upgrade naturally. The same waste is the two abilities of Mobile Root System and Dragon Strangling. Anyway, Lin Ming has not discovered what the two are used for now. As a third level A-class Demon King, even if he simply touches the opponent with a bamboo root, it is extremely terrifying. When dealing with strong enemies, he is 100% sure that he can use bamboo roots and extreme regeneration to blow them up. For example, the giant alien beast last time, as long as it enters his attack range. Even if it has this or that special barrier, Lin Ming can destroy it in the shortest time. Among the remaining abilities, the Spiritual Force Field Shield has reached LV3, and it needs 32,000 evolution points to evolve again, which is the same as before upgrading to level 5. The required evolution points are the same as before LV6, but if you want to upgrade it from LV5 to LV6, you need 64,000 points, and each time before was 32,000 points. This ability is enough for now, so put it aside for now. The three abilities of Spiritual Liquid, Toxin Creation, and Thick Fog Explosion are not very useful at present, so they will not be used for the time being. The remaining two abilities are Extreme Regeneration and Reconstruction of the Aura of all things. Both of these are survival skills, but the difference is that the special use of Extreme Regeneration can be used in conjunction with bamboo roots to attack bean sprouts that break the skull, so it is also very important. Extreme Regeneration has never been upgraded because it is not used for the time being. But now I think it is better to upgrade this ability to an advanced level. With a move of consciousness, evolution points poured like water. And soon, Extreme Regeneration reached LV9. The Extreme Regeneration ability has reached the maximum level, and has been upgraded to create a new life. Even if it is hit by a devastating blow, it will instantly restore its original state, and it can increase or decrease the volume of any part at will. The system prompt sound came soon. However, it is not over yet. Ding! Get a new ability. Empathy and Imitation. You can imitate the elemental power possessed by the subordinates beside you, but you can only imitate one at a time. No time limit. Oh! New ability. Although at the beginning, after seeing the Extreme Regeneration directly upgraded to the ability to create new life, there is no sign of level upgrade. But this ability seems to have a bug, right? Even if it is hit by a destructive blow, it can instantly recover to its original state. Does that mean that it can fight a nuclear bomb? Moreover, it can also expand and shrink the volume of any part at will. It seems to be the same as Gene Lin ability. So, Lin Ming consciousness moved, and the bamboo leaves on his bamboo branch instantly grew from a length of more than 10 centimeters to a giant blood leaf of 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide. And the consciousness moved again, and this huge leaf turned into a small thing less than 1 centimeter and a few millimeters wide. Oh! Lin Ming knew that he had a great ability. Although the bamboo roots before could regenerate infinitely, they could not change the diameter size, and could only allow more fine roots to emit from the surface to expand the volume. Now, a thin root of Lin Ming emerged from the soil. He was conscious, and soon, the root grew from a few centimeters in diameter to nearly 8 meters in diameter. It seemed that only one root could make the other party feel like bean sprouts had broken their heads. As for another new ability, Lin Ming was even more delighted, imitating the abilities of his subordinates. And there was no time limit. Then, Lin Ning looked at the giant monkey Shui Yuan not far from him and urged his spiritual energy. Instantly, the 8-meter diameter giant tree root caught fire. Chapter 155: The significance of the expedition to Class B demon spirits. The towering mountains are covered with white snow. The valleys and canyons are covered with greenery and vast forests. The whistling sound of the mountain wind, accompanied by the roar of propellers and engines, echoed for a long time. Hundreds of helicopters carrying a large number of 9-layered heaven towers gradually landed on the ruins of the old Goganda city, which was completely enveloped by the Goganda spirit realm. Goganda city was one of the first cities to be relocated as a whole. This small mountain city, which originally had a population of only tens of thousands, was originally close to the hinterland of several spiritual realms. Before the first spiritual reign broke out, quite a number of residents moved as a whole towards Rongqing City. After all, this place is only more than 500 kilometers away from Rongqing City. Although the roads are rugged and there are many mountain roads, they basically bypass the spiritual realms of all sizes. The people who were originally mining workers had basically moved away before the first spiritual reign broke out. Thanks to this, the population loss in Goganda City was relatively small when the first spiritual reign broke out. But even if it was relatively small, there were nearly 2,000 people who did not want to evacuate. After the first spiritual reign broke out, they were easily turned into inanimate objects by the mutant creatures in the Goganda spirit realm more than 10 kilometers away and the Chabulan spirit realm on the other side. The originally prosperous and lively Goganda city was also reduced to ruins under the impact of mutant creatures. But at this time, this ruin has not been completely swallowed by the green. And a military airport originally built here has become the best landing place for these helicopters and armed transport planes. It didn't take long for the helicopter group to gradually land. After they put down a large number of extraordinary people, they gradually lifted up and drove away from here to find a place to park in the ruins. After all, there are still huge armed transport planes that need to land, which are loaded with soldiers with heavy equipment, as well as howitzers, tanks and other heavy weapons specially designed for long-range attacks and area killing. In order to adapt to the era of spiritual energy recovery and effectively strike mutant creatures, the level of human science and technology is also advancing by leaps and bounds. The newly invented armor-piercing incendiary composite bombs and various types of shotguns, although they cannot deal with mutant creatures of the level of B-level monsters, are quite effective against mutant creatures below level C in the spiritual realm. And this battle to eliminate the newly emerged B-level monsters in the Goganda spiritual realm is also an opportunity to test these new weapons. The abandoned airport was stirred up by the takeoff and landing of helicopters. The extraordinary people who got off the helicopters, under the command of Xingyu and Fei Jun, quickly approached the edge of the area, waiting for the landing of soldiers and heavy weapons. At the same time, they were also waiting for the order to attack. The existence of B-level monsters for one day will pose a greater threat to humans. This is not the first time they have hunted B-level monsters. Before, in the Hemming Federation, they had killed the B-level monster Ice Soul Giant Wolf. Although Xingyu and Fei Jun were both on missions and unable to go, Zheng Guodong, the strongest transcendent at the time, completed a realm breakthrough and killed the B-level demon spirit that humans once feared in the shortest time. This time, Tang State sent almost all the elites it could. All 7 heavenly towers of the 9 heavenly tower were dispatched, and they also brought nearly 100 C-level transcendents, and more than 300 D-level transcendents. And this time, they also sent the heavy weapons corps that had performed brilliantly in several spiritual realm extermination battles to help. Not to mention heavy weapons such as howitzers, and tanks loaded with the latest standard ammunition. Even without those ordinary soldiers and heavy weapons, those transcendents alone were enough to subdue this B-level demon spirit. But the meaning above was very clear. This was a very important battle. The second spiritual reign broke out, and mutant creatures were rampant. In the devastated city, the gradually desperate humans need a shot of cardiotonic to cheer up again. And the appearance of this B-level demon spirit is undoubtedly the best opportunity for humans. At this moment, not only the Tang Kingdom, but even countries all over the world are paying attention to this B-level demon spirit crusade. If they win as expected, then the entire human race will cheer up again, regain confidence, and become stronger and more united. If they fail, although this situation is almost impossible, if it really comes to this, then these people don't have to come back. After all, this time, there are too many things at stake. Humanity is already very fragile. With the takeoff and landing of heavy armed transport planes, soon there was a large crowd of people on this abandoned airport. There are not many people in the extraordinary team, and there are less than 500 people in total. As for the soldiers, this time there are nearly 5,000. Then 10 tanks, 10 howitzers, and dozens of other heavy weapons landed slowly. More than 400 extraordinary people stood up straight and looked straight ahead, while the heavy weapon corps of 5,000 people were also arranged in an orderly manner with strong discipline. Above them, several helicopters were flying at low altitudes to shoot, although they could not broadcast synchronously. Everything here was being watched by the whole world at all times. Xingyu stood in front of everyone, glanced at the 5 commanders in front of the heavily armed heavy weapon corps 100 meters away, and then turned his eyes back to his companions in front of him. I believe I don't need to say more. He took a deep breath and said, "This is not the first time we have faced mutant creatures." Everyone in the 9 heavens towers in front of him had a very serious face. B-level demon spirit. Even if there are B-level extraordinary people among them, there will be casualties when facing B-level demon spirits. The reason is that although the concentration of spiritual energy in the bodies of B-level demon spirits and B-level extraordinary people is similar, they are not of the same order of magnitude at all. Mutated creatures, no matter what kind of herbivores or carnivores they were before, or insects, birds, reptiles, etc., after they become mutant creatures in this era of spiritual energy recovery, their advantages will be further expanded, not to mention the much larger body size. Fangs, claws, venom, armor. Everything they originally had was far more powerful than humans. The survival of the fittest in nature. The remaining species themselves have a variety of weapons to ensure that they are enough to survive under the influence of humans. And after the spiritual energy is revived, this strength has become even more terrifying. Even a sea-level mutant hare, with its speed, jumping ability, and sharp teeth, as long as it takes an attacking posture, it can easily kill dozens of people instantly. Nowadays, no one would think that one or several B-level extraordinary people can kill a B-level demon spirit, although it has never happened that a B-level extraordinary person and a B-level demon spirit directly confront each other. The most recent B-level demon hunting battle was the B-level demon of the Hemming Federation. It was besieged by hundreds of sea-level extraordinary people from the 9-layered heaven tower and trapped in the barrier. In the end, it was finally killed by Zheng Guodong, a B-level extraordinary person with a counter-attribute. Now, the top people in the entire 9-layered heaven tower are gathered here. There are 2 B-level, 97 C-level, and 342 D-level people. After the outbreak of the spiritual reign, all the elites that the 9-layered heaven tower can take out are these people. It can be said that compared with the previous B-level demon hunting battle of Hemming, if this group of people went up, the Ice Soul Giant Wolf would not last that long. What's more, there are also the heavy weapons of many soldiers, and the blessing of heavy weapons. Although heavy weapons are useless at all, they are just good looking. In order to achieve the most beautiful results, eliminate the B-level demon in the shortest time, and make this battle more beautiful. All these are necessary. I won't say much. With your abilities, according to our original tactics, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with this B-level demon spirit. Xingyu eyes swept over every person in the 9 heavens tower. These people were all his subordinates and his companions. They were also the most important extraordinary people like him, who went through life and death just to protect the safety of the people with their own bodies. This time, the only request I have for you is, don't die. In front of this leader, the eyes of every person in the 9 heavens tower suddenly became moist. Everyone is doomed to die, especially for us extraordinary people, who have too many opportunities to face death. Xingyu paused. Spiritual energy bursts. Biological mutations. We may die at any time for various reasons. But, dying here is not worth it. Xingyu scanned everyone's face. See those soldiers? What are they doing here? What are those broken copper and iron for? Everyone turned their heads and looked at the well-trained soldiers in the distance, and at the brand-new heavy weapons, with confusion in their eyes. These people and these weapons are useless against B-level monsters. B-level monsters can almost ignore all hot weapon attacks. As for ordinary people, the soldiers are lovely and respectable, and they are all standing here to defend their ideals, with the determination to sacrifice here. But they are no match for the B-level monsters. And perhaps, they can't even deal with some C-level monsters. They came here under orders, and with a grand momentum, They showed everyone behind the camera the determination and momentum of ordinary people in this wave of spiritual energy revival. Only extraordinary people can deal with this level of demons. Of course, if you insist. There are also nuclear bombs, Xingyu said, smiling. But what makes us better than nuclear bombs is that we can achieve the same results with the lowest price. But our price is death. No one wants to die, especially for unknown reasons. Xingyu looked up at the sky. Shui Yuqing is dead. The third heaven tower just died like that. After so long, only our companions remember his name is Shui Yuqing. He is our third heaven tower. Our brother. Our buddy. And the silly little guy who shares the same ideal with us. What about our superiors? His death cannot even be spread outside, but is kept as a secret. A top secret. At this time, everyone in the Nine Heavens Tower had a red face. The outside world knows about our 9-layered sky tower. The first tower is owned by me. The second tower is owned by Fei Jun. The third tower is owned by Shui Yuqing. The fourth tower is owned by Luo Ming. The fifth tower is owned by Zhao Shufei. The sixth tower is owned by Li Wei. The seventh tower is owned by Zheng Guodong. The eighth tower is owned by Dong Wei. And the ninth tower is owned by Cheng Yu. But they don't know that the third tower is dead, and the seventh tower is crazy. They don't know what we all know. They don't know about the deaths and injuries of us. Xingyu looked at the soldiers. No one will care about us. No one will mention us. And even our contributions will be forgotten. The last cameras in the sky shot only the soldiers cheering on the corpses of the demons with their guns raised, with the heavy weapons behind them. Although the soldiers were confused and bewildered. Why did it become like this? But they could only do it. They could only do it. Aren't ordinary people like them always like this? What did the report of Wanzhou Lingjing write? The victory of mankind. What's in the photo? Those soldiers cheering hard. What about us? What about us? What about us? Xingyu shook his head helplessly and took a deep breath. For the ideals and ambitions in our hearts, we don't need to care about honor, money, or rights. But the blood we shed and the lives we sacrificed in the spiritual realm are not valuable. One died. One went crazy. And we couldn't even tell anyone. The last time Shui Yuqing mother asked me how my son was doing and whether he was doing well, I held it in until my teeth bit my tongue. And I could only tell her that her son was a hero. The most powerful 9-layered sky tower. And protected many people. But what about others? What about others? Just for the so-called face. Even people who die can't die? The eyes of the crowd were wet again. And their clenched fists also made a clattering sound. Ordinary people envy us. And they are also afraid of us. In their eyes, we humans with extraordinary powers are more willing to treat us as aliens than as saviors. And even think that we are dangerous creatures like those mutants. What are the extraordinary people in our 9 Heavens Tower? Xingyu shook his head. I sincerely hope that ordinary people and extraordinary people can coexist harmoniously and work together to repel those mutant creatures that put us humans on the brink of extinction. But at present, it is impossible. Let alone ordinary people. Their current behavior makes me, a superhuman, feel that we are two hostile parties that should be tit for tat. Xingyu sighed and looked at everyone. Maybe I am not suitable to be the first heaven tower. Nor am I worthy of being the 9th heaven tower. Just because I don't want to be a dog. I just want to be equal to those ordinary people. But such a thing is impossible. At least not now. I know that among everyone's relatives, there are ordinary people. And everyone has become a supernatural person from an ordinary person. We will always defend the ideals in our hearts. As dogs, what we can do now is to help our masters complete dangerous tasks. But as you, the boss of this group of dogs, the brothers of you dogs, I, Xingyu, still have only one thing to say. In this battle, no one is allowed to die. It's a waste of death. It's better to live well, and live to see the day when the mutant creatures are completely defeated. As a dog, you must have the backbone of a dog. Yes. Everyone in the 9 Heavens Tower shouted loudly. Okay. Tomorrow morning, hunt B-level monsters. The barrier group and the special ability group have a heavy burden. Cover me and Fei Jun assault, Xingyu said, with his back to the crowd. He knew he had said too much that he couldn't say. But he knew he had to say it. Recently, almost everyone in the 9 Heavens Tower couldn't hold it back. After all, the shackles around the neck are much heavier than before. Despite this, the time is not yet ripe. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Chapter 156 Weird Angle. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky gradually brightened, and there was still a hint of chill in the late spring in the mountains. In order to maximize the combat effectiveness, the Nine Heavens Tower and soldiers who arrived at the ruins of Goganda City in the evening did not choose to go directly into the hinterland. The assault time was chosen in the early morning, which is the standard time when attacking the spiritual realm. At this time, the various mutant creatures in the spiritual realm are in a stage with a very low frequency of activity, which is convenient for them to advance quickly. Now, the extraordinary people and soldiers dare to rest in this spiritual realm at night, thanks to the extraordinary people in the barrier group who sacrificed their sleep and held on all night. After all, so many people came to the spiritual realm, and the mutant creatures outside could not be unaware. Their keen sense of smell and perception of danger made them very interested in this ruins where many humans gathered. However, several extremely solid barriers covering a large area kept them out. After resting for a night, the extraordinary people and soldiers were able to obtain the latest data from the Spiritual Energy Concentration Detection Satellite to determine the approximate activity range of Class B demon spirits. Just a few dozen minutes ago, the helicopter dropped the trajectory map of the place with the highest spiritual power peak in the spiritual realm in the past 10 hours, which was the trajectory of the movement of Class B demon spirits, to the 9-layered heaven tower and soldiers who had been waiting for a long time below. After receiving this information, Xingyu from the 9-layered heaven tower and several commanders from the soldiers also quickly made preparations. Line up. Nearly 500 9-layered heaven towers stood straight, and those soldiers were even more vigorous. Several brothers in the barrier group. You have worked hard. You can rest now. Xingyu looked at his companions in the barrier group, who looked tired and had a lot of used spiritual stones piled around them, and gave an order. The 9-layered heaven towers in the barrier group gritted their teeth and stood up, untied the barrier. At the same time, tens of thousands of black liquids suddenly dispersed in all directions of the barrier with Xingyu as the center. The countless mutant creatures that were still roaring in the barrier were hit by these black liquids and fell to the ground and died instantly. The rest who had not reacted were suddenly cut off their heads by a storm. You know, the range of the entire barrier is 500 meters. In just a blink of an eye, these mutant creatures with no intelligence and only F or E grades were all destroyed. Fei Jun put away his knife. His face was cold, and he instantly appeared in the team of the 9 Heavens Tower in a black dress. Xingyu glanced at him and nodded to express his gratitude. The soldiers have also gathered. As extraordinary people, they must march in front of these soldiers, in order to minimize casualties. After all, compared with the soldiers, these extraordinary people are much tougher. The last activity of the B-level demon spirit was at 11 o'clock, 17 kilometers away. Marching quickly, Xingyu suddenly shouted. Yes! The extraordinary people set off first, and Xingyu and Fei Jun were the first. Thousands of black liquids were floating around Xingyuishan. From time to time, these ink dots would rush out and kill a mutant creature that tried to rush over. Fei Jun's long sword also suddenly appeared after his sudden disappearance, and was pulled out of the scabbard from time to time, making a creepy sound. The two B-level extraordinary people took the lead, and the people behind them felt relieved. They ran in the giant tree forest at the fastest time, and the soldiers followed them in a rapid march. As for the heavy weapons such as tanks and howitzers, they could not move forward after only opening more than 100 meters. This was all expected by Xingyu and the extraordinary people. Those things are really just decorations, used to make photos and videos look better when defeating B-level creatures. However, as the alarm of the portable aura concentration meter on everyone's wrist sounded, everyone slowed down again and released flares to remind the soldiers behind to follow. B-level demon spirit is coming to us. Everyone pay attention. The barrier group activated their own aura and was ready to release the barrier at any time. Xingyu knew that even if so many of them attacked a B-level demon spirit, they would definitely win. But in order to avoid death, caution was necessary. The soldiers behind him gradually followed, and after exchanging a few words with Xingyu, they also followed the extraordinary people to act together. In this way, they could enter the barrier as quickly as possible to avoid harm. Boom! However, before their coalition army had gone far, they suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound. And then, the tremor of the earth suddenly came. Attention! It's coming to us! The barrier group is ready. As soon as Xingyu finished speaking, a huge sound of tree trunks breaking came, and the tremor of the earth also reached its limit at the same time. Hiss! Hey! 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 Suddenly, everyone heard a roar coming from very close. It was extremely harsh and hard-shaking. Boundary group. With a buzzing sound. Dozens of barriers instantly enveloped everyone. Boom! At the same time, a huge black shadow crashed into the dozens of barriers with a bang, and directly penetrated more than 10 layers. Boundary group continued to reinforce. More than 10 barriers appeared again. This is... Xingyu narrowed his eyes, and looked at the huge black shadow like a hill in front of him. However, in the dim light, he still couldn't see clearly. At this time, the huge black shadow shook its head vigorously and retreated backwards, making roars and huge exhalations that almost deafened everyone's ears. Fire! At Xingyu command, dozens of flames flashed, and the huge black shadow also revealed its true appearance. At that time, it was a super giant wild boar nearly 10 meters tall. But at this time, even its two burnt yellow fangs were 1 meter thick and 5 meters long. The whole body was covered with brown hair like a long sword, and the extremely long black hair on the back even extended to more than 10 meters behind the tail. Everyone also saw that the tip of the fangs of this B-level demon spirit had a series of dark blue electric currents flashing. TSK. This is tricky. It's an electric system. Xingyu only thought for a moment. And this B-level demon spirit rushed over again. There was another loud bang, and more than 10 layers of barriers were destroyed again. The barrier team hurried to repair it. Fei Jun disappeared in an instant, and suddenly appeared near the demon spirit's eyes, with a flash of cold light. With 2 puffs, thick blood flowed out from the eyes of the giant beast. The dragon throws the universe. With Fei Jun roar, the 2 long spears behind him, like a dragon, pierced deeply into the eye sockets of the huge wild boar. Bang! At this moment, the B-level demon spirit suddenly lowered its head and swung it, and a fang stabbed Fei Jun at a weird angle. TSK. After Fei Jun dodged with his ability, he was also secretly surprised. With a glance, he seemed to have a weird black shadow lying on this B-level demon spirit. Old Xing. On its head. Fei Jun roared. Chapter 157 The Choice of the Monsters. There is no doubt that the shadow lying on the head of the monster makes people think that it is a strange beast. The shining flare was fired into the sky, and everyone saw the true form of the shadow in an instant. Strange beast? Fei Jun drew his knife, and a cold light flashed. Dang! However, Fei Jun's knife directly hit the huge horn of the roaring B-level monster that suddenly raised its head. Xingyu! Fei Jun shouted, and then a black liquid rushed out like an arrow, blasting the head of the strange beast straight through and turning it into a sieve. At the same time, the B-level demon spirit suddenly howled again, and then countless blue-purple lightning, accompanied by its earth-shaking howling, gradually spread from the double horns to the front of the head, and became extremely huge. TSK. Trouble. Xingyu knew it was not good, and quickly commanded, Earth-type, Rock-type, prepare double barriers. The strange blue-purple lightning touched the giant trees and plants next to it, and instantly burned and pierced them. For a while, rumbling and crackling noises intersected, and a strong smell of burning came continuously. Be prepared for defense. Boundary type. Hold on. Xingyu did not expect that the thunder element possessed by this B-level demon spirit was so tricky, and even mixed with other elements. Next, they could only defend like this before the opponent's attack, compared to the previous time when it was controlled by the alien beast and could only violently collide. The blue-purple lightning emitted by the B-level demon spirit in front of them was its truly terrifying strength. Everyone present knew that at this time, they could do nothing but defend. No one knew whether such a defense could withstand this attack, whether it was Xingyu or Fei Jun. Their abilities could not play any role in front of this giant wild boar that was completely wrapped in lightning. However, at this moment, suddenly, Xingyu, who had just made a layer of ink defense, found that a white ring appeared a few meters above the head of the B-level demon spirit that was about to use the violent lightning strike. Then, one after another, the strange beast directly hit the head of the strange beast, and the terrifying lightning arc gradually shrank at this time, and finally extinguished. Everyone did not react for a while, and the B-level demon spirit started the next round of collision. However, its attack power at this time was completely different from that just now. Xingyu and Fei Jun looked at each other, and the others looked at each other. They all looked at the strange beast that was lying on the giant wild boar again and controlling it. And suddenly understood something. Boundary group. Prepare to trap it when it hits you. As soon as Xingyu finished speaking, the giant wild boar rushed over and shattered more than a dozen layers of barriers in an instant. However, the extraordinary people also released more layers of barriers at the same time, completely wrapping it up. Next, Xingyu looked at Fei Jun, Dong Wei and Chengyu. Several people rushed out at the same time. More than 10 minutes later, the huge body of the B-level demon spirit fell to the ground with the rising sun. The dozen or so strange beasts on its head were also thrown to the ground or directly crushed to pieces as it fell to the ground. Xingyu walked to the side of the few living strange beasts, and the ink droplets easily penetrated the vital points of each one. At this moment, on the battlefield, the billowing smoke and dust had gradually dissipated, and the task of defeating the B-level demon spirit, which everyone thought was extremely difficult, was completed in a very short time. And the extreme change on the battlefield was the appearance of the strange beasts. When the alien beast controls the B-level demon spirit, the demon spirit's attack can only be a collision. Without the control of the alien beast, the demon spirit will become extremely terrifying, using its own powerful and crazy thunder element ability to instantly suppress all extraordinary people and soldiers. Fortunately, those unwilling alien beasts appeared again, and the attack of the B-level demon spirit also became a mindless rush again. Chengyu. At that time on the coastline, Xingyu frowned and kicked the dead body of the alien beast. It was a special type, which was the one that had deeply penetrated the head of the B-level demon spirit with its tentacles. Xingtian Tower. That's right. Chengyu remembered the situation at that time. Those controlled B-level demon spirits would only charge forward, and when facing the barrier, they would only bump around like this big wild boar, without any sign of releasing their own power. Xingyu nodded. The difference is that after the beast above their heads was killed, the B-level demon spirits in the sea retreated back into the ocean, and did not struggle to death, and use the violent lightning like the wild boar demon spirit that mastered the lightning element. If we had killed the beast at the beginning, maybe this B-level demon spirit would have left? Fei Jun was thinking beside him. Xingyu did not answer. No one can say for sure or know about this kind of thing. Although B-level demons have a fairly developed intelligence, no one can imagine what they are thinking. According to human understanding, mutant creatures have been engraved with the mark of destroying humans in their genes since they were born. They have a powerful strength that they have never had before. With the outbreak of spiritual rain, they rush out of the spiritual realm with rich spiritual energy, constantly expanding their habitat, and at the same time tearing up the vast area originally occupied by humans, devouring them. They don't care what humans will do, and don't care whether humans attack them. They will just sow the seeds of destruction, attack every human they see, destroy human civilization with fangs, sharp teeth, and venom, and at the same time continue to expand the area of the alien realm. However, in the two spiritual reigns before and after, humans did not observe any records of B-level demons attacking cities. You know, when the spiritual reign broke out, the B-level demons in the ocean never attacked the coastal city once. The huge tsunami caused by several B-level demon spirits in Neon before was full of doubts now. And it did not happen when the spiritual reign broke out. Xingyu thought of Wanjusi's spirit realm again, and the A-level demon king who was determined to exist at that time. Why didn't the mutant creatures of that destructive level attack human cities and cause great disasters? Could it be because of this? In the battle just now, they didn't find any abnormalities at first. But after Fei Jun used conventional combat to block the sight of the B-level demon spirit, they found that the B-level demon spirit was actually controlled by a strange beast. After that, Xingyu didn't think too much. Facing the chaos of the beast joining, he did not hesitate to use ink drops to penetrate the head of the beast. But this made the battle situation take a sharp turn for the worse. What if Fei Jun discovered the existence of the beast before using conventional tactics at the beginning and killed it? Just like the question raised by Chengyu. Would the B-level demon spirit turn around and leave directly? Xingyu didn't know. No one present knew. They only knew that after the strange beast reappeared, they killed the huge B-level demon spirit that was as big as a hill. It was killed very easily. The violent lightning before was like an illusion in this person's mind. If it weren't for the strange beast, they would not be able to defeat it so quickly here. Okay. Our mission is completed. Next. Xingyu suddenly heard a rumbling sound in the air at this time. It was the roar of heavy-duty helicopters. They all carried heavy weapons such as howitzers and tanks, and were about to put those heavy weapons that could not be driven to this place here one by one. After that, wait until those who are the protagonists in the camera. The soldiers stand on the B-level demon spirit. The heavy weapons are separated on the left and right. And they, the 9-layered tower, stand in the corner. A photo with considerable significance will be taken. Really? Enough? Xing Yu closed his lips and looked at the soldiers, who were also confused. At this time, they also looked at the extraordinary people with the same eyes. Chapter 158: The Pathetic People. Haha. Interesting. After using the upgraded ability to reconstruct the aura of all things, Lin Ning could not help but sigh in his heart after he visualized this wonderful battle in his mind. After upgrading the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things to level 3, he could finally completely visualize all the living and non-living things within 1,000 kilometers with him as the center in his mind. In addition, he also had the ability to visualize elemental power. For example, if Zhui Yuan used the ability of fire at a distance of 900 kilometers, Lin Ning could visualize the size, shape, and everything else of the flame in his mind. And when he immediately visualized the battle between humans and B-level monsters more than 500 kilometers away, this ability was quickly put to use. However, this battle between humans and B-level monsters was too dramatic. The extraordinary people and soldiers of humans fought hand-to-hand with the B-level monster, the extremely huge wild boar. Next, they opened the barrier to protect themselves. The short-distance instant movement and weapon enhancement ability of the second-day tower Feijuan also came first and destroyed the eyes of the B-level demon spirit. Up to this point, it was actually considered normal. What happened next was not normal at all. Feijuan rushed out to kill the alien beast. But the alien beast controlled the demon spirit to block it. And the first-day tower Xingyue took action and directly killed the alien beast. The alien beast regained its sanity and found that its eyes were blinded. It must fight to the death, facing the extremely powerful thunder attribute attack. Those humans could only barely support the defense. But at this time, the white halo appeared above the demon spirit again, and the battle situation was reversed again. The extraordinary people were very smart. After they reacted very quickly, they first killed the B-level demon spirit that had almost no deterrent power, and then killed the alien beast that controlled the B-level demon spirit. In this way, the crisis was easily resolved. This battle was full of twists and turns. And it was really full of twists and turns. If the beasts had not participated, how long would the battle have taken? How to explain it? How many people died? No one knew. After all, the B-level demon spirits with thunder attributes were actually quite difficult to deal with. What's more, Lin Ning also found that this giant wild boar had some signs similar to fire element control. If the human superhumans and soldiers fought against this B-level demon spirit normally without the participation of the beasts, then there is no doubt that the end must be the death of the B-level demon spirit. But the human side would definitely not be like now. Without even a single skin injury, it is not impossible for hundreds or thousands of people to die, or even for a certain sky tower to die. After all, Lin Ning materialized the thunder element attack trick of the giant wild boar of the B-level demon spirit at that time, and found that as long as it hit the barrier constructed by humans, the end would probably be to instantly pierce those dozens of layers of fragile things and cause a tragedy of large casualties. And this is probably just the beginning. After being blinded, the wild boar, which was extremely violent, would never let these people go. It might even die with them. If the alien beast hadn't participated, there would be no scene of these people happily taking pictures of the B-level demon spirit. Alien beast. What exactly is it? It is trash when it comes out alone. After controlling the B-level demon spirit, even the B-level demon spirit becomes trash. What is the meaning of this thing? Help humans regain the confidence of the former master of Blue Star? This time, it directly helped humans to successfully defeat a B-level demon spirit that they would never have easily defeated. A pig teammate of a B-level demon spirit? Lin Ning couldn't help but be speechless. The alien beast was simply outrageous. However, if such a giant wild boar with the element of thunder, a huge and extremely violent B-level demon spirit, stood in front of him and fought against him, it would only take a few seconds for Lin Ning to kill it. After the bamboo roots are tied up, the poison will burst out and send them away, or the bamboo roots will burst instantly at the entrance, or use the abilities of subordinates to restrain their abilities. There are so many ways to die. Now as an A-level demon king, Lin Ning feels that he can not only look down on B-level demons in terms of realm, but also completely crush them in terms of strength. For B-level demons that are difficult for humans to deal with, and may even only be dealt with by nuclear bombs, Lin Ning feels that as long as the opponent appears in his attack range, the opponent is basically dead. Wasn't the former Silver Poison Dragon simply killed by himself, who was also B-level at that time? If this guy appears in front of him now, it won't be as difficult as in the past, and he will be killed instantly. At this time, Lin Ning simultaneously materialized everything about the 9-layered heaven towers and the soldiers in his mind. They were now posing on the bodies of the dead B-level demons, and the fancy tanks and cannons also entered the camera. In this mission to eliminate the B-level demons, they defeated the most powerful enemy in the shortest time. They also achieved the greatest results, which greatly encouraged the confidence of mankind and showed the other countries in the entire Blue Star how powerful their 9-layered heaven towers and soldiers were. Lin Ning felt that his spiritual realm was not that high. He just felt that humans really liked to pursue things that were meaningless. He didn't understand the various meanings and symbols they thought of, and he didn't want to understand them. Those soldiers who did nothing in this battle stood in the center, while the extraordinary people who made the greatest efforts were squeezed to the edge. The contradiction between ordinary people and extraordinary people. It has almost reached the point of being on the verge of a fight. Although ordinary people don't feel it, the extraordinary people are still forbearing. But the outbreak probably only needs an opportunity. At that time, after Lin Ming upgraded his ability to rebuild the aura of all things to level 3, he also sensed the speech of Xingyu, the leader of the 9-layered heaven tower and the first heavenly tower. Xingyu's speech seemed to be a heartfelt speech after being suppressed for a long time. In Xingyu's eyes, they, the 9-layered heaven tower, were just tools to be used, and they were tools that could be driven by ordinary people, and could not let the outside world know even if they went crazy or died. And Xingyu's subordinates obviously had the same idea as him. Lin Ning actually knew very well what those humans thought about the extraordinary people. Some of the ordinary high-level people in Rongqing City that he had sensed before would indeed mind whether the other party was a supernormal person. The extraordinary people were aliens, threats, and unknown. Their existence was as evil as the existence of those mutant creatures. Lin Ning actually knew very well that these extraordinary people had deep resentment and felt extraordinary because of their own abilities. But they were too extreme and emotional, stubbornly believing that ordinary people thought they were aliens. But most ordinary people didn't think so, and they ignored it and only stared at the high-level people. Lin Ning didn't know why the extraordinary people and ordinary people thought so. He just felt that if humans continued like this, maybe they wouldn't see the next spiritual reign, and maybe another war would break out first. At this time, the winners had taken photos and videos. Next, they would walk out of the spiritual realm and take planes and helicopters back to the human-controlled area. But before that, their mission was obviously not completed. Lin Ning sensed that Fei Jun had drawn his sword, easily cut the skin of the giant wild boar, and quickly confirmed the location of the soul pill. Next, several ordinary soldiers were looking for the soul pill of the B-level demon spirit in the sea of blood, and were going to put it in a square metal box. Lin Ning really wanted to know where humans wanted to put this thing, and where they wanted to use it. He had been paying attention. However, he suddenly sensed that dozens of white rings suddenly appeared near the soul pill, and countless strange beasts immediately emerged from it. The humans had no reaction at all. One of the strange beasts found the soul pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 159, They are just a foil. What? What? Xingyu and Fei Jun saw one of the ordinary beasts open its mouth and stuff the soul pill into it, and they reacted immediately. One sword frost the 14 states. As Fei Jun roared, a white sword light drew a full circle, instantly cutting dozens of beasts in half. However, when his sword blade and Xingyu ink droplets hit the beast that swallowed the soul pill almost at the same time, his face changed drastically. Dang! A loud noise came, and Fei Jun felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth, and a tearing pain came instantly. Everyone gathered together. Boundary group. Xingyu immediately gave instructions. At the same time, the 9 heavens towers that had reacted also immediately gathered their own spiritual energy and built more than a dozen layers of barriers in a very short time. In front of them, the strange beast that had swallowed the soul pill suddenly turned from translucent to white, and then from white to green, orange, and finally became a crimson strange beast. This strange beast grew against the wind, expanding dozens of times in almost a second. and grew into a monster that was even larger than the giant wild boar. Nearly 40 or 50 meters tall. The mutation is still continuing. The body of the monster began to stretch further, and the tentacles were gradually expanding and increasing. Then, it crawled on the ground, and the huge mouth like the abyss was also open to the extreme at this time, and countless sharp teeth were randomly embedded in the blood-red mouth. A small black ball wrapped in lightning gradually floated out of its mouth, and there was a strange black airflow, which gradually changed the diameter of the small black ball from a few centimeters to half a meter in a very short time. Xingyu knew that something bad had happened. Ink barrier. Triple. As he roared, 3 layers of misty black objects instantly emerged from the more than 10 layers of barriers, wrapping everyone at the same time and forming a hard protective shell. Dong Wei. Chengyu. You two don't stand there stupidly. Use your abilities to see if you can cause damage. Dong Wei's ability is to emit sound waves, while Chengyu is to compress air to form air bombs. These two abilities are special abilities after the deformation and qualitative change of air. When facing some special enemies, they can play a miraculous role. Yes, the two of them activated their abilities at the same time. Sonic Cannon. Air Bomb. Dozens of almost transparent air bombs instantly rushed into the huge mouth of the strange beast. However, after they hit the strange beast, they did not show any effect at all. Just like a fly hitting an elephant. Others. Elemental Attack. As soon as Xingyu finished speaking, dozens of combined offensives formed by various elements also rushed towards the strange beast at the same time. But this only pushed it slightly. Xingyu watched the black lightning ball gradually become bigger, and he was extremely anxious. It was too late to find a way to kill this strange beast, and there was no way to find a breakthrough that would allow the beast to shield ordinary attacks and elemental attacks. They had to withstand the attack of the black lightning ball of the beast first. At this time, the beast suddenly lowered its huge head and aimed its huge mouth at the noisy humans beside it. Even if they have more than 10 layers of enchantment, the beast's current appearance seems to be able to penetrate it in an instant. Xingyu saw that the other party had already pointed the gun at him. He was anxiously looking for a way to break the situation. He saw Zhao Shufei beside him, and suddenly had an idea. Xiao Zhao. Use your ability to create an angle for the beast's feet. Use your fastest speed. Yes. The pale Zhao Shufei immediately understood what Xingyu meant and activated his ability again. At the same time, the black ball wrapped in lightning had grown to a diameter of nearly 3 meters, and the beast opened its huge mouth to the limit. Boom! With a loud rumble, the land under the tentacles of the beast suddenly bulged, affecting its balance for a moment. Easy. The black ball grew to its limit, but it was launched at the moment it lost its balance. Boom! Accompanied by an extremely terrifying loud noise. The dazzling white light also completely enveloped this area. After dozens of seconds, the white light gradually dissipated. 10 minutes later, Fei Jun emerged from the soil and looked around. The smell of burning filled his nostrils. There were dead and wounded everywhere. The 9-layered tower, the soldiers, even the tanks, howitzers, and the helicopters that were flying in the air not long ago were now scrap metal. An inexplicable sense of fear instantly enveloped Fei Jun's body and mind. Old Xing. Everyone. The strange beast. Where did the strange beast go? Fei Jun knelt on the ground and found in despair that the strange beast had disappeared at this time. 500 kilometers away from here. Lin Ning has made all the preparations. That strange beast has rushed over at the fastest speed. This is completely within his expectations. It would be strange if the strange beast that swallowed the soul pill did not rush straight to him. After all, it seems that their target from the beginning is him. Specifically, it is the red diamond heart in his body. Lin Ning deduced that this red diamond heart should exist like the soul pill in the mutant organism, and its function should be exactly the same as the soul pill. The strange beasts are fully aware of what the soul pill is, but they did not choose to obtain it directly from the B-level monster spirit, but waited until the B-level monster spirit died before taking the opportunity to seize the victory fruit and swallowed it into a huge monster. Lin Ning did not quite understand this, but after thinking about it for a while, Lin Ning immediately understood it, and it also overturned his previous inference again. In fact, to put it simply, those strange beasts did not have the strength to kill the B-level monster spirit. The reason why they controlled those B-level demons and attacked the coast before was probably not because they wanted to travel a long distance to let those B-level demons talk to him directly. Instead, they wanted humans to kill those B-level demons, obtain their soul pills, turn into more terrifying monsters, and then go straight to the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. Isn't that the case this time? At the beginning, it was quite confusing. Why did they have to control the extremely destructive B-level demons and turn them into waste that could only collide, and then be easily killed by the extraordinary people? Now think about it. This is the strategy of the strange beasts at the beginning. Use the extraordinary people, and then wait until they take out the soul pills, and then directly take advantage of them and turn them into monsters with super strength like now. Thinking of the time when the strange beasts took advantage of the chaos of the spiritual rain to control Dushan and rush towards him. They should have had similar ideas. These strange beasts really have new tricks every time. They can even spit out powerful black element bullets, which is beyond his expectation. But it's not good enough. Facing this giant beast that was about to enter the attack circle and almost fly over, Lin Ning knew very well where this creature's weakness was. In 1 hour, this creature rushed over 300 kilometers, which was comparable to the planes of humans. Lin Ning also prepared some bamboo roots in that direction at this time. In addition, he also distractedly looked at the giant bear manu under him. This creature had become addicted to the bamboo that Panda stuffed into his mouth, and kept moving some from afar, letting Panda stuff it into his mouth, and then chewing it. Not far away, the giant river shrimp and giant armor were chasing the minnow satin color and playing in the lake. It was a peaceful scene. The wind rushed. The bees swept by the wind rushed into Lin Ning area within 100 kilometers in an instant, but was wrapped by a huge bamboo root net in an instant. It struggled violently, but found that it could not break free. So it opened its huge mouth and released a black energy ball wrapped with lightning in that direction. However, hundreds of thousands of thin roots also grew in the giant net at the same time, which directly wrapped the black energy ball and stuffed it back into the mouth and belly of the beast. Then, those roots expanded hundreds and thousands of times in an instant. The beast expanded hundreds of times, like a balloon that was blown to the extreme, and a very hidden part on its head was gently pierced by a thinner bamboo root. Then, it made a very dull sound and completely turned into a broken corpse. And Lin Ning restored the bamboo root to its original state again, refocused his sight on the ground, and used a soft bamboo branch to tease the two little suro that ran over. Just a strange beast. So terrifying. But what's the point of talking about it? Chapter 160: The Power of New Abilities. In the vast forest, the huge smoke and dust that had just been raised also gradually faded and disappeared as time went by. The nearby trees were tilted, but they were straightened up again as the black roots bound and dragged them. Even those that were uprooted by the strong wind were restored to their original state. After the roots had done everything, they caught and collected the corpse fragments of the thousands of alien beasts scattered around. The ability of the aura reconstruction of all things locked all the corpse fragments of the alien beast that had transformed into a giant monster. So Lin Ning roots quickly collected all the corpse fragments without leaving a single one. After the tragic defeat of this battle, the human side would definitely frantically look for the culprit who caused them heavy casualties. But after Lin Ning dealt with his crime scene, it was completely impossible for humans to find this guy who had no spiritual energy concentration at all. Unless the spiritual energy concentration measurement satellite flying in the sky could capture a frame of the battle that took place in the thick fog at that moment. This is almost impossible. When the monster rushed into the range of 100 kilometers from him, Lin Ning had already completely covered the vast area with a thick fog explosion. Then he used thousands of bamboo roots to defend the black energy ball that it wanted to release, which contained great power, and completely wrapped it and sent it into the mouth of the monster. After that, those bamboo roots expanded hundreds and thousands of times in a very short time, and easily made the monster, which was already extremely large, into a giant ball. However, because it had a double barrier that invalidated ordinary attacks and elemental power, it was still not killed by Lin Ning attack even in such a situation. It was not until Lin Ning pulled out the plug on its body and a special type of monster hidden in the corner of its head that this terrifying super monster, which could cause serious injuries to extraordinary people and soldiers with one blow, died after this final blow. For Lin Ning, who had already materialized everything and knew exactly what the monster did, doing such a thing was simply too easy. However, the series of actions of this beast before and after are indeed quite exquisite. First, it controlled the B-level monster spirits that they could not kill. Then, it waited for the extraordinary people and soldiers who came to fight against the B-level monster spirits. After killing the B-level monster spirits with their hands, it took the opportunity to steal the soul pill and swallowed it, turning into a super monster, and then rushed straight to the direction of Lin Ming mutant bamboo. If humans had killed those B-level monster spirits in the coastal areas, then this scene would definitely have been staged in advance at that time. After Lin Ming collected all the fragments of the monster corpses, he used bamboo roots to collect them together and sent them into the huge pit he had already dug nearby. And then, he used the ability of empathy imitation to release the thunder and lightning storm he learned from the giant wolf Lei Ji violently in the pit of the underground space, and soon turned the corpse fragments into ashes. This certainly did not cause the appearance of any smoke or anything like that. One of Lin Ming's creeds is to do well enough in hiding. He was sure that humans would never know where the powerful beast was. After cutting off his thoughts about the beasts and humans, Lin Ming turned his gaze back to his subordinates. Lin Ming gently stroked the two little Suro, Shadow and Saint White, with his bamboo stick. These were his favorite subordinates recently, although they were born not long ago and their realm was very low. Lin Ming was quite satisfied with their potential and intelligence. Their elemental attributes were also more rare. One was dark, and the other was light. The dark attribute allowed the little fellow Shadow to easily create an ink-like barrier, and it could also transform the barrier into a sharp weapon. This was very similar to Xingyu, the first tower of the Nine Heavens Tower, except that Xingyu used ink and used spiritual energy to turn it into an excellent means of attack and defense. However, the realm of the little Suro Shadow was still too low, and the method and effect of using spiritual power were still far behind. Specifically, its entry level 7 is not enough to support its large-scale and extreme use of this relatively terrifying elemental ability. Lin Ming used the ability of empathy imitation to use the ability of Shadow for his own benefit. Then, after the dark elemental Shadow Blood Blade, he made hit a giant tree. A strange phenomenon occurred. The giant tree was not cut off, nor did it make a loud rumbling sound. Instead, after a black crack appeared, it instantly disappeared in front of him. Lin Ming wanted to use the aura reconstruction of all things to sense the breath of the giant tree, but found that he could not sense it anyway. After repeating the experiment, Lin Ming once again felt the horror of the dark attribute, killing without form. As long as it hits something, it will instantly twist and squeeze into the terrifying crack, and then completely disappear. If it is defined, Lin Ming will definitely define it as the most dangerous one among all elements. He also keeps an eye on the little Suro Shadow and asks Bai Qi to teach it well. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult to end it. The little Suro Shunbai with the light attribute is much safer than the ability of Shadow, light element control. However, unlike their mother Bai Qi defense and barrier system, Xingbai's light element is obviously more aggressive. Lin Ming has seen more than once that Xingbai uses these light elements to transform into hundreds of light points, and then easily penetrates the trunk of a giant tree with a diameter of several meters. Its ability, which combines heat and penetration, is quite powerful. If those light points are gathered together, I'm afraid Lin Ming will see a huge hole in the trunk. Lin Ming did not immediately use empathy and imitation to borrow Xingbai's ability, but waited and saw for the time being. Since obtaining this somewhat buggy ability, Lin Ming did not indulge all his energy in it. Although he could do it, he only tested a few elements that he was more concerned about, and did not go through all the elements. But Lin Ming still has a special liking for the fire element. Fire. It can be said that it is his only weakness at present. Right? Plants are afraid of fire. Especially for him, a highly woody grass plant, bamboo. Since imitating the fire element with empathy in Zhuiyuan, Lin Ming has always paid attention to the ability of this element. If he can master it, then even if he faces an opponent who can use the fire element, he will not be restricted at all. However, his current ability to control the fire element can only prevent the high-temperature hot thing from completely igniting the bamboo branch he stretched out for the experiment. It seems that in this regard, Lin Ming feels that he really has a long way to go. Chapter 161: A Tough Opponent. Boom boom boom. The helicopter group rose from the southeast like a dark cloud and rushed to the northwest. They were accompanied by several armed transport planes. Their flying speed was the fastest Lin Ming had ever seen. These machines were used to send those extraordinary people and soldiers to the spiritual realm 500 kilometers away. Afterwards, They set out again to welcome those people who were supposed to be triumphantly returning. However, after the strange beast that swallowed the B-level demon spirit pill, everything changed. The whole thing was a trap set by the strange beast. They used humans to set up this trap, and then transformed into giant strange beasts and rushed to Lin Ming. Of course, the human side is still in the dark. Some of them will not even have the qualifications to know the truth in the future. The power of the black energy ball wrapped in lightning used by the strange beast is no joke for humans. Although Xingyu used his subordinates' abilities to raise the ground at the last moment, deflecting the giant beast's attack. But the black energy ball easily penetrated the more than 10 layers of solid barriers of humans, and the 3 layers of ink barriers created by Xingyu. And this attack also made the human side pay a heavy price. Lin Ning's ability to reconstruct the aura of all things since that the 5,000 soldiers had suffered nearly 1,000 casualties under the impact of the black energy ball this time. On the side of the Nine Heavens Tower, those of D level were basically wiped out, and only half of those of C level were left alive. 2 of the B level extraordinary people, Xingyu and Fei Jun. One was unconscious, and the other was slightly injured. As for those so-called heavy weapons, they were completely scrapped and completely turned into ridiculous garbage, just like their original functions. At the beginning, when those humans defeated the B-level monsters, no one had a scratch on their skin, which was a great victory. But under the tricks of the beasts, humans were completely defeated. It didn't even have a chance to fight back before it was killed by the black energy ball. Of course, they didn't know where the beast went afterwards, or whether it was alive or dead. Unlike mutant creatures with concentrated spiritual energy, the beast didn't have any spiritual energy at all. It only had the concentration of spiritual energy reaching the level of B grade after it swallowed the corpse of a B grade superhuman and turned into a giant monster. But it didn't make any progress in strength at all. It was just a shelf, and was killed by the superhumans and soldiers who rushed over in a few minutes. Therefore, humans always realized it after every appearance of the beast. Every time they passively faced these mysterious things. Beast. This disgusting thing that could drill out of the white halo made Lin Ning have complicated feelings about it. Every time they appeared, the purpose was actually the same. That was the red diamond heart on his body. Every time, the beasts were evasive, using a lot of mysterious operations, doing things here and there, sometimes creating a tide of beasts, sometimes creating a B-level demon control. It made it hard for humans or him to understand. But this time, the beasts finally exposed their ultimate goal and various contradictory explanations. Are they scary? Not scary. Weak attack and defense. Obvious characteristics of being easily targeted. In short, a pile of garbage. Are they scary? Scary. They can use many methods, various strange operations, even mutant creatures, and humans. When the time is right, they pick up the human target soul pill, swallow it, and evolve into a violent monster with great attack and destructive power, as well as high speed. For humans, it basically has no weaknesses without exposing its weaknesses. Whether it is elements or ordinary attacks, it can't do anything to it. Facing this monster, humans who originally despised the beasts also suffered extremely painful punishment. But even so, after the alien beast devoured the B-level demon spirit pill, it turned into a violent giant monster. The gap between its strength and his own was too big, although the alien beast could not sense the concentration of spiritual energy. And it even had no spiritual energy concentration at all. But in Lin Ning's opinion, the monster that rushed towards him should be stronger than the B-level demon spirit. Its attack power, defense power and speed were all higher than the B-level demon spirit. But it was far from reaching the strength of the A-level demon spirit, which was at his level. The evidence was that it only took him a few seconds to turn this thing into corpse fragments after it touched him. The alien beast was a tough opponent. Or rather, a very annoying opponent. Looking at the helicopters and armed transport planes that had turned into a group of black spots in the northwest, Lin Ning guessed what the human beings would do next. They were defeated. Everything was known, concerned, and used by those strange beasts. They became tools of the strange beasts, and were immediately abandoned after taking out the soul pill. To be honest, the root of this is the greed of humans. What if they don't take out the soul pill? According to Lin Ming's understanding, humans are very clear about what kind of monsters human extraordinary people will become after absorbing those soul pills. At that time, Jia Yu also used his life to welcome the mushroom cloud and told humans the horror of those monsters. At that time, The soul pill used by Xia Yu was the soul pill of a monster that had not yet risen from D level to C level. Humans can transform into monsters with only that level of soul pills, and have the terrifying strength of B-level monsters in a very short time. Although this strength will rapidly decline over time. There is no doubt that the effect is very significant. But now that human strength is enough to defeat B-level monsters, their ambitions have also become more inflated. The Nine-Layered Heaven Tower is a supernatural organization that was born from the corpse of the Supernatural Association and is directly under the Tang Kingdom. This is different from the privately owned Supernatural Association in the past. Their purpose is pure and stronger. Inherited the creed of the Supernatural Association to protect the safety of the people with one person's body, and took this as the core action. The Supernaturals in the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower are stronger, and are under the command of the Tang Kingdom, cooperating with ordinary soldiers to fight against mutant creatures together. On the surface, the strong opposition and contradiction between ordinary people and supernaturals that existed originally disappeared after the destruction of the Supernatural Association. But in fact, this contradiction has not disappeared from the beginning to now. Lin Ning is quite aware of this. Last time, the Nine-Layered Heaven Towers killed the B-level monster in the Hemming Federation. But soon, the soul pill of the B-level monster was recovered by ordinary people. According to Lin Ning's perception of Rongqing City, the extraordinary people seemed to have no idea where the thing had gone. This time was the same. Ordinary people didn't care about the Nine-Layered Heaven Towers at all. They directly used metal boxes to take away the soul pill, which was why the originally weak alien beast took advantage of it. The alien beast, as if it knew very well that those people would do that, had been waiting there early, using the power of the mysterious white halo to instantly devour the soul pill. These Nine-Layered Heaven Towers, when they wake up, will probably have a deeper understanding of themselves as dogs. The breeze blew, and the countless bamboo leaves on Lin Ming's body rustled. As the only A-level demon king in the world, Lin Ming suddenly sighed. The era of mankind may soon come to an end in the increasingly intensified confrontation between ordinary people and extraordinary people. And he may also lose this opponent, who is very difficult to deal with at the beginning. Chapter 162 Unknown Backup Force. A few days later, Xing Yu was still unconscious. Fei Jun, who had removed the plaster on his right arm, had to take over the responsibility of leading the Nine Heavens Tower. The one who gave the order was naturally that person. At this moment, behind the desk in front of Fei Jun, who was dressed in black, that person had a faint smile on his face. Just like every time Fei Jun saw him. Fei Jun knew very well what that person was going to say. This time, they were a humiliating defeat. The members of the Nine Heavens Tower sent out were all elites. All 7 Heavens Towers were dispatched. And they also brought 92 C-level extraordinary people and 342 D-level extraordinary people. However, only 6 Heavens Towers returned, and 41 C-level and 270 D-level extraordinary people died. Evenly Wei from the 6th Heavens Tower died of his injuries. As the 1st Heavens Tower, Xing Yu suffered a severe head injury and has been in a coma ever since. It can be said that the Nine-Layered Heavens Tower suffered fatal personnel losses this time. As for those ordinary soldiers, more than 1,000 people died this time, and most of them suffered varying degrees of injuries. The B-level demon spirit crusade that had attracted much attention, and the whole world was watching before suffered a shameful defeat in the face of such casualties. Now that Xing Yu was unconscious, Fei Jun was immediately called to that person as a replacement. At this time, in the huge office, there was only the subtle sound of the hour, minute, and second hands of the floor clock. Sweat spread on Fei Jun's forehead as he stood. Before, Xing Yu made various reports about the Nine-Layered Heavens Tower to that person alone. For a deputy like him, the chances of seeing that person were few and far between. Not to mention, at this time, he had a face-to-face conversation with that person alone. That person had not said a word since he blasted everyone out 10 minutes ago. He didn't even pick up the teacup in front of him. He just stared at Fei Jun's face, half leaning back behind his desk. Staring. Fei Jun felt that this look had 1,000-pound weight, as if a mountain was pressing on him. His sweat began to drip down his forehead and face onto the ground. 1 drop. 2 drops. You? After waiting for an unknown amount of time, that person finally spoke. Fei Jun looked up instantly like a drowning man grabbing a straw. Yes. Well done. Fei Jun thought for a moment that he had heard something wrong. He looked at the man's face and found a faint smile on it. I have reviewed your reports many times. The man continued, his voice low and steady. Before those strange beasts suddenly appeared and devoured the soul pill. You did quite well. Yes. Fei Jun still didn't know why that person didn't get angry or announce some documents to punish their Nine Heavens Tower. Why do you say they did a good job now? Why? You know, not only did they suffer heavy casualties this time, but the significance of this time was completely lost. And it should even have a very negative impact. The battle of confidence in mankind after the outbreak of the spiritual reign was lost. Then, this time, the results you achieved were brilliant, showing the attitude of mankind in the face of mutant creatures, and the confidence of mankind in the face of mutant creatures. At the same time, it encouraged mankind all over the world. After the outbreak of the spiritual reign, the significance of the victory in this battle is extremely far-reaching. You did a good job, the man said slowly. But Fei Jun had more and more questions in his mind. Yes, he answered. This victory is destined to be written in the history of mankind's heroic struggle against mutant creatures. And it has a very positive significance. Yes. As for the matter of the alien beast, this is a development that no one had expected. And the serious losses caused are also what none of us want to see, the man said, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yes. As for the strange beast, it suddenly disappeared after attacking you. Did you make this report? The man asked softly, holding a pile of information. Yes. At that time, I was the only one who got up. But I found that the strange beast had already disappeared, and the direction it fled was southeast, almost a straight route. However, it disappeared less than 160 kilometers away from Rongqing City, the man said while looking at the information in front of him. The helicopter that went to rescue the extraordinary people and soldiers later filmed that it was almost moving in a straight line, leaving a very straight path. But it stopped abruptly after reaching that place. Where did it go? Fei Jun couldn't help asking. I don't know. But for so many days, this monster has not attacked any of our cities. Nor has it gone to any place in the world to do the same thing. It just disappeared like air. The man took a sip of tea and said softly, Next, Fei Jun. You have a lot to do. Yes. Fei Jun stood straight. Now the 9-layered heaven tower has been severely damaged. Xing Yu is in a coma. And the strange beast is missing. The worry of mutant creatures that were originally threatening has not been lifted. As for the entire Tang Kingdom and the entire world, they have not yet recovered from the pain of the last spiritual reign outbreak. Yes. Your 9-layered heaven tower defeated the B-level demon spirit, which is a shot in the arm for all mankind. There is no doubt that it is of great significance. After this, you will replace Xing Yu and attend quite a few meetings and related press conferences. And you must also prepare the entire 9-layered heaven tower. Absorb more and more energetic new forces. Yes. Fei Jun knew very well that the burden on his shoulders would be heavy. But what he didn't expect was that what he had to do was to prepare the entire 9-layered heaven tower and absorb new forces. Where did this new force come from? Seeing his puzzled eyes, the man smiled gently. Have you been to the Extraordinary Research Center? Extraordinary Research Center? Fei Jun had never heard of such an institution. But when was the institution with this name established? Yes. After many soldiers were sacrificed in the 9-layered heaven tower for various reasons. We also considered the backup force. So we have such a special institution to absorb and cultivate extraordinary seedlings found from various places. Now, after the outbreak of the spiritual reign and this tragedy, the 9-layered heaven tower is also in urgent need of fresh blood. Isn't it? The man said, looking up at Fei Jun again. Fei Jun nodded. That's true. The number of our current superhumans is too small. But, then someone will take you to the Superhuman Research Center in the afternoon. And you will wait for instructions then. That's all for today. Fei Jun. From now on, the 9-layered heaven tower will depend on you. Yes. Fei Jun bowed, and with a lot of questions in his mind, as well as more worries and hopes for the 9-layered heaven tower. He turned around and left. However, Fei Jun, who came to the city center hospital where Xing Yu was as usual, unexpectedly found that Xing Yu had disappeared. Chapter 163 Eliminate all the impossible. The wind howled and the rain poured down. Under the gloomy sky like the night, the chiefing mountain spirit realm was also swaying in the wind and rain. Located in the center of the canyon, the surging and turbulent river water gradually submerged both banks, and even turned the farther hillside into its sphere of influence. It swept in extremely large trees, and even large and small mutant creatures that could not dodge, and overwhelmed everything. However, despite its ferocity, it could not threaten the blood-red giant bamboo that was almost within reach. Even its river channel was constantly forced to change by the giant bamboo cutting and moving huge piles of rocks through its bamboo roots. This rainstorm came suddenly and passed away quietly a day later. Lin Ning shook off the thousands of raindrops that had not flowed down his body, and the abnormal rainstorm came again below. The subordinates were not affected by this. Most of them were resting in the underground space created by Lin Ning, as if everything outside had nothing to do with them. At this time, it was already late at night. Lin Ning never let go of the ability to reconstruct the aura of all things, and monitored everything within 1,000 kilometers around him around the clock. 1,000 kilometers. This almost covers nearly half of the area of Tang. In this wide area, there are nearly 100 large cities in Tang. In these large cities, there are hundreds of millions of humans. In this wide area, there are unimaginable spiritual realms, mutant creatures and mountains, forests, rivers, etc. in the spiritual realm. At this moment, they are all in Lin Ming's mind, completely one-to-one according to the prototype. When the ability to reconstruct the aura of all things was instantly increased from the 100-kilometer perception range of LV1 to LV3, Lin Ning had a very short overload phenomenon. This so-called overload means that at the moment of using the ability, the intelligence information of all the 1,000 kilometers in his mind was too huge, causing him to lose consciousness for a while. This period of time, according to Lin Ming's understanding, was only about 10 minutes. After all, before using the ability, the helicopters and armed transport planes full of extraordinary people and soldiers that flew over were about 70 to 80 kilometers away from him. And after that, they only traveled less than 100 kilometers more. However, Lin Ning was also surprised that he could adapt quickly in a very short time and quickly use this ability. He successfully synchronized the battle between humans and B-level demons controlled by alien beasts in his mind. But Lin Ning still felt that he was still in the stage of incomplete cognition of this powerful reconstruction of the aura of all things. He tried to perceive everything in Rongqing City alone without materializing other places, and found that this kind of thing was quite easy. He also tried to sense a few sea-level demon spirits in a spiritual realm more than 800 kilometers away from him, and ignored other mutant creatures. He found that this was also easy to do. So, while he visualized everything in his mind, he blocked some things that he didn't need to sense and didn't need to care about, such as mountains, giant trees, rocks, and the like, and also blocked the breath of most ordinary people on the human side who didn't know important information. Lin Ning repeated this work every day. Unnecessary, redundant, and useless information was gradually stripped away by him, leaving only those important sea-level and above mutant creatures, the high-level and extraordinary people on the human side, and the relevant people in various important departments. This workload is quite huge and boring, but Lin Ning enjoys it, especially the process of slowly excluding those completely irrelevant humans among the hundreds of millions of humans, and marking the key figures is really like pulling out silk from a cocoon, gradually making everything clear. Because of this, he quickly mastered a lot of information intelligence. More than 10 days have passed since the last incident, and the human side seems to be making a lot of noise. After all, the 9-layered Heaven Tower, which was the main force to fight against mutant creatures, almost threw all its elite troops into the spiritual realm this time. The core forces of the severely damaged 9-layered Heaven Tower disappeared in large numbers, which also put the Tang dynasty's defense against mutant creatures in a completely passive situation. In particular, Xingyu, the strongest man of the 9-layered Heaven Tower, who was said to have killed all the mutant creatures in several spiritual realms near Shangjing, suffered a severe head injury after this battle and was unconscious, which made the 9-layered Heaven Tower team even worse. Now the responsibility of the 9-layered Heaven Tower is on the shoulders of the second-day Tower Feijuan, and the upper echelons of the Tang dynasty also injected a large number of reserve extraordinary forces from the Extraordinary Research Center that seemed to have been prepared for a long time into the severely damaged 9-layered Heaven Tower. Coincidentally, Xingyu also disappeared at the same time. Lin Ning didn't know where he went, but at least he was definitely not within his perception range. After all the extraordinary people within this range could not hide from him. However, Lin Ming's perception was still too far away from Shangjing, the center of Tang State, and he could not give more information about the upper-class people there. Therefore, The information he could get at present was just like this. But he could draw a conclusion that it seemed that because of the current state of the 9-layered heaven tower, at least the contradiction between the extraordinary people and ordinary people in Tang state was not as sharp as before. Xingyu, who had always called himself a dog and instigated other 9-layered heaven towers, disappeared, and most of the backbone forces of the 9-layered heaven tower died. And a large number of obedient extraordinary people were injected into the 9-layered heaven tower. Lin Ming always felt that the progress of all this seemed to be too smooth. Right? Or, all the actions before and after seemed to be expected by those ordinary people. And they did everything they wanted to do smoothly. They greatly weakened the power of the 9-layered heaven tower, which had already rebelled, and also placed people who obeyed their orders in the 9-layered heaven tower. The decisive factor in this was the strange beasts that were supposed to have nothing to do with humans. As an insider, bystander, or even participant of all this, Lin Ning couldn't help but deeply doubt whether these strange beasts full of mysteries were related to those ordinary humans. However, Lin Ning still had no idea whether those strange beasts that appeared inexplicably and even had no rules were created by humans. After all, just like those white rings that summoned a large number of strange beasts, it was simply inexplicable. It even made Lin Ming feel that the strange beasts came from other planes? This is the most likely guess at present. But he didn't have any evidence yet. However, just as Lin Ming was caught up in this long and complicated thinking, he suddenly received the consciousness of Chiang and the others who went out to find food. Master, the strange beasts are coming. From the air. Chapter 164 Methods to Avoid Weaknesses. From the alien beast in the sky? After Lin Ming and Chiang communicated with each other, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. Why are the alien beasts coming again? And this time they are attacking from the sky? This seems to be completely different from before. The alien beasts in the past, whether ordinary or special, small or large, kept moving towards him on land. This time, they actually came from the sky. They are really persistent. Although he felt that the weak and trashy monsters, like alien beasts, were too annoying, Lin Ming still quickly sensed that direction. In the air more than 130 kilometers away, he immediately materialized an army of nearly 10,000 flying alien beasts. Alien beasts flying in the sky. After Lin Ming materialized all the alien beasts, he found that the shapes of these new types of alien beasts seemed to be completely different from the previous ordinary, special, and giant types. If you have to describe it, they look like huge white eyeballs. Lin Ming confirmed it several times, and found that they were huge round eyeballs with a diameter of more than 3 meters. There was a purple-black hollow pupil on the eyeball, and the color was the same as those of the ordinary and special types before. But after being magnified a lot, it looked quite abrupt. And, strangely, the eyeball seemed to have bloodshot threads, which made Lin Ming feel that this thing was extremely hideous and terrifying. And behind the eyeball, there were hundreds of strange and entangled slender tentacles floating, which was extremely strange. Lin Ming searched for a long time, but did not find their flying tools, wings, and did not see any tools to assist them in flying. If you have to say, they are more like floating in the air, like huge balloons that can move freely. These strange floating eyeballs could not let Lin Ming feel the aura on them, just like the ordinary and special beasts with barriers before. But Lin Ming did not sense the shadow of the special type of beast that could create this effect. Why? Lin Ming felt that there was something wrong here, but he could not sense more. There was another point that made Lin Ming even more strange. It seemed that these beasts had already mastered some of his intelligence. Every time they appeared, they almost appeared 100 kilometers away from his attack range. Except for the first time and the time when they controlled Dushan before. It seemed that every time was like this. Do they have the ability to learn? It's not that Lin Ming has not done an autopsy from the various structures of the beasts, especially the special type of beasts. This kind of monster does not have a very developed brain. Most of its body is occupied by meat and a very thick skin that feels like rubber. If I have to describe it, they are like the rubber toys made by someone with a bad taste and given flesh and blood life. There is almost nothing difficult to think about their actions. The way they act on the target is also to take the most direct method and take the shortest route to approach him. This can be seen from the action trajectory of the alien beast that swallowed the soul pill of the B-level demon spirit last time. This kind of alien beast basically has no brains. They are like a program installed in advance, and they do not show any excessive wisdom. After dealing with alien beasts so many times, Lin Ming actually feels that these disgusting things should not have any learning ability. What's more, every time the alien beasts did not leave any survivors. They were all destroyed. Whether by him, his subordinates, or even those humans. They have no ability to learn from experience at all. Or it can be said that they should not have similar combat experience every time they appear. But in fact, not only do they have, but they also change their tricks every time to avoid previous weaknesses. At this time, Lin Ming felt like playing a game with an opponent. And the opponent's chess pieces are these endless and rich and diverse alien beasts. The opponent absorbs every experience and lesson. And every time it appears, it has countermeasures to deal with the previous experience and lessons. They would even attack in the chaos of the spiritual reign, or trap humans and swallow the soul pills to turn into extremely powerful monsters to attack him. This time, they sent out air forces again. Lin Ming also said he really wanted to see if there was any behind-the-scenes mastermind behind these strange beasts. Or, these strange beasts really passed on their experience to their kind after they died. But what can be confirmed is that these strange beasts really come with new tricks every time. At this time, under the gloomy night sky where the rainstorm had just passed, in the sky without a trace of light, these disgusting and terrifying monsters were fighting with Qi Ying and Xue Jin. Qi Ying and Xue Jin have an unimaginable sprinting speed. Whether it is the bird beak or the sharp claws, the wings that can fan out a storm, and the wind blades created by the wind element that can be skillfully controlled. They are the nightmares of any mutant creatures and humans in the air. Recently, they have not had any chance to fight because of Lin Ming arrangement. But their powerful strength is indeed beyond doubt. But at this moment, Lin Ming found that whether they use sharp beaks or wind blades, they can't do any harm to those giant eyeballs. Master, they are not afraid of our attacks. Just like the special barrier created before. Qi Ying and Xue Jin did not forget to communicate with Lin Ming in consciousness during the battle. Their speed is something that those floating eyeball beasts can't keep up with. And their huge bodies and powerful strength also ensure that even if they accidentally hit each other, they can knock the other party out more than 10 meters away. So when facing these thousands of beasts, they can easily remain calm. Ordinary attacks don't work. And elemental attacks don't work either. It can also hide its breath. Isn't this the power of the special beast? But Lin Ming did not find any breath of the special beast. Even though his ability to reconstruct the aura of all things would never go wrong. Whether in the air, above the big eyeball, behind it, or in the dense forest nearby or far away, there were no beasts that looked like brains. However, if they can't be found anywhere, then the answer is the most unlikely place. Right? They are in the bodies of these big eyeballs. This is the only answer. Qi Ying, Xue Jin, you two come back first. At this time, these two capable subordinates did not have any way to break the deadlock. The other party was invulnerable to swords and guns. And these beleveled demons were helpless. Master, what should we do with them? Qi Ying hesitated. Although the other party could not hurt them, they really could not kill them. If we retreat like this, they will come. Don't worry. Lin Ming was very confident, because he was sure that the target of these beasts was him. The red diamond heart on his body. They would not linger outside his attack range, unless they wanted to stalemate until they found a way to kill them. Qi Ying and Xue Jin spread their wings and flew back, and the big eyeball beasts that had surrounded them were also thrown to the ground by the hurricane blown by their big wings. However, they really gathered together as Lin Ming expected, and floated in the direction where he was. Moreover, they also drilled into the dense forest with extreme caution, passing through countless giant trees. Lin Ming calculated their distance from him, and at the same time, he also used the ability of empathy imitation to copy the elemental power of a subordinate. He felt that this time the attack of the aerial beasts gave him a great opportunity to test his abilities. Chapter 165 Invincible does not mean invincible. Obviously, these flying big-eyed beasts do have some intelligence. They can choose to float between the giant trees in the forest to take advantage of their flexibility and smaller size. In this way, they can use the obstacles of the giant trees to avoid any possible attacks. Although they are already invulnerable to swords and guns, even elemental attacks cannot work on them. However, their speed is indeed not fast enough. These nearly 10,000 big eyeballs have been gone for a while, and they still have not reached Lin Ming attack range. To be honest, Lin Ming has been waiting a little impatiently. Although these things are invincible, it is only relative. In front of him, these things have nothing to do with invincible. Just like the silver poison dragon at that time. Didn't it also look invulnerable to swords and guns? But after he tied it up, it was like fish on the chopping board, letting him slaughter it. As for methods, there are really as many as you want, as long as they enter their attack range. The bamboo roots that can be transformed into any shape will let these big eyeballs know what is truly invincible. Time passed slowly, and the eyeball beasts moved slowly towards him. Lin Ning held down his flying troops, who wanted to rush out countless times. These birds were really aggressive, especially the heavy-eyed birds. Huang Zhan and Wei Ting. These two guys were extremely irritable. After communicating with Qi Ying and others, and knowing that those beasts had arrived again, they kept asking Lin Ning to go out and attack. However, Lin Ning did not let them go out. After all, the opponent was not afraid of ordinary attacks or elemental attacks. You two wanted to stick these disgusting things on the branches, but you couldn't do it. The same was true for the 4 blood phoenixes. Shi Feng, Hong Yu, Fei Xia and Yan Xing were all chirping, wanting to show their strength in front of Lin Ning after improving their realm. But they were also stopped by Lin Ning. Even if they are indeed strong enough now, they have no place to use their skills. Lin Ning waited. He waited for these big-eyed beasts to gradually approach his attack range. The bamboo roots that had formed a dense giant net between countless giant trees in the forest were ready to move. As long as these big-eyed beasts approached, there was absolutely no possibility of passing through. Lin Ning guessed that the special beasts that allowed them to have the barrier should be in their bodies. After excluding the impossible idea that those special beasts were eaten by them, the answer was obvious. The special beasts were in the mouths of these big-eyed beasts. However, no matter how Lin Ning looked, he could not find any place that looked like a mouth on these beasts. From the appearance, they were just big bloodshot eyes and fleshy tentacles behind them. Lin Ning really did not see any other places that looked like a mouth. Lin Ning was now a little afraid to confirm his thoughts. Could it be that there are no special beasts at all, and these guys can add a barrier that makes them immune to ordinary attacks and elemental attacks? Just become invincible? No way. If they are so powerful, why didn't they come out before? But now? It's impossible. This kind of big-eyed monster should only have the ability to fly. So, what's going on? Another mystery, Lin Ning thought. If he really couldn't find those special beasts in advance, then he could only catch one first, and then use bamboo roots to force it open, and carefully see if it has a mouth. The so-called invulnerability does not mean that it will not be deformed by external forces, nor does it mean that they will not be caught. After all, as long as the bamboo roots catch them, they are equivalent to being trapped by Lin Ning, and even invincibility can't do anything. At this moment, the big-eyed monsters are getting closer and closer to him. Lin Ning made a huge net with bamboo roots, and he was ready for everything. On this cloudy, starless night, the approach of nearly 10,000 ugly, disgusting, and weird big-eyed monsters was indeed terrifying. Lin Ning didn't know if humans would be so scared that they would abandon their weapons and forget to attack when they saw these things. He only knew that humans probably couldn't use the technology they had always relied on to detect these huge eyeball monsters wandering between the giant trees. Even if they detected them, they probably wouldn't want to fight these monsters that blocked all attacks. At this moment, the big-eyed monsters gradually gathered together. However, they suddenly stopped at a distance of only 1 kilometer from Lin Ning's maximum attack range. Oh! Wow! They really have the ability to learn. The monster that swallowed the B-level demon spirit pill was killed immediately after entering his attack range. Now, these big-eyed monsters must have learned from their experience and lessons, knowing that if they go a little further, they will encounter a fatal attack. However, at this moment, will they recognize that they are invincible? Lin Ning thinks this is very important. If so, they will move forward again after a short gathering. This means that these things really have something like group consciousness, through continuous trial and error, so as to gain an advantageous situation in the next attack. If not, Lin Ning feels that he really has to be alert. Behind the monsters on the opposite side, there may be something unknown to him, commanding them, just like he commands his subordinates. However, Lin Ning did not wait for long, and these monsters immediately gave him the answer. After a short gathering, they formed a large group, like a huge eyeball monster, and madly approached his attack range. Or is it group consciousness? However, Lin Ning did not have much time to think, because the speed of this larger eyeball monster combined was completely different from before. They rushed out nearly 10 kilometers almost instantly. There was no longer the slow floating situation before. However, Lin Ning bamboo roots used the extremely terrifying ability of creating new life to instantly connect the previously made nets into a whole piece in the direction of their advance, forming a huge net of several square kilometers. This huge net, no matter how many skills it has, it is absolutely impossible to break through. The facts also prove this point. The eyeball beasts gathered together, like a football kicked into the net, and crashed directly into the huge net. And just 1 second later, the huge net completely wrapped them up and shrank smaller and smaller. At this time, the eyeball beasts, even if they had an impenetrable barrier, had no way to escape. Then the next step. What Lin Ning had to do was too simple. However, just when Lin Ning wanted to use the bamboo root to forcibly pull one of them apart, he suddenly discovered that these eyeball beasts had all changed into another appearance. Chapter 166: The Determination of the Weakest. The big-eyed beasts trapped in the huge bamboo cage suddenly changed into another appearance under Lin Ning's attention. The black and purple pupils of the original huge eyeballs suddenly disappeared, and then a crack opened from between the eyeballs. Lin Ning clearly felt that the crack was a terrifying bloody mouth with countless fangs. It turned out that the mouth was hidden in the eyeball. Lin Ning had never thought of this. At this moment, these eyeball beasts with sharp teeth and big mouths bit directly on Lin Ning bamboo net. But, even if their sharp teeth can bite through steel and concrete, they will not hurt Lin Ning bamboo roots at all. However, because they have grown their mouths, Lin Ning also found the answer to the question he guessed before. Special beasts. Small ones. They are sitting in the innermost of those big eyeballs. Like conscientious and ordinary drivers, special beasts have the ability to hide the aura of companions other than their own type. They can create barriers to protect their companions from ordinary damage and elemental damage. But they cannot apply this abnormal ability of creating barriers to themselves, except for hiding their aura. They can only let non-special beasts protect them. At the beginning, they came out together with ordinary beasts, giving ordinary beasts the ability to create barriers, so that they can be exempted from ordinary attack damage. Later, they became able to exempt elemental damage. After that, they were exempted from both aspects. When they were attacked, these special beasts would let ordinary beasts block the gun. This was the natural reaction of those beasts when Shui Yuqing of the Nine Heavens Tower attacked them. Or it could be said that it was a strategy. After all, ordinary beasts can be regarded as invincible under the protection of barriers. They don't have to be afraid of attacks at all. It is the best shield. After that, when the special beasts appeared in front of him again on the night of the spiritual rain, they were miniaturized. With their smaller bodies, they could even control ordinary mutant creatures, making them more difficult to deal with. After swallowing the soul pill of the B-level demon spirit last time, the special beasts parasitized deep inside the body of the giant beast that had become a huge destructive power. At that time, if Lin Ning had not sensed it and used bamboo roots to prop up the giant beast into a balloon and killed it with bamboo roots, I am afraid that he would not be able to find any flaws for a while. This time, the special beasts played a new trick and sat directly in the mouth of the extremely hidden big eyeball. They used their abilities to create a barrier, which directly made the big eyeball beast invulnerable to swords and guns, and the elemental attacks were useless. In the encirclement of the big eyeball beast, they also became invincible. To be honest, rather than saying that the self-correction of the beasts and the acceptance of failure experience every time are a phenomenon of group wisdom, Lin Ning has a new idea. Upgrade and evolve. These beasts, rather than constantly correcting their shortcomings, are actually more like upgrading and evolving. From the beginning to now, although their strength is very poor, they have indeed been making up for their shortcomings every time and becoming stronger. Just like his mutant bamboo. From the beginning it was weak, and slowly grew into the existence of the current A-level Demon King, and also has a lot of abilities, and is still getting stronger. However, just like his previous belief that these beasts are controlled by someone, it is also a hypothesis and speculation. But no matter what, these beasts, even if they make flowers, are just in vain. Just like now, after being trapped, they opened their huge mouths and bit randomly, which directly exposed the special beasts that were hidden so well. Lin Ning's consciousness moved, and in an instant, millions of sharp roots appeared in this huge bamboo root cage. They easily pierced the special beasts in the mouths of those big-eyed beasts with their mouths open. In such a small space, they have nowhere to hide. After the special beasts were killed, the barrier covering the big-eyed beasts also disappeared instantly. They were then pierced by Lin Ning using his ability to create new life. Using the bamboo roots as weapons, all the auras in the bamboo root cage disappeared instantly. It was solved again. The beast's attempt failed again because of their imperfections. After each failure, they would improve in the next attack. After each failure, they would come up with new tricks for Lin Ming to crack. What will happen next time? Lin Ming didn't know. He just knew that these beasts were annoying. They were weak, but they always challenged him directly, and were very persistent in their target, the red diamond heart. They wanted that thing, because they wanted to evolve into an indestructible and terrifying monster in one fell swoop. After all, after they got the soul pill of the B-level demon spirit, they had become the nightmare of human transcendence. If they really got the red diamond heart on him, will they be able to destroy the blue star directly? Although this kind of thing would never succeed, Lin Ning still felt that he couldn't be careless at all. If he was not careful, he would lose everything. After all, in addition to these annoying beasts, there were also the humans who had been eyeing him covetously, and they had not relaxed their vigilance against this side. The reason for this was that Lin Ning felt that as long as the humans were not blind, they would definitely be able to find the route that the giant beast that devoured the B-level demon spirit attacked him last time, and the strange disappearance. At this moment, in Lin Ning perception, the guy used a very fast speed to rush towards this side, causing the scene of falling trees from more than 500 kilometers away to the maximum range of 100 kilometers under his control. A very strange and straight trace was formed. Even if the spiritual energy concentration detection satellites in the sky can't see it, the helicopters and armed transport planes that have passed by several times can't miss it. Right? The guy is huge, and the trace he created is quite obvious in Lin Ming materialization. And this trace also stopped abruptly at a distance of 100 kilometers from him. What will happen after humans discover this? Although the vitality of the human extraordinary team, the Nine Heavens Tower, was severely damaged this time, and the newly injected blood could not be counted on for the time being. But the ordinary people did not suffer any great losses. They still have high technology, powerful weapons, and most of the resources. Although in this world of spiritual energy recovery, they are not as good as mutant creatures. They are not even as good as the extraordinary people who have adapted to the spiritual energy and broken through themselves and the limits of human beings. Not even as good as those strange beasts. But the technology and weapons they possess and rely on are still powerful and terrifying. Just like the metal missiles with strange ochre-red flames on their tails that have flown in this direction from not far away. What they represent, without a doubt, is destruction. Chapter 167. The truth is infinitely close. The raging fire spread at a very fast speed after the missiles hit the huge forest in the spiritual realm. The flame, like the tongue of a devil, ignited all the plants and mutant creatures it licked with extremely high temperature, becoming the fuel that fueled its more crazy burning. The strong wind fueled the raging fire, making it spin and dance wildly in the vast spiritual realm, and soon formed a piece of red sea of fire. In this hell of death, several flames unexpectedly formed several wildly rotating firestorms, devouring all creatures. Those mutant creatures that had evolved wildly in this vast spiritual realm and almost slaughtered humans in the previous spiritual rain outbreak could not escape the scorching flames from the burning of artificial black oil. At this moment, in Shangjing, nearly 1,500 kilometers away from here, Fei Jun, who is now the #1 in the 9-layered sky tower, is quietly watching the huge surveillance screen, burning gasoline bombs, as the first move of human counterattack and retaliation. In a short period of time, dozens of terrifying fire hells were created in the vast spiritual realm 170 kilometers away from Rongqing City. Not long after, those giant trees that once reached the sky, countless plants and a large number of mutant creatures, all turned into black charcoal with the flames. These flames gradually merged together and spread to the surroundings. A huge and ugly black scar appeared in the center of the spiritual realm that had been connected into a hole after 2 spiritual rains. This scar gradually enlarged as time passed. The black smoke in the sky rose from the ground and rushed into the sky, turning the dark black clouds into ink splashes. At this moment, thousands of people in the countermeasures headquarters for the Shushi spiritual realm in Shangjing City were busy and nervous. They kept comparing various data, staring at the videos and photos sent by the latest spiritual infrared reconnaissance aircraft in real time. and analyzing various possibilities. Not only that, they also sent 20 helicopter squadrons to patrol the 10,000 square kilometers of land in the target area. Although it has been 4 days since the giant beast disappeared last time, monitoring reports from the whole Tang dynasty, and even the whole world show that this beast with amazing destructive power has not appeared again. Its last trace is less than 160 kilometers away from Rongqing City, and the almost perfect straight line trace it created also stops there. Both the Tang dynasty and the whole world attach great importance to this matter. This beast that swallowed the B-level demon spirit pill has been classified as a dangerous level of disaster. This level of danger is related to the safety and survival of the entire human race. After all, humans will never allow a monster of this level to continue to make trouble outside, which can almost destroy half of the 9-layered sky tower, which is full of powerful generals. Finding it and annihilating it is the only option. However, it has not been found in 4 days, so there are only 2 possibilities. I can conclude that it has been destroyed. Run? How could a monster of that level not make any noise? Prepare the second wave of missiles. Beside the sitting man, the white-haired old Dong made a conclusion. Just now, he also received the order from that man and ordered a large number of incendiary gasoline bombs to be dropped on the vast spiritual realm area in the west of Shu province. The significance of dropping incendiary gasoline bombs is self-evident. That is to force out the thing that killed the giant beast. Now, no one in Tang country believes that the giant beast ran to another place and hid. This possibility has become increasingly impossible as time goes by. At this time, on the big screen, the synchronized video shows that the huge spiritual realm of nearly 1,000 square kilometers has been burned clean by the previous incendiary gasoline bombs, revealing a large area of gray and black traces. The man said nothing, sitting on the chair. His fingers were rhythmically tapping the wooden tabletop. His eyes were fixed on the flames that were gradually expanding and slowing down in the spiritual realm. But the surveillance images from all sides still did not show the result he wanted. Was the judgment wrong? Impossible. The finger was raised in the air and did not fall again. Second wave launch. Elder Dom glanced at the man finger and immediately shouted the launch command into the microphone. Dozens of missiles with flames on their tails, under this command, rushed straight to the target direction from a certain place. Do you remember? At this time, the man suddenly opened his mouth facing the screen. Everyone looked at him. Wantohai's spiritual realm. He spoke slowly, as if he was talking about something that happened a long time ago. In the era of the Superhuman Association, a strong spiritual energy fluctuation was detected in Wantohai's spiritual realm before the first spiritual reign. But at that time, the level of the spiritual energy concentration meter was still at a very low state. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to a huge electronic screen, which had just switched to a topographic map of the vast spiritual realm in the west of Shu province. On it, Wantohai's spiritual realm, marked by a black dot, was quite conspicuous. After that, the Lingxiao Peak spirit realm next to the Wanzhusi spirit realm detected a peak of spiritual energy concentration that was enough to reach the level of a B-level demon spirit. And in a very short time, this peak of spiritual energy ran into the Wanzhusi spirit realm and then disappeared. The man turned his back to everyone and said quietly, after that, during the Lingxiao Peak incident, our soldiers and the extraordinary people of the Extraordinary Association at that time were attacked by some sea-level demon spirits. All the extraordinary people died in the battle. We dropped incendiary gasoline bombs and burned Lingxiao Peak for 2 days and 2 nights. We suspected that there were monsters more powerful than the B-level demon spirits in the Wanzhusi spirit realm, and we aimed the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite at that place day and night. However, nothing was found, until the 3-second spiritual energy concentration of the A-level demon king level was detected there again. Things rushed to a more confusing degree. Dozens of incendiary gasoline bombs gradually fell from the sky and hit the target accurately, and the spiritual realm was once again ignited by a raging fire. That person didn't care about these. Still facing the map, afterwards, Jia Yu led the army to the ruins of the old Tangcheng, which was nearly 100 kilometers away from Wantohai Lingjing, and was attacked. Jia Yu used the soul pill to create a monster. Do you remember this? Everyone nodded silently, but they all had some questions. Why did that person mention these previous things? Fei Jun frowned tightly. He seemed to have heard something important from the words that person just said. At that time, we initially judged that there was a B-level or even A-level demon king in Wanzhou Lingjing. Do you remember? There is a small lake in Wanzhou Lingjing whose shape has been obviously changed. That shape is definitely not formed naturally, but is made by something with close to human intelligence. Everyone present at the time remembered the shape of the small lake, which did have strong artificial traces. At that time, we sent out a large number of reconnaissance planes and conducted several reconnaissances. Although we did not detect the spiritual energy concentration of the A-level demon king again, we did detect a very strange thing. The man turned around and looked at everyone. The spiritual energy concentration in the Wanzhou spiritual realm did not gradually increase as the degree of spiritual energy recovery deepened, but instead decreased. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Everyone present at the time had an impression of this incident. Everyone was indeed very surprised at the time. After all, such a thing had never happened before. Gui Yun, who delayed reporting the incident, was also severely punished for this. At that time, there was a very interesting young man who put forward his hypothesis. I wonder if you still remember it. The man looked at the picture from the front line, looked at the scene of the fiercely burning flames, and asked. I remember that young man was called Liu Yuqing, and he was originally the head of the Spiritual Energy Detection Department. Old Dong nodded. Yes. Xiao Lu proposed a statement that seemed very strange and even absurd at the time. That is, the B-level or A-level demon spirits in the Wanzhou spirit realm have the ability to change their own spiritual energy concentration. The man smiled and shook his head. I asked him at the time, why did the demon spirit or demon king not attack us humans with strong hostility, and did not come out to fight when we humans surrounded its base camp? Yes, at that time, we all thought so. It was indeed incredible that a mutant creature of that level did not attack us. Fei Jun, who had been beside him, took over the conversation. The man nodded to Fei Jun. Yes. We thought it was completely incomprehensible at the time. After successfully conquering the Wanzhou spirit realm, the possibility of the existence of demon spirits, or demon kings, there completely became zero. And we threw all our questions there. What about the concentration of spiritual energy being reduced, and the concentration of spiritual energy of A-level demon spirits appearing in a short period of time? All these questions were thrown there. After that, we encountered a new enemy, the strange beast. When fighting with the strange beast, we were attacked by the B-level demon spirits from the ocean controlled by them in the southeast coastal area. Everyone must have a deep impression of this incident. Yes, when Luo Ming of the 9th Heavenly Tower eliminated those strange beasts, those B-level demons also returned to the ocean, etc. Fei Jun suddenly understood what the man wanted to express. You mean? That's right. The man nodded. We now have an assumption that B-level and above demons, demon kings, have a high level of intelligence, which makes them think that direct conflict with us humans is extremely irrational. Their first choice is to avoid fighting unless we humans take the initiative to attack them. Yes. What you said is actually reflected in the B-level demon of the Hemming Federation. Fei Jun added. According to the report sent by the Hemming Federation later, the Eye-Soul Giant Wolf did not take the initiative to attack nearby villages and towns at first, but moved deeper into the spiritual realm until the Hemming Federation received the alarm signal from the Bear Country and attacked it, which eventually led to its attack on humans. The man had a smile on his face. If this hypothesis is true, then can we assume that the A-level demon king in Wanzhou Lingjing did not want to fight directly with us humans, who could not deal with it at all, and chose to leave Wanzhou Lingjing and go to another place? In the extremely surprised eyes of everyone, the man pointed to the place that had been completely turned into ashes by the raging fire. I now have a bold hypothesis. This A-level demon king moved from Wanzhou Lingjing to this area, and in the threat of the giant beast's impact, in order to protect himself, he killed the giant beast? After the man finished speaking, everyone in this huge room had extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Think about it. So many elites of the Nine Heavens Tower are there, and they can completely deal with one or several B-level demon spirits. But the more than 10 extremely solid barriers they built were turned into fragments under the attack of this giant beast, and they also suffered a very painful price. Can we assume that this giant beast has a strength superior to that of ordinary B-level demon spirits? He said, looking at Fei Jun. And everyone looked at the 9-layered sky tower. Fei Jun nodded heavily. This is for sure. Then, if such a giant beast was destroyed in that position in a very short time, can we assume that the A-level demon king is near this place? And the reason why the giant beast walked out of such a straight line is that it wanted to attack the A-level Demon King, the man said, looking up at the image of the blazing spiritual realm. Remember, how far away from the Wantohai's spiritual realm was Xiaoyu extraordinary army attacked? Nearly 100 kilometers. The straight line distance from the center of the Wantohai's spiritual realm. Fei Jun felt that both himself and everyone present were constantly approaching the only truth that all things pointed to under the influence of that person. He was trembling, feeling his whole body trembling. So, the man looked at the map that had switched to the vast spiritual realm in the western part of Shu province, and used a pen to heavily tap on one of the points, and then drew a straight line on it and marked the direction. The last place where the giant beast disappeared was here, and the direction it was moving in was like this. Right? Everyone listened silently. They all knew that the answers to the many questions that had been entangled in their hearts for a long time seemed to be about to come out. So, 100 kilometers away from this point, and in this direction, should be the location of the A-level Demon King. Right? The man said, and used the pen to heavily tap on a point where the straight line was extended by 100 kilometers. 7 Peaks Mountain Spiritual Realm. Fei Jun took a breath. He remembered that Xing Yu had said this impressive term to him before. That's right. 7 Peaks Mountain Spiritual Realm. The straight line distance to Rongqing City is less than 60 kilometers. The man turned around and looked at everyone again. Now everything we have is based on the possibility of the impossible. But if there is really an A-level Demon King here, it will be a difficult opponent that we can't deal with at all. Now this series of burning gasoline bombs is also a bet that there may not be an A-level Demon King there. But if it is really forced out by us, we can only do one choice, the man said, looking at a red button, next to which there is a pattern composed of black and yellow. Chapter 168 The Consequences of Angering the A-Class Demon King. You did a great job, human. After 3 consecutive missile attacks, Lin Ning simultaneously visualized the raging fire in his mind, and could not help but express his affirmation of the human performance this time. They should have guessed the existence of his A-Class demon spirit, and even, perhaps, guessed that he lived in the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm. Otherwise, the 3 attacks of burning gasoline bombs would not have been approaching him every time. Now, the raging fire caused by the gasoline bombs has destroyed everything in the vast spiritual realm within 50 kilometers and 200 kilometers away from him, and it is still expanding to the surroundings. In the vast area that has been completely turned into black charcoal, there are not only giant trees that once towered, but also countless mutant creatures that have no time to escape. In this action, humans did not care about anything at all, just for their goals, and used technological weapons that only they could use. When Lin Ning saw those missiles, he also ordered all his subordinates to act at the same time in this vast consciousness field. Lin Ning asked those wolf pack subordinates, who were assigned to 100 kilometers away, to move farther away, to avoid the impending disaster and flee to a safer place. As for the subordinates within 100 kilometers, Lin Ning used the ability to reconstruct the aura of all things to materialize their locations, and then set each one to his side with bamboo roots. After ensuring the safety of all subordinates, Lin Ning waited for the next action of humans. These burning gasoline bombs were tentative attacks by humans, and the purpose was definitely to force him out. Humans still don't know that the A-level demon spirit they imagined is actually a mutant bamboo. They are still limited to their own thinking that the A-level demon king should be a beast, which is formed by constantly improving the realm. What humans are thinking about now is probably to have a head-on battle with the A-level demon spirit they imagined. But how ignorant of their own abilities. Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh that this time the actions of humans were low intelligence and unwise. How long has it been since the last spiritual rain erupted? The tide of mutant creatures almost destroyed the city they had worked so hard to build and relied on for survival. And countless human lives were also ended. Based on Lin Ning's understanding of the humans in the city that he could perceive, they are still in a stage of reconstruction. How many days have passed since humans lost almost half of their elites in the last battle with the giant alien beast? The wound hasn't healed yet, and they are so anxious to provoke the A-level demon king they have identified. The wisdom of humans who made such a decision is really incomprehensible to Lin Ning. You know, the current strength of humans is only to gather a large number of 9-level towers to barely kill a B-level demon spirit. Even the giant alien beast can easily crush them. But facing an A-level demon king, instead of accumulating strength first, they used the tactic of forcing him with burning gasoline bombs to provoke him. which was really puzzling to him. After all, Lin Ning felt that these humans were actually very smart. They could even infer the existence of this A-level demon king through just a few clues and some strange phenomena before and after, and even roughly understood the specific location. But then they used such stupid actions. Lin Ning felt that he must let these humans know how overestimating their own abilities were. And what they did was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He looked at the evolution points on the attribute panel that had soared to nearly 90,000. When the burning gasoline bomb hit the target of the spiritual forest C that the humans wanted to hit, Lin Ning used the bamboo roots to release the toxin explosion, killing all the mutant creatures nearby that had no time to escape. After that, with the arrival of the second and third waves of burning gasoline bombs released by humans, Lin Ning also continued to harvest the lives of those mutant creatures. Anyway, they can't escape the firestorm caused by the terrifying weapons made by humans. So why not let them become their own power? With a move of consciousness, the spiritual energy force field shielding ability quickly went from level 3 to level 5. It can selectively shield the spiritual energy concentration of any creature within a range of 1,000 kilometers centered on the body, with no upper limit. 1,000 kilometers. This seems to be quite enough. So, Lin Ning looked at his subordinates, who were ready for battle. With their high intelligence, they knew very well what was happening now. Many of them had experience in fighting with humans several times. However, after coming out of the Wantuhai spirit realm, they have not yet fought with humans. At this moment, they showed him their strength. Red Shadow, Snow Brocade, Black Armor, Ochre Feather, Master. For giant bird spirits as big as fighter jets were waiting for orders under Lin Ning. Use your light crystal reflection ability, according to the position I told you, to completely destroy all the flying metal birds of humans in the sky. Yes, Master. The 4 giant birds cried loudly, spread their huge wings, and turned into 4 whirlwinds at the same time, flying into the sky. Their figures, in the reflection of the ink-stained dark clouds, instantly turned into 4 black-clad death gods. And the mission of Red Shadow and others is to destroy all the armed helicopters used for reconnaissance deployed by humans in this vast area. The high-speed reconnaissance aircraft that swooped down from time to time in the sky, and the bomber squadron that was about to take off from Rongqing City. The ability of light crystal reflection allows them to ignore human aerial reconnaissance. Lin Ning aura force field shielding ability has been strengthened, which can hide their aura concentration within 1,000 kilometers. This means that humans have to face the terrifying B-level demon spirits that approach like ghosts and can destroy everything. Humans, since you want to play with me, then I will blind all your eyes here. Pull out your fangs one by one. However, this is far from enough. Jingji, Banhu, Dianwei. Lin Ning looked at his subordinates, who were ready to receive orders at any time, and continued to give orders. Yes, Master. The 3 terrifying and weird-looking beasts lowered their heads. You go to the human city. Accurately destroy the buildings I told you. And destroy the humans there. Yes, Master. A white light and 2 brown-black lights instantly disappeared in the forest, heading straight for the most important places in Rongqing City. They will continue to receive direction instructions in Lin Ning consciousness field, and under the shield of the spiritual energy field. Use extremely fast speed to assassinate the extraordinary people and ordinary people in important positions in various places in Rongqing City, and destroy all the warehouses and airports in Rongqing City that have many threatening weapons. After giving them orders, Lin Ning felt that the initial counterattack was still a little short. He looked at the 3 giant wolves Feng Xiao, Feng Ji, and Feng Yan again. You 3. You need to separate and go to 3 different places to destroy important targets there. Can you complete the mission? Master. Your subordinates will definitely complete the mission and return. The 3 giant wolves roared in a low voice and headed straight for the target Lin Ning requested. At this moment, raindrops suddenly fell from the sky and hit Lin Ning blood-red bamboo leaves. The fiercely burning fire in the distance still showed no sign of stopping. The humans who created them never thought that these raging fires would burn them instead, and then burn them completely into charcoal and be blown away by the strong wind, angering an A-level demon king. What are the consequences? Well, wait and see. The counterattack has just begun. There are many surprises to come. Wait and see. Chapter 169 Lost Contact. Fei Jun leaned against the empty lounge. There was no place for him in the countermeasures command center. Or, in other words, there was no place for the extraordinary. When ordinary people were using various weapons to prepare for the battle against the A-level Demon King, there was no extraordinary. The 9-layered Heaven Tower was severely damaged in the battle against the giant beast a few days ago, although it was supplemented with a large number of D-level extraordinary from the Extraordinary Research Center. But the originally injured and stronger companions have not fully recovered. And with Xingyu's sudden disappearance, the 9-layered Heaven Tower at this time is like a broken ship, unable to easily sail into the ocean again. In Xingyu words, the owner of an injured dog will not even look at it. Fei Jun lit a cigarette, but he didn't have time to take a puff. The door next to him suddenly opened, and Chengyu face appeared in front of him. Brother Fei. Chengyu chuckled and looked at Fei Jun's hand. Give me one. The two scientists sat on the floor in this empty lounge, not at all like they were originally reserved. Brother Fei. I didn't expect you to come here to slack off. Chengyu squinted and blew out a puff of smoke. It's rare. It's none of our business anyway. Why go there to join in the fun? Fei Jun looked at his watch. The third wave of incendiary gasoline bombs should have hit a location closer to the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. Yes. The extraordinary people, those with extraordinary powers, had nothing to do when dealing with the A-level Demon King. Hee. Fei Jun didn't say anything and continued to smoke. Brother Fei. Don't you think it's strange? Chengyu finished a cigarette quickly and flicked it into the ashtray and suddenly asked. You tell me what to do. Hey. Chengyu smiled. Maybe I'm just being suspicious. I always feel that the boss is a little abnormal today. Abnormal? Yes. He suddenly summoned all of us here, and then asked us to come to this combat center to prepare for the battle against the A-level Demon King, who we don't know whether he exists or not. Fei Jun looked up at him and said, Go on. I think the boss's inference is very exciting. He can string together all the unsolvable points and solve them all with the hypothesis that an A-level demon spirit is in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. Although it is a hypothesis. And I also think there are many unreasonable places. But in short, he made all of us believe that there is an A-level Demon King in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. The first in the world. Chengyu said while playing with a coin. Go on. I think the abnormality is here. Brother Fei. For example, if you are in the position above, facing the conclusion that you have deduced that there is an A-level Demon King, what strategy will you adopt against the A-level Demon King? Fei Jun put out his cigarette, but in the ashtray, and glanced at him. You speak first. Didn't the above say that as the most critical point? Mutant creatures above B level will not actively attack humans. So it did not attack us who surrounded Wanzhouhai. Nor did it attack Rongqing City, which is less than 60 kilometers away from Qifeng Mountain. For example, if this is true, then facing such an A-level Demon King, what should we do now? Chengyu stared at Fei Jun's eyes and said, The spiritual rain broke out, and everything needs to be rebuilt. The 9-layered sky tower was severely damaged. It will take a long time to restore its past strength. Fei Jun replied. To deal with B-level demon spirits, we humans need to mobilize all our elites. Why would we provoke a possible A-level demon spirit at this time? Is this what you want to say? Chengyu nodded. Isn't that abnormal? If it were me, facing the A-level demon spirit that didn't take the initiative to attack, I would vigorously support the extraordinary people during this period. Even if there were piles of them, I would have to pile up an A-level extraordinary person, and then cooperate with those nuclear bombs and the like. Yes. Why? Fei Jun couldn't understand it either. That person linked everything together, and led all of them to find the ultimate answer. The Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm has an A-level demon spirit. But if that was really the case, why did he personally order the use of incendiary gasoline bombs to burn the area near the spirit realm, where it lived without regard for the consequences, and lure it out? This obviously doesn't make sense. Even if it is to eliminate this huge threat earlier, there is no reason to do so. After all, even if they all devote themselves to the battle against this A-level Demon King, they don't have the strength to fight against it. The other party is an A-level Demon King whose strength is unknown. But it is definitely unimaginable. It is the A-level Demon King who can destroy the giant beast that all the elites of their Nine Heavens Tower cannot deal with. What can they use to fight him? Right. There is no reason. Chengyu took the cigarette handed over by Fei Jun and lit it. I really hope that the higher-ups made a mistake in judgment this time. Otherwise, just then, there was a commotion in the corridor. Fei Jun immediately opened the door of the lounge, and he and Chengyu instantly heard a series of exclamations and shouts from the direction of the combat command room, as well as continuous phone calls. The two rushed there in the shortest time, but saw on the big screen a scene of helicopters exploding instantly. What happened? Chung Yu murmured with a pale face. On the huge screen, bursts of huge flame sounded, and one helicopter after another was cut in half by an invisible wind. After exploding in the air, they turned into balls of fire and fell rapidly to the charred ground. They filmed. The images also disappeared piece by piece on the big screen. Front line. What happened? Old Dong had contacted the command center in Rongqing City, which was the closest to there, but found that the line there was suddenly cut off. Report. A large number of important facilities in Rongqing City were destroyed. No one can be contacted. A communicator was pale and his eyes were wide open. He had just dialed countless times, but no one answered the call. What? Old Dong's gray hair became extremely messy, and he seemed to be unable to believe his ears. Look for Shuangyue City. There. Report. Shuangyue City can't be contacted either. Another communicator also shouted anxiously. Report. Sikun City can't be contacted either. Report. Dong'an City. Report. Beihu City. Anxious voices from the communicators kept coming one after another, and the impossible things they said about not being able to contact made Old Dong gradually turn from anger to doubting his life. Why? What happened? Old Dong looked at the big screen in despair, and it had turned pitch black. This means that the helicopter brigade and the reconnaissance squadron have been wiped out. Could it be that there is really an A-level demon king? And this is it? Old Dong looked anxiously at the location where the man was, wondering why at this moment the man could still as a mountain? However, he only saw an empty wooden chair. Where did he go? Old Dong's voice was distorted, no longer as calm as before. Old Dong. The boss said at that time that he would take a break, and now he should be in the lounge. The person next to him answered immediately. What? Lounge? Fei Jun and Chung Yu looked at each other. There is only one lounge in this building, and there have always been only the two of them there from the beginning to now. The two rushed to the lounge frantically, but they couldn't find the figure of that person even after searching everywhere. They searched the entire building in a very short time, but found nothing. That person disappeared? Why? Chapter 170 Desire for Battle. Bursts of thunder roared, and shrill lightning flashed from time to time. The drizzle that had originally been drizzling gradually increased. The fire that had devoured countless lives in the sea of giant trees was no longer as majestic as before under the influence of this rain. The sparks in the ashes gradually extinguished, and the surging flames struggled hard in the heavy rain. The ground piled with countless giant trees merged with the dark sky, like hell. And above this hell, dozens of fireballs suddenly exploded in the air, and turned into meteors, falling straight to the ground, making a series of deafening explosions. The explosions were mixed with the sound of burning flames and heavy rain, and echoed in this vast mountainous area. Lin Ning sensed the brilliant achievements of Chiang and his companions, and in his consciousness field, he commanded them to continue to attack the helicopters and reconnaissance planes that humans had eliminated again and again. Jingji, Banhu, and Yanwei were already very close to Rongqing City, while Fengxiao, the three wind wolves with a faster speed, crossed mountains and ridges and attacked Shuangyue City, Dong'an City, and Beihu City, which were farther away, facing the provocation of humans, which could even be said to be an obviously purposeful attack. Lin Ning felt that his current counterattack strength was still far behind. Bingpa, Shuiyuan, Huaikui, you three. Get ready. After Lin Ning sensed that nearly half of the human helicopter brigade and reconnaissance planes had been destroyed in a short period of time, he immediately called back Jiang, Xuejin, and Majia, three giant birds, with his consciousness field. Their mobility was unmatched by other subordinates. Master, where are we going to attack? Dingpa and the other three were quite excited. So far, the three of them have not had direct contact with humans, and in the face of human provocation, they have been furious and eager to retaliate. Lin Ning knew what his subordinates were thinking. Then let them follow their nature and fully release their wildness and savagery in those important places of humans. However, after thinking for a while, he looked at the three giant wolves Lei Ji, Yan Lu, and Du Yan. Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Du Yan. The three of you follow the three of them. Sit on the backs of the three of Qiang, and go to the destination I set for you. Yes, Master. The 3 giant monkeys and the 3 giant wolves immediately obeyed. It was also at this time that Qiang flew back. Master, those metal birds are too weak. Qiang, Xuejin and Makai were not hurt at all after this short raid. They were fierce and eager to fight. Qiang, Xuejin, Makai, you did a good job. You each take them to your destination and arrive as quickly as possible. Yes. The 3 giant birds each took 2 companions and flew high, disappearing in the rain. Their destinations were the 3 giant cities of Behu City, Yuanda City and Wanmo City. The mission was to kill key figures and destroy key buildings as much as possible. Just like the previous companions. Under them, those with strength reaching the 1st level or even above included Panda Panda, Silver Dragon Qin Chun, Golden Python Jin Lin, Rock Wolf Yanxi, Saro Dushan, Baichi, Giant Bear Manwei, the 4 Blood Phoenixes Chifeng, Hangwei, Fei Xia, Yanqing, and the heavy-eyed bird Quanzhan, Whiting, Giant River Shrimp Yujia, and Minnow Duansai. Master, subordinates request to fight. The huge golden scales were full of murderous aura, and their companions went out to fight one by one. They were also eager to show their strength to Lin Ning. You have to be by my side in this battle. Lin Ning did not agree. Now, it is not yet time for a full-scale war. The tasks he had set before were to let his subordinates give humans a warning and a certain amount of revenge. Let them know how stupid it is to provoke him. An A-level demon king. Lin Ning ability to reconstruct the aura of all things covers a range of 1,000 kilometers centered on him. He obtained a lot of relevant information about why humans threw incendiary gasoline bombs into the spiritual realm this time from various cities where humans gathered. From those people and institutions he focused on. And these relevant information merged from trickles into turbulent rivers. And finally merged into the vast ocean of reality. Sure enough, they still deduced it. After Lin Ning gathered all the information, he finally confirmed his previous guess, and was surprised at the wisdom of that human. The upper echelons of the human side accurately deduced the existence of this A-level demon king from various clues. They even directly guessed that he had escaped from the Wantuhai spirit realm and moved to the Kaifenchen spirit realm near Rongqing City, which was hard to imagine. Not to mention the ability to conceal his aura. Although that person did not figure out that Lin Ning, the A-level demon king, was actually a mutated bamboo, not a mutated creature. But in Lin Ning's opinion, that human was already quite remarkable. However, why did this wise person give the order to attack him? That person could not be unaware of the gap in strength between a human and an A-level demon spirit. They even couldn't understand whether the nuclear bomb, the biggest weapon they had, could cause trouble to the A-level demon spirit. What's more, humans had just experienced the impact of the spiritual rain explosion and the setback of losing half of the 9-layered sky tower. So, when they hadn't sorted themselves out yet, they hastily started a war against a mutant creature at the level of an A-level demon king. The logic before and after didn't make sense at all. What's more, if that person really confirmed his inference, why did he use something as low-powered as a gasoline bomb to provoke an A-level demon king whose strength was absolutely superior to that of a B-level demon spirit? You know, a B-level demon spirit basically shields all attacks from thermal weapons. Instead of using several high-yield nuclear bombs to directly bombard the A-level demon king in the Chifeng Mountain spirit territory that they have confirmed before, they could even react in the shortest time and bombard the monster army led by Zhai Yu without hesitation. Why are they so hesitant this time? This is obviously too abnormal. Lin Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled that a person's IQ could be so different. But what if this person did it intentionally? Prematurely expose the existence of his A-level demon king to humans, and then use this trick to force his existence out. Wouldn't that make a lot more sense? Purpose? Let the A-level demon king and humans start a full-scale war. The result would definitely not be a victory for humans. I'm afraid that all the humans in this world would be burned to death by the anger of the A-level demon king. At this moment, the explosion from the direction of Rongqing City was the prelude, and the revenge of the A-level demon king that the person had been waiting for also sounded at this moment. Chapter 171 Countdown to Destruction. Rongqing City. Dozens of the latest bombers that were about to take off to carry out the mission assigned by the superiors were suddenly swept up by a gust of wind and smashed to the ground, turning into balls of fire, causing the entire Rongqing Special Operations Airport to fall into panic and chaos. Some were even cut into neat pieces, and then exploded at the same time, igniting the surrounding area into a sea of fire. This is the ochre feather that killed all helicopters and reconnaissance planes, and came to destroy the human air force. Its ability can ensure that it will never be observed by anyone or machine. At the same time, Lin Ning gave it the ability to shield the spiritual energy force field, and it can completely shield the B-level spiritual energy concentration on its body, so that it will not be detected by any spiritual energy detection equipment. The giant wings that are enough to cut through all metal, concrete and steel buildings, combined with its own great power, are completely crushing in this special airport. Even those people didn't even know that they were attacked and killed by a B-level demon spirit. Shiyu had completed its mission at this stage, blinding all the enemy's eyes used for observation, and pulling out all the fangs closest to the master. It spread its huge wings and flew towards the direction of its master Lin Ning again. At the same time, 3 streams of light, 1 white and 2 black, finally arrived in Rongqing City. According to the instructions of its master Lin Ning, they went straight to the missile launch base, the weapons depot, etc., and wiped out all the people who resisted and escaped. Afterwards, Jingji, Banhu and Yanwei continued to receive Lin Ming orders and went to the Extraordinary Command Center in Rongqing City, as well as the command center where important people gathered, and used their assassination skills to the fullest. Soon, these places were submerged in a sea of blood, and no one alive could escape the fangs and claws of these B-level demon spirits. Rongqing City also became a completely defenseless place under their joint strangulation. At the same time, Feng Xiao also arrived at Shuangyue City. Feng Ji also arrived at Sikhun City. Feng Yan also arrived at Dong'an City, as Wind Wolves. They have entered the second stage, and their current strength is also the top among all of Lin Ming's subordinates. Although their presence is not as high as before, they can always do their best when executing any orders issued by Lin Ming. Cruelty and ruthlessness are their creeds. Destruction and destruction are their synonyms. Attack all places where humans have power. Lin Ming consciousness field has covered the entire maximum range he can perceive, and several huge cities on the human side are also, unfortunately, among them. And each of these cities also has a considerable number of extraordinary people and large-scale thermal weapons. Destroying and eliminating them is the important task that Lin Ning has assigned to his subordinates this time. Yes, Master. The 3 Wind Wolves received the order at the same time, and wrapped their entire bodies with all the spiritual energy. At the same time, each of them raised nearly 100 green wind blades, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. As B-level demons, their strength is unquestionable, and their execution ability has also brought this strength to the extreme state. They rushed towards the target like a gust of wind. Qiang carried Bingpa and Leiji to Beihu City. Xuejin carried Huaikui and Yin Lu to Yuanda City. Makai carried Zhuiyuan and Diyan to Duanma City. Their mission was the same as that of other companions. Eliminate these threatening extraordinary people and large thermal weapons with attack attributes in these giant cities within 1,000 kilometers one by one. Under Lin Ming ability, they conceal their own powerful spiritual energy concentration, and at the same time, they use Lin Ming ability to rebuild the aura of all things to accurately find the target that should be destroyed. In the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, Lin Ming, who was in charge of the overall situation, was constantly using his powerful abilities to direct the actions of his subordinates. For him, this revenge was just to let humans know that he was not easy to mess with, and to let humans know that they were the weakest party. As long as he wanted, ordinary people would naturally not be able to escape the fate of these extraordinary people and important buildings. In order to force him out, humans used the despicable tactics of fire attack and encirclement. They even wanted to cover the entire spirit realm with fire. They used the various weapons they were most proud of and relied on the most. However, their wishful thinking was completely wrong. Completely. They guessed that mutant creatures above the level of B-level demons would not actively attack humans. Perhaps for other B-level demons, attacking humans was indeed the case. But for him, a mutant bamboo, this idea was a bit too ridiculous. It's not that he didn't want to attack, but there's no need. Originally, Lin Ning wanted to hide until he was promoted to the 4th level, and then let humans know his existence without any scruples, so that humans would feel that everything was futile and powerless against him, the most powerful mutant creature in the world. But at this time, their behavior made Lin Ning let them taste some fatal revenge first, even as an A-level demon king, which he was not satisfied with. Lin Ming's strength at this time was enough to shock humans. His own strength was like this, and the strength of his subordinates was also like this. Now, even if he didn't do it himself, relying on these subordinates alone, he could make humans spend a period of quiet panic. Let them feel that the end of the world is coming. This time, Lin Ming asked his subordinates to attack the extraordinary people in various giant cities of humans, as well as their facilities, in order to let them know that he, an A-level demon king, was not something that humans could afford to provoke. And then, the choice of humans would also make him make a choice. If humans were to launch a large number of nuclear bombs regardless of everything, trying to destroy him with mushroom clouds, then Lin Ming would use his own powerful strength to completely step out from behind the scenes and let humans completely enter the countdown to doomsday. If humans were shocked by the destructive attacks of his subordinates and became more honest from then on, then he would not mind extending the countdown for a while. At this time, Lin Ming did not want to completely step out from behind the scenes. There were too many mysteries in front of him. After all, although the perception range and the spiritual energy shielding range reached 1,000 kilometers, the range he could attack was only a mere 100 kilometers. The behavior of the human high level was too strange, and the mystery of the strange beast was not solved. If I stand in front of the stage too early, it might not be a good time. However, the choice of this time is not entirely in my hands. Sensing the brilliant results of the subordinates in the 7 giant cities, and the panic of the humans under these results, Lin Ming was quite satisfied. What should humans do next? Will they choose to fight to the death or surrender to him? However, at this moment, Lin Ming's ability to rebuild the aura of all things sensed something strange. Hundreds of white halos suddenly appeared in an area 100 kilometers away from him that had not been burned by fire. Hee. You want to take advantage of the fire? Lin Ming knew that those annoying little things were coming again. But this time, what new tricks will they have? Choosing this moment when humans are in chaos and his strongest subordinates have not returned yet. They really know how to pick the time. Chapter 172. No matter how many there are, it is meaningless. Heavy rain poured down on the entire western part of Shu province. Several lightning flashed across the gloomy sky from time to time, making bursts of rumbling noises. The flames that once burned everything violently gradually became tamed under the rainstorm, splashing white mist all over the sky. And between the ashes and the fallen plants, hundreds of white rings quietly appeared. Every second, hundreds of strange beasts appeared at the same time. And among these strange beasts, there were mouths that took up nearly half of the body size. Some that looked like a giant brain, some that were nearly 10 meters tall, and some that were half the size of a big eyeball. At this time, they did not move forward, but gradually gathered in a group, from hundreds of heads to thousands, tens of thousands. Even, in a short period of time, they directly reached the level of millions. Almost all white. They gathered on this black field that had been burned to ashes, and they were extremely conspicuous. Only this much? Lin Ming visualized all this in his mind. Millions of alien beasts seemed like a lot, but in fact, they only had some advantage in numbers. But what would the human side look like after seeing these alien beasts? Their eyes were completely blinded by Lin Ming. Now, all kinds of aircraft in giant cities with air power such as reconnaissance aircraft within 1,000 kilometers have been completely destroyed by the subordinates sent by Lin Ming. Even if humans launched reconnaissance aircraft from 1,000 kilometers away to continue reconnaissance in this place, Lin Ming felt that they would definitely be extremely shocked and terrified by the millions of alien beasts. Especially at this time. There were so many types of alien beasts that they had never seen before. Not long after, the vast ashes and the air were almost filled with large and small alien beasts. And the number was close to tens of millions. And the hundreds of white halos disappeared. Lin Ming knew that this group of alien beasts should be preparing to march. It must be said that this time, the beasts chose a perfect time again. The human side was now completely unable to take care of other things because of him. The Air Force was completely destroyed. After losing their eyes, they naturally had no awareness of these monsters that did not even have a strong spiritual energy concentration. They could even appear in such a conspicuous position without any scruples, which was the best proof. Without the enemy of humans, the beasts naturally did not have to worry too much. Their strategy this time was quite clear in Lin Ming's opinion. Using the tide of beasts, or even the sea of beasts, to decide the outcome. It must be said that this was a rather risky, radical, and unreasonable tactic. Unlike the previous detours, and even the use of tactics such as feinting to the east and attacking in the west. This time, they seemed to take advantage of the humans targeting him. A Class A demon spirit, to take advantage of the fire. At the same time, they also launched a counterattack between him and the humans. And in this rainstorm, they played their absolute advantage in numbers to get what they wanted. The red diamond heart. It was really a good move. Moreover, the timing was just right. Humans mindlessly provoked the A-level demon spirits, which led to retaliation. And all nearby air forces were destroyed. The military locations of the huge city were completely destroyed. And all the extraordinary people were killed, from the beginning. There was a heavy rainstorm. Lin Ning felt that this series of coincidences made him think too much. In particular, the human side came up with the so-called fire attack tactics. Could they not consider the factor of heavy rain? Why did they have to pick this time in a hurry? Humans who could infer that the A-level demon king was in the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm. Why didn't they just use a nuclear bomb to solve the problem? Why did they come with 3 waves of incendiary gasoline bombs at a location of about 100 kilometers? What are they worried about? Or, what do they want? To be more specific, what does that person want? Lin Ning looked at the glowing red diamond heart on his trunk. There should be no other answer. Right? If that person is not sure whether his A-level demon king is an animal or a plant. The difference is only soul pill and red diamond heart. The meaning of the sea of strange beasts that appeared at this time is self-evident. They have a strange relationship with humans. There is no way. To be honest, Lin Ning does not want to associate the two together. But what happened before and after? Every appearance of strange beasts is full of coincidences. Just like the first time they were discovered by humans. According to the information Lin Ning obtained, they opened the white halo and appeared in a very conspicuous open space. And accidentally went to shoot the explosion sound found by the reconnaissance aircraft. Then, the human side went out, followed by the tide of alien beasts. Lin Ning even felt that he could think more. Was the tide of alien beasts that timed the exercise of the sea of alien beasts this time? Although the strength and species are completely different from now. If you think about it carefully, isn't it exactly the same? After all, the alien beasts are more like using humans, or simply using the extraordinary people to achieve their goals. For example, the time of the B-level demon spirit crusade a few days ago was so grand that all the elites were sent over. Finally, when the extraordinary people of the Nine Heavens Tower killed the B-level demon spirit and took out the soul pill, the alien beast appeared again and snatched the soul pill directly. This made the alien beast become a giant monster. And it also used its extremely strong destructive power to severely damage the Nine Heavens Tower. And the elites were lost. Although the alien beasts were killed by him in the end. They also took the opportunity to severely damage the extraordinary people on the human side. No matter how you think about it, it's suspicious. Lin Ning found that at this time, those beasts that seemed to be ready had already started to move forward. There was no need to guess the direction they were going to move. However, they wanted to suppress him with absolute numbers, then drown him, and then obtain the red diamond heart. To be honest, this tactic, which idiot came up with it? Lin Ning felt deeply sad for the beasts. He felt that he had previously thought that the beasts were intelligent, or that there was a guy behind them controlling them. This idea was really too much. What era is it? And you still want to use such a crappy tactic? If you want to use the Sea of Beasts tactic, at least the strength must be similar or even crushing. Then it will be useful. Right? I am an A-level demon king who can easily destroy giant beasts that are more powerful than B-level demons. Use these rotten tomatoes and stinky bird eggs to make a pile. For an elephant, it doesn't matter whether the ant is one or a pile. Don't even understand this. Lin Ning looked down. After learning that the Sea of Beasts was coming, his subordinates were eager to try and asked for a fight. The other companions went to various cities to complete the mission, while they stayed here on standby. All of them were holding back their energy. After all, it was hard to grow up to this point. But it would be really uncomfortable if there was no opportunity to show it. Well, since the enemy is coming, then you are responsible for destroying them completely. These rubbish. There is no need for me to do it myself. Even in the Sea of Strange Beasts. Chapter 173 Hidden in the Darkness. The Sea of Strange Beasts. Nearly 10 million ugly and disgusting monsters gradually began to move forward from the gathering place. On the ground and in the air. The white beasts completely covered the black ashes left after the flames burned. And as they moved, the black was completely exposed again. Their weird eyes and strange tentacles were like the death god born in the depths of nightmares on the ashes. Lin Ning sensed these enemies without hesitation. Qifeng, Hangwei, Feixia, Yanxing. You will now carry out precise attacks on the special types in the group of beasts. Yes, Master. As soon as Lin Ning finished speaking, four flame-like red lights instantly rushed into the rain. The speed of the blood phoenixes was extremely fast, suitable for raiding the special type beasts that were most closely protected in the enemy army. These beasts can use their abilities to directly apply a layer of ordinary attack and a layer of elemental attack barrier to all beasts, and can also hide their breath. This time, they were not missing from the sea of strange beasts, and they were intentionally placed in the center, protected by a large number of ordinary types. However, these protections were useless for the blood phoenixes with extremely fast speed and strong attack power. Crazy battle. Wei Ting, you are responsible for attacking those large strange beasts. There are many of them, so be careful. Yes, Master. The two huge flying birds took off into the sky, and their orange-red wings were extremely eye-catching. As heavy bombers, these two heavy-eyed birds have the ability to easily destroy and kill those strange beasts that are more than 10 meters tall, but whose only weakness is the head. They are also the best choice to attack those big strange beasts. As they rushed into the rainstorm and headed to their destination, Lin Ning looked at his other subordinates again. Panda, Silver Dragon Qin, Golden Python Jin Lin, Rock Wolf Yanxi, Saro Dushan, White Qilin, Giant Bear Manwei, Little Turtle Machin. These are the subordinates who can still fight. Although Shadow and Shengbai, the little Saro, have a strong desire to fight, Lin Ning does not want to distract Dushan and Baiqi because of them, so he will not send them. The same reason applies to the mutant creatures that followed from Wan Tuhai's spirit realm before. Although they have almost touched the edge of the first level, most of them are still far behind. This time, Lin Ning does not want to let them go out to take risks. He will talk about it after they have made achievements. After all, when he wants to cultivate some reserve forces in the future, their existence will be very valuable. As for the giant river shrimp giant armor and the minnow satin color, they are not suitable for fighting in this environment. They are both aquatic creatures, although the giant armor can go ashore, and in this kind of heavy rain weather, it will not be affected by being away from the water for too long. But as a player with extremely strong defense, the speed of the giant armor is indeed a big shortcoming. It may be okay for attacking, but facing those agile beasts, the giant armor can't really say that there is any advantage. At most, it can attack those large monsters, but the opponent is 10 meters tall, and this thing that is only 2 or 3 meters tall when standing up has no advantage. Whether it is the croaker satin color or the giant river shrimp giant armor, the two of them will wait until he builds an underwater army to deal with human weapons from rivers or mutant creatures in the water. That's when they can show their power. Qin, Baiqi. Lin Ning interrupted his thinking and continued to give orders. Subordinates are here. Silver Dragon. Saro Baiqi stepped forward. Baiqi, you are responsible for using light elements to create a barrier to protect your companions. Qin, you are here as an assistant. Yes, Master. Panda, Manwei, Yanxi, Dushan. Subordinates are here. Dushan is responsible for taking the three of you to the front to provide the best frontline defense support and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Yes. The four subordinates also set off immediately. Panda is on Manwei. Manwei is on Yanxi. And Yanxi is on Dushan. The shape was quite strange, but the speed was not slow, especially when it moved out of the canyon, and even quickly caught up with Qin and Baiqi, who had set out earlier. Mo Chen. Lin Ning used his consciousness to forcefully communicate with the little turtle. However, he found that the little turtle was gone. Lin Ning sensed and found that this guy actually lay directly on the back of the panda this time. Master. Mo Chen's intelligence was still a little lacking, and his consciousness was just coming. Lin Ning used a bamboo root to pull it off Panda and drag it to his side. You stay with me. This moment is not the best time for you to go out. Master. Yes. The little turtle Mo Chen was very obedient. It naturally had a big role, instead of going out to fight those scum monsters. At this time, in addition to it, Lin Ning also had a subordinate who was eager to fight. Master. Jin Lin requests to fight. This huge golden python was extremely excited from the beginning. But from the beginning to the end, Jin Lin never heard his master calling his name, asking him to follow Qiying and others to fight against humans. Nor did he hear him asking him to deal with those annoying beasts. Jin Lin was eager to show his might in front of the silver dragon Qin Chun. After reaching the second level, Qin Chun changed from a snake to a dragon, and even grew wings. And it is still a golden python. And there is not much sign of transformation except for its size. The golden python felt that he must further improve his realm so that Qin Chun can see his strength. Let the master see his strength. Jin Lin. Yes, master. Jin Lin was extremely excited. The task he could give himself at this time must be quite important. You must stay by my side. Unexpectedly, Jin Lin was stunned for a moment by the order of his master Lin Ning. Master? Master? You staying by my side will be much more useful than destroying the alien beasts. Jin Lin was a little confused. And it was a little incomprehensible. The most powerful weapon used by the human side can only be completely ineffective with your ability. Yes, master. After hearing Lin Ming's explanation, Jin Lin instantly became energetic. Master, I will definitely protect you. Lin Ming stroked his head with a bamboo stick. And Jin Lin was also full of energy. Whether it is Jin Lin or Emotion, if they are both by his side, then the human nuclear bomb attack can basically be avoided. Lin Ning will never ignore the possibility of something happening because of its probability. Will the human side be angry and directly use nuclear bombs to cover the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm? Although this possibility is small, it is not impossible. If they really do that, whether it is Jin Lin or Emotion, they can use their abilities to reduce or even completely eliminate these nuclear bomb threats. Jin Lin's ability to control metals, Emotion's ability to change fate, and other abilities that affect luck can all be called bug abilities. Lin Ning is not afraid of nuclear bombs. Even if dozens of high-yield nuclear bombs are bombarded at the same time, it will not have any effect on him at all. The ability to create new life can allow him to recover to his original state in an instant, even if his tissues are destroyed to only a few millimeters. But nuclear annihilation and not daring to nuclear annihilate him even if there is a nuclear annihilation. These are two different concepts. As an A-level demon king, a third-level mutant bamboo, Lin Ning feels that he has not reached the level that humans dare not bomb even if they have 1,000,000 nuclear bombs. 4th level, 5th level, or even higher. Once you reach that level, you really don't need to live anymore. Now, he is still in the dark, and his true identity is unknown to humans. He deeply feels that he needs to become stronger. Chapter 170 for the lives of hundreds of millions of people. At this moment, go to Beijing. In the Shushi Spirit Realm Countermeasures Command, everyone is now in extreme chaos. Not long ago, reports from temporary communication facilities in various places informed of the strange situation that the military facilities of more than a dozen huge cities were basically destroyed, and all the supernatural beings stationed were killed. Originally, when the incendiary bombs were dropped at the beginning, everyone was wondering why they would provoke such an imaginary A-level demon king. After all, it was quite difficult for them to deal with a B-level demon spirit, and even required a large number of supernatural beings from the Nine Heavens Tower to do it. But at that time, under the order of that person, no one dared to speak. In particular, that person led everyone step by step to the fact that could almost be regarded as the truth. In the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, less than 60 kilometers away from Rongqing City, the mystery that has troubled everyone for a long time. The A-level demon king should be there. If this A-level demon king does not exist, then these incendiary gasoline bombs can reduce the large number of mutant creatures in the spirit realm. If this A-level demon king is here, these incendiary gasoline bombs can force it out. Then what? A large number of incendiary gasoline bombs were fired in that direction. Then the man didn't say another word. Then, hundreds of armed helicopters responsible for monitoring exploded and were damaged one by one under unknown circumstances. And no one knew why. After that, important departments in more than a dozen giant cities, such as Rongqing City and Shuangyue City, could not be contacted one after another. When everyone became extremely panicked from confusion and anxiety, they found that the only person who could make a decision was missing. Even Yuanda City, which is the closest to Shangjing and is less than 200 kilometers away in a straight line, was attacked, and everyone fell into a state of panic. Will they be the next one? However, after such a long time, this place, which is obviously more important than those military facilities, has not had any unusual movements. And everyone is confused again. Why? Mr. Dong. Fei Jun's face was extremely pale. A series of events could no longer be explained by coincidence. Especially all the decisions made by that person before and after were extremely contradictory. And his sudden disappearance was unexpected by everyone. Dong Lao shook his head silently. All the guards had been sent to search the entire building, including all the nearby buildings. When they wanted to retrieve the monitoring facilities, they found that they were almost completely unusable. And the people in the monitoring room all disappeared mysteriously. The importance of that person is beyond doubt. And it is almost unacceptable for him to disappear. After sending a large number of people to search, everyone present turned their attention to another direction. At this time, more important things were in front of them, which were much more urgent than finding that person. What should they do next? In the face of crisis, any decision made by these people can have a great impact. That A-level demon king seems to be really angered by us. At this time, Fei Jun stood in the middle of the crowd. He felt that the current situation was in a critical situation. Before, he had thought that the speculation of this A-level demon king might just be a guess. But before they could launch a second attack with white phosphorus bombs, all the armed helicopters were destroyed. And no one even knew how they were destroyed. After that, bad news came from various giant cities one after another. And it was obvious that the targets were the armed forces in various places. Whether it was various weapons or extraordinary people. These were extremely important combat forces deployed by the Tang Kingdom in various places. But now they were completely destroyed in a very short time. This was obviously the revenge and warning from the A-level demon king in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm. The meaning of the A-level demon spirit destroying these military facilities is actually easy to guess. If humans dare to provoke again, then it chooses to attack and kill those unarmed civilians. Which is just the difference between wanting and not wanting. However, old Dong shook his head. This does not mean that the A-level demon king is in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm. After all, the distribution of the giant cities that were attacked has no regularity at all. As the one with the highest voice at the scene, his words are very important. And after that person is gone, it is also him who faces this crisis directly. But Mr. Dong was too used to being a deputy, and he didn't think clearly about many things. For potential threats, he just wanted to sacrifice a small part in exchange for the peace of the whole. Regardless of whether there is any so-called A-level demon king in the Seven Peaks Spirit realm, he wants to press that button. As the one who can make all the decisions now, he is also prepared for what he is going to do. Mr. Dong? I don't think so. I just discovered something. Please switch the map. Thank you. At this time, Chung Yu from the 9th Heavenly Tower suddenly stood in front of the huge screen. His face was even paler than before. Soon, the big screen was switched to the big map. And Chung Yu also used a pen to point a black dot near the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm. This is the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm, he said, and continued to mark on the LCD screen. Shuangyue City, Yuanda City, Beihu City. Soon, Chung Yu circled the giant cities that were attacked above the Tang Kingdom. Everyone didn't understand what Chung Yu wanted to say, and they were all staring at him. I found a very interesting fact. That is, among all the super large cities that were attacked, none of them was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm. Chung Yu pointed to the map. The farthest ones are Dayuan City and Duanli City, which are more than 900 kilometers away, as well as Beihu City, etc. But there are no reports of attacks in Haisha City, where there are more extraordinary people, and Shangjing City here. Chung Yu's words made everyone suddenly realize. It seems that this is really the case? This indirectly proves that the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm has an A-level demon spirit that can attack anything within 1,000 kilometers, which is 10 times more than that person estimated, Chung Yu said, and drew another dot 100 kilometers outside the Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm they attacked before. What does this mean? Dong Lao didn't figure it out. He was just thinking at this time whether to press the red button next to the yellow and black pattern after he finished speaking, or not wait for him to finish speaking. Mr. Dong? Don't worry. Let's look at this place. Chung Yu saw what Mr. Dong meant, and his pen tapped next to Sanon City again. This Sanon City, which is 1,050 kilometers away from Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm, is where we have deployed quite a lot of extraordinary people and weapons. It is also a military stronghold. Right? However, we can still contact Sanon City, and we haven't heard any reports of attacks from there. Right? Mr. Dong's hand has already touched the button, so what? This proves that Chiefing Mountain Spirit realm has an A-level demon spirit that can attack anything within 1,000 kilometers. And it is not just a guess. Right? Chum Yu smiled. Elder Dong stopped his action, and his face became gloomy at the same time. You mean? Any reaction we have now is enough for the other party to decide whether to directly destroy everything within 1,000 kilometers with it as the center. Fei Jun gritted his teeth. Elder Dong. This is not just a matter of Rongqing City. What you said? Elder Dong's hands were shaking. Moreover, the other party is an A-level demon king. Whether he can withstand a nuclear bomb. We don't need to risk the lives of hundreds of millions of people, and take this as a bet. Elder Dong. Fei Jun shook his head. A-level demon kings do exist. If we use nuclear bombs, it is likely that we will be the only ones destroyed. Chapter 175 Unexpected Gains. The lightning flashed continuously, like a silver snake, running wildly in the ink like clouds. From time to time, deafening thunder roared and echoed in the valley of the Seven Peaks mountain. The heavy rain poured down, as if it would never stop. Lin Ning felt that he had been waiting for a long time. As expected, the sea of alien beasts was immediately broken by the first wave of attack from the 4 blood phoenixes. Even if ordinary alien beasts tried their best to block and defend, they could not stop the attack of these blood phoenixes with extremely strong attack power and extremely fast speed. Almost like a line of fire. The heavy-eyed birds, Quang Zhan and Wei Ting, also became the nightmares of large alien beasts in an instant. These 2 cruel little guys flew over those 10-meter-high opponents and even grabbed their heads, which was the only weakness of large alien beasts, and then stuck them on branches. Bai Qi built a barrier, while Panda the panda, Manyu the giant bear, Yanxi the rock wolf, and Siro Dushan acted as human shields while turning themselves into chariots, violently crushing everything. Qin Shun swam in the sea of strange beasts like a silver thread, but wherever it passed, the strange beasts all knelt down as if they had melted, and then turned into balls of meat, mud, and pus. And with the heavy rain, Qin Shun venom was obviously more like a fish in water, and soon corroded all the strange beasts gathered near it. Although he knew the result without seeing it, Lin Ning was still pleased with the heroic performance of his subordinates. Those strange beasts, except for the flying big eyeballs, which were a little difficult to deal with, needed to be caught before exposing their weaknesses. Basically, after mastering the rules and fighting methods, the others were not difficult at all. Thinking of this, Lin Ning also used the bamboo roots to turn into a huge net like last time, trapping and surrounding those flying big eyeball strange beasts. After that, he tied them up impatiently one by one. The bamboo roots turned into sharp thorns and stabbed at the big mouths that appeared from the center of the eyeballs. Ding! You got 10 evolution points. Ding! You got 10 evolution points. Ding! What the hell? Lin Ning was stunned. What's going on? What's going on? Gave evolution points? Why? He was puzzled. What's going on? Why did I get evolution points this time after killing the alien beasts? Lin Ning recalled that every time he killed those alien beasts, there was no such situation. Just like the last time he killed hundreds of big-eyed alien beasts in an instant. It was like crushing a ball of mud, without any sense of accomplishment. Every time he dealt with alien beasts before, Lin Ning felt like he was forced to do it, and kept crushing those disgusting things like crushing mud. He even disliked the trouble, and directly used humans to carry them. Isn't this the sea of alien beasts? In order to save as much trouble as possible, he would rather wait here for the unknown nuclear bombs from humans, and send almost all his troops to deal with those alien beasts that are not a threat to them at all. But now, with the sound of the system prompt, everything has changed. Killing a big-eyed alien beast actually earned 10 evolution points. This is simply rich. Lin Ning looked at the attribute panel and found that he had just gained nearly 20,000 evolution points with just a light pinch. Isn't this 100 times better than touching the spirit stone, chopping those mutant creatures, and waiting for the spirit rain to burst and get wet? The difficulty of obtaining evolution points has also been reduced instantly. Although I don't know why he didn't give it before, but gave it this time. Lin Ning knows that from now on, alien beasts will be his favorite thing. Even if there are only 10 evolution points, they win in number. Stop attacking. In Lin Ning consciousness field. Although Panda Panda and others were puzzled, they immediately accepted this order. Now, retreat. I take care of the rest. Yes, Master. All the subordinates were obedient and slowly switched from attack to defense. and then retreated in the direction of Lin Ning, pulling away from the beasts. Lin Ning sensed it, and regrettably found that the total number of the remaining beasts, under the stormy attack of his subordinates, was now less than 10,000. They were only about 70 to 80 kilometers away from him. Wouldn't it be great if they were all in the attack circle? Lin Ning bamboo roots instantly turned into countless large nets, easily catching all the beasts that were still unwilling to give up and were coming towards him. Next, the sandstorm will send. No, the bamboo roots will send the beasts to their graves. Lin Ning consciousness moved, and all the bamboo roots that caught the beasts suddenly shrank. And at the same time, the countless spikes stretched out, mercilessly turning all the enemies into corpses. Ding! You have gained 5 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 18 evolution points. Ding! Lin Ning listened to the numerous system prompts and found that not every type of beast had the same evolution points. For example, the ordinary beast had 5 points, while the large beast had 18 points. The big-eyed beast that was just killed had 10 points. But because his subordinates had killed all the special beasts before, Lin Ning didn't know how many evolution points the special beasts and small special beasts could bring. Of the remaining beasts, the ordinary beasts accounted for the majority, and there were not many large beasts left. It's better than nothing. However, after killing nearly 10,000 beasts, Lin Ning finally got less than 60,000 evolution points. Adding the points he had gained from killing the big-eyed monster, Lin Ning total evolution points in this short period of time reached nearly 80,000 points. That's a lot. It was the first time that Lin Ning felt that killing so many monsters was so exciting. He had no interest in crushing these things. He looked at the attribute panel, and with the remaining evolution points, the total number of evolution points, he had now reached more than 100,000 points. Now, the next thing to worry about is how to distribute them. Right? Lin Ning suddenly fell into a happy trouble. Obviously, there was no such good thing happening before. At this moment, his subordinates gradually returned to his side from the battlefield with the monsters. And Lin Ning also lowered the bamboo branches filled with spiritual liquid. These things are the best rewards for them. At the same time, he did not forget to clean up the battlefield. The bamboo branches searched in a large area. After gathering all the corpses of the monsters together, Lin Ning moved some of them closer to observe them carefully. The purpose was naturally to understand the secret of why there were no evolution points when they were killed before. But there are now. Under the dual effects of the blood blade and the bamboo branch, the bodies of the strange beasts were dissected clearly. Lin Ning searched carefully and finally found a strange black bead in each of their heads. The size was only 1 centimeter in diameter, and the hole was round. This was obviously something that the strange beasts had never had before. Chapter 176 Fear of the Unknown. After pulling all the corpses of the alien beasts together, Lin Ning studied them for a while. And it was during this period of time that the rainstorm suddenly stopped. This made Lin Ning want to laugh. What a coincidence. Could it be any more coincidental? Dare you? After confirming that there was nothing special, Lin Ning also used the empathy imitation ability to copy the dark element attribute of the little Soro shadow. And the bamboo root used the previous extremely powerful and extremely strange attack on the huge pile of alien beast corpses. In an instant, small black smoke appeared at the location of the alien beast corpses. And then these black smoke continued to expand. And soon the corpses of the alien beasts, along with all the surrounding plants, were absorbed and swallowed by the black smoke. And they were completely wiped out. This is a very good way to destroy traces, which is much smaller than burning with fire and bombarding with lightning elements. And it will not be so conspicuous. It is really a must-have recipe for destroying traces at home and traveling. However, Lin Ning always felt that this ability was quite strange and weird. Dark element. What exactly is it? Lin Ning has not tried to use this on a living creature, but he knows that the power of this thing is likely to make everything he wants to attack go die instantly. The level of the ability of the little Soro shadow is level 4, which is not small. But the black mist it uses is only a few centimeters in diameter, which is completely incomparable to his ability to use dozens of black mists with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters at the same time. This also applies to him using empathy imitation when using other types of elements such as fire, thunder, ice, etc. As long as he uses it, it will definitely be more powerful and wider than the subordinates who imitate it. Lin Ning also knew that this was probably because his realm had reached the 3rd level at this time. If he raised his realm to the 4th level, the power of this empathy imitation ability would be even more abnormal. What's more, the current level of empathy imitation ability is only level 1, which can only imitate the ability of one element. What if the level is further improved? Lin Ning evolution points at this time have reached more than 100,000 after killing those strange beasts, so he can upgrade his various abilities. However, before that, he needs to explore the reality of the human side. Now, the fire in the spiritual realm was completely extinguished because of the heavy rain that came just in time before. After the heavy rain stopped, except for the burned ashes, the spiritual realm was not much different from the past. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the light gradually shone through the gaps in the clouds. One after another, the beams of light also shone on the vast giant trees in the spiritual realm and the ashes. After a while, the clouds became thinner again, and the fierce sunlight shone directly down again. In the spiritual realm, the peace of the past was restored again, as if nothing had happened. Lin Ning used the ability to reconstruct the aura of all things to perceive and materialize everything he could perceive, in order to avoid having no important intelligence from the human side in the future. Lin Ning did not let his subordinates destroy all the important supernatural organizations and important places in all the important giant cities. The reason why he asked his subordinates to attack the military bases and supernaturals in just a dozen giant cities was, first, to deter humans, and second, to distract their attention. After more than a dozen giant cities had lost contact with the headquarters in Chongqing, the people in the remaining important organizations became the most effective source of information. Now, the human nuclear bomb has no intention of launching, and Lin Ning feels that it is necessary to find out the truth about the human. Are they hesitating whether to launch? Or are they just shrinking down because they are scared? This is what Lin Ning wants to know. If it was the former, Lin Ning felt that he would stimulate them again, and then let them know that launching a nuclear bomb would be completely useless, and let them taste what despair is. All-out war? It's not impossible, although it's a bit troublesome. Lin Ning thinks that humans can give it a try. If it was the latter, then everyone would be safe and sound, and Lin Ning himself could continue to upgrade to the 4th level during this period, while humans would slowly enjoy a short and last good life. At that time, the one who would take the initiative to attack would be him who had been hiding behind the scenes, not those humans who had been aggressive before. It didn't take long for Lin Ning to quickly get the information he wanted. Humans were scared. Or, in other words, they completely recognized their position in the face of the absolute difference in strength. They were quite clear about the existence and strength of the A-level Demon King, being able to make more than a dozen cities completely defenseless in an instant. Naturally, they can also easily deal with those hundreds of millions of ordinary people. They still have such a simple brain circuit. As for whether to use nuclear bombs, humans must not dare to take such a risk. If it doesn't work, they know that the fate of destruction will come. Instead of choosing such an extreme method, they obviously prefer to use the limited time in this situation of absolute disadvantage to do everything possible to improve their strength. Right? After all, there is no second way to choose. Humans now don't even know what kind of mutant creature this A-level Demon King in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm is. Pitiful. Sad. They even deduced that he was in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, but couldn't go any further. But Lin Ning didn't want to expose his target carelessly now. For humans, the unknown is the most terrifying. If he ran directly to Rongqing City, even if he grew into a towering bamboo, humans would no longer be as afraid of him as they are now because of their understanding of his appearance. In addition, Lin Ning also found out another piece of news. This news also made him think about all the things that happened before and after. The high-level human, that person, led others to believe that there was an A-level demon in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, and ordered the release of incendiary gasoline bombs, and then suddenly disappeared. Literally disappeared. Like a puff of smoke. It completely disappeared. The time was very accurate. Just before he ordered Chiang and others to destroy those helicopter troops. He put all the fragmented clues together, and even used some rather blunt and unreasonable reasons to support the inference, and finally made the people around him believe that there was an A-level Demon King in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. Lin Ning was also very surprised to come up with this point. After all, it was really unreasonable. It was quite outrageous to accurately infer that he was in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. The chain of evidence was not complete at all, and some places were simply specious. But that person still accurately said the final result. And then, This man who could be called smart used an extremely stupid method. Throwing incendiary gasoline bombs. To force out the mutant creatures of the A-level Demon King level that all human beings had never seen before. Had no combat experience. And were extremely lacking in power awareness. Forced out? For what? To kill them before they became stronger? Knowing that the A-level Demon King existed. Why didn't they quickly develop technology or pile up one or several dozen A-level superhumans, while the A-level Demon King didn't know about it? And then have a head-on confrontation. But before everyone else could even react. Such a smart and stupid man quietly disappeared. Disappeared before the war between the A-level Demon King and humans that he had actively provoked. Who is he? What is his purpose? Even, what is the connection between the strange beast and this person? Chapter 177 absolutely worthless. The dusk was dim. And the setting sun was like blood. The flames melted before the darkness, coating everything with a strange red. As time passed slowly, the light gradually became dim. At this time, the subordinates within 1,000 kilometers were waiting for Lin Ming's next order. This direct exchange of fire with humans fully demonstrated their strength. As B-level and C-level demons, they have speed, strength, and destructive power that even extraordinary people cannot match, which was fully demonstrated in this surprise attack on important strongholds and the killing of extraordinary people. Before, they rushed into various giant cities under the shielding ability of Lin Ming's spiritual force field to launch surprise attacks, and then lurked in the spiritual realm near the giant cities. And Lin Ming did not make a decision immediately. Although the human side has already sent out certain information that they will not launch nuclear bombs, Lin Ming still wants to wait. What if they change their minds? Wouldn't it be great if we could just tear each other apart and attack head-on? And the subordinates scattered around the giant cities don't have to travel long distances. They can just go straight to Huanglong and destroy the human beings' places closer to the central zone. You drop a nuclear bomb. I make it ineffective. You panic. I even steal your home. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, the human side was scared. Completely scared. Lin Ming kept sensing the intelligence of those key figures and found that they all conveyed the same message. A-level demon kings are not to be messed with. And what should be done now is to endure hardships, rather than rushing up and bombing them with nuclear bombs. Eat hardships. Humans are really confident. What can they do? Use all the resources to quickly pile up some A-level extraordinary people? Now, the B-level extraordinary people in the 9-layered sky tower of Tang State have become crazy because Zheng Guodong has become a lunatic. Shui Yuqing has been killed by him. And Xing Yu has suddenly disappeared. Only Fei Jun, who could teleport over short distances and double the power of his weapons, was left. However, Lin Ming felt that even if this guy was promoted to A-level, it would be useless. He was not an elementalist nor a face-to-face killer. He was just a fast single-soldier attacker. Even if he was promoted to A-level, he would probably be beaten even by Jing Ji, who had similar abilities to him. But the world is not the only country with extraordinary people in Tang. There are countless extraordinary people in the world. And Lin Ming is not sure how many B-level people there are. After all, in the area he can sense, although there are dozens or hundreds of huge cities, there is not a single super-large city like Shangjing or Xiaohu City. And whether it is the headquarters of the extraordinary people in Tang, or even the various centers, they all exist in such places. At present, his own ability of reconstructing the aura of all things can sense all living and non-living things within 1,000 kilometers with him as the center, and can build everything within this 1,000 kilometers in his mind. But this 1,000 kilometers, in Lin Ming view, has a big shortcoming. As long as he is still in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, the maximum perception range is within this circle, just like Sayon City, which is only 1,000 kilometers away from him. He can't perceive it at all. And the range of the aura force field shielding ability is also 1,000 kilometers. This also makes it impossible for him to hide the aura of his subordinates there. Just now, he tried to upgrade the ability to rebuild the aura of all things, but suddenly found that there was no movement on the attribute panel. He tried to upgrade other abilities, but they were all completely possible. Lin Ming didn't understand why this happened. What does this have to do with anything? Could it be that it has something to do with his realm level? At the 3rd level, this ability can only be upgraded to LV3? No matter how he experiments, Lin Ming can't improve this ability to a higher level. And thus, he can't let himself perceive things farther away. This is a bit unpleasant. Now this situation means that if he wants to obtain intelligence information about super-large cities in the central areas such as Shangjing or Xiaohu City, then there is only one way to go. Moving. This word is quite familiar. The last time was more than a month ago, when he ran from the Wantuhai spirit realm to this Kaifanxian spirit realm. And now, do we have to move again? Lin Ming thought. If we are here, what are the advantages? It is closer to the huge human city. Rongqing City? Rongqing City has completely lost any armed forces under the attack of Jingji and the other three. And all the extraordinary people have been killed by them. It has no value. Before, he wanted to use this place as a strategic countermeasure to resist the nuclear bomb attack of humans. But now, with the ability of creating new life, the abilities of his subordinates, the golden python Jean Lin and the little turtle Machin, are enough to ignore any hot weapons. Of course, the same is true for the so-called nuclear bombs. Even if humans are willing to risk everything and don't care about Rongqing City, Jiangnan Plain or even Shu Province, and directly use nuclear bombs to greet him, he can completely ignore it at this time. From this point of view, Rongqing City has no value to continue to use. Other advantages? Lin Ming thought about it, but he couldn't think of any advantages. But there were many weaknesses. First of all, humans have completely identified this place as the place where the A-level Demon King is located. Now, in the space above, there are probably dozens of spiritual energy concentration measurement satellites staring at it. And it won't be long before reconnaissance planes and other things will come in an endless stream. Even if they try their best, humans will definitely find ways to find out what this A-level Demon King is. By then, I'm afraid that they won't find him. But they will take pictures of his subordinates, which will be a bit troublesome. Lin Ming thinks that his subordinates should also have some mystery, or they can be said to be hiding behind the scenes like him. In this way, humans can't imagine how to deal with him, thereby maximizing the safety factor of their subordinates. Previously, when the human side was at Lixiao Peak, they had seen 7 giant wolves including Foxiao, Panda, Dushan, Machin, etc. But now they have basically determined that these mutant creatures have disappeared in the fire at Lixiao Peak. Later, these subordinates also changed their appearance a lot as their realms improved. But we can't take it lightly because of this. Secondly, because the original concentration of spiritual energy in this place is very thin. The level of the mutant creatures is also very low, which also makes them very small. Originally they were used as food reserves. But because of the last outbreak of spiritual rain, they rushed to Rongqing City to fight with humans, and their number was reduced a lot. The final result was that he had to find a way to separate those wolves from his side. Although there were also some reasons for monitoring those strange beasts. Although the area of the spiritual realm is now extremely large, and those wolves with huge appetites have already scattered. In the long run, the situation of food shortage will definitely appear. At that time, if you want to move again, you may be very passive. Master, are you thinking about whether we should move? At this moment, the Panda suddenly spoke up, interrupting Lin Ming's thoughts. Do you have any ideas? Lin Ming felt that he could indeed discuss this matter with Panda, the smartest panda under his command. Master, we should leave this place. After all, the bamboos in the valley here are all in bloom. I can't eat them. It said. Lin Ming, Chapter 178. The conditions are very relaxed. When bamboo blooms, move immediately. Lin Ming has heard of this proverb. Generally speaking, once bamboo blooms, it means that life has come to the last moment. If only individual bamboos bloom, it means normal old age and death. But if a large area of bamboo forests shows signs of blooming, it means that the environment in the area has changed, and it is necessary to move immediately. But Lin Ming was speechless. I am also a bamboo. This is outrageous. The matter of bamboo blooming mentioned by Panda now, regardless of whether to move or not, made Lin Ming have a question at this time. Will I bloom? Will I die directly after blooming? However, after a brief thought, Lin Ming calmed down again. When bamboo blooms, it will consume a lot of nutrients, which will exhaust the energy of the main body, leading to the occurrence of withering. Now, his so-called nutrition is spiritual energy. For example, the spiritual fluid that he has been giving his subordinates to drink is his own nutrition. The spiritual liquid contains a lot of spiritual energy and a lot of nutrients, although it cannot directly replace the food of the subordinates. It is also a very powerful thing. Moreover, although it is also a bamboo, this mutant bamboo is completely different from those in the forest that are only a little bigger. He is full of extremely strong spiritual energy. So even if he really blooms, it will be absolutely fine. Now, all the bamboos in the spiritual realm of Chiefing Mountain are blooming. Which proves one thing. That is, this place is no longer suitable for survival. It just so happens that there is one more reason. After all, although the panda Big Fat can eat everything, in general, this guy still can't get enough bamboo. And even forces the giant bear manwe to eat one or two from time to time. Master, I can't stand it without bamboo. At this time, the giant bear manwe reminded Lin Ning at the right time. Lin Ning looked at the panda, thinking, what did you, the bastard, instill in this giant bear? Why would a giant bear eat bamboo? However, if there is really no bamboo, then this is indeed a problem. After all, among his subordinates, in addition to these two guys, there are more than 10 pandas who have not yet entered the first level. And they are all panda's good friends. Panda, have you checked to see if all the bamboos have bloomed? Lin Ning asked while sensing. He had never searched for what bamboo flowers look like before, let alone seen them. Yes, master. You can sense all the bamboos in this canyon, Panda said, looking at Lin Ning bamboo branches with a melancholy face. In the embodiment of the canyon in Lin Ming's mind, there are quite a lot of bamboos. This is also a feature of this canyon. The bamboo sea accounts for nearly 1/3 of the entire plant. But after Lin Ming sensed it, he found that almost every bamboo in the canyon had flower spikes at the joints. Although these pale yellow or white flower spikes are not very beautiful, they prove that the bamboos seem to be using their last strength to bear fruit and reproduce. Lin Ning knew that it seemed that his panda subordinates and the giant bear man were about to run out of food. After sensing the outside of the canyon, it seemed that the situation was similar within 100 kilometers. It was strange. Now, not only the carnivorous subordinates were short of food, but the panda subordinates were also about to be short of food. Although I don't know why this is. It is obvious that this place is not suitable for staying any longer. There is one more reason not to stay here any longer. It's not been long since we moved here. Lin Ning sensed everything in this canyon. The spiritual stone veins were also exhausted. And there were not many of them. And the quality was poor. The spiritual flowers, spiritual fruits, and spiritual herbs were also much worse than those in the Wanzhou Sea. In addition, humans have focused on this place, and they may become very annoying because of their little actions in the future. Furthermore, Rongqing City is no longer of much use. He has to go further into the hinterland of human life, rather than the central and western parts of Shu province, which are relatively far from the center. Now, there seems to be not many reasons to continue staying in the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm. Lin Ning looked at his subordinates, who were gathered below him. We are about to leave from here. Do any of you want to leave? Lin Ning's sight was aimed at the subordinates, who followed him from the Wanzhou spirit realm. Although those guys followed him from the Wanzhou spirit realm to this side, which is nearly 200 kilometers away. To be honest, their loyalty is far less than that of Panda and Qinshan. Even in several actions, Lin Ning did not let them participate, but let them upgrade their levels as quickly as possible in this spiritual realm. But the facts did not satisfy Lin Ning. The potential of these guys is much smaller than that of the subordinates he had collected before, and their growth is also extremely slow. But they seem to be more suitable to survive here than the subordinates who have been following him. In particular, they are mostly herbivores, and their combat power is extremely limited. There are now nearly 200 subordinates, big and small, crowded together. They are not very intelligent, and they don't seem to understand too much. But at this moment, they also roughly understand that this is the time to make a decision. Not long after, a group of pandas came out and stood beside Panda, and 3 lynxes, 5 jackals, and 2 bears came out. Lin Ning waited for a while, and the rest stood still. It seems that this is it. We are about to leave here. Those who don't want to leave, just disperse. I won't stop you. Lin Ning knows that there is no creation without destruction, and there is no separation. To be honest, these subordinates are really not very useful. Their level is too low, and they are just for show. Instead of taking them away by force, it is better to let them stay here and play their last bit of usefulness. After all, humans are still looking at this place. They may cause some trouble to humans. Even if they leave, They must obey his orders. However, in front of Lin Ming, none of his subordinates dared to leave. They were all trembling. Lin Ming turned a blind eye. It doesn't matter. There is no use in killing them. Their pitiful evolution points add up to only 2,000 or 3,000. Turning his eyes away from them, Lin Ming knew that now that he had made up his mind to leave, the next thing he had to do was to decide which direction and where to go. In fact, the conditions were very simple. The mountainous area, with rich vegetation and animal resources such as bamboo, was not too far away from here. The huge city that could sense the central area of humans could be within 1,000 kilometers. At this time, Lin Ming materialized everything within 1,000 kilometers with him as the center. He was also constantly removing some areas that did not meet the conditions from the candidate list. Naturally, the vast area in the western part of Shu province was excluded by Lin Ming. It was not suitable to go south or southeast. To the north, it seems that there is only the Qinshan mountain range. This is also the place called Great Qinshan Spiritual Realm by humans. Chapter 179 Uncontrollable Things. Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm. Lin Ming had heard this term from humans more than once. It means a restricted area. Before the discovery of the existence of this A-level demon king, the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm was a place that the Tang Kingdom paid more attention to. After all, compared to the Wantohai Spirit Realm in the west of Shu Province, or the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, the Qinshan Mountains are located in the hinterland of densely populated areas, close to dozens of huge cities, just like the Shuangyue City, Yuanda City, Beihu City, Dong'an City, etc., that he sent his subordinates to attack this time. They are all nearby. In the intelligence obtained by Lin Ming, the many huge cities near the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm did not suffer too much loss, which was also because the Tang Kingdom had made very strict protections near the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm early on, and invested a lot of energy and heavy troops to guard it. And this Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, which was more valued by humans besides the Qifeng Mountain, was an excellent new base for himself. The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. This law applies to all occasions. And naturally it is the same here, in the Daqing Mountain Spiritual Realm, which is vast, with endless forests and abundant biological resources. Is there any place he cannot live in? Moreover, this Daqing Mountain Spiritual Realm, which is deep in the heart of the Tang Kingdom, is within 1,000 kilometers of Shangjing City and Xiaohu City. After deciding the moving location, the next step is, Lin Ming looked at the attribute panel. More than 100,000 evolution points are enough for him to upgrade any ability. But at this time, there is one thing to consider more. Moving speed. Unlike the last time he left the Wantohai Spiritual Realm, it was nearly 200 kilometers away from here, and he was walking and stopping during the heavy rain, constantly watching the every move of humans. And the straight line distance from the Daqing Mountain Spiritual Realm to the direction he wanted to go was nearly 800 kilometers. Moreover, he had to consider the cities and various human facilities, rivers, mountains, etc. in between. The total distance would definitely not be less than 1,000 kilometers. If you want to move such a long distance in the original way, it will probably take a long time. Then, you have to make some effective upgrades. Lin Ming looked at the ability on his attribute panel. Mobile Root System. It can shrink all bamboo roots and move long distances, but it will also damage 90% of the root system and its strength. This ability is still LV1, and Lin Ming has never developed it. The reason is naturally because this ability is not useful at all. Before, he thought that although the side effects of this ability were great, with the blessing of the extreme regeneration ability, he didn't have to worry about this side effect at all. And even if it moves, the number of times is small and the distance is short. So this ability is like a chicken rib. But at this time, there is no doubt that if you want to move over a long distance like now, this ability must be upgraded. Lin Ming calculated the total evolution points required from LV1 to LV9. From LV1 to LV5, a total of 4,000 evolution points are required. And from LV5 to LV6, 2,000 points are required. And then, they are doubled. And so on. However, if we count from LV1 to LV9, the total required is 34,000 points. Since we have chosen to upgrade, we should upgrade it to the lowest level. What if a more convenient ability pops up? With a thought, 34,000 evolution points evaporated almost instantly. Instead, the level of the mobile root system increased rapidly. A moment later, The system voice also had a new reminder. The mobile route system has been upgraded to the maximum level and advanced to the universal route system, which can move over long distances without loss and cross mountains and rivers as if walking on flat ground. Oh, that's it. Although he doesn't feel much now, he is looking forward to the power and practicality of this universal route system in the future. When Lin Ming moved from the Wantuhai spirit realm to this place before, he remembered that when crossing the water, climbing, and going down the mountain, he was indeed quite restricted because of his heavy body. At that time, he had to take a long detour to prevent imbalance due to the weight. If such a huge body fell in front of his subordinates, his face and dignity would probably be damaged. Compared with his subordinates who can fly, run, crawl, and swim, his mobility is indeed quite limited. However, compared with any plant, the fact that he can move is already quite good. If he couldn't move, he probably wouldn't have come to the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, and he could have promoted himself to the 3rd level and had so many subordinates at the same time. Right? Even if he couldn't move, he might have to fight a desperate battle with the human elites in the Wantuhai Spirit Realm, and even escalate to a full-scale battle. At this moment, it was almost dark. Lin Ming knew that he didn't need to wait any longer. Now, Chiang and the other 4 were on standby in various places. In Lin Ming's plan, they also played an important role. Chiang, Xuejin, Makai and Zhu. The 4 of you are responsible for transporting your companions to the location I specify. The radius of Lin Ming consciousness field is exactly the same as the radius of his reconstruction of the aura of all things. Or in other words, the size of this ability also depends on the strength of the ability to reconstruct the aura of all things. Now, the 4 giant birds in various places, waiting for orders at all times, also spread their wings immediately. Their job is to continuously receive the locations of the companions who raided major cities from Lin Ming, and then take them to the location pointed by Lin Ming, the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm. As invisible flying troops, they are most suitable for transporting those subordinates whose mobility is not good at this time. Yes, Master. After the subordinates in various places communicated with Lin Ming at the same time, they rushed out from their original locations in an instant. At this time, Lin Ming also continuously pulled out his roots from various places, gradually reduced them together, and piled them up in a very deep underground location to deal with them. Of course, this height of 80 meters, or nearly 90 meters, was too much of a hindrance. Like last time, Lin Ming took the initiative to cut it off by 2/3 with the blood blade, and buried it deep underground with those bamboo roots. Without the restriction of this height, the choice of route would naturally not be too much trouble. Then, he immediately used his new ability, the Universal Root System. In an instant, dozens of rough bamboo roots rose from the ground and directly supported Lin Ming's huge body. This is not bad. Lin Ming remembered that last time, only 8 bamboo roots that were not very strong supported him to walk. Now, after evolving this mobile root system to the current level, it has directly become dozens of more solid and stable roots. Subordinates, please move with me. The journey is a bit long, but it is worth it this time. Chapter 180 Invincible. As Lin Ming expected, except for a dozen of his subordinates, who had followed him from the Wantuhai Spirit Realm and had not responded when he asked, none of them had any intention of following him to the new destination. Even though they were mutant creatures, they were mostly herbivores, gentle by nature and did not like fighting, so they had no progress in realm improvement. Even if they wanted to follow, Lin Ming felt that they would not be of much use. But if they stayed here, they would still be of great use. Okay, those of you who don't want to follow, just disband and live in this canyon, Lin Ming said, and gave them an order. Yes, Master. They were very low in intelligence and only obeyed orders. But they still did not leave. Lin Ming looked at the other subordinates. Silver Dragon Qin Chun, Golden Python Jin Lin, Rock Wolf Yanxi, Saro Dushan, White Qilin, Giant Bear Manwei, for Blood Luan Qifeng, Hangwei, Fei Xia, Yinxing, and Heavy-Eyed Bird Guangzhan, Whiting, Giant River Shrimp Jujia, Carpfish Duansai, Little Saro Shadow and Shengbai, 9 pandas, 3 lynxes, 5 jackals and 2 bears. There are more than 300 wolves in the distance, and less than 200 of them will follow. That's all. The other subordinates are now in various parts of Tang State. and are transported by Chiang and others to the direction of Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm. Except for giant river shrimp Jujia and carpfish Duansai. Other subordinates can follow him in the forest. Okay. It's time for us to go. Lin Ning gave an order, and the subordinates took the lead and set off in a mighty manner. The giant river shrimp, giant armor, and the minnow, satin color, went downstream to the downstream area, and according to his instructions, they went upstream near a tributary of a river to the direction of Qinshan, and then asked Chiang and others to assist them. Lin Ning glanced at the subordinates, who were still standing there, and did not move, and finally lifted the bamboo root and moved forward. Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm was destined to receive great attention from the human side for a long time in the future. Humans will never know where the A-level demon king they have been looking for is gone. Maybe in the near future, after they are fully prepared, they will come here to explore and even decide to launch a general attack here. But they will also repeat the experience they had in the Wantohai Spirit Realm and doubt everything from then on. Lin Ning felt that he could not care so much. What he had to do was to upgrade himself to the 4th level as soon as possible after arriving at the Great Qinshan Spirit Realm. Strength is the hard truth. Lin Ning took the first step. The second step. He felt that the supporting roots that grew out of the universal root system seemed much better than the previous ones. The last time he came here from the Wantohai Spiritual Realm, he only had 8 bamboo roots in 8 directions. At that time, when he moved, he had to flatten the bottom of the root system to ensure that he would not make too loud noise when walking. Even though so many trunks were cut off, the weight of his trunk was still extremely amazing. Even in the middle of the night, in the rainstorm, under the highly nervous and extremely concerned human gaze of even the slightest clue. It took him more than 3 days to finally reach the Kaifenshan Spiritual Realm less than 200 kilometers away from the Wantohai Spiritual Realm. Now, after 2 spiritual reigns, all the previous spiritual realms, big and small, have gradually broken down into pieces under the continuous expansion of the scope of spiritual energy, and finally merged into a whole giant spiritual realm. Highways, villages, cities, and all man-made things. They are all vulnerable to the crazy growing plants in this spiritual realm. They were gradually dotted with green, gradually covered by patches of green, and gradually submerged by green barriers. The original living space of mankind was also devoured by this huge spiritual realm. Now, in the vast area of Shu province, only a few huge cities in the Jianghan Plain area are still surviving. Other mountainous areas have been basically swallowed up by the spiritual realm and become part of the spiritual realm. This makes Lin Ning actions quite convenient at this time. Unlike the last time, he did not have to act at night, nor did he have to wait until the bad weather such as heavy rain made it impossible for human spiritual energy concentration detection satellites and reconnaissance aircraft to work properly. He only needed to choose the shortest route to the new settlement in this spiritual realm, where there were almost 100-meter-high giant trees everywhere. Moreover, Lin Ning also found that when these 36 thick bamboo roots moved forward in coordination, even if they held up this huge thing, in addition to being extremely stable, there was almost no loud sound during each movement. Lin Ning now felt as if he was being carried by a sturdy sedan chair that he could control, and was moving forward quickly. As he became more familiar with the control of the bamboo roots, Lin Ning quickly increased his speed to a higher level, and gradually caught up with his subordinates running in front. Moreover, Lin Ning also discovered that his bamboo roots could be extended or shortened due to changes in the terrain. And no matter how steep the slope was, it was like flat ground. He then understood what the walking on flat ground in the ability description meant. Among the subordinates, there were also some who did not move very fast, such as Yen Si, the rock wolf, and Manwe, the giant bear. In order to save time, Lin Ning simply rolled them up with bamboo branches and carried them away. If he left his subordinates behind while walking, why would he still carry them? The straight line distance from the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm to here was more than 800 kilometers. Lin Ning estimated that at his current speed, if he traveled fast, it would take a day and a night to reach the destination even if he traveled day and night. After all, to go from Wantohai to there, you have to go half a circle clockwise from the west of Shu province. There are extreme terrains such as high mountains and canyons in between, and you have to pay attention to several cities where humans still exist. Moreover, Lin Ning also wants to revisit the old place, Wantohai Spiritual Realm. Even if it is a long detour, is worth his visit again. It is at least where the dream begins. Not to mention that Lin Ning feels that when he left there, he did not mind all the spiritual stones and other things. The ability to rebuild the aura of all things also allows him to know the distribution of spiritual stones now. Wan Tuhai's spiritual realm still has quite a lot of resources. What's more, there is the thing he left behind before. Of course, he left that thing in Kaifanchan's spiritual realm. And when he left Wan Tuhai's spiritual realm before, in Yin Yishan's spiritual realm and other places, as the last killer move, it will not be used easily. The world is still very big. Within the range he can perceive, he has not found any mutant creatures higher than B level. Nor has he found anything more threatening than mutant creatures. But this does not mean that he can be sure that he is the most powerful one on this planet, since he has reached the 3rd level. Especially after encountering the alien beast. Lin Ning has thought a lot. Since he can hide his own breath, will there be creatures that have reached the 3rd level that can also hide their own breath? After all, even the alien beasts like those worthless ones can have this ability. Isn't this impossible? Lin Ning always stays awake. In this era of spiritual energy revival, whether it is mutant creatures or humans, they will become more and more adaptable as the degree of spiritual energy revival deepens. And more powerful opponents may become more and more with such moments. Even, maybe, they exist in places he doesn't know now. Facing any possibility, Lin Ning will never be careless. He knows that only in this way can he be invincible in this extreme environment of the survival of the fittest.